Are you scared? I can see you from behind. You can hear me in your mind. Run so fast as you can go. Time will catch you before you know.
With the weather becoming warm again and our local parks opening, I now have to think of good reasons to turn down invitations to go camping from friends and family. While I was still a teenager, I went as often as I could. Any weekend I was free, I was in the woods relaxing. Sometimes I brought friends, sometimes I went by myself. After finishing school, my life had become fairly hectic. I still did my best to take a few camping trips during the year. I'm glad I was so stubborn on the idea of going out in the woods when the chance arose, because I had met my husband on a camping trip. The story of how we met is a bit long and embarrassing on my part. I got out for a quick washroom break in the middle of the night. An owl or some sort of other screeching night creature startled me, and I took off running back to where I thought my tent was. In the darkness of the moonless night, I caught a tree root and broke my ankle. I was unable to move until morning. I was in so much pain and embarrassment, I accepted my death, ready to be a nice meal for the wildlife. I was rescued by Nicholas. Even back then, he was a large, intimidating-looking man. Full beard, axe in hand, he looked about ready to chop me into pieces. My husband-to-be was cursed with looking the complete opposite of his nature. He carried me out of the woods and came to the hospital with me because none of my family members were available in such short notice. We had barely been apart since that day and married the first chance we got. We met in the woods, so camping held a special meaning for us. Every trip was almost like a honeymoon. Although we thought we clearly looked like a loving couple on our trips, most people we met didn't clue into that fact. They all assumed we were just two good friends drinking beer and fishing. It was a game of ours to play it cool and see how long it would take people to start questioning things. Near the end of summer, we reserved one spot in the popular local area. The camping areas were spread out far enough for some sort of privacy, but a family we often camped close by and met at the lake for fishing still had no idea about us after 4 years of seeing each other. They saw our wedding rings and commended how nice it was for two good friends to be away from our wives for a long weekend. Being in the woods holds such good memories for me, but it only takes one night to ruin everything. After what happened last summer, I refused to ever be in the forest again. The last time we went, it was a very normal experience. Because we were veterans at that point, setting up a campsite took an hour at most. Before anyone else had really arrived and finished setting up, Nicholas was gathering firewood and I'd started to walk down to the lake. If I was lucky enough, I could catch something for our lunch. But we always brought something for a backup, just in case nothing was biting. Sitting on the edge of the calm lake, I started to bait my hook and set up my fishing rod. It was still a little cool from the early morning. By the afternoon, I was certain it would warm up. I feared for summer storms rolling in because the radio on the way warned of thunderstorms over the weekend. But that morning, the weather was perfect. I got comfortable and threw out an almost perfect cast. I was waiting for Nicholas to come and join me, when I saw a blur of white through the trees on the other side of the lake. I had to squint, but I could have sworn I saw a person walking through the trees, getting closer to the lake's edge. When the figure stopped at the edge of the water, I lifted my hand to give them a friendly wave. I thought it was a woman. I couldn't see any features besides a white dress and long hair flowing in the breeze. She must have seen me from across the lake because she raised her arm and waved back. "Who are you waving at?" I nearly jumped out of my skin. Nicholas was pretty silent for a man his size. Without me hearing him, he had come up behind me. "A woman over there. She must be out for a walk because there aren't any campsites on the other side of the lake." "I don't see her." I raised an eyebrow, confused at him. I'd only turned away for a second. I didn't think she could go back into the woods so fast, but when I looked back, she was gone. The lake rippled slightly from the breeze. I didn't even hear a normal birdsong or see any of the friendly waterfowl that made the lake their home. I didn't think I imagined her or got confused by a reflection of the lake, but it wasn't really that big of a deal. I dropped the matter and helped set up a spot for Nicholas. While he'd been collecting firewood, he had run into one of the regulars we had often saw at the park camping. We often shared anything we fished up with them. Due to a medical emergency, they had to leave the campgrounds. Their son had gotten very sick, and they weren't going to risk him sleeping it off. They had grabbed their important items in a hurry. They knew that myself and Nicholas would be close by and came over asking for a favor. They trusted us to break down their campsite and pleaded for us to watch over their bigger items. If they didn't come back for them at the end of the weekend, we could leave their things at the ranger's office. Nicholas agreed. I hoped their son would be alright. He may have got away from his parents and eaten a berry he shouldn't have. We would gladly watch over their things. It would be the first year at this site without someone being close by. The rest of the day went by completely normal. We broke down our neighbor's camping site and cooked up the 2 fish I'd caught. A bit on the small size, but they would do. The only strange thing I noticed during the day was how silent the woods were. I barely heard any birds, and they sounded very far away when they did chirp. We both turned in shortly after the sun had set. We had plans to go on a long hike the next day. Being well rested would be a good idea. I was getting older and wondering how much longer I would sleep on the hard ground floor. Being wrapped in big comfortable bear arms didn't help. I don't know how it started, but we made a game for nights we couldn't fall asleep. One of us would start with an animal with a weapon, then the next person would say an animal with a different weapon that could beat the first in a fight. It would quickly get into ridiculous territory, like a shark riding an army of crabs as his weapon. Whoever laughs first loses. We spent many nights snuggled close and giggling like teen girls on a sleepover. "A falcon with a fencing sword," Nicholas started off. "I raise you a parrot with double daggers, those wavy ones." "Shoot, that's a good one. An ostrich. No weapon, it's just really mean." I felt a giggle start bubbling up and I forced it down. I paused to think of something, not ready to back out of our game. But a noise outside our tent made me stop. I sat up slightly, trying to hear better. I could have sworn I heard a scream. I'd been out in the woods often enough to know what the wildlife sounds like. This was for certain a human scream. It sounded off in the distance. The trees muted sounds, so I wondered just how close the person was. I heard it again, a long wailing screech that made my stomach drop. "Did you?" I started to speak, but Nicholas grabbed me and forced me back down. He held me tightly, and it was somewhat out of character for him. The suddenness and his mood shift frightened me more than the faint screaming outside. "Nick," I said, but was quickly hushed by him. I looked up at him in the darkness, trying to make out his expression. I could feel his hands shaking slightly against me, and I couldn't remember ever seeing him scared. He was the big, tough, brave husband, the one who answered phone calls and ushered spiders out of the house. He was scary and strong and could chop firewood in one swing, and yet he was holding onto my small frame as if I was some sort of protective ward against whatever was outside. My heart was beating so fast, I nearly didn't hear what scared him so badly. I heard a crunching of footsteps outside. Someone was wandering around our campsite. I suddenly knew why Nicholas shushed me. The only weapon we had was the axe for firewood, the axe that I was pretty sure had been left outside our tent. We also had bear mace, but it was pretty old, and if the wind blew the wrong way, the bear mace would just be a setback. I held my husband as I tried to listen for more footsteps, praying I was just hearing things. Our food had been put up. We knew how to keep animals away. The soft crunching of dirt didn't sound like a large creature walking around. But I heard breathing. Heavy breathing that did sound like it belonged to a bear. My mind started to race. I wondered if some crazy person who lived in the woods year-round came across our campsite and just wanted to steal food. I didn't know what to do in that moment. I wanted them to just leave. My big, scary-looking husband may be able to frighten them away, but if they had a gun, we couldn't do anything about it. And then there was that screaming. I could still hear it between the soft footsteps and heavy breathing coming from outside. Go away, go away, go away. In that moment, I was so frozen in fear, I couldn't do much else but repeat that mantra, hoping my mental prayer would be enough to force the unwanted guest away. Nicholas had been doing much more thinking than myself. He'd wrapped his arms around me and buried me so close to him, if someone opened the tent, it would look like he was alone. If someone attacked, they would go for him first, unaware of the smaller, second person in the tent. It would give me the first chance to attack back, or by some miracle get away. We couldn't go outside. It was clear by the footsteps there was more than one person. The best plan we had was to be quiet and hope the people left. If they took our supplies, we didn't mind paying for new ones. I was still scared out of my mind when I heard a new noise. My lungs felt like they would burst from fear when I heard the tent zipper start to move. So I slowly watched it out of the corner of my eye as it started to open from the top. I couldn't see outside even when it was halfway open. I felt Nicholas tense up. He may jump up and defend us at any second. I didn't want that. I didn't want him to be hurt. I just wanted whoever was out there to go away. The zipper stopped halfway. I hoped it would remain like that. I still heard the breathing of the person outside. To my horror, I saw something come into our tent. A clawed hand. The claws were curled and were the size of my fingers. Even in my fear, I thought it was a joke, some sort of costume prop. No animal I knew of had hands so human-like, and no humans had claws. I wondered if some other camper decided to pull a prank on us. A single claw reached down and started to force the zipper open more. This had to be a joke. It had to be. A smell came in with a small breeze. It was a little musty and somewhat similar to wet fur. I didn't know what we would do once the zipper was fully open and we could see what was outside. But thank God, we never needed to find out. I heard a scream. It was so loud it sounded like it came directly behind our tent. I jumped and muffled my own scream into Nicholas's chest. The scream kept going, a long wail of true and utter fear. Whoever was outside either startled by the scream or decided to follow it. The screaming sound started to move away from our tent, and the footsteps and heavy breathing followed. I don't know how long we stayed, just holding each other, listening. It felt like hours, but it was only a few minutes. I let out a small noise when my husband shot up and bolted outside. He came back a few seconds later holding our firewood axe. Both of us sat, facing the now closed tent flap, axe at the ready. And we sat like that the entire night. I was so wired, I was wide awake when the light became grey outside our tent. During the rest of the night, I heard no one back in our camp, but I still heard that horrible scream from time to time in the distance. Our plan was to pack up as fast as we could and leave the equipment we had been guarding at the ranger station. Aside from odd tracks all over our campsite, nothing had been disturbed and touched. They looked almost human, but with what looked like claw marks dragging in the dirt. "Hey folks, early morning." We both jumped at the voice. I let out a small scream I wasn't proud of, but when we spun around, we saw a forest ranger. I knew his face from years of coming here, but not his name. He noticed our fear and held out a hand, trying to calm us. "Are you two alright? Did you see a bear or something?" he asked. "Or something," Nicholas confirmed. The next few minutes was us telling the ranger what had happened last night. I was still shaking, so Nicholas took over speaking. But what confused me was he didn't mention the screaming that scared off our unwanted guests. "That sounds strange, alright. Maybe some kids playing a prank," the ranger said with a shrug. "There was screaming," I stuttered, and both men looked at me. "I heard screaming all night." "Well, you always had better hearing than me. Maybe someone was off in the woods trying to scare us," Nicholas said, slowly with a nod. "It worked," I grumbled. "Alright, well I'll look into this. Prank or not, this isn't acceptable. Aside from that, I came down to tell you folks there's a storm blowing in soon. It's up to you if you want to stay, but I would advise against it. It's going to be a really bad one, and the last time we had a storm this bad, people got blown away with their tents. If you want to pack up, we'll refund you for the last 2 days you paid for." We were going to leave either way. The storm just gave us a good excuse. The ranger was kind enough to help us carry the extra gear after we told him it belonged to the campers who left the other day. He would walk with us back to the ranger station. We didn't want a refund for our last 2 days we would be camping for. It would be a donation to help the park pay for whatever was needed. Our campsite was empty. All 3 of us were ready to go. And it was a good thing we left when we did. If we stayed, we would have died, or gotten very hurt. We'd only been a few feet away from the site when a massive crack and horrible sound came behind us. I just calmed down a little, but the thundering sound made me cry out again and jumped nearly 10 feet in the air. All of us turned, trying to figure out what had made such a sound. Where our empty campsite had been was now covered with a dead tree that had just fallen over. It crashed right on top where our tent would have been. I was certain if we stayed, that tree would have killed us. All 3 of us stood in shock, staring at the fallen tree. I started to walk up to it for a reason I didn't know. I just felt like I had to get a better look. Our campsite had been ruined, littered with fallen branches. Nicholas had come up and took my arm to gently take me back to the path. We didn't know if the tree had knocked against another, making it more likely to fall as well. That area was dangerous. I let myself be guided back, but I saw the base of the fallen tree. From the freshly turned up roots, I thought I saw something tangled in the brown roots. Something white and straight sticking out of the ground. Something that looked like a human femur. We got to the ranger station and made a more official report of our night. The sky had already darkened, the storm coming in faster than expected. Other rangers had gone off to warn people, and the parking lot was slowly emptying out of cars and campers who wisely decided to leave. I called the ranger office a week after, asking about if they ever found out who had tried scaring us away. The ranger who picked up the phone was the one we dealt with, so he was glad to talk with me. They hadn't found out anything. The park emptying made it hard, and the storm washed away anything useful. He also wanted to tell me something. He didn't know if he was legally allowed to yet, but he didn't want me to find out later and get freaked out. The tree that had fallen over did in fact have human remains tangled into the roots. They found one intact femur and some broken bones looking like ribs. When they started looking, they found more bones buried and scattered around. They assumed the body had been there for years, and they hadn't found enough to determine who they were or how they died. Also tangled in the roots was some fabric that looked like it had been a white dress or skirt at one point. For those past few years, we had been camped right next to a human body without ever knowing. If that tree hadn't fallen over, I doubted they would ever have been found. I didn't tell Nicholas what I'd found. I think he doesn't want to upset me by talking about the trip. He didn't seem very bothered over what happened, but knows it stressed me out. I had nightmares for months. I try and keep an eye on seeing if there are any updates on the case, but accepted the fact they most likely won't ever know who died or who had been buried beneath that tree. For how many people go missing in the woods, I think camping near a death site is pretty common. More common than what most people would think. I'm thankful we got out of those woods alive. I'm a bit of a city person now, and would like to keep it that way. I was travelling in my mum's van. The back trunk was packed with sports gear, banquet utensils, and kitchenware. I was trailing 80 kilometres down an unfinished road, though the speed limit was set higher. I'd always felt uneasy travelling in places I'd never been because I had a tendency to miss a turn and get lost. The drive from the small town to the condo is only supposed to be 30 minutes, but I'd been driving for 45 already and still hadn't yet reached it, nor had I seen any signs. It was a clear day on the road with a few clouds in the sky. The air was crazy hot and my face was sweltering. I was already blasting the AC on the dash to its highest setting and set all the vents pointing to my face and my pits. I don't do well in the heat. It was not my decision to go out there at the time. My name is Weston. My family calls me Wes or Wesy if they want to get on my nerves. And a family reunion was the very reason for my long drive. Eventually, me, my family, my grandparents on both sides, a wide range of my cousins, aunts and uncles would all congregate to a large and busy new condo being built out in the middle of the wilderness. One of my uncles had snatched it up right away as soon as it was being marked for sale. The turnover will be massive, was something along the lines of what he said. They were only building a few of these properties out here, as the place was previously a protected national park. Due to budget cuts, the conserved property line of the land was cut back, allowing for the sale of new infrastructure to be built around the deeper parts of the park. And who wouldn't want a beautiful, small, secluded mansion in the middle of the forest? I'd been allowed to show up a few days earlier before the rest of the family arrived in order to prepare the house for them. I had most of the amenities, while my cousin, Reese, had shown up the previous day with a truckload of food. So together, we could just unpack everything, explore, and hang out by ourselves until the rest of the family arrived. This would have been the relaxing bit of the vacation, if it were not for the fact that I hated Reese. Reese was like the frat boy without a fraternity, the jock without a team, the gangster without a gang, the bully without a crew, a one-man band of off-key violins, kazoos and broken bagpipes. Just an all-round douchebag. That and he hit on my sister at the last family reunion. It was so awkward for everyone involved as my sister was ignorant to his advances. She was thinking that his motives couldn't possibly be anything but innocent because we were all cousins. The road swerved around a sharp bend and suddenly I saw the turn-off. I slammed the brakes and dry dust from the tires flew into the air. I looked back at the driveway and did a 6-point turn on the narrow road to maneuver the van back around. I rolled into the large dirt driveway, still partially under construction. The lot was quite huge. I could see a large pile of bulldozed trees and rubble in the corner. The driveway would have definitely been big enough for some of my uncles to come. They own large motorhomes and camper vans that were basically small houses on their own. Unlike the road, the house and the yard were essentially completed. Though it was 2 stories high, it didn't quite peek over the trees, leaving it shaded and stay well hidden. But it was no quaint cabin in the woods and was built modern style. I could hear a faint thumping of bass coming from the upper floor of the house. Good to know Reese had settled in. I parked and clambered out of my van, grabbed a large duffel bag of gear and started lumbering up towards the house with it. The music got louder as I entered through the door, and I started yelling for Reese. "Hello, it's Wes," I shouted. I received no answer and immediately started losing the energy to care enough for his attention. I dropped off the bag in the corner of the room and went back to the van to continue to unpack things. Miraculously, Reese appeared after bringing in the final lawn chair into the house. "Sup, cuz?" He raised an open bottle of beer to me. "Good to see you made it." He offered a second, unopened bottle to me. I shook my head. "I don't drink," I stated. I was pretty sure he knew already. "Come on, there's no one else around." "The fact that I'm underage isn't the reason I don't drink," I pushed back. "Bah, we'll get some liquor in you before the week is up." I groaned at the thought of him and some of my uncles tiredly pushing beer down my throat. I doubt that, but I didn't want to antagonize him more. "Which one is your room?" I asked. "Top floor, the big suite. Claimed it for myself. First come, first serve." "Great, then I'll pick the one opposite." He flipped me the bird and smiled. He then chugged the rest of his first beer and belched as he started to open the other one. I believed he was being deliberately extra immature in my presence. I made my way to the basement, which had a billiard table and a couple more rooms. I thought of playing a game, but I didn't know where the balls were, and I would either play by myself or with Reese. I'd prefer a nap. I put my pack in the quiet room in the corner. It was almost soundproof, as I could barely hear Reese's bass thumping through the walls. I was tired, sweaty and hungry. I changed my shirt and cursed myself for not bringing more clothing, as I didn't account for how many I would soak through. Back then, I was slightly bigger and didn't have a lot of muscle. I just got out of high school, and without gym class, I was starting to let myself go. I went upstairs to the kitchen looking for food. The kitchen contained lots of snacks, a freezer full of meat, some cupboards full of junk food, and a fridge full of beer. 2 full of beer. There wasn't a lot of room for other food of actual substance. Who gave Reese the shopping list? I went to find him. There was a living space on the 3rd floor. He had already set up the game console to play some first-person shooter. "You know there's going to be kids at the reunion, right? What are they going to eat?" I asked. "Don't worry about that. They got hot dogs and cheese." He raised the controller at me. "Want to play a few rounds?" "Nah, I'm starving. I guess I'll make some hot dogs then." "Ah, me too, thanks. And extra cheese." I didn't say anything. I knew that if I made food just for myself, Reese would probably have claimed it from me. I retreated back down the stairs and started boiling some water for the hot dogs. It was my preferred way of cooking them. I began toasting the buns and realized the oven element and the toaster were just adding to the already sweltering temperature. I looked for the thermostat while contemplating sweating on Reese's hot dog. I couldn't find it along the walls. However, as I was looking around, I noticed the kitchen had a large glass sliding door that faced the pool. I looked eagerly at the cover on top, wondering if it had been filled already, and if the filters were set yet. I walked over to the glass and stared longingly. Then I opened the door to notice the latch was broken. Was that my concern? I need to remember to tell my uncles about it. But it wasn't like we were worried about robbers in the area, just more concerned about an overly clever bear. The door slid open, and I meandered out to the edge of the cover and lifted it. Unfortunately, the pool was empty. I thought we should fill it before the family got there, though I definitely wanted a dip for myself, thinking about how cool the water would be. I looked around for a hose and stuck it into the open pool cover flap. I turned the water on full blast and watched it pour into the cement pool, noticing it was going to take a while. I ran back inside to finish making the hot dogs and then went back up the stairs to feed Reese. We actually played some video games together. Each of them a different variation of first-person shooter, and each of them a different variation of ways to lose to Reese. The longer we played, the worse it got. He would annihilate me and refuse to just be on my team and play against the computer or the campaign. Eventually, I got tired of it and gave up. Reese badgered me. "Oh, already? You sure you don't want to try again? I think you got real close last time to taking one of my lives. I was starting to get scared." "No thanks, I think I'm going to go outside and explore," I said, knowing that he would not join me. Nature wasn't his thing. Suit yourself, Boy Scout." Reese turned back to his game. "Hey, I'm filling the pool by the way. Could you check it every once in a while? Make sure it doesn't overflow before I get back." "Hey, that's a good idea. Swimsuit summer. Nice." He gave me a thumbs up. Totally," I forced a response, hoping he wasn't making any sort of reference to my sister. As I headed outside, I made the detour to check the pool before I left. The water level had risen, but not by much. It felt safe to leave to go on the hike in case Reese decides to flood the place. I headed out into the wilderness, going slow and making note of the direction that I came. Eventually found a hiking trail nearby. I knew there were some in the area. They probably used to be bigger and more populated before the construction started. As I followed it down, I noticed some deer tracks. They were very obviously imprinted in the mud, but I couldn't tell you how old they were. Actually, they could have been goat tracks, but I wasn't sure. The sound was deafening, and by that, I mean it sounded like you were deaf. The trees were just so thick, it blocked out all of the sound or echoes. There was no breeze rustling the branches and barely any birds tweeting. If there was any wildlife, they had other places to be apparently. Even though I was outside, I couldn't help but feel claustrophobic. The woods were a mix of different types of leafy trees and tall pine trees with leaves that were alive at the top but seemed more dead at the bottom. The other trees were all thick and stumpy, and there were not that many young trees. It made it feel like a very old forest. It also smelled amazing, and the shade was keeping me cool. I trotted down the trail. I was still sweaty, but managed to enjoy myself. Not huffing and puffing, but still getting my exercise. The trail must have been easy at one point, but when I was on it, the ground was covered in branches and dead leaves or debris. Like a storm had passed. I guess this was a part of the park's trail they stopped caring for after the budget cuts. There were even large rocks I had to scramble over. I couldn't tell where they had broken off of and rolled from. I began falling around as I climbed over things. I imagined I was running through an obstacle course. I'd jump off a low rock onto another rock and limbo under a branch. I would swing around trees using branches to give myself momentum. I hopped from rock to log to dirt mound. I started huffing, but I felt like a little kid again. The trail sloped down, and instead of carefully and waywardly walking, I flew as I descended, kicking my legs behind and forcing them forward fast enough to catch my next step, just enough to stop me from somersaulting head over heels. The ground started evening out again, but I still had some speed going. I saw another odd shape, a darkly coloured boulder up ahead, and mentally prepared to leap over it like a show horse. My large body thumped the earth as I barreled forward, each foot hitting the ground hard, counting my steps and preparing for which foot I would press off of. I picked up my already max speed as I galloped to the black rock and jumped high like a track and field star. "Wait, what the hell?" I shouted in midair. When I landed, I almost rolled my ankle, and I stumbled to do a double take on the object. The boulder, upon closer look, wasn't actually a boulder, and as I stared at it, I began to sweat harder than when I was running up the rocks. It had an odd bent shape to it, and was black leather. I immediately thought it was a dealing body in a jacket, deformed, broken, then tossed into the woods to be decomposed and forgotten. But it wasn't that. I extended my foot and poked the corner with the end of my shoe. It tipped over. "A seat?" I asked the inanimate object. It was indeed, as I was examining it, a seat. Looked like an uncomfortable car seat. I first thought dirt bike since it was on the trail, or a quad bike, but it just didn't seem to make sense. I thought maybe there's a secret treehouse or cabin, and this was a furniture item of that place. But that was reaching even further. Maybe something exploded and it landed here, and there's all sorts of vehicle parts all over the place. My mind continued its mental gymnastics, making up more and more impossible things to the backstory of the seat. But then, it instantly was recognizable. A seat to heavy machinery, like a backhoe, bulldozer, or excavator. It was becoming clearer the more I thought about it. Also, the more I looked at it, the more I convinced myself that I was right. There were these machines in the area, and there was some clearing and construction going on. It had to be, and one of the workers, seeing that it was broken, dumped it out here as garbage. Disgraceful, overpaid litterers, I thought out loud. But that really didn't make sense either. There was a dump truck for all the forest debris, and they could have just put it in there. And if they were going to dump it, why all the way out here? I bent over to touch the leather armrest and rolled it over. It was shredded on the opposite side. The seat was cut deep into its interior by what looked like a large knife, like someone slashed it a few times as an anger relief practice. As I was holding the seat at an angle to get a better look at the damage, my fingers slipped on the leather and it rolled back over. I became aware of how sweaty I was at the time. Though shaded in the trees, my body was worked up over the excitement of the dashing and parkour I did along the trail. I saw that the sun had dipped a little further behind the branches and realized how much time had passed. I decided to turn back. I thought about lugging the seat back with me, but just thinking about it made me more tired and sweaty. Instead, I kicked and booted it off the trail into some ferns. Out of sight, out of mind, I said with a turn, and waltzed myself back up the trail. When I reached the house, I stopped by the pool to see how much it had filled. It was almost full. Enough to swim in, but just below the deep end ladder to be difficult to pull myself out of. A little bit longer, and I could dip my feet in the cool, blue liquid. I reached my hand out to feel the temperature. It was chilling as it was just out of the cold water tap. It seemed like ice water compared to the hot summer air. I shivered with delight. I loved the cold, but I knew it was going to be a shock to my sweaty body. I figured I would wait just a little bit longer for the pump to heat it up. I went inside to change into my swimming shorts. Upstairs, I heard video game music, but it was looping. I climbed up the steps and peered into the room to find Reese had passed out in the beanbag chair and the game menu was up. I thought it was a great opportunity for my own peace and quiet. I decided I was going to stay up and see the stars. I grabbed my phone and headphones, then went to find the pool lounge chairs. I set them up around the deck and got comfy in one of the farthest from the house in the shadow of a tree. Shame they couldn't leave a few more trees for shade, I thought out loud. I shifted the pool chair to add more of a recline and got comfy in it. It was one of those sort of hammock types where you feel like you're falling into it. I turned on the tunes and started playing some dumb puzzle games on my phone. We hadn't got an internet connection out there yet, but I really thought it was a conspiracy by the parents to not install it out there before the reunion, forcing us to get closer. I took a big breath and sighed, soaking in the precious quiet and private hours I would be able to have before the weekend started. The sun was going down behind the trees and shadows were growing. I was disappointed I wouldn't be able to see a nice sunset, but figured the stars would be worth it anyway. It would be wonderful to see them without the city light pollution. Out here, the only lights were from my phone and the window on the third floor of the house. It was the perfect night. A very fast hour went by. I noticed the change in animal sounds as I heard more crickets and other bugs. The daybirds had gone to their nests, but I could swear I heard an owl. I expected to see more, but the park was so vast that you'd have to be really lucky and keen-eyed to see anything of notice, or maybe some night vision goggles. It got darker and darker. Eventually I noticed, one after the other, little stars started to appear. I turned off my phone and set it down so I could let my eyes adjust to the smaller ones. Just minutes and a few sweaty blinks later, the Milky Way showed itself, and it was gorgeous and huge. After a while, I started feeling very small and aware of myself. My mind slipped into retrospective thoughts and existentialism. Overthinking, I began to be mindful of my loud breath and started to breathe on command. Wait, that wasn't me. I looked towards the house. The light was still on, so Reese still should have been up there. I peered across the still pool water, but didn't see anything towards the dark trees. I looked away from the house and more towards the direction behind me, the direction of deeper in the woods. Just then, I thought I saw a quick flash of eyes reflect in the dark. My back muscles tightened up and my hair stood up. I instantly started sweating more than I had all day. I kept on staring into the nothingness, hoping that I didn't actually see anything or that it would go away. But then I heard a twig or branch snap, and I instantly remembered the existence of bears and cougars. I gripped the sides of my chair. My body and mind debated whether I should slowly peel away or make a mad crazy dash to the door. A blast of air hit the side of my face, and I freaked. I tried to jump off the lounger, but I fell. My leg slipped through the space in the slot of the chair, and my ankle was caught in the folds. It felt ironic at the time, because it felt like I was caught in the latches of a bear trap and was about to be eaten by a bear. But it wasn't a bear. And the thing came out of the darkness. It towered over me. I'd say it was almost 9 feet tall and embodied the word darkness. Every inch of it was covered in jet black, wispy hair. As it lumbered nearer, the hair swayed like water. Its face was covered in the hair as well, but I could see its eyes. Beady blackness and expressionless. Where I assumed its mouth was supposed to be, it dripped with saliva that landed by my feet. Though it stood on 2 legs, its arms were gangly and hung down to its ankles. I screamed. My arms pushed myself backwards in a clumsy manner. I sometimes slipped and I would slam my elbow into the concrete, but pain was not the first thing on my mind. I gained a little bit of distance from the creature. I could see it breathing heavy and fast. It went. It pivoted towards me and its knees bent, getting ready to pounce. I scrambled away faster, kicking my trapped leg, trying furiously to fling the heavy chair off. Instead, I managed to land my foot on the ground and gave a hard push. I propelled myself backwards enough to land on the edge of the pool. My tailbone hit in the corner before I splashed into the water. I sank and looked up in fear. I waited for it to follow me in. But through the surface, I saw its black silhouette against the starry sky and pushed away from the wall, swimming towards the center of the pool. With my clothes heavy and the chair still wrapped around my ankle, I began to sink. I was running out of air. I needed air. I pushed my arms harder against the pressure of the water. My chest hurt. It was cold. I felt my ears start ringing and my head wanted to explode. I kicked ferociously at the chair that entangled my leg. My shoe at that point had soaked with water and became heavy enough to easily slide off. After that, it was easy to just slip out of the plastic folds that had grasped me. With the chair gone, a dead weight was dropped from my body, and I finally was able to gain some momentum upward. A final, exasperated push from all 4 limbs let me breach the surface. I sputtered and gagged from the droplets that lined my throat. Violently retching and treading water, my body ached with a desire for a steady ground to puke on. Gulping the fresh night air, I slowed my thrashing. With the whitewash gone and my eyes clear, I turned back to where I fell. To my dreaded horror, the demonic figure was still there at the edge of the pool. Its paws, or hands, or whatever it had, clutched the corner of the water. Leaning forward with freakish intent. Almost like a statue, it made no noise, but I could see its chest pulsate quickly in the dark, like a tired dog panting after a run. I expected it to growl or bark as I stared at it, but I still couldn't make out a mouth amongst the black fur-covered face. Not wanting to see its teeth, I turned and started paddling towards the opposite side of the pool. Very quickly, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted movements in the shadows. Was it trying to get me at the other side? Terrified, I turned my attention away from the edge to see legs. The creature moved so swiftly, running on all fours and taking giant, almost graceful strides. It was about to reach the edge of the pool closest to me. I immediately stopped paddling towards it. I braced myself for it to pounce on me and imagined suffocating in fur, water, and possibly sharp teeth piercing my skin. The creature did not slow down as it neared me. It charged and with one hand grabbed the edge of the pool, and with the other it reached out and swiped me. I screamed. It did not come close, but I couldn't help but shut my eyes in fear. When I opened them, I saw a clawed hand, almost human, except with longer fingers reaching for me. It was desperate to grab my shirt or my skin and pull me towards it. Yet it did not want to jump in the water. A thought appeared. "Can't swim, can you? You stupid thing," I screamed. I don't know why I said that, but I wasn't thinking clearly. It didn't even react at all to me screaming at it. I thought it would try again, play it smarter this time. In the water, I took off my shirt and my other shoe. The clothes, except for my undershorts, were no longer weighing me down. I slowly paddled to the edge of the pool opposite to the sliding door of the house. It moved cautiously along the edge of the pool, its beady eyes staring down at me. I remembered my swimming lessons from elementary school. I forced myself to take big long breaths to try and slow my heartbeat down. I dove under the surface, down deeper in the pool's depths. My plan was to push off the wall and race the beast to the door. I remembered the latch was broken, but maybe I could delay it long enough to lock myself in the bathroom or one of the bedrooms. Then I would scream Reese to call 911. Underwater, I rated both feet against the wall and shifted my weight. Right as I was about to kick off, a long black hand appeared in front of my face. I couldn't help but scream underwater. I snapped my mouth shut and ducked. With a quick hard force of my legs, I shot away from the wall, trying to gain as much distance as I could underwater. I had already lost so much air, and I was panicking again, and I needed to resurface. When I did look ahead, I saw no creature. I swam like a mad fish, wishing at the time I had fins. I didn't bother to look behind me, but as my arms stroked the water ahead of my face, I peeked out the side. Through strokes, I caught a glimpse of the monstrous being lumbering on the deck side. One of its arms, now wet and skinny, looked thinner and scraggly. I tried to swim faster, but my lungs could not keep up with the strenuous demand, and I was losing speed. But I reached the edge. I pulled myself up and got one foot on the ground. But then, it leaped. I thought it would lose speed at the sharp corner. I thought it might slip. Instead, its long black legs stamped down on the inner side of the pool's edge. Its nails clawed the cement and gained leverage. And, in response, I used my other foot to send myself backwards, back into the water. I sank down once again, facing the creature. I saw no change in expression, no show of frustration, like it didn't have a hunting instinct, and it just wanted to kill me out of spite, territory dispute, or some other hidden purpose. I swam far away enough from the edge and resurfaced. I was more than exhausted at that point. I just wanted to lie down. And that gave me the brilliant idea to play dead. Maybe if the creature just wanted me dead and didn't want to eat me, it would be satisfied. I tried to slow my breathing down. It was hard enough after the mad dash to the door, and lactic acid started building up badly in my forearms, and the sight of the horrific demon-like thing didn't help either. I thought about faking a drowning, but was too tired to pretend to thrash about in the water, so I just rolled over onto my back and relaxed. Looking at the sky helped me get my breathing back to a normal enough pace, where I was able to take deeper, bigger breaths. I bobbed and floated for about a minute. The water rolled over me, and I held my breath when my face was covered. I was doing the best dead man's float I could. The break I gave my arms helped them feel better. They swayed lifelessly in the water. Out of the reflection, I saw a shadow fly through the air. For a moment, I thought it was a bird. Out of nowhere, a rock hit the back of my head. My teeth knocked and pain shot through my skull. I turned myself upright and looked around to see a pool chair flying in my direction. I raised my arm and protected my face from the chair. The object clashed into me with great force. My head went underwater unexpectedly, and I flailed about, getting back up above the surface. My chest hurt from the exhaustion. The muscles stung in my arms and legs. I was taking big breaths now. I thought if I could force enough air in my lungs, it would help me keep float better. Once I inhaled, some more water droplets got caught in my throat and I had a coughing fit. The fit only made it worse for me to keep my head above water. I swallowed and yelled, exasperating my voice. I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. It wasn't from the creature. Through glazed eyes, I saw its shadow, just frozen there at the water's edge. This other shadow came from the house's top window. It was Reese. "Reese!" I screamed. My throat croaked out the sound like a prepubescent boy. "Help!" I continued to cry. I even attempted waving my arm for attention, but as I wailed away, I saw the shadow duck away and disappear. I cried out his name a few more times till it was just turned to crying. I sobbed as my slight glimmer of hope faded just as fast as it came. I continued to cry and swallow water. I could barely keep my mouth up. My body ached to swim to the edge, but my mind feared getting ripped apart or eaten by the creature. Then, my leg cramped. The pain shot through my thigh like a metal pole had been rammed through the bone. I held onto it and started sinking. I was so tired, I just wanted to hold my leg for a little bit. But then I needed air, so my arms exerted the extra effort to lift my body back up. Then my arms started cramping. Not as sudden as my newly dead weight of a leg, but a slow burn of the muscles. I started sinking again. Curling my body into the fetal position, I descended into the dark waters. My ears rang until they popped. A new pain entered my head. I thought for a second time maybe I could kick the bottom with my good leg and shoot back up to the top. Why was that pool so deep anyway? Or maybe it wasn't, and it just seemed like it at the time. I really needed air. When I got to the bottom, I kicked at the ground lazily. It barely got me up. I sank back down and kicked again. I needed air. Everything was moving in slow motion. The pain was stronger, but I cared less about it. I tried harder to push through the water, which was beginning to feel more like a sludge. I grabbed my throat and squeezed. My lungs demanded air immediately. I just wanted the release of holding my breath. I struggled harder against gravity, the weight of it pulling me down harder the longer I went on. My mind rang out and darkness invaded the sides of my vision. I think I'd breathed in some water. The pain was going away. I started floating. I felt a little peaceful, like I wasn't going to care if I was going to drown. I saw a light. It shimmered and wavered like liquid. Then a dark spot appeared in the center until it grew. Then I saw nothing. It was actually 2 days later when I woke up in the hospital. I saw my sister and my cousin talking to each other while sitting in 2 chairs next to my bed. My sister's back was to me, and Reese was leaning in, speaking in a low-toned voice. I stared at him for a long time before I coughed. Reese looked up. "Oh, damn," he said as he caught my eyes. My sister turned to see me and gasped, "You're awake, thank God." She got up and awkwardly hugged me while I was in bed. That's when I realized all my muscles hurt and I could barely move. "I'm going to call Mum and Dad," she said as she grabbed a cell phone from a chair and left the hospital room. Reese just kept looking at me. I stared back. "What happened?" I asked. "What do you mean?" he said in a stern and cold voice. "You went for a swim and you got cramps, and then you drowned." "I called out for you. The monster—" "What are you talking about?" He cut me off and glared hard at me. "I saw you wailing around in the pool and I called the cops. I don't know CPR, but I got you out of the water." I started stammering my words, baffled and wondering if I was crazy. I clearly remember the sound and sight of that creature. If you saw me struggling, why didn't you come out earlier?" My voice squeaked. I wanted to grab his shoulders and shake them, desperate for some confirmation that I hadn't hallucinated that fear. I could only lay accusingly on the hospital bed. Reese was silent. I could see anger grow in his face like he was holding something back. And I knew. "You did see it, didn't you? And you were too scared to come down to help me. That's why, isn't it?" "Shut up, I saved your ass," Reese yelled. "You just got a cramp and yelled, then drowned. Okay?" I knew at that point no one would believe me if I said anything, and Reese would have fought me the whole way, because he needed me to shut up, and he really needed it to not be real. I shut up from that point on. News of me getting better reached the rest of the family that arrived at the condo. I missed the reunion as I recovered. Nothing out of the ordinary happened while everyone else had stayed there. Reese never talked to me again, except through our fathers. My dad said, in particular, that Reese had convinced my uncle to sell the house in the woods. It was already worth more than what he had bought it for, and I'm not sure what Reese said to his dad to make him sell it right away, but we never went back to those woods again. Our next family reunion was booked at a resort by a popular beach full of people. But I never talked to Reese, as he avoided me the entire time. So it was never brought up again. But I've never forgotten the fear. Not the fear of water, but the fear of what makes you choose to drown yourself instead of facing whatever horrors those woods produce at the night. I don't post online often, but I've been experiencing something weird and wanted to hear if anyone else has experienced something similar, or if you have any advice. Or maybe I just want someone to listen. I don't know anymore. This entire situation is just out of control. I've turned out all the lights and locked the door, so I don't think anyone knows I'm here. Maybe the patrolman. It's just me, and that mask for now. At the beginning of the 2020 pandemic, I was suddenly dumped by my girlfriend of 4 years, Sherry. She was going to study at a university abroad, and instead of having a conversation with me about it, she just decided to end it. Hell, I would have moved to Stockholm right along with her, even if I don't know a word of Swedish. But here we are. A few weeks prior, I had been considering a job opportunity in a nearby town, and this breakup was the final straw. I took the offer, packed up my things, and tried to look forward. You know, even when my heart was trying to pull me back. My new apartment wasn't anything amazing, but way better than expected. A bedroom, a living room, a surprisingly spacious kitchen, and a bathroom with a large tub. I couldn't complain, and the rent was dirt cheap. I got the place recommended through a work colleague who had just moved out of there, and they had nothing but good things to say. Normal neighborhood, and if I ever needed it, there was also a daycare just across the street. Not that I have any kids yet. Maybe someday, if I make it through the night. Not with Sherry though, she had a chance. Sorry, I'm having a hard time concentrating. I keep hearing these noises in the stairwell. They're knocking on all the doors. So anyway, I moved in the beginning of February 2020. Everything seemed fine. As a warehouse and logistics manager, I'm constantly putting out fires, but compared to my last job, this was a cakewalk. Living alone, the paycheck went straight to my pocket. I gotta admit, I splurged a bit. New TV, new furniture, fancy new bed. This place shaped up real nice, real fast. Maybe that's why I'm having a hard time letting go of it. I met the neighbours in passing every now and then. Nothing formal, but they seem nice. The apartment building has 4 floors with 2 apartments each, and I'm on the top one. There are a whole bunch of similar buildings around here, at least 8. There's a large elevator that can take me straight up to my door. The walls are modern and mostly soundproofed, so the only time I would hear my neighbours were during their 4th of July celebration. They were nice enough to put up a notice about it on the board downstairs though. All kinds of people live here, but mostly young adults and middle-aged couples. There are 2 families on the bottom floor that seem to be best friends, having their kids play. Sometimes even leaving the front doors open for them to run from one apartment to the other. I thought the kids were getting my nerves, but it's nice to see some happy faces when you get home from work. Alright, so about the masks. Yeah, I'm getting there. It was the beginning of September 2020. The rain was getting bad, and people were going back down into lockdown after the summer. We were all bracing for a second wave of the virus. One day, when I got back from work, there was a package outside my door. There was a similar package outside my neighbour's door. I was curious and walked down a flight of stairs, only to see the same kind of package outside every door there as well. I figured it was a commercial stunt, so I just picked up my package and opened it then and there. And there it was. It wasn't just some ordinary, cheap plastic mask. This thing had a built-in air filter and was made of some kind of rubbery plastic, almost half an inch thick. It could cover my face and half of my scalp. It was large enough that there was a little mechanism that you could hook behind your ears built in, but it was a bit loose. The thing probably cost upwards of $100 to make. Probably weighs around 2, maybe 3 pounds. The problem was the face. This mask was weird. It had the expression of someone just mindlessly gazing into nothingness. Mouth half open, slack-jawed, tired eyes. A piece of white felt behind the eyes so you can't see what the wearer is looking at. It had a sterile white colour, with a thin black lining around the inner edges of the eyes. Kinda like an eyeliner. There was no note, no explanation, no packing, no sender, nothing. Someone hand-delivered them. I was about to go inside when my neighbours stepped out of the elevator. We had a small chat and wished each other well. Then they noticed the package outside the door. "Some kind of gift?" the husband asked. "Do you know who?" "No idea," I shrugged, holding up my mask. "But they don't look cheap. I wonder if we... Yeah, we got 2. The masks were slightly different sizes, but had the same face and colour as mine. We laughed it off, wished each other a good evening, and locked our front doors while social distancing. I don't know if I should have just tossed the damn thing then, or if I should have held onto it tighter. I didn't even think about that mask for at least a week, until I woke up late one night. It was about 3 in the morning, and something was going on at the daycare across the street. 3 police cars, all with flashing lights, pulled up at the same time. They turned off the sirens, but I was up and staring at the window in a heartbeat. 2 officers entered the building with their guns drawn. There was a lot of shouting, but it died down fast. About 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived. No sirens, just flashing lights. Police tape was put up. The next day, there was a short article in the local paper. There had been a murder. A young man who had lived in the area was on his way home when he was reportedly followed. He called the emergency number and tried to take shelter in the local daycare, but police didn't get there fast enough. He'd been stabbed to death while the emergency operator was still on the line. They couldn't say for sure if the assailant had been a man or a woman, only that they'd been wearing an odd white mask with a peculiar expression. The police were all over the case. They checked with every single neighbour in the area. I was one of the last ones they interviewed, seeing as I lived on the top floor. I told them what little I could, and they seemed ready to let me go. That's when I showed them the mask. I'd hidden it away in a storage closet and hadn't thought about it in a while. "Same as the others," they said. "Did you see who delivered it?" "Not a clue," I said. everyone got one. No weird phone calls, notes, friend requests. Of course, there was nothing. The masks had shown up out of nowhere. The hunt for the masked murderer was on. It wasn't exactly nationwide news, but we got our fair share of reporters looking into it. Apparently, the victim had a mask of their own, but it was found broken. The police looked into everyone who owned one of those masks, but it was soon made to be clear that the murderer could have been just about anyone in town. There was no way to tell where the masks came from or where they'd been made. Someone could be handing them out just to throw the police off their trail. In the months leading up to Christmas, I started seeing those masks around town. People started wearing them to protect themselves from the pandemic at first. They're surprisingly comfortable. But after a while, it became a social thing. You could spot a neighbor across the street and wave at them, all with a little sense of anonymity. When you wore that mask, you were just a curious nobody from the neighborhood. You were one of the crew, anonymous yet belonging. Hell, I wore it one time when I went grocery shopping instead of my ordinary face mask. I gotta say, the weird white mask was way more comfortable, except for the faulty ear strap. That and people seemed friendlier. Well, some people. The ones with the masks. Soon, I started seeing the masks at night. People would dress in bulky clothes and meet up with other masks outside, completely silent. They'd leave each other notes on the board on the bottom floor. A lot of the messages were very open and inappropriate. Things like couples inviting people to their bedrooms, or anonymous and hateful messages about people outside the neighborhood. If the mass killer could get away with murder after all, they could all get away with calling out a loud neighbor or asking for casual meetups. But people can normalize everything. We adapted to the pandemic, so we figured we could adapt to this too. The police asked people to stop wearing the masks, and everyone agreed to do so. Then they wore it anyway. There wasn't much pushback, so I figured at least a few of the officers had masks themselves. But not everything was sinister. I remember one time when a masked woman took to the streets to play a violin. It was just around the first snowfall, and the entire neighborhood were looking out the windows. Behind every pane of glass was a pale face, staring at her. I had my own mask on. It felt weird not to have it. We couldn't call the police or turn anyone in just for the mask. I mean, were we turning in a murderer or a violinist? Sherry would have hated it. She always hated mannequins, dolls, masks, all that stuff. There was something about faces frozen in time that freaked her out. But things were going downhill fast. Over the course of a few weeks after Christmas, there were 2 muggings, 1 assault and 1 attempted murder. All assailants were described as wearing masks. Funny how I stopped noticing the flashing lights and sirens. I guess we really can adapt to anything. In early January 2021, the masks stepped up. The messages were getting cryptic. Meetings at midnight. Sometimes there was gunfire or screams. One apartment building had a small fire started in the kitchen. Then they started going door by door in my apartment building. There were usually 4 of them, 2 couples, early 50s. They don't say anything. They just knock on your door and wait. They're making sure everyone is still wearing their masks. If you don't open the door wearing your mask, I got the feeling they'd do something bad. I'm pretty sure they've concealed holsters. They're pretty open about it. Yes, I answered the door every time they knocked. Yes, I wore the mask. No, the strap thing behind the ear still wasn't sitting right. The nightly gatherings became more frequent. Sometimes they'd all go somewhere, and sometimes they'd just disperse. This one time the police came, and everyone just ran back into their buildings. The police went door to door to ask if we still had our masks. Of course, I lied and told them no. No one was arrested. All around town, petty crime was on the rise. Break-ins, vandalism, car theft. But it was getting a bit more serious. Some masks were seen walking around with handguns and knives. One time, there were 3 masks with Molotov cocktails. There was another attempted murder as well, with a young woman being shot at close range 3 times. She ended up in a coma. There was also singing, mostly at nights, but sometimes I hear it when I just walk around town. A cashier whistling a certain tune, a ringtone from a phone in the crowd. People all around town started embracing the idea of living double lives. Hell, sometimes they don't even try to hide it. I once saw a mask in uniform handing out parking tickets in broad daylight. Fast forward to 3 nights ago. I've been getting ready to leave town. I've talked to my brother about crashing on his couch, and I've been packing up the essentials. Then, someone knocked on my door. The patrolman, I figured, and put on my mask. But it wasn't the patrolman. Outside my door, in the unlit hallway, was a skinny man, towering above me. Tall, elongated. He was wearing a hoodie, a pair of pale blue old jeans, and I can't remember his feet. I don't know if he even had any. He was wearing one of the masks, but I was floored by just how tall he was. He would have to crouch to even fit through the doorway. He tensed up to move, and I stepped back. Maybe he was about to leave, I don't know. I was too surprised. My damn mask came off. The strap behind my left ear finally snapped. My mask fell off, and the tall man stared at my naked face. Then he did something I've never seen before. His mask moved. It went from a mindless, open-mouthed face to a joyful one. A big, grinning smile, cheeks that puffed up, white lips revealing a white inner mouth, white tongue, white teeth, white throat. It wasn't a mask. I ran to my bathroom, fumbling for my phone. I was just about to slam the door shut when I noticed a long arm holding it open. He was reaching over me, completely silent. That big grin came closer as he searched my face. I just held my breath, looking for an opportunity to run. He was so quiet, so quick. It was like watching a twitching bug. I didn't feel his breath. Then, he gave me a new mask, held it up to me with 2 long fingers, like leather chopsticks. It looked just like my old one, but it was brand new. The straps were reinforced. I took the mask and spat out a reflexive "thank you," and saw the tall man back out of the room, still wearing that big grin. I looked like a caricature of a person backing away from a frightened animal. I felt like a deer in headlights. It was all so quiet. I slept in my bathtub that night with a locked door. I held the mask close all night and dreamt of faces coming out of the bathroom tiles. White faces, grinning. Now, I'm not sure things can get worse. That's why I'm not sure if I should still run or not. The patrolmen are coming tonight. I just know it. But I don't know if it is a good idea for me to answer the door. I don't want to put on the mask again. It feels irreversible. Maybe my old mask was faulty. Maybe this all affects us in a greater way than just giving us a sense of anonymity. Maybe this tall man is something else. They call him the handsome man on the board downstairs. Almost every note is about him. They thank him. They bless him. Handsome man, handsome man, handsome man. Hell, I heard it sung in the stairwell. I have my bags packed, but I'm getting cold feet. I don't know what would happen if I stayed longer. Then again, with a mask like this, I could do amazing things. Right? Looking through the eyes of that mask, I see freedom. Unyielding, unadulterated freedom. I don't hate it. Would you? Just saying, maybe there's a good reason why people adore that thing. Sherry is returning home over the summer. It's just the next town over. Maybe she has something coming. It is a place rarely seen under the light of day. Even with the sun overhead, the world seems to stretch beyond its normal limits, as if nothing were close, as if all momentums to mankind were distant. Even that gas station you passed a few miles back becomes distant. It is a place where the night sky seems to vibrate around you, and where the air is preternaturally cool and dry, and there is a perpetual hum in the air, barely present but undeniable. If you try to record it, your recording will come back corrupted. Only the unaided ear can hear it, and even then, only by ignoring it. The moment you focus your hearing, it'll scarper off into nothing. The locals dare not visit. They know enough. There are those who take stock of missing persons report. They know not to put themselves in harm's way. Leave well enough alone is their motto, and they live longer for it. It's only the out-of-towners who seem to get into any trouble, and as a result, you're unlikely to find the place by word of mouth alone. No one around these parts likes to talk much about that place. Ask around, and the only thing you're liable to hear is, "Stay away." Of course, not everyone heeds the words of locals. I've seen far too many wander off into the wilderness in search of that fateful place. I've seen many of them come back too, sunburnt and sleep-deprived and badly in need of a shower. Nothing out there but dirt, shrubs and more dirt, they say, and shake their dusty heads. There's always a faint disappointment in their faces. They'd hoped to have something confirmed, some belief in the paranormal corroborated by the sky itself. Finding nothing, they lose a little hope in the world. To them, life has gotten a little less strange, a little more stable, conforming more and more to the world their pastors and parents first mapped out. They lose faith in the weird, the strange, the ability for life to surprise them still. These are the lucky ones. For what they lose in imagination, they gain in good, solid years left upon the earth. The others? Well now, I suppose no one really knows what happens to the others. They wander out just as far as their tired legs can take them, beneath the blazing sun, the quiet moon, into the distance, further and further and further. And then, thinking about it brings back the old hurts. I've lost too much not to hate that place. Once, I watched an entire team of young people drive their van out in hopes of finding the boundary. I happened to be sitting on my porch as they went, enjoying a smoke. My house is fairly isolated, but it's along the way, and I'm friendlier than most locals. It's not uncommon for visitors to stop and ask a few questions before heading back out. These travellers in particular didn't quite know how to tell me, at first, just where it is they were headed. But I knew already. I always know. A young gang of adventurers like them. Well, I've seen their type pass through a fair few times. 2 young guys and 3 girls. Couldn't have been much more than 20 years old, any of them. Finally, it came out that they were hunting the boundary, the place beyond the hills. Only, they might have had some misguided thoughts about what they'd find when they got there. "I hear it's a UFO hotspot," one of the young ladies said, crossing her tattooed arms. She looked to be their de facto leader. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. "We're going to camp out all week, see what we can see." "More if we have to," one of the others jumped in. "We're not leaving till we get that footage." "We've got supplies for a week," the first woman explained. She ran a hand through her close-cropped hair. It was dyed bright red, the sort of thing I might have done once if I'd grown up in this day and age. She flicked loose sweat off her fingertips. "We're hoping we won't have to wait that long, though." You might not have to wait long at all, I thought. But all I said was, lots of young people like you have gone missing out there. That wouldn't be enough to deter them, it seemed. I should have known better. It never works. I took a long, hard look at their van. It seemed sturdy, and it was running well enough for a vehicle out this far. If it was as stocked as they said, I had no doubt they'd manage a week in the desert heat. But even the best vehicle in the world won't help out in the kind of situation these poor fools were getting themselves into. Yeah, well, we're hoping to find out exactly why so many people have gone missing. Someone's got to document it, right? I hear there's a mothership out there, one of the young guys called out, hiding in plain sight. I shook my head. If I didn't try one more time to stop them and something happened, I'd have that on my conscience. This was way back, before I stopped trying to turn people away, back when I thought I could still make a difference. I don't know about UFOs or motherships, I explained, but about 10 miles down that way there's a gas station. Sells hot dogs, charcoal, lighter fluid, beer too. Don't have much of a selection, but they keep it cold, which is what you'll want. Ice is in the freezer too, if you got a cooler to carry it. Nothing like a dog and some ice-cold beers. Yeah, we've already got food, drinks too. Either they weren't listening, or I wasn't trying hard enough, but I wasn't finished. About 5 miles past the gas station, there's a stand of cactus. Big old things, can't miss 'em. Hang a right and drive till you reach the dry arroyo. No need to worry about flash floods. We haven't had a drop of rain in months. It's a great spot to camp, undisturbed, quiet. Prettiest view of the stars you'll ever see. And, far as I know, not a single soul's gone missing who's pitched out there. It was the truth. I've camped out there myself. It's a touch too close to the boundary for my comfort, but I already live too close to that place to rest totally easy. Listen, the woman said, we just want to make sure we're headed the right direction. Can you tell us if this is the road we want? Nothing I could say would convince them. I'd seen it all before. Oh, it's the right road, all right. Not paved all the way to the spot you're looking for, though. This old beast can handle it, she said, slapping the side of the van. She flashed a wink and hopped back in along with her friends. See you on the way back. To her credit, I did see her on the way back. Only her. She drove like a madman, sent plumes of dust skirling skyward behind her as she weaved off and on the main road. I'd been sitting out front that night, as is my wont, enjoying another smoke, when I saw her, small on the horizon at first, but ever larger as she sped down the road. I watched that van come spinning towards me at an inadvisable speed before bouncing in a shallow ditch and coming to an abrupt stop. Good thing too. Another few feet and I'd have lost my mailbox, or perhaps the porch altogether. The van door flew open and she stumbled out, openly weeping before crumpling into my arms. A few minutes later, I had her cleaned up on my couch, a warm blanket drawn about her shoulders and a hot mug of coffee in her hands. Take it from me, a blanket and some hot coffee can work miracles. She still shivered and sniffled, but physically she was all right. It was in her mind that she was all shook up, in her soul. I gave her space to decompress. Sometimes people just need to be near someone, especially after they've suffered a shock. In time, she'd open up. Or not. That was really up to her. My job was to make her comfortable and help her get the van started back up when she decided it was time to go. She sat there uncomfortably, not touching a mug, staring at nothing. A minute or two passed, the stars through the window whirling slowly. You were right, she finally said. Of course I was right, I thought. Only she didn't need to hear that right now. I arched an eyebrow at her and took a sip of my coffee. As if I'd broken a spell, that seemed to give her permission to drink her own. She took a long pull before continuing. We never should have gone out there, she admitted. People don't need much encouragement to share what's on their mind. Sometimes it's better to say less. This time, I just said, "Oh?" Sure enough, that did the trick. It all came spilling out, maybe too fast. I couldn't slow it down after that. "They just disappeared. All of them. I don't have a clue what happened. We didn't see any UFOs or anything either. That was all BS, I guess. Just 1 second they were there, and the next, gone. There was a flash of light, but what happened? It can't be possible, can it? I mean, people don't just vanish. They can't just vanish. Oh God, oh God, oh, what have I gotten myself into? They have to be somewhere, don't they?" I thought hard before I answered that one. Hard enough that I had time to shake a free smoke, light it, and offer one to her too. She shook her head. "I don't smoke." "Fair enough," I countered, then took a deep drag while I considered how best to answer. Having this conversation would require a fair amount of delicacy on my part. Best to get to know her first. Hell, is there any place else to start? "What's your name?" I asked. "Ember. Well, it's actually Emily." She met my eyes once, then looked away. "But my friends call me Ember. You can too." "Ember, huh?" "It's an inside joke." She spoke very quietly. I can only imagine. Thinking about her friends and the group dynamic at a time like this would have to be very difficult. Then she looked up and said, "What's yours?" I considered that a moment too. It's not too often people ask my name anymore, and even less often I give it out. "Call me Ursa," I said. "Ursa? Is that your real name?" I ignored that. "It's nice to meet you too, Ember." "Fair enough." Ember echoed my earlier sentiment, then hesitated. I changed my mind about the cigarette." A few moments later, she was taking a deep draw of her own, leaning back in the chair. Immediately, she seemed more at ease than before, but I could tell that was just posturing. Behind her eyes, her mind was working a mile a minute, and I could guess her heart was just about there too. In the calm light of my home, we looked an odd pair of pals. I far older than she, and tall and wide, and she was a slip of a young woman, short and willow-thin. We were bound by a shared knowledge of the deep, distant place beyond the hills, our first-hand experience of its weird terror, and by the smouldering glow of our smokes. We shared a further communion. "Please," Emma said, finally, "tell me that I'm going crazy or something. They can't just be gone. You must know something that can help." "Ember, I'm going to level with you. Your friends are gone. It's tough, but you'd be wise to accept it and to move on." I took a drag of my cigarette and watched her. Her expression was downcast, for she already knew it was true. Fresh tears spilled down her cheeks, and she choked a sob. I pitied her. She was a stupid girl to have gone out there in the first place, but then I'd been stupid once too. I sighed and bent to take the mug from her hands. She was shaking now, and I'd rather not lose that mug. Someone close gave it to me long ago. "There has to be something we can do. Please, you have to help me." But I pressed on. There was only one thing for her to do, and I wasn't going to pretend otherwise, no matter how much I had to play the villain. I was firm and stuck to what I'd said. "Maybe think of a story to cover your ass while you're at it," I continued. "Folks around here won't ask too many questions, but if you get back home with 4 of your friends missing..." She broke down completely, sobbing helplessly into her hands. The cigarette between her fingers was burning unnoticed, and I took it from her, set it down in the ashtray. Nothing you can do when someone's like that but wait. Let him cry it out. And that's exactly what I did. I knelt beside her and laid a hand on her knee while she cried. When at last she composed herself, we had some more coffee and shared another smoke. Then she set to asking her new questions. I should have known she wasn't going to take the easy way out of this. Not everyone's smart enough to take advice, even if it'll save their life. She pressed on with her inquiry. "You warned us," she said. Simple enough statement. Not a question either, but I knew it was leading into one. "You knew something would happen. You must have some clue what goes on out there." "I might," I acceded at last. This one wasn't going to rest until she had a few answers. And anyway, I thought answers might be the best way to convince her to stay away, not to go back. Frankly, she was dummy lucky to have made it back the first time. "Tell me. I need to know. Tell me." "Tell you what?" "What happened? What is that place?" "That place?" I didn't know how best to phrase it. I had a story of my own, and though I avoided telling it to others, it might be the only way I could save her. If only I hadn't seen so much of myself in her, I could have avoided getting attached, would have made what happened next hurt less. Well, no one really knows what that place is. Some say it is UFOs, say that the aliens swoop in and take people away. Of course, I don't go in for that ET nonsense. Other people say it's a vanishing point, the end of the earth, too many steps in the wrong direction and... But you don't think that's true either? I shook my head. Then, what is it? It's a gateway, I replied and looked away. And you don't want to go through it, believe me. I remembered it all too well, more than I wanted to let on. But I didn't hold back. Not this time, not if I could stop her. I told her how I had gone through once with a friend. Natalie was her name. She had been more than a friend, I suppose, but it didn't do any good to dwell on that. I'd learned to live with my loss years ago, and those wounds still hurt. We were both too young and too stupid to consider the consequences of meddling with things we didn't understand, or to consider that any of it might be real. But when we got out there that night, we realized there could be truth to the rumors of odd, old places in the world. We could both hear that faint humming, a persistent buzz in our ears, and the cold plucking sensation on our skin. The air around us might have been alive, and the stars overhead might have been watching. We had a million chances to turn back, but we followed that cold air, that low whine, until the sensations grew stronger and stronger, and we knew this was the place. And then we stepped through it. The shift was instantaneous, a flash of light. We didn't even have time to blink. It was a dark place with a floor of stone visible only by a lurid green glow that had no source. Shadows loomed and flickered like beasts. Overhead, the roof had crumbled away, and through the open ceiling I saw unrecognizable constellations, a huge moon terribly close, and a slew of smaller moons in the distance. I knew that we had made a terrible mistake, but only I was able to react quickly enough. I turned and saw a shimmering light, and knew without knowing that it must have been the gate through which we'd stepped. I did not hesitate. I did not grab Natalie's hand and pull her through with me. I acted only to save myself, which I've since come to regret. Although I do not know if I could have saved her, I know how hard it is to live with myself for never trying. I tumbled back into the desert, in the place beyond the hills. The humming had gone. The air was still. The stars overhead had lost their alien luster. Before I could climb to my feet, I heard a terrible scream ring across the landscape. It bounced through the hills and echoed against the sky, and etched itself into my heart forever. When I'd finished my story, I saw that it had the opposite effect on her. Ember's eyes were twinkling, and her jaw was set, resolute. "So you're saying it's possible to come back. This was not at all what I'd intended. I'm saying they're already gone, Ember. They're gone. Don't play games with this. It wasn't going to be enough to stop her. I should have known. I hadn't been able to stop her from going once, and I wouldn't be able to stop her from going back. What she said next caught me by surprise, though. "Come with me," she said. "Help me through. We can bring them back. Together." "I'm sorry, Ember, but that's never going to happen. We can find Natalie too. She's still in there. We can save her, Ursa." I closed my eyes. Saying Natalie's name had been difficult enough, but hearing someone else use that sacred word, it was too much. That scream was still ringing in my ears all these years later. I'll tell you one more time, you do best to forget any of this ever happened. With luck, you might go on to live a good life. It won't be the same, never can. Not after seeing your friends vanish through that gate. But you can go back to something resembling normal. And the only way that'll ever happen is if you turn around now and drive back. Don't ever come back. She didn't answer that, but she did ask for some help getting the van back on the road and start it up again. I was able to do that much for her before putting her in the driver's seat and sending her off. Then I tried again. I had to. "You remember what I said? Turn around, drive away, and don't come back." She just shook my hand through the window, said, "Thanks for the hospitality, Ursa," and she drove off. I was feeling damn sorry for her that night. Worse, I was feeling damn sorry for myself. I talked to Natalie for a long time under the stars. Maybe Amber was right. Maybe she was still out there somewhere. But I couldn't shake that screaming in my ears. In the morning, I took my own car down the road, past the gas station, past the stand of cactus, and off, further, to a distant place past Paseo de Lucas and Faraday's Crossing, to a place beyond the hills, where the air was alive and the sky seemed to shimmer, even under the hot, hot sun. There was a van parked, alone, baking in the heat. I walked up to it, but already feared the worst. Sure enough, it was empty. Since then, I try to avoid talking to strangers altogether. They don't know what they're getting into, but the kind word of a local is never enough to stop them, no matter how much first-hand knowledge is shared. I've seen plenty come and go, and most often, they do come back, disappointed, as I said, but never knowing just how close they came to losing everything. There are places in the world that are gateways. I don't know where they lead, but it isn't any place fit for humanity. One such place is in the desert, not too terribly far away from yourself. And if you go hunting, out there beneath the open sky, you might just find where reality begins to open. That opening, it's mighty thin. Even those looking for it rarely get there. But you do best to steer clear and hope that this reality holds you tight. We live a slippery existence, and other realms entire will swallow you whole without a second thought. Take it from me, I've seen it and lived to tell the tale. But you might not get so lucky. Birds are smart. A lot of people don't give them credit for that. When we call someone bird-brained, for instance, it isn't usually a compliment. Some people are surprised when they see Aesop's classic fable, The Crow and the Pitcher, come to life. They might see it in an everyday YouTube video when a rook and its beak places stones in a container of water to raise the water level so that it can drink. It was never taught this trick by any human. Then there's the Eurasian magpie that can recognize itself in a mirror, passing the mirror test of intelligence. To my knowledge, only some mammals have been able to pass the mirror test. Only some mammals and the Eurasian magpie. There are other examples, and we could probably include mimicry of voice or sound, as with the parrot, but these should suffice. I first heard it about a week ago, only about 3 weeks after I'd moved in. It was dusk. I was out on the porch thinking about my new job, but really thinking about how I'd have to leave Audrey and the boys so suddenly. We had a house in Nashville, but I'd lost my job at a plant up there because of the pandemic. The bills didn't stop when the work stopped. So, first opportunity I had, I jumped on this opening at a chemical plant in this small town in northeast Alabama. I sat out on the porch with my work boots still on, heavy feet propped up on the little metal table. I was renting this cabin for next to nothing out near the woods, a nicer cabin than I deserved, not far from the chemical plant. If things went well with a new chemical plant job, we'd sell the house and move down here. Get another house or an apartment or something. To be honest, I was tired of the big city anyway. The way this bird was singing, its voice all husky, but ending on high trolling notes. It was like it couldn't decide whether it wanted to be a crow or a robin. It would start lower and sort of end on a higher register. Then there were some other notes. I didn't know if they belonged to that same bird or something else. I guessed it was a mockingbird type, just going through the list of notes it had collected. Sorta got under my skin though, because it was singing to me. I could tell it was facing me from the sound. Had to be staring at me. And as my eyes focused, I could in fact see it on the branch of an oak tree. It was large, lank, more crow in appearance than robin. "This song's for you," it seemed to say. "I'm not worth the trouble," I said in the general direction. "Save it for your bird friends." I kicked the dirt off my boots and went inside, but I heard it all through the night. It would stop for a while, then it would be back. So I turned on the TV, put on The Office, which is Audrey's favourite show, and cranked up the volume as I finally drifted off to sleep. It was that way for the next night, only the bird seemed more insistent. My body was as limp as a scarecrow's, knocked over with half its stuffing pulled out, but I was cognizant enough on the couch to know that at some point that bird had gotten on the back porch. Then it had to be in the back window, serenading me with its harsh, multifaceted tune. Only the glass was keeping it from getting inside. I imagined it would peck right through the window screen. When the characters on The Office or whatever else I tried watching got quiet, I swear that bird would be raising its volume, and it had new sounds it could make. It was like it wanted me to hear them all out. Some of them were like a rat or another rodent's screech. Maybe it was killing something out there. I told Mick about it the next morning on my way to work. Mick is the proprietor of the nearby corner store and gas station. "Seems like this bird has it out for you," Mick said. "I don't know of anything you could buy off me other than one of them sprays, if we got one lying around. But them sprays don't work. There's always a good old-fashioned gun, which we don't carry, at least not above the counter." He laughed. "You got a gun?" "I don't want to kill it," I said. "You won't need to kill it," Mick said. "It probably won't be back anyway," I said. Mick grinned, his big cheeks dimpling. Told myself the same about a woodpecker of mine, until it turned into an everyday occurrence. It had come along and bang at the side of my house like there weren't any trees with sweeter grub. Sounded like a construction crew going to work on my house. Sprays and aluminium foil wouldn't faze that woodpecker, so then I moved on to a gun. But I didn't have to kill it, just scared it, maybe clipped its wings a little. "You could, borrow one of my guns if you want." "Nah," I said. "It's okay. It was only a couple of nights after all." "You gotta be careful out there at the chemical plant," Mick said as he rang up my beef jerky and sports drink. He sighed as if it was coming from personal experience. "Can't afford to go on too little sleep. Might be a small town, but that plant is massive." "It's a big plant all right," I said. And it was. There's that joke expression. So big, it has its own zip code. But I honestly think that the chemical plant did. It was laid out on the kind of land you measured in miles instead of acres. Roads wound through building complex after building complex. Probably had more parking lots than some amusement parks and universities. Most of the buildings were blocky, rectangular, resembling shipping containers on a massive scale. Gaudy orange bands over grey and black. A culture of vending machines, caution signs, chemical diamonds, and bulky-suited, hard-hatted PPE. Pulsing hoses, coils that ended up God knows where, and the thrumming machinery that beat like the flow of blood through a body. People constantly shouting to be heard over that and the earplugs. Behemoth doorways. I'd worked for a while at a chemical plant in Nashville, a much larger city. But this plant could eat the other and barely notice it. And because it was surrounded by woods, you could never really get an idea of its limits. You just went down a wooded road for a while, and then you were there, like some giant had chewed up the heart of the forest and spit out concrete and metal in its place. Concrete and metal, and the bile of chemical production. A large part of my day was spent navigating the place. The other part was spent working under the chemical operator, going over safety protocols with videos and tests, monitoring gauges, evaluating the machinery that processed chemicals for plastics, building materials, personal care products, and a slew of other things, helping to load and unload uncooked supplies and wastes, and writing down reports and logbook-related stuff. Occasionally, I would climb a ladder and peer into a tank of some highly acidic or otherwise deadly substance and contemplate my own mortality. I was supposed to be taking down notes, but I'd be caught up in the awe of something that could painfully take the life of any living creature that happened to fall into it. The PPE seemed like it would just prolong the dying part, stretch out the pain. Audrey had been telling me that working in a chemical plant day in and day out wasn't safe, wasn't good for my lungs or the rest of my body. But the pay was good. I never graduated from high school, spent some time in jail when I was 18 too, for petty theft. So for someone who has narrowed their options because of poor circumstances, and yes, poor choices in the past, I think I'm doing pretty darn well. I don't bring that up with Audrey when she tries to get me to change occupations though, even though she knows all about it. She is a high school science teacher, by the way, dealing with crowds of teenagers day in and day out, and doing all that extra stuff the administrators expect you to do for free comes with its own occupational hazards. They really don't pay teachers as much as they should. But between the two of us, we've had enough for our 3 boys, the oldest which is 11, to live pretty comfortably while we set aside a little for their college. We don't want that to change because the world changed. So, when I thought about this bird getting in the way of my sleep, I started to get angry. I've got a love for all creatures of this planet. As a kid, I used to try to keep pets until my stepfather started to get a hold of them. Sometimes I think I'd have worked with animals in another life, maybe gone to college to be a zoologist, if things had gone differently, you know. But this bird was messing with my sleep. Sleep was important for work at the chemical plant, like Mick had reminded me, and work was important for my family. Something had to be done. I don't know why, but it wasn't until the 3rd day of the bird's visitations that I told Audrey about it when I called her after work. I was out on the porch, and dusk was on its way, but the bird was already getting warmed up. It was going through a succession of notes tentatively, like a band tuning itself up. I say band, because it had so many sounds it could make. "Yeah, I can hear it," Audrey said over the phone. I ran a caffeine and fatigue shaking hand through my hair. "I don't want to do anything drastic," I said. She laughed. "I don't think you'd be able to," she said. "You're always setting cockroaches and spiders outside." "I don't have the heart to step on them," I said. "So, what do you think? Do I call animal control for this?" "Have you checked to see whether there's a nest?" "No. And why didn't I think of that? So what? This might be a mother bird protecting a nearby nest or something?" "Could be. And maybe it feels you're a threat to its young." "Okay," I said. "So, what do I do if there's a nest with eggs in it? I've heard that moving a nest is a bad idea. The mother might not come back to her young." "You wait," she said. I huffed. Once they hatch, she said, and get big enough to leave the nest, it shouldn't be a problem anymore. Well, how long is that going to take? I don't know. Depends on the species of bird. Could be days, could be weeks. I huffed again. While you're waiting, Mr. Impatient, she said, you should try to learn a little more about it. Find out if there's a nest, where it is, and what species the bird is. Mr. Impatient, I said, you don't know what it's like with this bird drilling holes in your eardrums all through the night. Hello? Earplugs? Noise-cancelling headphones? You use those at work, right? Fair enough, I said. But if I can't find the nest, I might have to start calling around for other options. Maybe there's some animal conservationist types that can help me relocate the bird safely or something. I didn't, at the time, know about wildlife removal. We talked about other things, how the kids were doing, how our respective jobs were. You know, the kind of things married with children people talk about. And when we hung up, I stayed out on the porch. It was full night by this time. The bird was really getting into it. Now it would make the squealing and barking that sounded like it belonged to a squirrel. The only reason I knew it came from that bird and not a squirrel was because the noises it was making would transition while keeping the same volume and direction. I've heard that mimicking birds can replicate everything from other birds to construction equipment, so its reproducing of squirrel sounds didn't seem too far-fetched. Come daylight, I said, I'm going to get a better idea of what kind of bird you are and what you're doing here. I was feeling much better because I talked to my wife about it, and because tomorrow was Saturday and I had the weekends off. That meant I could sleep during the day if I had to. But then the frogs got going, and the insects. The noises intermingled, sounding symphonic, orchestrated, controlled. The frogs began to sound like brass instruments. They continued up, increasing their tempo and pitch to match the birdsong, up and up to a frenzy. I felt lightheaded. I sat down and tapped the desk table with my fingernails to try break the harmony. I wouldn't call it a harmony though. Not exactly. Because it seemed to be mocking the collections of noises we ordinarily call harmonies. I wouldn't call it disharmony either, because there was simply too much order to it. Has to be a coincidence, I thought. Just the human mind trying to impose order that isn't there. A few minutes passed, or half an hour, I'm not really sure, before the frogs and insects began to die down. But that bird was leading. It played me a dozen or so notes, harsh yet fading and doleful, that dwindled away and made me somehow more concerned about the silence to come. It ended. A shiver ripped up through my inner spine to rest over the back of my neck. When I started to go inside, I saw something sticking against the frame of the doorway, just above and to the left of the door handle. It was dark and glistening. A big fat cockroach. But when I moved to open the door, it sprang towards me with more range than I expected. Its flesh, wet and yielding, touched the flesh of my forearm. It was a frog. Now on the ground by my tennis shoes, it hopped on towards the woods beyond the deck. Had this been happening every night, I wondered, since that bird had come? Coincidence, I reminded myself. I went inside, got some food cooking, put on the TV, and then the bird started up again. I heard some frogs too, but thankfully couldn't hear them nearly as well as the bird ones inside. After dinner, it was earplugs and browsing the internet until I passed out in my chair and somehow ended up in bed. The next day, I breakfasted and got out into the backyard about 7 a.m, intent on finding a nest. I began my search of the trees nearest the back porch. Didn't take long before spotting it, partly because of the flies buzzing around it. About 15 foot in a tall oak tree was what looked like a nest. But it was upright, not horizontal, and it was wet and clogged up with some weird stuff. I knew there was a 10-foot ladder in the adjacent shed, so I went over and got it. I put the ladder under that tree, and it was a wonder that what I found when I got closer didn't make me lose my breakfast. I couldn't tell if there were any leaves or twigs, the usual kinds of materials for making a nest, but there were bones jutting out of meat. There were patches of fur. There was a frog's eye. There were limbs and thoraxes of crickets and cicadas. Strings of ligament and intestine wrapped around and ran through the meat and bone. Blood and other fluids oozed and dripped down the leaves to the bottom of the tree, a nasty little detail I hadn't noticed before. I almost fell off the ladder. It was woven together, like a basket, like a nest, but it was wedged into the branches of the trees vertically instead of horizontally, facing me as if it might give birth into my open arms. There were no eggs. They would have fallen out. When the nest moved, I got down a few rungs on the ladder, sure I would fall. Just the wind, I thought. It was a windy day. I stayed there for a couple more minutes, waiting for a sign of the nest's creator. A couple more minutes was enough. I leapt down the ladder, put it up in the shed, went inside the cabin and locked the door. I searched for the number of the local animal control online and left a message on the machine. To my surprise, even though it was a Saturday, they called me back that afternoon. "What you want," the guy on the line said, "is wildlife removal. We usually handle domestic animals, but I could give you a number for wildlife removal." "Okay, sorry about that. I didn't know." "But wildlife removal is going to be closed on Saturday," he said, "and what you said was in that nest. I got to see it for myself. I've heard of some birds putting bottle caps and other stuff in their nests, but nothing like that." "Yeah," I said. "Something must be wrong with this bird. Like I said in that message I left, I'm worried about it getting a hold of the neighbors' pets." There were no nearby neighbors, much less pets, but I was worried about it attacking me, and didn't want to admit as much. "Might be a hawk or something," he said, "or an owl if it's active at night, like you say." I don't think those birds can imitate the sounds of other animals. I was thinking more along the lines of a crow or a raven." "Look," he said, "I've got some time this evening, so I'll head out myself and take a look." Alright. If whatever made that nest is the same as the bird that's been making all that racket, it should be most active then." But the animal control worker called back later and said it wouldn't be until Monday. I thought I should just go ahead and call wildlife removal, but decided I'd let him come out and take a look first and call wildlife removal later if I had to. He seemed adamant about seeing it for himself. The next 2 days were hard. I didn't tell Audrey about the details of the nest, just that there was a nest, and I felt really bad about that. I'm not exactly sure why I left the details out. She doesn't get queasy. Not usually. I guess I'd rather some random person from animal control think I'm crazy than my wife. I planned on filling her in on all the details once the nest and the bird that had made it were removed from the property. I powered through Saturday and Sunday night with earplugs in. I didn't step foot outside. I never thought I'd be looking forward to Monday morning as I was. I got a call Monday during work, around 11 a.m, that the animal control worker was ready to head out to the cabin I was renting. "I'd like to poke around in that nest," was one of the things he said. I didn't know if that was the best way to handle things, but when I suggested over the phone that maybe I should just go ahead and call wildlife removal like I was supposed to, he cut me off and asked for the cabin's address. I got home a little earlier than usual, at about 4:30. A white pickup truck was parked out in the driveway. It had animal control and the counter's name on its side. "Guess they couldn't get here until later," I grumbled. I called out as I went around the cabin to the back porch. I circled that cabin maybe 3 or 4 times. Then I heard something high, and looked up where I was reluctant to look. The nest had gotten much bigger. Larger bones had been added in for support, holding up larger pieces of meat. Thicker entrails than before snaked around. I saw some patches of clothing in among the fur and the other stuff that wasn't as wet. There was a knocked-over ladder, the same ladder I'd used yesterday, that lay beneath the nest on the ground. It was covered in blood. I put my hands on my knees and threw up. Standing up, I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. I peered at the nest again and could see that yes, it was moving. Coils in the nest jiggled as if fluids were coursing through them. Even though it was made of meat and bones, not metal and wire, I'd seen enough machines at work. I knew a machine when I saw one. I'd read somewhere that electrical currents in our bodies, as well as, I assumed, in those of other animals, are conducted across cells, and that such electrical currents are important for the functional parts of our bodies, like the heart and the brain. I wasn't sure how well the parts of living things could conduct electricity, especially once taken out. I didn't think it could be as well as inorganic machines could do. But this bird had clearly made some alterations. Maybe the machine had to use such parts, or maybe its creator wanted it that way. I don't know. What I do know is that meaty parts were moving and pumping, and the surrounding air felt as if it was charged, even from below. The nest clicked and throbbed. Something was happening. Repurposed bones and tendons stretched. There was a ripping noise, and a large, wet ball slipped out, fell down, and hit a few branches before cracking upon the ground. An egg. A large thing inside was coming out fast. It squawked, clawing away pieces of shell with fingers that had talons on them. A substance that was somewhere between yolk and a mammal's afterbirth fluid oozed out. By the time the creature had flung aside the other thick pieces of shell, which seemed oddly skin-like, I could see that the lower half of his face was wide like a frog's, and its eyes were both frog-like and insectoid. Feathered, balding wings hung from its back. The bald spot suggested the chitinous wings of a cricket or a cicada. Feather and fur competed for spots along its lithe but powerful-looking body. A hairy tail that was also balding revealed patches of hard, chitinous exoskeleton, whipped the air behind it. The creature stood about my height, looking straight into my eyes with its own that, in spite of their frog and insect-like position, it sniffed at me with a human nose that jiggled when the beak below opened to squawk at me again. After the squawk, it said, in the same voice that had been on the phone earlier, the animal control worker's voice, "Good Lord, never seen anything like it. Let me put a catchpole inside, usually for dogs and whatnot, but this is a good enough application." By the time its beak closed, I was screaming. It darted towards me, its wings flickered on its back. I couldn't move out of its way quick enough, but it slipped. Its long, strangely segmented hind legs arching into the air, its own afterbirth trailing. It must have slipped in the stuff it was born from, or reborn from. There were no eggs of offspring. Instead, from what I could tell, there was this nest-like machine that went somewhere, and there was this bird thing that rolled out repeatedly to hatch anew, to be reborn with new features. As it scrambled to get back up, still rolling around in the viscous fluid that had been inside its egg, I sprinted off towards my truck, keys already in hand. It screamed after me in a human voice. I couldn't tell if it was mimicking my own or that of the animal control worker that had come out to the cabin. I got on the road, found the interstate, and didn't stop driving, barring getting gas and heaving my guts out of the restroom, until I was parked in front of my house in Nashville 3 hours later. The porch light came on, and Audrey opened the door. I could see 2 of our boys peeking out on the other side of her. "Why didn't you call?" she said. "I wanted to surprise you." My voice broke like an old toy. "Got some time off work," I lied. "Oh, already?" she said. "Hopefully Mr. Impatient doesn't get in trouble with the boss." I embraced Audrey and the kids, feeling their strength of life flow through me. I tried to make what happened earlier go away by not thinking about it. But, like that bird thing coming out of the egg fully formed, its reality clawed away the pieces of my resolve. There was an image I kept coming back to that I recalled at some point on the road. It was from when I first started working at the chemical plant in Alabama. I'd been touring the outside of the facility alone on lunch break, and I'd seen some birds drinking from a puddle of rainbow-coloured water. After the boys had gone to bed, and while Audrey was finishing up her prep work for her next day's science classes, I went upstairs and passed out. I woke up about 1 in the morning. Glancing over, I noticed my wife sleeping beside me. I started to go back to sleep, but a harsh, scratching bird's call, almost like the clearing of a human's throat, woke me up again. It had come from just beneath our bedroom window. So, first off, let me say that there are two things in life that I'm completely crazy about: cats and creepypastas. My friends like to call me the creepy cat lady. It's kind of funny because I've never owned a cat due to my mother's cat allergies, but that didn't stop me from developing an obsession with all things feline. Every year since I was allowed to pick out my own costumes, I've been some sort of cat for Halloween. And ever since I discovered the world of creepypastas, those costumes have gotten ever darker in nature. It's a fun combination, really. Or at least it was, until my obsession clashed in my own real-life horror show. It all started when my friend, Ron, told me that his family was going to be out of town for a week during the summer, and they needed someone to house sit. Okay, full disclosure here, I've been secretly crushing on Ron since he started growing a beard about a year ago. He'd already had a nice body from years of playing lacrosse, but there are plenty of nice bodies to be seen at school. Like, so what? But that beard, so dark and silky under his sensitive green eyes. I kept wondering what it would feel like if he pressed his lips against mine. Not like I was ever likely to find out. The girls he goes for are popular, not weird like me. Still, the thought of gaining access to his most intimate space with no one around made me volunteer for the job before he had even explained the entire situation. "Well, you sure are eager," Ron said before biting into his store-bought burrito. I never understood how he could eat those things, especially right before we were about to go grab some burgers with our other friends. Don't even get me started on how much I wished I could have his metabolism for a day. I'm not fat by any means, but I do have to watch my calories if I don't want to be a chubby kitty. "Yeah, well, who wouldn't want a whole house to themselves for a week?" I said. "I mean, it's different for you because you're about to go off to college anyway, but I've got another year before I have my own space. A week without my stupid brothers under me sounds like heaven on earth." "Good point," he said, wiping his mouth clean with a napkin. "Alright, just check to make sure it's alright with you folks, and I'll let my mom know she can take down the ad in the paper." "In the paper?" I laughed. "Don't you guys have access to the internet?" "Well, you know old people," he shrugged. "We still hide the spare key under a rock near our front door too." He rolled his eyes and popped the last bite of his burrito into his mouth. "Anyway, the job should be easy. You know, water the plants, feed the aquarium fish, stuff like that. You can invite some of our friends over, but just make sure you leave no traces for my parents to find. Be noisy enough for the place not to seem abandoned, but quiet enough not to upset the neighbours. I'll text you the Wi-Fi password, and any other details you'll need. Oh, and the pool will be up and running by then, so feel free to take a dip or whatever. Sound cool?" "Hell yeah," I said enthusiastically. "Sounds like my own little dream vacation. Make sure to tell your parents that I've babysat for most of my neighbourhood, in case they need references." The sound of approaching laughter drew my attention to two of our friends heading over towards us. "Well, looks like the detention twins have finally arrived," I joked. I was admittedly reluctant to end my one-on-one time with Ron, but my stomach was totally ready for us to hit the burger joint. As I walked with my friends and listened to their excited chatter about the day, my mind did the waltz with heated dreams of a week spent in the place that Ron called home. The next few months went by fairly quickly, what with so many activities going on at the end of school year. I attended my junior prom with a group of girls that didn't want to be attached to dates, and we had a blast. I attended senior prom with my friend Jason, who has had a crush on me like forever. I guess I'd been so busy obsessing over Ron that I missed Jason leaving his awkward stage behind. With his braces gone and his blonde hair slicked back off of his now clear forehead, I finally noticed how nice his blue eyes were, and how his dimples made his smile almost irresistible. Naturally, by the time it came for me to house sit for Ron's family, I wasn't exactly excited about the job anymore. Still, I'd volunteered, and they were going to pay me $200 for it, so I stuck to the original plan and headed over to the Rosewood section of town. Now, New Brisbane is a very nice town no matter where you live. There is no such thing as the wrong side of the tracks here. I mean, the area around Bainbridge Asylum can be pretty shady at times, but otherwise, New Brisbane is just an ideal place to live all round. But Rosewood is where all the hotshots in town live. You know, politicians, wealthy businessmen and whatnot. Ron's father made his fortune through ownership of a very successful fleet of car dealerships around the state. Their house was large but tasteful, and had a look of sophistication that made me self-consciously remove the cat ears from the top of my head as I approached the property. Not that it felt out of place there, but yeah, I kinda did. As expected, I found the spare key to the house under a rock near the front door. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, I was greeted by a cat. It was a beautiful, red-coloured Somali cat with orange eyes, large ears, and a well-groomed bushy tail. It sat in front of the door, regal in its stature, expectation in its eyes as it stared at me. Any thoughts about not wanting to do this job immediately left my brain as I found a brand new reason to want to be there. I squealed in delight, barely remembering to close the door behind me as I rushed to get the cat. I cooed at the kitty as I dropped the bags I'd brought with me and reached out to touch that glorious red fur. The cat slinked just out of reach of my hand and walked slowly away from me, coyly looking over his shoulder at me as he did so. "Ah, come here, kitty kitty," I called as I tried to catch hold of him. I just wanted to hold him and pet him and rub my face into his fur so badly. I pulled up short when I heard a loud noise just above my head, kind of like a thump, like what you might hear if someone fell out of bed on the floor above you. I stood, nervously chewing on my lip for a moment, trying to remember if Ron had said anyone would be visiting, or if he had mentioned having any large pets. Actually, the only pets he mentioned were having some fish and an iguana. I knew iguanas could grow pretty big, so it was impossible that the noise had come from the reptile. I stood for a moment longer, wondering if I should go have a look. "Hello?" I called out, rather stupidly now that I think about it. The only response I got was an imploring meow from the cat I had been following. My attention drawn back to the cat, I shrugged and tried again to reach for it, only for it to dance just beyond my reach once again. It moved in a way that suggested that I should go wherever it was trying to lead me, so I finally gave up trying to pat and just continued walking behind it. The cat led me through several spacious living and dining areas and an impressive kitchen, all dressed in redwood, marble and ceramic tile. The cat leapt onto the marble top of the center island and sat down in front of an envelope and a couple of handwritten notes. "Is this what you want me to see, kitty?" I asked as I picked up the papers. I heard another thump overhead from the same direction of the last one. I paused for a moment to listen for any other noises, but there was nothing but silence until the cat meowed and brought my attention back to the kitchen. I looked at the cat, who eyed me expectantly from where he sat. His totally unbothered demeanor made me feel like there really was nothing to worry about. I mean, if the noise didn't alarm the cat, it was probably because it wasn't out of the ordinary, right? "Alright, let me see," I said, examining the papers I picked up. The envelope, as expected, held the $200 I was getting paid for sitting, plus a little extra in case I wanted to order out for dinner. The first note was a written thank you, plus a list of duties I was expected to carry out for the week. The second note, and this one made me laugh out loud, was a list of care instructions for the cat. The first item on the list said, "You must address the cat as Mr. Socks. He does not approve of being called by any other name, such as cat or kitty or puss puss. Repeated infractions may result in dire consequences." I looked back at the cat, who still sat silently watching, with his tail waving around lazily at his feet. "Mr. Socks, eh?" I said, reaching over and finally scratching him gently behind his ear. He purred and rubbed his head approvingly against my hand. "That's a cute name. I promise I won't forget it," I cooed, continuing to stroke his luxurious fur. I went back to reading the list. There are several cuts of meat in the refrigerator. When Mr. Socks is hungry, open the refrigerator and allow him to choose the meat he wishes to eat. If nothing is to his liking, someone will arrive shortly to help you provide a suitable replacement meal. I stopped reading and looked dubiously at the refrigerator to my left. It was one of those huge ones that had wooden doors that looked like they belonged in a barn, a pretty common style found in New Brisbane homes. I shook my head, chuckling at what had to be a joke. There was no way Ron's family would spoil a cat to that extent. Besides, who is supposed to just arrive to help feed a cat? I smirked knowingly as I looked back down to read more of the list of requirements. Do not pet Mr. Socks's tail. He does not like it and will chew through your wrists until the offending hand is removed from your body. Should this occur, someone will arrive shortly to help you make amends. Well, this was getting a bit gruesome. I had to hand it to Ron. He had truly done a good job of making me feel welcome by welding together two of my biggest obsessions. It felt good to know that he cared enough to do this, even if I was officially over my crush. I stopped petting the cat and pulled out my phone to send Ron a quick text, telling him how much I appreciated his Cursed Rules cat prank, and how much I absolutely adored his cat. I returned my phone to my pocket and went back to the list. If a child should arrive asking to play with Mr. Socks, ask them what game they wish to play. If it's Hangman, allow the child to enter, but don't watch them play. If it's hide and seek, tell the child to go away and immediately close the door. Do not allow entrance if you value your safety. If it's peekaboo, leave the house at once and never return. If you should choose to stay, someone will arrive shortly to dispose of your remains. Wow, this was getting pretty good, I thought. I had no idea Ron was into creepypastas, but this was the work of someone who was at least familiar with them. Maybe a little heavy-handed, but it was still not too shabby. There was still more to the list, but I decided to see if there was anything good to snack on in the cupboards before I continued. I wanted to sit down with some milk and maybe some cookies if they had them, and get comfortable while I enjoyed Ron's attempts at creeping me out. I sat the pages back down on the counter in front of Mr. Socks, who was currently engaged in cleaning his coat, and went about the kitchen to hunt down some goodies. After a few minutes of rummaging, I hit the motherload of cookie supplies in a low cabinet near the fridge. I grabbed a plate and piled it up, with one of each type of cookie I found, totaling 12 altogether. I sat the plate down next to the creepy list, making the assumption that Mr. Socks would not be interested in cookies, and went to the fridge to hopefully find some milk. When I opened the massive doors, I discovered the cuts of meat that had been mentioned in the care instructions of the cat. Only that I hadn't realized that those cuts would be human body parts, which took up several shelves and leaked blood all over everything else in the fridge. The smell that hit my nose erased any thought that I might have of the body parts being fake. I slammed the fridge shut just in time before violently spewing my breakfast all over its doors. Luckily for me, perhaps, since Mr. Socks probably wouldn't have found vomit-covered meat to his liking. With my empty stomach still painfully heaving, I turned away and tried to get my wobbly legs to do something useful, but I only managed to slip on my puke and go down hard on one knee. My cell phone popped out of my pocket and clattered to the floor, landing screen side up that I could see that there was an incoming text from Ron. I scrambled over to the phone, hoping that I could call Ron for help, or tell him off if this really turned out to be a stupid prank. I unlocked the phone and read the text. Cursed rules? Is that one of your scary story things? Ha, very funny, creepy cat lady. Anyway, we don't have any cats. You didn't let in any strays, did you? My mum would have a royal fit if she found out you let some furball use her house as a litter box, lol. Hey, don't forget to feed my iguana. He's small, so you can carry him around the place if you want. Much cooler than a cat, for reals. Later. He's lying. Please let him be lying, I thought. I pressed the button that would call his number. desperately wanting him to answer and tell me everything was fine. But instead of dialing Ron up, my phone simply went dead. I frantically pushed the power button and tapped at the screen, but it was like there was no battery. I cried out in frustration and was about to throw my phone away from me, but then I thought better of it and returned it to my pocket. As carefully as I could, I got back to my feet and started shambling off in the direction of the cordless phone I spotted on the other side of the kitchen. I didn't know Ron's cell number, but before I got to the phone, I heard the doorbell ringing. Mr. Socks perked up at the sound of the doorbell, ending his tongue bath and running excitedly over to me. He slinked his body around my feet once and then started moving towards the front door, watching to make sure I followed. I limped on after him, hoping that whoever was at the door would be able to help me. I swiped a dish towel on the way out of the kitchen to wipe away some of the vomit on my face and t-shirt. Funny how that seemed to matter to me at the time. The cat sat down at the entrance to the foyer and left me to walk the distance to the front door on my own. I looked warily towards the stairs as I passed, remembering the thumping noise I'd heard upstairs earlier. That had definitely not been a small iguana making those sounds. Finally, I got to the door and, without hesitation, opened it. "Hi," said the pretty little redhead girl standing on the opposite side of the door. "Can I come in and play with Mr. Socks, please?" "Play with..." "Look, I really don't have time for this right now. I gotta find someone who can help me here." I looked around the child and spotted a man in a green suit at the other end of the walkway to the house. He was facing away from us and... was he wearing the head of a cat costume? The ears on top of his furry grey head twitched about like they were real, but that just couldn't be. I suddenly dreaded the thought of him turning around to look at me. "But I really want to play hide and seek," said the girl, bringing my attention back to her. I just stared at her for a moment, but then jumped back away from the door when I remembered the instructions on that list. What had it said about a child wanting to play with a cat? Hide and seek was one of the games, right? What was I supposed to do? Unfortunately for me, the girl must have taken my retreat as an invitation to come in, because she quickly ran into the foyer, causing Mr. Socks to take off running upstairs. The child ran to the foot of the stairs, then turned back to look at me. "I'm going to look for Mr. Socks," she said. Her eyes, which had been a lovely shade of brown, turned into a cold and hateful black. Her sweet, innocent voice was now a deep, gravelly baritone, infused with evil intent. "Don't try to find us." With that, her little legs carried us swiftly up the stairs and out of sight. Screw this, I thought. Screw this, I thought. I turned toward the front door, thinking that I'd just leave all this craziness behind. But the exit was blocked off by the man in the suit. I screamed as wildly as I would have at any jump scare in a horror movie. But, thankfully, the man continued to stand facing away from me. Before I could think to do anything else, the door slammed shut between us, freeing me of the sight of the suited figure, but closing off the nearest means of escape. "No, no, no," I cried, grabbing the doorknob and trying with all my might to get the door back open. It wouldn't budge. "Please, let me out! Please, help!" I yelled, banging my fists against the door. There was no response on the other side, and there was no help. The sound of the little girl giggling behind me caused me to spin around, my eyes wide with terror and my heart seeming to jump into my throat. But there was no one behind me at all, and the house fell into silence. I just stood there for a while, not knowing what to do and being too scared to do anything else. After a while of nothing happening, I was finally able to calm down a little and start thinking again. I decided that if this was truly some cursed rules mess that I'd gotten myself into, then I should probably go read the whole list and make sure I didn't worsen the situation. Cautiously, I tiptoed across the foyer and then dashed toward the kitchen once it seemed that the coast was clear. At the entrance to the kitchen, I tipped over a taut wire that I hadn't noticed in my haste. My legs went weak with fear, and I immediately collapsed to the floor instead of trying to stay on my feet. This turned out to be a good thing, because right after I fell, something big went whooshing over my head. I looked up and saw that it was a silver serving tray hanging by a rope from the ceiling. What must have been every sharp knife in the kitchen was attached to its front, stabbing out towards the kitchen entrance. I heard the little girl giggling again, though I didn't see her anywhere, and I wondered if this booby trap had somehow been her handiwork. Only after there was no more giggling did I slowly and carefully crawl my way over to the island countertop where I'd left the care instructions. Once over to the island, I used a couple of the drawer handles to pull myself up. The plate of cookies still sat there untouched, now with a tall glass of milk sitting beside it. There was no way I was trusting that snack now, of course, especially now that the entire rest of the island was covered in active mouse traps. I could just see a tantalizing corner of the cat care instructions sticking out from beneath one of the traps, daring me to come get it. Once again, the giggling started up behind me, and this time I spun around with irritation. This bratty little demon child was really starting to tick me off. "Jeez, would you just shut up?" I yelled. "Just shut the hell up." Surprisingly, this had the desired effect of ending the laughter. I nervously turned my attention back to the countertop and then thought I saw an easy solution to my current problem. I carefully picked up the plate of cookies and appended the treats all over the traps covering the list. Once all the snapping stopped, I brushed the traps out the way and snatched up the list of rules. I hurriedly sat down on the floor with my back pressed to the island, hoping that this was a safe enough place to read. As I swept over the list, I noticed that something about it had changed. Before, the whole thing had been written in blue ink. Now, some of the words were written in red ink. The rule about the child coming over to play with Mr. Socks was now red. I suppose that was because I had broken the rule about not letting in the hide-and-seek player. But further down the list, another rule I had yet to read was written in red. Always know Mr. Socks' location. If he goes missing long enough, someone will arrive shortly to help you find him. You may go missing as a result. I groaned in despair as I realized that now I had to go looking for Mr. Socks and that terrible little girl. After giving it some thought, I figured I should probably arm myself before I went looking for that little psycho. She was dangerous enough when I wasn't looking for her. I could only imagine that she would be even worse if I disobeyed a directive not to look for her and the cat. Heart pounding hard in my chest, I got to my feet, pocketing the list, and looked around. The booby traps were gone. Nothing hung from the ceiling, and no traps littered the island counter. I hoped that meant the game had changed now, that I was going to look for her, but I kept my guard up nonetheless. I crossed the kitchen to check the knife block by the sink, which appeared to have all its knives in place. I pulled out a butcher's knife and imagined plunging it into that demon child's heart. No way, not possible. I couldn't just stab someone, even if they were evil. I put the knife back and turned to look for something else. I spotted an assortment of cast iron pans hanging against the wall above the counter where the cordless phone sat. As I approached the area, the phone began to ring. Throwing caution to the wind, I ran over and snatched up the phone, slamming it to my ear and calling into it. "Hello? Can you hear me? I really need help." "Hello," responded a low, wheezing voice. Whoever was on the line sounded old and weary, like death was only a few heartbeats away. "Where is Mr. Socks?" he asked. He's in the, I stammered, not wanting to say that I didn't know where the cat was, but also being completely caught off guard by the question. I had expected a normal person to be in the line when I answered, but anyone asking about Mr. Socks couldn't be a normal person. "Do you need help finding him?" the ancient voice asked. "No," I yelled frantically into the phone. "You stay where you are. I can find him myself." I pressed the button to end the call and threw the phone down on the counter, wincing as I realized that I'd just admitted to not knowing where the cat was. Knowing that time was not on my side, I hurriedly grabbed a medium-sized cast iron off its hook and swung it around a few times. It had a good weight to it, but it didn't feel too heavy for me to wield it as a weapon. Bracing myself to face the unknown, I took a deep breath and headed out of the kitchen toward the front of the house. "Mr. Socks?" I called out, looking about nervously as I stepped through the dining room. I thought I heard a faint meow, so I called out again. "Good boy. Come on out, Mr. Socks." This time, I heard the meow multiple times, so that I was able to narrow the sound down to one location. The large walk-in closet beneath the stairs leading up to the second floor. Now standing in front of the closet door, I called out the cat's name one more time to be certain and was met with scratching sounds from inside. Mr. Socks obviously wanted out of there. Still tightly gripping the pan with both hands, I just stood there in fear for a moment, finding myself unable to even reach for the doorknob. A sudden sound of wheezing coming from the second floor pushed me into action. Holding the pan in my left hand, I quickly reached for the knob with my right hand and yanked the door open. Mr. Socks bolted out of the closet, ran past me, and scrambled his way to the top of the grandfather clock nearby. He stood up there, arching and hissing in the direction of the closet door. I looked back at the closet and saw the demon child standing before me, her eyes as black as darkness encompassing the room behind her. She bared her shiny, razor-sharp obsidian teeth at me in an angry snarl and stomped her feet in a childish tantrum. "I told you not to look for us," she yelled in that deep, horrible voice that had no right coming out of a child's mouth. Then, springing forward like a venomous snake, she came at me with long, black talons aiming for the throat. Without thinking, I took a backhanded swing at her with a cast iron pan, and, surprisingly, landed a solid hit square across her face. The girl crashed awkwardly to the floor, and then looked up at me with her hand pressed against her cheek. "That's not fair," she whined in a sweet little girl voice, her pretty brown eyes welling up with tears. "I don't want to play anymore." I watched as the little girl got to her feet and walked unsteadily toward the front door. She was sobbing in earnest now, and for a moment I found myself wondering what kind of monster I was to hit a poor little girl in the face with a frying pan. But then I noticed that my cast iron skillet was bent in half. Yeah, there was no innocent little girl leaving the house, and I was definitely lucky to be coming out of this nightmare playdate unscathed. Once the child walked out and closed the door behind her, I let out a sigh of relief and let the pan fall to the floor. Once again, the house was silent. It wasn't long before Mr. Socks broke the silence, beckoning me with a plaintive meow. As soon as I got near enough to the clock, he jumped down to me, and I barely reacted quickly enough to catch him in my arms. He rubbed his forehead against my chin, then jumped down to the floor and rubbed his body against my legs before leading me once again toward the kitchen. This time, he led me to a small corridor with a few doors just off the side of the kitchen. He went over to one of the doors and started scratching at it, meowing to let me know he wanted to go in there. "What now?" I sighed wearily. "You want to go hang out in another closet? Is that it?" I got ready to open the door for the cat, figuring that I'd at least know where he was, and I could maybe have a moment to myself to figure things out. Something told me I should consult the list before I did anything else though, so I took it from my pocket and skimmed for anything that might pertain to the current situation. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it. "Do not let Mr. Socks into the basement. You will regret having to go down to retrieve him. If you do not retrieve him in a timely fashion, someone will arrive shortly to retrieve you." "Mr. Socks," I said quietly. "That's the basement door, isn't it?" Mr. Socks turned away from the door, sat down and stared at me. "All right, look," I said, squatting down in front of the cat and looking him in the eyes. "What do you say we take a little break from all the excitement for a while? I can go clean up the mess I made in the kitchen, and you can grab something to eat from the fridge. You, can grab some crackers or something to munch on. I can change into some fresher clothes, and the two of us can sit on some comfy chair and do some reading together. That sound good to you?" Mr. Socks walked over to me and rubbed up against me, purring as I stroked his soft fur. I was, of course, careful to avoid petting his tail. Then I followed him to the kitchen, where we took the first of our meals together. I was able to stomach a few crackers and some warm ginger ale that I found in the pantry, but it was a bit of a battle. I just didn't want to upset the cat by refusing to eat near him or whatever. I think it'll be a long time before I'll ever feel comfortable around meat again though. But I'm sure I'm ready to learn now. So, that all happened yesterday, and things have been going okay since then. The rules are pretty easy to follow now that I know them all, and Mr. Socks is actually a really nice cat. He stays near me as I take care of household chores, lets me carry him around in a side bag when I need to go out, and curls up in my lap for a cat nap whenever I sit down to watch TV or do something at Ron's computer. Yes, I have internet and my phone works again, but the rules don't allow me to ask for outside help, so I'm just using them for the usual stuff. There's no chance that anyone who knows me will see this posted, so this should be okay. I'm not posting here to ask for help. I just want people, even total strangers, to know about what's happening to me. It's hard not to let my friends know about this, especially Ron, since this is his freaking house. I've told my friends and my boyfriend not to come visit, making up some stupid excuse about wanting to find out who I really am through this week of isolation. Given how that sounds, they probably won't be terribly surprised when I come out of here a newly minted herbivore. I just couldn't risk having one of them show up and start breaking rules all over the place, or letting Ron know that I let a cat in the house. Anyway, at least I know this isn't some forever agreement. At the bottom of the list of rules, there was a final instruction that gave a time frame. In the morning of the 7th day, Mr. Socks will be returned to his owner. Do not accompany Mr. Socks to the front door when he is ready to leave. If you see whoever comes to retrieve him, you will forfeit the use of your eyes. Payment for your service shall be left in the mailbox for your convenience. Many thanks, and sincerely yours, Mr. Tubin. To Mr. Tubin, in case you happen to be hearing this, Mr. Socks is a very lovely cat. He really is. But please do not think of me again if he needs sitting, or at least let me know well in advance of the time so I can prepare. I'm assuming that you will pay me well for the trouble, but please, make it in cash. I don't know if you had anything else in mind, but just know that money works for me. To anyone else out there hearing this, please, just be careful if you find a list of rules that seem out of place or just plain ridiculous. Read all of the rules, and for your own safety, try not to break them. It really could mean the difference between life and death.
I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time we could manage it. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We'd only come out for school. We loved pretending we were frontiersmen. We'd build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we'd walk the railroad tracks out into the country, but instead of looking for a body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from and a camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous and we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers, we discovered bridges no one went to, we fished, we hid from trains. At night, we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun we did it multiple times, never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so we'd see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We'd do stuff with family in the day, and at night we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, Joe and I got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are a heck of a mix. Soon we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night, and walk home. The day came, we started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off in our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we'd take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, we had a map, so I gave a sure, and off we went. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we brought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days, too. We'd walk the area around a little bit to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over a hill, and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 or so feet into the woods and up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from on top of this short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something because there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet. No movement could be seen. No lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood on top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews in a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot we had picked to camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness seeing a church in the middle of the woods would elicit. Besides, at this point it was dusk and we had just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and shot the breeze, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little like this. "Do you hear that? Yeah, what is that? It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't walk right into a tree, but it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top, we saw a light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this?" The light looked to be like candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the life out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you could see in movies, but again, it was like he was speaking in a different language because we couldn't understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something, and then a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, "All right, let's get out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out! They're coming out!" We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see some of them had flashlights, and they began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move towards us in the hill. We booked it back down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff, and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction we had come from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it, and we walked there, got to a 24-hour gas station, and called my wife to come get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing around, but I heard those voices, and they sure didn't sound like kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that happened to me out in the woods. To give the context of where the story is based, I live in a smallish college town near a small to medium-sized city. The town itself doesn't have a lot of people and is mostly here to cater to the demand that comes from the college. Because of this, the stores around the college are mostly open 24/7 so that the college kids will be able to impulse buy whatever they like. The other bigger seller around here is gas. Of course, gas can be bought in the city, but being a town that is often gone through in order to get to the city, a lot of places will try to keep the price of gas slightly lower than any of the stations in the city. My story begins when I was working overnights in a gas station/liquor store when I was doing part-time classes in college, but mostly doing classes online so they wouldn't ruin my availability for a full-time job. The store that I worked at only had one person working on overnights for a long time, even though a lot of people, especially girls, would complain of the lack of cameras and the fact that you don't always get the best people going into a liquor store gas station in the middle of the night. The owner's hand was forced on one night before I started working there, when a woman who came in to buy milk went outside to her car, only for a man to come up behind her and shove a gun to her back, demanding her money. She complied with him, and luckily he let her go. She ran into the store sobbing hysterically, and though police arrived shortly after, he was never found. I personally preferred having two people on, even if there wasn't a safety issue. The night seemed to go by so much quicker when there was someone else there, and it was really nice that the person I normally close with and I got along so well. Overall, there were 4 overnight shift workers: Josh, Nick, Dixie, and myself. Dixie had another job and really was only working there as a favor to one of the managers, so she would only work 2 nights a week with either Josh or I. Josh and I worked together 3 nights a week, and Nick worked with Josh or I 2 nights a week. Dixie was really nice and fun to be around, but she didn't particularly like the job or want to be there. Josh would get annoyed with her a lot for just standing behind the register while he did all the work, but it was only 1 night a week, so he didn't complain too much. Nick, on the other hand, was a bit different. He worked there 5 days a week, just like Josh and I, but they never seemed to put him with one person more than 1 day a week. Nobody seemed to really like him or like working with him. Nick was a little off from the start. He was one of those people who told you his entire life story as soon as he met you, giving a bunch of really personal details that no one really felt comfortable hearing. One thing he always seemed to talk about was the strain on his marriage. Apparently he had a really bad drinking and drug problem for a very long time, and the drug part got better when he could switch over to smoking, but he couldn't seem to get his drinking under control. He was really hard to be around, but you kind of get used to some people in that kind of job being sketchy. I was there for almost 3 months when Nick's story seemed to escalate out of nowhere. He began telling people that when he was younger, he was diagnosed as a psychopath, and he had to take a bunch of pills for it every day so he wouldn't become violent. Not exactly what you want to hear from someone you're alone with in the middle of the night, but okay. We all have our problems, and some people get dealt a bad hand when it comes to mental illness. I myself have always struggled to get my anxiety and depression under control, and without medicine, I wouldn't be killing by any means, but I'd probably be hospitalized in a danger to myself category, so, as creepy as that was, I assured him that a lot of people need to take medicine for some kind of illness, and as long as you stick to it and are honest with medical professionals, there's no reason you can't still do anything anyone else can do. He seemed pleased with this answer, and soon after the subject was turned to other things. He was especially cheery and nice to me after that for the next week or so, letting me know daily that he was taking his medicine and felt like things were going well with him. I always answered enthusiastically, but I'm pretty sure everyone, especially Josh, was aware of how much I wish he would stop talking to me about it and would leave me alone. Josh had a wife and daughter who was 2 at the time, so he couldn't help but see us younger girls through the eyes of what his daughter might potentially have to deal with when she was our age, and seemed to go out of his way to end my conversations with Nick rather quickly, which I was grateful for and didn't really try to pretend that he liked Nick. It wasn't long before Nick started conversations with me going into details about why he was diagnosed, instead of how his medicine was working, which I won't get into here because a lot of it is very violent and intimate. I told him repeatedly that I didn't want to know about that, to which he would act like he understood and change the subject, only for him to circle back to it an hour later. When I confided to Dixie about it, she told me that she would take care of it and told her friend, which was the manager, who asked her to come to work there. The manager couldn't really do much since I seemed to be the only one that he would talk to about these things, and told me to come to her again if he ever made me feel uncomfortable again. It was starting to get increasingly tense for everyone working with him, after he was talked to by the manager, and soon enough 2 other women who worked with him on the night shift reported comments that he had made to them to the manager. I was questioned, in which I agreed that all of the statements made by the women were similar to things that had been said to me. Nick was given a final warning and a write-up. The next couple of times I saw him, he would go on rants about how people there were only reporting him because they didn't like him. I assume he didn't know that I had been questioned too, and neither Josh or I had any intention to tell him. He got so angry at one point that he practically was in tears, saying how lucky those fools were that he was on his meds and what he would do to them if he wasn't. Luckily, it was at about that point that his shift ended, and pretty much as soon as he clocked out, Josh told him that we had a lot of work to get done that night, so we didn't really have time to chat with him. He nodded and walked out the door without another word. Josh wasn't lying either. The truck had come extremely late that day, so there was still quite a bit of things that still needed to be put on the shelf. One thing that the earlier shifts never seemed to do, unless they absolutely had to, was stocking the drinks cooler. It was true. That was easier to do at night when there were a lot less customers, so it was annoying since we couldn't chat, but we just went with it. I can't remember the time that Josh went into the drink cooler, but it must have been pretty late since we had been there for a while at that point. I was still focused on stocking the shelves and making sure everything looked full if we didn't have it, when the bell chimed, signaling someone had come in. I threw out a good evening and I'd be right there, since anyone that came in that late usually only wanted a pack of cigarettes or to pay for gas and cash. I put down my box and went to the registers, slowing dramatically once I could see them. You guessed it. There was Nick, not looking at me but leaning next to my register. I'd be lying if I said I had a reason to be afraid. It did turn out he was drunk, but I couldn't detect it right away from the smell of booze that always seemed to linger in the air around there, and Josh was right on the other side of the wall. Even so, I considered for about 30 seconds if I should actually go or if I should run into the cooler and get Josh. Nick wasn't a young, fit guy or anything. Years of drugs and drinking had aged him prematurely and ruined his body, but he was still intimidating to a 20-year-old girl. Unfortunately, Nick made the decision for me when, probably tired of waiting, turned toward me, and that's when I noticed immediately that there was something off about him. My voice was nothing more than a pathetic whisper when I asked him what he wanted. He just stared at me, nothing of his face to tell me what he was thinking. I was about to speak again when he spoke, barely intelligible because of his slurring. "He leave you here alone?" It took me a second to shake my head and tell him in a hopefully stead voice that Josh was in the cooler and asked if he wanted me to go get him, again staring at me in silence. At this point, I didn't care what he said, I just wanted him to say something. The silent staring was creeping me out. I asked with more force in my voice, "What do you want, Nick?" As soon as I stopped speaking, he grinned at me in a disgusting, almost singing voice. He said, "You're lying. You are alone." He laughed and took a step toward me, but stumbled, allowing me to take several steps back. At this point, I should have run to Josh. I should have called for him, anything, but I couldn't believe that I was reading the situation right. Nick was really weird, but I had never felt an actual danger around him before. He had never come off as more than a little unstable. He continued to come forward in slow, stumbling steps, telling me to come here. I just want to talk. I kept out of his reach, telling him to back off and that I would hurt him if I had to. He thought that was particularly amusing and laughed loudly enough that Josh told me later was what caused him to look through the spaces of the racks and see what was going on. Josh was out of the door in a second and seemed to come out of nowhere, shoving himself in between Nick and I. They didn't even say anything, just stared each other down before Josh said in a stern tone, "I think you should leave now, man." Nick stared blankly for a moment, then scoffed, telling us that we couldn't take a joke. I was trying not to cry at this point. The only thing more terrifying about the situation was knowing that if Josh hadn't been there, and he had somehow caught me, I would have stood no chance against him. Josh left me standing with my back against the wall, corralling Nick to the door. Completely unexpected on both of our parts, Nick turned and took a swing at Josh. Luckily, either because he was drunk or just really uncoordinated, he missed Josh's face, and Josh grabbed the back of his coat and brought him down as he smashed his knee into Nick's stomach or chest area, I'm not sure which, and used the opportunity of his sputtering to drag him to the door and throw him out, locking it. Josh had just turned and told me to call the cops as we heard this sickening crack behind him. We both jumped and looked at the door to find this big circle of glass. It's hard to explain, but if you've ever seen a movie of one or an actual car wreck when something's hit a windshield, but not hard enough to break through it, it turns white all around the point of impact. That's what the door looked like. Josh didn't have to tell me what to do. This time I ran to the register and grabbed my phone, going to the corner furthest away from the front door and huddled on the floor. I didn't even notice at the time, but Josh told me later that when he turned to see the glass, that was the first time that he noticed that Nick had a hunting knife in his other hand. The fact that he had tried to punch Josh instead of stab him is a mystery and a miracle. I was sobbing when the operator picked up the phone. I don't even know how she understood me. I was crying so hard, but between my distress and the sounds of Josh and Nick yelling at each other in the background with loud smashes of Nick hitting the door, she got the urgency of the situation. She asked me where I was, and luckily she knew the address because just as I got up to look at the receipt to see what the address was, the glass smashed. I dropped back to the floor and she told me that officers were already on the way and to do whatever I could to get away or hide, even if I had to leave Josh. The hole wasn't big enough for him to get through, and he had made it by grabbing the ashtray from outside and throwing it at part of the window he had been repeatedly punching, causing it to break through. He didn't make it to break through. From that hole, he could reach the lock on the door. According to Josh, he walked to the door and put his mouth against the hole that he had just formed and said something. I'm sobbing now just thinking about it. In that horrible sing-song voice that he had used the first time I talked to him that night, he said in such a happy tone, "They're never gonna find you too." Needless to say, as tough as he was acting, Josh was completely losing it as much as I was. He was older than Nick, in his mid-30s, but he was a beanpole and wasn't exactly known for his fighting skills. Even so, as soon as Nick unlocked and started to open the door, Josh slammed his body into it, knocking Nick backward from the impact. Josh yelled for me to run, and even though my legs felt like they could give out at any moment, I ran right behind him to the receiving doors in the back of the store. Nick was cursing and yelling for us as the door jingle went off. Josh slammed into the back door, cursing in pain as he realized that it wouldn't open. We found out later that Nick had pushed the dumpster in front of the door, locking the wheels of it again before he came in. We seemed to both realize at once that he actually planned how he was going to end our lives. Nick rounded the corner, still doing that awkward stumbling walk, though faster now. It at least gave me time to slam the back door room shut and lock it. I was sitting in front of it, Josh bringing over anything he could to find to barricade the door shut when Nick reached it. He must have heard me crying because he kept calling out my name, telling me that I wasn't who he wanted. He would make sure that I died before I even felt the pain if I opened the door. He then started stabbing the door, screaming at me to open it. I screamed and moved when he stabbed it the first time, but Josh and I both moved immediately to hold it shut again. I remember Josh and I making eye contact. We were both crying by now, and I wanted so badly to say something to comfort him, but I couldn't think of anything to say. I had dropped my phone when I ran to hold the door shut, and neither of us could move to go get it, so we had no idea how long until the police got there, and the door was made out of wood, so it wouldn't last long against his body slams and offered no protection if his knife went into one of our hands. All I could think about was that I was going to die here, that my dog would never know why I didn't come home, that I would never get my degree and have enough money to actually start enjoying my life, that all the plans for the future my girlfriend and I had made would never happen. And the most anticlimactic and wonderful finish ever, it suddenly went silent. There was no police car alarms, no yelling, nothing. It was as if though Nick had just vanished. Josh and I looked at each other, not even daring to breathe, listening for any sign of life on the other side of the door. We both slammed to the ground when a gunshot went off once, then twice, then a third time. There was mere silence, then a voice rang out asking if anyone was here. We weren't sure if we should say anything. Then the voice continued with his name and that he was an off-duty EMT who had been listening to the scanner. Josh got up and pushed the thing aside in front of the door, opening it just enough to put his head out of it, and then it seemed like all the breath just left him. He opened the door and went out into the store. I ran and grabbed my phone, seeing that the call had disconnected or the dispatcher had hung up. When I went out to the store where Josh and our rescuer was, he was in the middle of explaining how the police over the scanner were sending a bunch of cars, but they all were pretty far away and had a horrible feeling that they wouldn't get there in time when the dispatcher was telling them what they'd find when they got there. He didn't want either of us to go outside until the police got there. Though Nick had been shot in the shoulder, he had still had the knife when he took off. The EMT said he would have run after him, but with the state that the store was in, he was scared that someone in here could be dying or hurt. The next 20 minutes was a blur. Josh and I was sitting on the floor hugging each other when the police got there. The EMT had called dispatch and told them of the new situation, and most of the cars that were coming to our location were diverted to looking for Nick. It was soon after that Josh got to use his phone to call his wife, and she came right over, only bringing their daughter because he begged her to. He seemed to completely break down when he held his daughter and hugged his wife. I had an extremely similar reaction when I finally got to go home and came to see my dog's body wiggling excitedly, proudly displaying his flamingo toy for me to have as a welcome home gift. Nick was found 2 weeks later in an old RV in the woods that he'd been using to do his drinking and do drugs so his wife couldn't catch him. Apparently the reason he had come after us was because he had thought that the reason that Josh wanted him to leave so quickly was so he could call the owner again, and this time the complaint would get him fired. Unknown to us, his wife had kicked him out 4 days before this happened and was in the process of getting a restraining order against him over threatening texts and phone calls she had been getting. He stated that his job was all that he had left, and Josh needed to be punished for trying to take that away from him. He said that I wasn't the target and he didn't want to have to end my life, but he knew that he had a much better chance of killing Josh with me there than Dixie, since Josh would be more likely to face him to protect me. Neither Josh or I called the owner or even a manager over his comments that night, though maybe we should have. It was disturbing what he was saying in hindsight, but we were so used to him being a creep and saying really horrible things at that point that it didn't even register to us that he could be serious about trying to hurt someone. I had known him for 3 months and Josh had known him for 6, and he had never done anything violent toward anyone. Everyone just thought he was all talk. We also put faith in the fact that every employee had a background checked on them before they were hired, so it's not like Nick had ever been violent before. He took a plea deal, so the 2 counts of attempted murder would be dropped, and he would instead go to a mental hospital for offenders. The reason that I'm writing this story now, other than the other stories on the sub inspiring me, is that I got a call 2 weeks ago notifying me that as long as there's no setbacks to his health status, Nick is set to be released on June 8th of this year. When I called Josh, he said that he had received the same news the day before. Neither Josh or I work there anymore, and Josh has since moved away to another town on the other side of the city, and I have switched to going to college completely online, and am in a new place that I'm renting with a roommate. I don't think he'll come after either of us. I don't see how he could blame us for what had happened. I read so many of these stories, and after the fact, everyone seems so prepared for what to do if they ever see the person they're writing about again. I don't think I'd be any more prepared to face him this time than I was back then. I've had pretty intense nightmares ever since that day. But ever since I got that call, every time I close my eyes, all I can hear is that one sentence louder and clearer than I had ever heard it since it was actually said. They're never going to find you too. I'm a small, skinny female student in my late 20s who works part-time as a waitress. It's usual for me to walk home late at night, and my town is not known for much crime. Nothing really ever happened to me here, but sometimes I had strange encounters with customers at the bar I'm working at. It was about 4 in the morning a few weeks ago on a Monday, walking home from my late shift on Sunday. I read a lot of stories here, and I'm also always aware of my surroundings. I don't like that random customers would know my address or where I live, so I like to walk different ways to my apartment. I was on one of the main streets in my city, but it was very late and the city is small, and it happens often that I don't see a single person on the way home. Suddenly I heard yelling all over the street, and since I was alone, small, and not really strong, I walked slower and hid behind a wall. I tried to figure out where the noise is coming from, and there I saw them. A seemingly young couple arguing heavily over something in the middle of the road. I decided to keep hidden since I don't know exactly what's going on. I dialed the emergency number of my country just in case I needed it later. I kept watching because I had to pass this way no matter what, and that's when he grabbed her hair and pulled it heavily. He was beating her for a few seconds, still in the middle of the street. The scene was over quickly and they vanished from my sight behind a big car, still yelling at each other. I thought about still calling the police, but thought that there couldn't be anything done because they stopped, and if you get involved in something like this, the women sadly often deny what happened. I was still hiding behind the wall and was torn. On the one hand, there was nothing to report anymore, and on the other hand, I felt responsible for that girl's safety. I tried to get a little closer and the yelling stopped. I wasn't able to see them anymore. After waiting for like 30 seconds that felt like hours, I decided to continue walking home because there was nowhere else to be seen. Instant regret is hitting me really hard, but didn't know what this guy was capable of or if he was carrying a weapon. Weapons are not that common in my region. I had to do something, so I turned back to where I last saw them, and there was the girl, already walking fast towards me, hoodie down her face. She had clearly a defensive body language, so I wasn't afraid of her. I could see her realizing that there is another person on the street who could maybe help. The guy was still behind her, apologizing. That was when he also saw me and he stood still immediately. The girl is crying a little as she reaches me. I can see she was way younger than me, and I try to look as angry as possible at her attacker. The guy looks at me and completely stops following her. I asked her if this was her boyfriend and she said yes, but only for a couple of dates. She told me she was only 16 and she has to go home because she's already late. Yeah, a 16-year-old on a Monday at 4 a.m. Right then a police car drove by, also the only car on the road, and the guy starts to scamper away. Their yelling was so loud, of course one of the residents heard them, was smarter than me and called the cops. The girl told me her name and that she doesn't want to get involved with police because of her strict parents and the fact that she was out way too late already. No one in the police car saw us, and I told her to walk home because I wanted her to get there safe. She seems fine, and we walk away from the police car. It was a dumb thing to do, and I do regret it. I should have insisted that she tell them her story. I know that now. In that moment, I thought it would be the right thing to do. I walked her to her nearby apartment complex. It was not in the direction that I had to go, and the guy had vanished after he had seen the police car, and I made sure that he didn't follow us. He actually ran in the opposite direction. I gave her my phone number and told her to write me a quick message when she gets home safe because now I kind of felt responsible for her. The next dumb thing I do is I didn't walk her to her door. She was naive, maybe a shy girl, and I told her to break up with that idiot immediately. And by that time, he had sent her already 5 messages and called her quite a few times. Thankfully, she never texted back. I hope she got home safe and did break up with him, but I'll never know. I didn't want her to feel forced to give me her number, and I kind of regret that too. It's likely that this was just a fight between 2 young and dumb kids, but I hate the uncertainty that had left me inside. To me, he seemed vicious, but not a serial killer crazy. Maybe she was just too cool or afraid to text me, or she found it not important enough to follow up. But I hope that she got home safe. This happened between the ages of 13 to 16. I'm 26 now, but I still remember it vividly. When I was in the 8th grade, my friend Jenny and I were messing around during PE, and our teacher was getting irritated that we weren't paying attention or doing what we were supposed to do, so he separated us. Before we parted ways, I handed her my phone and told her to give me her number, so she quickly put it in, and I put my phone back in my sweat pockets and went to the other side of the gym. I texted her, "Hey," it's me," and a picture of me making a face, and she replied a couple of minutes later. We were talking back and forth for a couple of minutes before I said something I thought was hilarious, and I looked up to watch her read my text and burst out laughing. That was when I got a response without Jenny ever looking at her phone. "Who was I texting?" I replied, asking who I was talking to, and they never responded. After class ended, I walked up to Jenny and asked her what her number was. She told me her number, and the number I had in my phone was off by 1 digit. The person never texted me back, so I ultimately forgot about it. A couple of days later, I was standing outside my school talking to my friends when I got a text from the number. "You look good in blue," it said. "Who is this?" I asked. "Jenny," they responded. It wasn't Jenny. I looked around, but amongst all the cars and kids, I couldn't even begin to imagine where the person was who was texting me. I was wearing a blue shirt that day, but I didn't really get creeped out by it because, being a 13-year-old teenager, I didn't really realize the severity of how weird that was. So for a couple of years, I would randomly get text messages from this person who I found out was a man, telling me he loved me and telling me he was going to make me his one day and things like that. I never told my mom about it because, again, I didn't realize the severity of it. That was until something happened when I turned 16. One day after school my sophomore year, I was sitting on my couch watching TV when my phone chimed. It was a picture message from a number I didn't have saved in my phone. I opened it and it was a picture of a male's private area. I yelled "ooh" and threw my phone. A couple of seconds later, my phone chimed again. I picked it up and it was a picture of a big Hispanic man coming from the same number. I showed my mom's boyfriend at the time and he called my mom to come home. When my mom got home, I showed her the pictures and told her everything. Of course, she was angry at me for not telling her years ago when this all started, but I just apologized and she told me it wasn't my fault and we were going to the police. So we get to the police station and file a report. The officer, who shall remain unnamed in short, did nothing. He ran the number and told us, "This number is from town over, so it's technically out of our jurisdiction." My mom asked if we should go to the town over and file a report, and he said no and that he would call him. This is how the conversation went between the officers and the man. "Hey, I'm from the town over police department. Have you been sending pictures to a young girl?" "No habla inglés." "Oh, okay, sorry." And that was literally it. That was the whole confrontation. My mom was livid. She lost her mind on this officer. I don't even remember most of what she said except for that it was very loud, there was lots of cussing, and the officer was scared. He looked at my mom and told her, "Look, he hasn't ever showed up in person and he doesn't live in town. My suggestion is just to block his number." My mom, dissatisfied with this answer, grabbed me and we left. We were going to the next town over's police department. Yes, he was right. I had never seen him in person, but he had seen me in person. He knew things like where I was and what I was wearing and had been texting me for years. On the way to the police department, he called. My mom pulled over and grabbed my phone. "Hello? Hello, where's..." saying my name. "This is her mother, you sick monster." He started laughing and told her, "She's mine. I'm going to take her away from you and make her my wife. You can't stop me." My mom started screaming that he was going to kill this coward. The whole time he just laughed at her while my mom yelled and I started crying. After he hung up, my mom called the police again and they told us that there was nothing they could do and to just block him. Luckily, that was the last time I'd ever heard from him. This was 10 years ago and I still think about it all the time. I have a daughter who I worry about things like this happening to as well, or that one day that man will come back and begin to target her. This happened a few years ago while I was still in my hometown. I was going for a late-night walk in the early AMs, which was fairly common, and I always felt relatively safe and street-smart to avoid bad situations. My walks would often take me all over town, though my favorite haunt was a park we had down by the river. though it was known as a hangout spot for weirdos and druggies so late. I've always walked there plenty of times and never encountered any problems, so I went down there again, all the same to enjoy the breezy river air. The walk to the park itself was uneventful, and so we'll get to the anatomy of the park itself, something vital to realize the magnitude of the situation. The park was unfenced and easy to get into, open to the public, and looking from the park itself you could see an opening to the beach and river along it. There needed to be an opening because the beach was a bit of a drop-off. You had to take a moderate step down from the concrete supporting the park itself just to get onto the sand and away from this opening. The disparity between the concrete steps and beach became such a length that they needed fencing so as to prevent people from falling and hurting themselves. Basically everything not beach led to a major drop-off into only a sparse line of sand or muddy area, with the only thing separating you from the drop was either fencing or a major tree line. So as I'm walking through the park, there's nobody around, and it's absolutely silent until the hooting of an owl breaks it. I'm surprised because owls were rare in those parts in that time of the year, but I ignored it and continued my walk as it continues hooting. As I meandered closer to where it sounded, I noticed two things: that the owl sounded like it was in pain, and that it was on the ground. I get really concerned for it and want to help it, so I start going over to where the hooting is coming from, though tentatively, because even right then a weird chill climbed up my spine, though I couldn't say why. I get closer and it sounds louder, more hurt, and is definitely on the ground in the same place. I keep walking closer and hear it right behind the tree line after the drop-off point. For more of the park's layout, anywhere past the tree line led to a drop that was just a thin line of earth separating you from the water, like a gorge. If you jumped down, you were relatively stuck because you couldn't go forward, for the water climbing back up was nightmarish for all the roots of trees jutting out, and going left or right would have forced you to follow an extremely narrow path with little room. This owl was right behind the drop-off point, so even getting closer I couldn't see it. The owl kept hooting, and I got to right in front of the trees and could hear it right under me. All I had to do was jump down and I would see it and be able to get it, but I didn't. The weird feeling, this chill up my back, kept getting higher and more intense the closer I got, and my conscious brain finally picked up on why. I started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the owl hooted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It hooted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It sounded again and again and again. And finally I realized why I felt so creeped out and why my subconscious brain was screaming at me to run away. It wasn't an owl. It was a recording. A recording of a wounded owl, on the ground, waiting for anyone to come with the intention to help it, past a tree line obscuring their vision, past a drop-off point you couldn't climb back up from, and on a path you couldn't run in at all, where someone, anyone, could be waiting. It was a lure meant to lead someone into a trap, and I suddenly felt very, very cold and clammy and like I was being watched. I immediately turned and started speed walking away, taking the nearest exit out of the park and onto as many lit streets as I could, all the way home, constantly checking to see if I was followed. I stayed up the entire night, fully paranoid and looking out all the windows I could see if anyone was there, though nothing bad ever did happen and no one ever tried to get me. The next night I went back with my sister's cell phone with the intent to call the police and report it if I heard it again, but no hooting ever occurred, and upon a more thorough inspection nobody seemed to be lying in wait. I kept an eye on the newspapers for a bit after that too, to check if anyone else reported similar happenings or, God forbid, if anyone got hurt in a similar incident, but nobody ever did, and it never happened to me again. That's the end of my story, and while I do continue to take night walks, I always carry a weapon on me to defend myself and always make a point to trust my instincts. My family were expatriates in the United Arab Emirates back then, so I grew up in Abu Dhabi and went to school there. This is crucial to the story because anyone who has lived in the United Arab Emirates or the UAE will probably understand the prejudices I had to rely on in this story. As for those of you who had never lived in the UAE or even heard of the place, I'll elaborate further on. It was the early afternoon on a weekend. Some friends and I had decided that we'd go hang out at the mall. As my luck would have it, I happened to arrive earlier than my friends and had found a way to kill time while I waited. I figured I'd just walk around and do some window shopping. Being a rotund young lad, it wasn't like walking around for half an hour would do me any harm. Now, before I continue, I need to inform you of the mindset you are all instilled with when living in a country like the UAE. When you saw Pakistanis in the UAE, especially dressed in an all-white garb, you've kind of accepted that they acted weird or would stare inappropriately without any self-awareness. You knew that if they dressed that way, they most probably had come to the UAE from the poorer parts of Pakistan, the rural areas, and worked menial jobs. These Pakistani men of rural background also had a reputation for certain misconduct. I don't mean to claim that Pakistanis are deviants, merely that this particular socioeconomic group, who more often than not were single men living as guest workers in the UAE, were known to usually be involved in these sort of cases of assault, especially involving young boys. I realize some people might call me prejudiced, but the UAE is very much a caste society. Taking such mental shortcuts based on how people dressed was easy because more often than not, you were right. Now back to the mall. I took the escalator going up to the second floor, and as the escalator was going up, I see a group of 5 Pakistani men, dressed in the garb I mentioned earlier, going down the escalator in the opposite direction. I didn't think much of it at first, and I couldn't help but notice that one of the men was staring at me. Mind you, he wasn't staring in a zoned-out sort of way. No, this was a very predatory stare. If anything, it seemed like he was sizing me up. My mind was initially flooded by the prejudices I had mentioned earlier, and it made me uneasy. Bah, poppycock, I told myself. As I got to the top of the escalator, I figured I was being just a paranoid jerk. These guys were just checking out a mall. They probably didn't have anything similar where they came from and wanted to take in the sights. But boy, was I wrong. At the top of the second floor escalator, I turned left. The paranoid, curious part of my brain made me turn my head to look down the escalator to see what those guys were doing. They were all staring at me now and were taking the escalator back up. All right. Okay, maybe they forgot to check one of the stores, I reasoned. I mean, this was all happening in a mall in broad daylight. What could they do to me? On the one hand, I was scared, but on the other hand, I felt that maybe I was being paranoid. The second and third floors of the mall looped around the building. So yours truly decided to pull some sick Cold War spying techniques and walk around the balcony, admiring the view while keeping an eye on the group of men every time I turned a corner. At every corner, I took a quick glance, and at each instance, I noticed that they were still staring at me and following my direction. At this point, I was desperate. I still doubted myself and thought that maybe I was reading too much into things. And I got a light bulb moment. McGrundy's is a bookstore franchise in the UAE. As luck would have it there was one in the mall. I decided to try out an experiment. Going by the comportment of these men and the way they dressed, they didn't strike me as avid readers familiar with the likes of Bronte, Wilde, or Dumas. Surely a bookstore would be the last place any of them would go, unless they had nefarious intentions. In I went to the back of the bookstore where I would keep an eye out on everyone who came in and out. The coast was clear at first, and I breathed a sigh of relief. But before I could even form a coy smile in mockery of my irrational fear, to my horror, the men walked into the bookstore. Anyone who has lived in the UAE would immediately recognize how strange it is for such people to enter such a store, and because of their rural backgrounds, they tended to have no education, and because they usually worked in menial jobs, there was no way that they were going to be a class of people who would spend money on books. Now I knew I was being followed. As I watched, my fears were confirmed by the fact that these guys seemed to be more interested in finding someone behind the aisles rather than the actual books on the shelves. These men were clearly not looking to finger through pages of a good book, and I wasn't about to find out what they had planned to do when they found me. I zigzagged through the aisles, stooped like a hunchback, until I managed to go around them and exit the store. I took the escalator from earlier and went downstairs. I figured if they would try anything, the entrance of the mall would be the safest place for me. Just as I'm going down the escalator, I see them come out of the store. We make eye contact and they come in my direction. As I reach the bottom of the escalator, my friends come in through the main entrance. Boy, was I relieved. I finally felt safe. Funny enough, I didn't tell them what I had just gone through. Not really sure why. Maybe I thought it wasn't worth it. In any case, we were about to have a meal, so we went up that same escalator that has figured so prominently in this nightmare. And what do I see? The 5 men coming down the escalator. They see me in a group, and I swear I could tell by the looks in their eyes that I foiled their plan, whatever it was. I couldn't help but feel triumphant, and frankly, I hope it showed in my eyes. Every time I think back to that event, I can't help but laugh. I'm kind of proud of 15 to 16-year-old me for the whole bookstore tactic, but make no mistake, I was scared. If there's any lesson I can impart, it's the following. Trust your gut. Even if your gut makes prejudiced assumptions, you're better off feeling like a jerk for a few moments after you realize you were wrong, rather than being dead forever. I was working as an assistant manager at a local KFC where I worked for roughly 2 to 3 years. I have some very good memories from this place, as well as some really funny stories. We became severely understaffed at one point, and my general manager at the time left to work for CC's Pizza, another local chain. Because of this, I was left in charge of the store until they found or decided on a replacement for him. After probably 3 months or so, during this time, tensions were high due to our staffing issues, and I was given a raise for holding down the fort, keeping the store open despite most of the employees walking out on me the one night. They finally sent us help, a guy and several of his employees from a store located about 40 minutes away. Some things to understand about the store. It was located in a very wealthy neighborhood and subsequently had very wealthy employees. Anyway, the new manager, Mike, comes in and immediately starts barking orders at everyone. Obviously, no one is listening to him, but when I tell them to do the exact same thing, they get it done post-haste. He asks me why they won't listen to him, but will listen to me, and I explain to him that they aren't here for the money, they're here for the experience. I remind him that they're driving Ferraris to work and that he needs to be their friend and their boss. In other words, earn their respect and they will respect you. He agrees to let up on them and try it my way instead. He did listen to me and did start to earn their respect. Then he turns on me and starts demanding stupid and ridiculous things around the store, most of which are related to late-night cleaning, which he knew I didn't do myself and didn't have time for with deposits and whatnot. I got admittedly angry and told him to screw off. After a few weeks of this and a serious amount of stress over the last few months, I decided to put in my 2 weeks' notice. At this point, I already started looking for a job elsewhere and had several offers on the table. I took a job about 2 miles up the street at a local Burger King as their general manager. I ended up working a lot of late shifts because we were understaffed for those particular shifts. This was fine, but it also meant closing the front by myself, mopping storefront, locking doors, etc., while my cook closed the back of the house. I didn't really pay much attention at first. It was barely noticeable. But at the same time, every night, the same car would park in the front of the lot facing the store and just sit there for hours on end. I honestly thought it was kids making out or something at first, but that clearly was not the case. I was always last to leave the store and set the alarm. One night, the second I lock the door behind me and start to head to my car, the engine turns over in the car at the front of the restaurant. It startled me, so I looked over, but all I could see was the headlights and the car didn't move. I hurried to my vehicle and started to drive away. The second I left the parking lot, so did the other car in the parking lot. My drive wasn't particularly far from home, but I had this gut feeling that it would be a bad idea to head there. I start down the very empty 1 a.m. highway and switch into the left lane with the guy still following behind me. After a minute or two at 10 or 15 miles above the speed limit, I decide to switch into the right lane and drastically slow down to see if he'll pass me. The guy also switches over and slows drastically down. Now, I'm not stupid. I know when I'm being followed, and at this point, I'm scared. I grab my almost dead phone and call my husband. I frantically spout off what's going on, and he tells me to drive to the police station, so I start heading in that direction. I don't know if this guy caught on to that or not, but right before we hit the road the station is on, he blows by me at an insane speed and keeps driving. I turn around and went home. Fast forward another week and I see the same guy sitting out in the parking lot again in the same car. This time I called the cops right away at the urging of my cook and my assistant manager. The cops showed up and get the guy to come out of the car. It's Mike, from my old job. He tells them he wasn't doing anything wrong and developed a crush on me from our time together at our old job and just wanted to say hi. They didn't arrest him, but told him to get out of there, saying that he was loitering, and it put enough fear into him that, thankfully, he didn't show back up again. This took place about 4 years ago when I was still in college. So I want to preface by saying I didn't always make the smartest choices, but I have learned better now. I would not recommend anyone doing what I did. Around that time I was doing acting jobs on the side for fun and was part of a Facebook group that covered the whole state. This was my main source to find any auditions before I found an agent. One night I was scrolling the page and saw there was an audition for this action film. I had never heard of the production company, but that was pretty common as many college students would also use the page with a made-up production company name. Me being a person who couldn't resist auditioning for everything at the time, sent the director a message with my headshots. It took about 30 minutes for him to respond. I'd like to note that this was 1 a.m. when I had sent the last message. I, being naive, thought this was normal. He asked if he could call me and I gave him my number. Minutes later he called, introducing himself as Eric. He explained the plot and told me the role I would play, which completely threw off my guard because at the time I hadn't done many notable things for someone to just give me a role. I wish I had seen the red flags, but instead I let it get much worse. During this time I learned that Eric taught classes on a military base nearby, and this film was loosely based on his 30 years in that field. I thought that was cool and realized that this wasn't some college project. Then the conversation took a turn as he started to focus on my headshots I had sent. He kept saying that I was so pretty and that I'd fit well in his other business. He kept the focus there even when I tried to ask more about my part. When I asked what that business was, he refused to elaborate, saying that I'd need to fill out some paperwork first as people had tried to ruin him in the past. I was apparently blind to the red flags that were currently in front of my face, and signed all the paperwork because I was way too nosy. Looking back, those documents probably weren't legal. I sent them back to him and he said I would hear from one of his partners, Karen. He also set up a time to meet later that day at around 7 p.m. and had me write down an address. I wasn't from the area, so I didn't know where it was and figured I would just look it up later that day. 10 minutes later, I get a call from Karen. She sounded nice and spoke highly of Eric. I expected this since they worked together. She told me that she was excited that I was going to join the project and asked if I wanted to know about their other business. I told her yes, and she started talking. So, he had the production company that made films and another that made adult films. She told me that I would be a great fit and would love to have me on the team. I flat out rejected her offer. She tried to make me budge by telling me that their company was really popular, but I wanted no part of it. A few days after this all happened, I tried looking up the company, and it didn't exist. She kept trying to get my opinion on really disgusting things that I won't mention because it gave me nightmares for the longest time. I could tell Karen was getting pretty frustrated that I wasn't going to break. She soon ended the call by going on about how excited she was that I was going to be in the one film. Most people would have cut ties with this by now, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself driving to the location Eric had made me write down. I knew it was a bad idea, but I just wanted to know. It was getting pretty dark by the time I was close, and I wasn't familiar with the area at all. When I finally arrived, I saw this rundown church with a single white truck in the parking lot. Finally, I talked myself out of the situation and turned around. I paused on the street next to the parking lot and quickly texted Eric. I told him that I didn't feel comfortable and would not be taking part in his project. Right before I took off, I glanced at the church and saw a figure of a very large man standing in the dark in the lobby. I practically floored it at this point and went straight back to my dorm. When I got back, I had a new message from him saying, "I'll see you again. Don't be scared." I never heard from him again, but to this day I'm insanely paranoid that he'll find me. I still live in the same town, but I had moved a lot since then. Occasionally I'll get friend requests from people who have his production company in their job description, but I quickly block them. I don't know what would have happened if I had gone into the building that night or if I had played into Karen's hands. But I'm happy to be here, and that's what really matters. For context, I am female and currently 21 years old, though at the time of this event I was 16 years old. I've never viewed myself as an attractive person. I've always been kind of chubby. I had bad acne in my teen years. I never cared at all what I wore, and I almost never wore makeup. I was an extremely awkward teen who had barely any friends and next to no self-esteem due to a very abusive relationship I had a few years prior, but that's a different story entirely. My point is that I was a completely different person during this time, and looking back, I know how naive I was and what I should have done instead to better protect myself. So it was the year 2015, and I was going on my very first cruise with my family. It was an 8-day, 7-nights cruise that was taking place a few days after a tsunami had passed nearby. After a rocky start, literally the boat rocked back and forth the first 2 days and everyone was miserable, and me suffering a slight panic attack during a routine evasion drill. I'm claustrophobic and really hate crowds. It ended up being one of the best weeks of my life, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Some of the downsides to this cruise was the fact that it was a North State cruise taking place in October, which meant chilly weather and no swimming, and because it was during a school year, I was the only guest my age on that cruise. The closest age to me, I think, was either 6 years old or 40 years old, so that kind of stunk, although I did end up crushing hard on our assistant dinner time waiter who was around 30 years old and had the sweetest smile I'd ever seen. Anyways, time to get to the meat of the story. So as far as I know, most cruises have at least one formal night where everyone dresses up really nice for dinner and they serve special meals like lobster, steak, etc. As I said before, I wasn't the most attractive person out there, but I did doll myself up for this special occasion. I wore a turquoise knee-length dress, tan-colored high heels, my mom curled my blonde hair, and I put on some makeup that really made my blue eyes pop. I honestly did feel kind of pretty that night. Dinner was amazing and I finally got to try lobster tail for the first time. Loved it. I also, of course, made eyes and mildly flirted with our assistant waiter. I made him laugh because of how red my face would get whenever my dad called me out on it. So after our dinner, my family and I all decided to go our separate ways for the night. There was a bunch of events going on that each of us wanted to get to. Well, except for me, who spent most of the cruise finding random relaxing spots to sit and draw. I was, and have always been, an avid artist. So anyways, after a couple of hours, I decided I wanted to find my dad for some reason that I don't exactly remember. My mom had told me that he was going to the karaoke thing going on, so I started making my way around the ship, looking for wherever this was happening at. That's when I met him. I noticed him staring at me, and at first it was flattering. Like I said, I was average looking and had next to no self-esteem, so having anyone of the opposite sex look at me and smiling made me feel good. He looked to be not too much older than I was and was dressed in a cruise employee uniform, so I decided to approach him and ask if he knew where the karaoke room was. His smile never left as I asked him, and in a thick Indian accent he told me that he didn't know, but that we could search together for it. I thought it was a little weird at first that he was an employee but didn't know where an event was taking place, but I brushed it off and thought it was possible for some newer employees to not know where everything was yet. So he and I started walking around the ship together and casually chatted while doing so. He told me his name was Felix and was 21 years old. He also, as I suspected, did recently start working for this cruise liner a few months ago. For the record, I did find him kinda cute and liked how comfortable he felt talking to me about his life. As we continued walking around, he told me about how he was born and raised in India, how his family was kind of poor, how rooster fights were illegal back home but he watched them anyways and stuff like that. I enjoyed listening to his stories about life in a different country, considering I've never been anywhere but America at this point in my life. We had eventually stopped looking for my dad and were just walking and talking together. We were now standing outside on the deck and leaning against the railing. I admired how beautiful and ominous the dark water reflected the stars. It was as if we were floating in the galaxy. It was completely beautiful. He then started telling me how lonely he was and how hard it is working on a cruise ship and watching hundreds of couples being romantic together while he has no one. I told him that I understood how he felt because I was also single and hated feeling alone. He looked at me and told me he was surprised that I don't have a boyfriend because of how beautiful I was. I blushed and looked away as I told him that most guys back home don't look at me twice, and he was surprised by that. You know that feeling when someone or something is behind you, and you can't see it, but you know you can sense it's there? Well, I felt something behind my head, and when I turned around to find out what it was, before I realized what was happening, Felix's face was right in mine, and he planted an unexpected kiss on me. I pulled back in surprise, and he asked me what I thought about it. I stuttered nervously and tried to think of a reply. Now, yes, I was a naive young person who was always looking positively at people, but I wasn't completely stupid. This was a 21-year-old stranger who was flirting with a 16-year-old girl. I also had the sudden realization that no one knew where I was or who I was with. Before I could even say anything, Felix started telling me how he knew of a couple of spots on this ship where we could be alone to do things together. I started panicking and really wanted to get away from him. Now, another fault of mine is that I'm way too nice for my own good, and I'm always afraid of hurting people's feelings or coming across as a mean person, even when I'm clearly in a dangerous situation. I'm still too friendly to everyone now, but nowadays, I have much more of a backbone and wouldn't have a problem telling someone like Felix to kindly screw off. But as I said, I didn't have that confidence back then, and I had no clue how to get out of the situation. Felix put his arm around my waist and started guiding me toward one of the areas he was talking about. I started stuttering. Maybe we shouldn't. We just met, and we might get caught, and you'd be in trouble, and my father might be looking for me. I know that sounds dumb, but I was trying to make him think of ways where this could be bad for him, so it seemed like I was trying to look out for him. Don't judge me too harshly. He told me not to worry about it because people mess around with staff sometimes and their boss never finds out. That only made me panic even more. He leaned in for another kiss, and I stupidly let him because I was scared of making him angry. After the long, uncomfortable kiss, I slightly turned away and told him I just wanted to keep looking at the night sky. He insisted that we should start messing around because we don't have much time together. I tried to hold back from crying at this point. And by the grace of the good Lord above, my phone suddenly made a noise, and I noticed my father had texted me asking where I was. I tried to mask my relief, but I immediately told Felix that I had to get going because my dad was wondering where I was and that he was very protective of me. Felix showed his disappointment to me saying that, but then he asked me for my phone number. My heart sank, and I gave it to him. Again, stupid young female who doesn't know how to say no. I'm aware of how foolish that was. It was a good thing I didn't give him a fake, though, because he immediately texted my number to prove its authenticity. Once I thought he was satisfied, I started saying goodbye and walking away. He grabbed my wrists and spun me back toward him and asked for a hug goodbye first. I sheepishly agreed and gave him a light hug. I wanted to start crying when he squeezed me tight and pulled me against his groin and asked if I could feel it, if you know what I mean. I quickly stepped away and sped walked towards my hotel room. I made sure he didn't follow me, and once I was safely inside my room, I hopped on my bed and started crying. Of course, I couldn't tell my parents about this because I would be in trouble for putting myself in this situation, or so I thought. I promise my parents aren't really like that. I know now that in reality my former Marine father would have tracked Felix down and let him know to never touch his daughter again. A few minutes into my cry, and my phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number claiming it was Felix. I wanted to block him immediately, but again, stupidly, I was afraid that would anger him and he would somehow find me. So I answered him and we talked for a few minutes. We kept talking about how he wanted to see me again before I left the next day, which at this point I repeatedly thanked God for, and I kept telling him that it just wasn't possible because my parents didn't want me leaving my room for the rest of the night, which was a lie. I did eventually end up leaving my room and asked an older female employee where the karaoke event was, which she immediately took me to. Side note, the room was literally 2 hallways down from where I first found Felix, and I kicked myself for that later. I found my dad and didn't leave his side for the whole rest of the night. Luckily, I was able to enjoy the rest of my night dancing around with my father, and I did hide around him whenever I spotted Felix walking around, who was making it obvious that he was looking for me. I know the story isn't as scary as the most on here, but at the time, it was terrifying to me, and my own kindness could have got me into a very bad situation. The moral to my story is that everyone needs to be careful when going on cruises or other types of vacations. Just because someone wears an employee uniform doesn't mean they're trustworthy. There's many people out there who take advantage of kind people and want to use that against them. Just please make sure whoever you're with always knows where you are, and don't put yourself into risky situations. So growing up, I lived in a small town in the south of Ireland. A kid lived in my neighborhood, and we absolutely couldn't stand each other as children. Let's call him D. We didn't talk at all for years, and then, as we got older, we actually became best friends. We got closer and were pretty much inseparable. We did everything together. At the time, we both had some issues going on, and we bonded a lot over that. It being a small town in rural Ireland, there wasn't a whole lot for teenagers to do. We had a small enough circle of friends, and we generally just hung out in the park or walked around town to pass the time. There was a spot down a field across from the park with a little river running beside it that had a rope swing hanging over it. If we got good weather in the summer, we'd go down and bring a couple of towels and just hang out, although we hung out there almost every day anyways. One night I went on a walk down to the swing and called him to come and meet me. He was feeling really down, and so was I, so we were just talking about it, and then we sat in silence for a bit. All of a sudden, we hear this horrifying scream coming from down the field somewhere, but since it was about 10 p.m., it was too dark to really see it. It didn't sound like a scream of someone playing around with friends. It sounded like a scream of horror. It was kind of like a double scream, as if someone was screaming, and then their mouth was covered and then uncovered. We lived in a fairly rough town, so we both looked at each other like, oh no, someone's being murdered. We're looking down the field to see if we could see anything at all, when I thought I could see a black figure gliding towards the river. I could have been soiling myself so bad my mind was playing tricks on me, but we didn't stick around to find out. We bolted back to the road and made back for our neighborhood. We stopped to talk about what we thought it was at my school around the corner. We only talked for a couple of minutes before the school alarm starts going off as if someone had broken in. We were way too far off for it to trigger the alarm as we were outside the entrance gate. We were spooked as it was, but that was enough for us to book it all the way back to my house. We theorized that potentially it could have been what has been described in Irish folklore as a banshee. Thankfully, I've since moved out of that town and we never did find out what set off that alarm or what in God's name made that scream. And I don't know if I ever really want to find out. I had just finished my freshman year in college at West Virginia University. Let's go Mountaineers. I had just moved out of my dorm room and same day moved into my first apartment that was on the first floor of a 3-floor apartment building. They only make you stay in dorms your first year because of overcrowding. I, being recently cheated on, decided I would hop back onto Tinder and see what was out there in a college town over the summer. I spent that night swiping away when I got in a match with this guy named Chad. I remember I looked at his profile a little longer than others, mostly because he wasn't 100% my type from first glance, but I was generally so bored with all my friends home for the summer. I put my phone down and didn't think much of it after seeing we had matched. The next day at around 5 p.m. I was just scrolling on Instagram when I remembered I created that Tinder account. I decided to go back onto the app, not thinking I would have any messages, when I realized that I didn't have my notifications on. That's why I didn't see any notifications. Honestly, just thought I was ugly. Well, by my surprise, I had a few different messages ranging from the typical corny pickup lines to the GIFs. I went through answering, not really putting much thought into my responses, normally just a lol or hey. Most of the connections just fizzled out like they do on apps like Tinder. It was only then that I noticed that one guy was replying almost instantly after I would answer. It was Chad. Chad was your typical Tinder profile. Selfie very awkwardly angled, a dog, and of course the shirtless picture. I was honestly just very bored. He was kinda cute and just gave me something to do. I don't remember word for word of the conversation, and since this I deleted my Tinder account and app altogether, but I do remember him being very nice. He offered to hang out and I declined at first, but he was very persistent. I wasn't in the mood to meet someone new. He was just fun to talk to at the time. Then he asked again to hang out and get food. And if you know me, you know that food is the way to my heart. I agreed and said yes. I started to get ready to go and get food when he offered just to bring me food so we could hang out at my place instead of going out. I said sure because I genuinely didn't want to leave my house. Very dumb, always meet in public locations. Chad picked me up a personal-sized pizza and didn't get anything for himself, which I found odd, so I didn't even eat any of it and just told him I would eat it later because I wasn't as hungry as I thought I was. We watched half a movie and made brief conversations before it started, and I told him I had just started my new job at Claire's at the local mall. This is important for later. Before I made an excuse to get him to leave, claiming I was too tired and had to work in the morning. I kinda just forgot about him and kept on messaging guys on Tinder when he hit me up a few days later wanting to hang out again, and I politely declined. He kept texting me and blowing up my phone altogether. It had been about a month later and I had started dating my ex, Austin. He always found Chad super creepy and a threat to the relationship, so he had me block him on everything. So I did. My ex was very controlling. The only thing I had forgotten to block him on was his physical phone numbers since we had moved to communicating mostly on Snapchat. I got a very angry text a day after blocking him on Snapchat and Instagram. He was really upset that I had blocked him and demanded answers. I explained my boyfriend didn't want me talking to him anymore and requested that I block him. He became angry because I had not told him I was seeing someone. Mind you, I hadn't seen him in almost a month, and I was only dating Austin for a week or so at this point. I said I was sorry and that I wouldn't block his number in case he ever needed to get a hold of me for one reason or another. Austin and I were a very short-lived relationship where I ended up walking in on him in bed with a girl he always told me not to worry about. I texted Chad to vent about the whole situation, and that was what I thought was the end of us knowing each other since I hadn't heard from him for the rest of that month. I went to Florida for my cousin's wedding, and when I came back, I came to find out by running into him that Chad had moved into the apartment right above mine and into the room directly above mine as well. It's a 4-bedroom college apartment set up to where you rent your individual room and share a common area and kitchen. I thought it was kind of strange, but I didn't think too much into it. I had started seeing this other guy I met on Tinder named Zach not too long after returning from Florida. Zach and I were just starting to get to know each other when I started getting texts from Chad again asking to hang out and if he could cook me dinner this time. I just brushed them off, not thinking much of them, and politely declining and explaining I had a boyfriend. He then proceeded to get upset again that I had not informed him of my new boyfriend. This is where I started to get very annoyed, and I told him we were neighbors. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And he stopped replying. That's it, right? Weird Tinder guy moves into the room above yours, right? I wish. I started noticing some very weird things. When I would leave my room, I would always shut the door behind me because I didn't know my roommates too well at this point, so it was just a habit. As soon as I would shut my door, I would hear his door shut. That's the first thing I noticed that I thought was strange. But then I realized that every time I would leave my apartment, he would be out in the balcony. I would shut the door to my room and I would hear his door shut. Then I would shut my front door and I would hear his balcony door shut. Every time I would walk to my car, I would try not to make eye contact and just pretend I didn't know he was even there. But every time he said the same thing. Hey, neighbor. This went on the whole time while I lived there. He slowly stopped doing it as much, but still here and there would do it. He always stared down Zach every time he walked into my apartment with me. Then, about halfway through my sophomore year of college, I finally realized that I was being stalked. These next few events I'm about to describe happened over a few-month period of time, so it took a while to connect all of them. I started feeling like I was being watched for a while. Honestly, just thought I was being paranoid, but then there was one night that freaked me out like no other. I was sitting in my room. Remember, I live on the first floor of the apartment building, when I started hearing whispering. Not talking, whispering. I thought at first it was just one of my neighbors, but I quickly realized it was too soft of a voice to penetrate the walls of the apartment I was living in. I started freaking out, and I turned off all of my lights to realize that there was a figure standing outside of my window, whispering to itself. I quickly shut the blinds and forced myself to go to sleep and pretend it didn't happen. I later found out my roommates had seen the person standing outside my window, but never told me because they didn't want to freak me out. I didn't think much after that because it never happened again, or so I thought. I later found out from my roommates that they had seen someone outside my window on multiple occasions, but never told me, and when we went out to my window, we realized my window screen had been removed. The next event happened when I was working at Claire's. When I arrived to work, my assistant manager seemed very on edge, and I asked her what was going on, just thinking her and her boyfriend were having issues again. She tells me that she has to wait to talk about it until there isn't anyone in the store. We assisted in helping customers for the next hour or so until the store finally had no customers. She then proceeds to tell me there was a really weird call this morning from a guy acting very strange. This guy had called on the store phone to ask about our return policy, to which my assistant manager told him our policy was 30 days except body jewelry. He said he didn't have any body jewelry and said that then you should be totally fine to return, just bring in your receipt. He said okay, and that he's on his way to the store right now. She said, okay, sir, we'll see you soon then. He then tells her he wants to make sure he knows how to get there. This is important for later, and asked her to stay on the phone. She gave him directions once he got into the mall because she was the only one in the store and had customers to take care of. He then asked what time we were closing tonight, and she told him we close at 9 p.m. She insisted she had to get off the phone, and he asked her just a few more seconds. I'm almost there. She heard a tapping, and he asked her, do you hear that? And she said yes, and he said good. He was pleasuring himself while on the phone with her. She demanded that she had to get off the phone, to which he said, you did such a good job, baby girl, and hung up. Remember, the guy said he was on his way to the store, so why would he need to know when we closed unless he wasn't actually on his way and just wanted to know what time I would be leaving the store? Hearing that freaked me out because anyone who knows me knows that I close on Tuesdays and Thursdays by myself, including Chad. We notified security of the weird call, and I went about my shift as normal, but just kept an eye out on my surroundings. We didn't get another call for a few weeks, but when we did this time, I was actually in the store with my manager. It had just hit 9 p.m. and I was closing the gates of the store when my manager picked up the ringing phone to only hear heavy breathing on the other side. I begged her to give me the phone because I would have been able to recognize the voice surely if it was Chad. She refused. We hated each other and just hung up instead of handing me the phone. I was very upset because at this point I had felt like something was up involving me, but I didn't know what at this point yet. The next event is a small event but shows his dedication to just me, and it happened in November. Zach and I had taken a break, and I decided as always to put myself back out there and see what was out there and where would I do such a thing. Of course, Tinder. And of course I stumbled onto his profile again, and he had super liked me. At this point I had not put two and two together that he could have been the one who was stalking me and harassing me, so I swiped right to be nice just for him to hit me with that same line, "Hey neighbor." The next event is the event that finally made me go to the cops after being stalked and harassed for almost a year at this point. I had gotten ready for a night out with one of my guy friends, Sean. Sean came over to my house before we went out to the clubs that night. I didn't want to drink, so I decided to drive us down. As we were leaving my apartment, there was Chad. "Hey neighbor," Chad had said as I was walking with Sean to my car. We get to the club and have a lot of fun to the point where I didn't even think about Chad. I take Sean home and I go home. I woke up the next morning to a flat tire. Now I live in West Virginia where the roads aren't the best, so I just assume I hit a pothole. I put on my donut tire that you can only use for less than 100 miles, and I drove my car to the local shop. The lady takes the keys to my car and pulls my car in and starts working on it. She then comes walking in, and I was thinking that was pretty quick, but she wasn't done. She came in to ask me a question. "Now who did you stab in the back?" "Excuse me?" I asked her, surprised. She then repeats herself. "I'm asking you, who'd you make angry?" I replied saying, "No one that I was aware of. Why?" She then proceeds to tell me, "Somebody slashed your tire up. They put one slash on one side of the tire and one slash on the other. Wherever you were at, they were making sure you weren't going anywhere." As a quick reminder, my tires were slashed while I was asleep at my apartment complex where the creepy Tinder date guy Chad also lives above me and saw me leave with a guy earlier in the night. After this, I went to the police and got a report on everything that had happened leading up to that moment. The police suggested that I move and start fresh. My apartment complex wouldn't let me out of my lease, even with the police telling them it is unsafe for me to live there anymore. I ultimately moved into another apartment building within the same apartment complex, but on the second floor this time. I switched cars with my brother and quit my job. It looked like I dropped off the face of the earth. And then the final event that happened to me was a text that confirmed my scariest fears. I got a text only a week after I moved in from the one and only Chad saying, "Since when aren't you my neighbor anymore?" Proving he was looking for me and hasn't seen me in my car. I asked my old roommates if they had said anything to him, and they all said they didn't even know what he looked like. And that just further proved that he was watching me so intently to know that I had moved only after a week of not being there. I blocked his number after that last text and moved a third time within a year to avoid this guy. Nothing ever happened to him legally because, unfortunately, there was no physical evidence. I have been helping deliver newspapers since my dad started as a carrier when I was 6. Eventually, my dad was given his own distribution center, so when I turned 16 and got my license, I started doing them on my own. Most of the people in the depot have been there for years. They've watched me grow up, and I consider many of them an extended part of my family. We spent every holiday together. The newspaper never had a day off. Countless birthdays. But there was one guy who always gave me the major creeps. I was about 14 when he started, I think. I used to hang out in the back office with some of my other friends as the years went on, and he always hung out back there because he was also friends with these people. At least that's what I thought. One of them recently told me they only tolerated him. I never spoke to him because something just felt really off about the guy, but nothing happened until last year. I moved home following my graduation from college. I was already having a hard time readjusting because I no longer had any friends in the area and I was missing my college town. Creepy guy that I'll just call B started hanging around me a lot. He had a weird man crush on my dad too, always buying him extra gifts for birthdays and holidays, sucking up majorly. I did my usual nice greeting, keep to myself stuff. But then he started buying me gifts for no reason. My mom told me to just keep them because it was all stuff I liked, Marvel and cat-themed things. That was probably my first mistake. He started acting like we were BFFs and coming out to find me while I was sitting in my car and talking about how I deserve so much more than being trapped here at the depot, and that he will do whatever it takes to get me out of here because he really cared about me and I deserve so much more. I never really acknowledged it because I thought it was really weird, and I thought if I just kind of nodded quickly he'd go away. This went on for weeks. Then he started texting me, telling me to sleep well after work and just being generally really creepy. I should probably mention I was 22 at the time, and this guy is well into his 40s. I started avoiding him, and he kept leaving things on my bench. I came in one day, and there were cat posters taped along the back of my bench. I kept taking them down, but they'd be back up the next day. When I started avoiding him, he made a Facebook group chat with me and my dad complaining about every little thing and just being a major jerk. He made a really rude remark about my friend who was visiting from Germany, so I blocked him on Facebook because I wasn't going to deal with it anymore. B made a new Facebook and remade the group chat just to keep doing it. I went away for a while on a vacation to visit my childhood friend in Washington, and when I got back, he was calling me by my full name, which I absolutely hate. I was tired and jet lagged, so I went off on him, and he whipped around and blew up 3 times worse, telling me I was all these terrible names, and I thought I was so perfect because I was the boss's daughter, and there was no one there as perfect as him. My jet-lagged brain broke down after he walked away. I'm glad I held on till he left, but I stormed out to my car and told all my guy friends to keep him as far away from me as possible because I was so fed up. He started texting my brothers, asking if they were on his side and if they had his back over mine. My roommate, who was a guy, started getting threatening texts from him about wanting to fight over me. Everything was spiraling out of control. My dad made us sit down at the local Denny's one morning to work everything out because he was so sick of B blowing up his phone. When my dad was there, things were fine. B said he wasn't mad at me, but I was just the catalyst the day of the fight and whatever. My dad left to pay the bill, and suddenly B's attitude changed. I was in the wrong and treated him terribly, and all he ever did was love me, and I treated him so poorly. He kept trying to hold my hands over the table, telling me he loved me over and over. I put on a polite show because I just wanted this to end, and thought if I was nice about it, things would be different. Apparently my answer to everything is be nice and it'll go away. He walked me to my car after the conversation at Denny's and asked if I noticed anything different. I told him no, and he got agitated. Apparently he spent a lot of money on Captain America clothing, everything from a hat to shoes. I told him I didn't notice clothing like ever, and B got increasingly angry, telling me he did it to feel better about himself and impress me. Cap is my favorite superhero. I didn't even know he knew that. He had left the depot for a while, and when he asked to come back, I told my dad's manager I knew we were desperate, and I would be okay if I didn't have to talk to him. I wore headphones every day, my music full blast so I couldn't hear anything over them. He kept coming to my bench and would stand there waiting for me to acknowledge him, and he'd storm off angry when I didn't. He would glare at me if I ever talked to any other carrier, even though I'd been friends with many of them for years. My tipping point was something I found out after the fact. My guy roommate had gone to the grocery store late one Sunday. When he was walking to his car, he noticed some guy watching him. The guy watched him as he loaded the car and smoked a cigarette, and that's when my roommate realized it was B. My roommate got in his car and started driving home, and he noticed B was following him. He tried taking several wrong turns, and every time B followed. My roommate called his friend and said he was coming over, and when he said so, to open the garage to make it look like he lived there. When my roommate met his friend in the house, he told him everything, and they watched him drive by the house 8 times before leaving. No one called the police. I feel like that was the only thing that justified calling the police, because the harassment and stuff couldn't justify police action. I knew that from years of watching crime shows, and I was angry when I found out that no one called. I told my dad I wanted him gone. I couldn't take it anymore. Texts are easy to avoid, but now he was stalking us to try and figure out where I lived, since I wasn't living at home but renting a house with my brother and our friend. I spent months watching over my shoulder whenever I went to the store, worried he'd follow me home. After, he started going to my parents' house a lot because he knew where they lived, like he was waiting for me to be there one day. No one was taking this seriously. The gifts continued, and my mom kept telling me it was free stuff and to just keep it. But the gifts always came after something bad, and it was feeling oddly like an abusive relationship. Oh no, you're angry? Here's a gift to make you forget and like me again. My mom felt that way till her birthday, and a giant bouquet of roses and a teddy bear appeared at her job from B. We didn't even know he knew where she worked. After that, he started cornering me in the parking lot. I told him he'd been told to stay away from me, and I'd appreciate it if he listened. "Look," he said, "I'm sorry I took you for granted. I never should have done that. Are we okay now?" I was floored. I told him if he thought that's why I was avoiding him, he was more insane than I thought. After that, he was done at the depot, and I didn't see him for a while. A couple times I definitely saw him driving around on my route, but I couldn't prove it to a cop if I called it in. The last time I saw him, I was at my second job. I worked in a music store at a local mall. I was messing around with my coworkers when I turned around and saw him watching me from our hip-hop section. My stomach dropped. I almost collapsed and I started panicking. I ran him back and told my coworkers. They agreed if he asked they didn't know who I was and I could stay in the back till he left. I was a manager, but I didn't think I could actually kick him out because he was just watching me. My coworkers said he was there for almost 2 hours just wandering around. Never bought anything. It was like he was trying to wait me out, figuring I had to go back out front eventually. He texts my dad now and then trying to get his job back and fix things. My mom told him if he ever came near us again, she'd call the cops. When my dad wouldn't take him back, he started showing up at my uncle's depot and then started a group chat with him and my dad, saying they needed to sit down and talk. I was with my dad when my uncle called him about it. My dad called everything a misunderstanding. I said I didn't classify stalking as a misunderstanding. That day he came to my other job, I decided I was moving back to my college town 3 hours away. Home no longer felt like home. I didn't feel safe going anywhere. I still worry one day he's just going to show up in my new city. I transferred to the music store there. I had worked with these people my senior year of college, and they have looked out for me even after I moved. They all know the story, and I know they would all fight for me if it came down to it, so I feel safe, but I still panic when we walk to our cars after dark and have to check the parking lot to make sure he isn't there. It's been almost a year, and all I can say is I hope I never see him again. This all happened last night, and I have to tell someone. This all takes place last night at my parents' house in Wyoming. It was probably around midnight, and I woke up from a deep sleep. My mom was visiting my grandmother for the week due to the virus, and my dad had gone out earlier that night. Anyway, it was late at night, and I started hearing noises coming from the hallway. It wasn't regular noises like the house settling. It was rhythmic, like knocking on a door. But instead of a knock, it was a loud, soft creaking. I tried to ignore it, but eventually I started to hear haunting voices calling out my name. Chris. It was getting louder. I have always been very spiritual, and my grandmother says I have the gift. I remember being scared, but I was always very brave for my age. So I went into the hallway, and the noises did not go away like in the movies. Instead, I could hear them more clearly. There was a faint slapping, as if someone was beating someone, and this loud creaking. I started hearing cries of pain in the night, and that's when I knew that this was an evil spirit. So I grabbed the Holy Bible and started to pray to God in the hallway. The spirits didn't like this, and the noises became louder. They started cursing and shouting harder, and I could hear the beating getting harder, so I knew the ghosts were angry. I've always been smart for my age and remembered what I had learned on a documentary about ghosts. The thing is that they don't like water. That's why you never hear about hauntings on rainy days. You hear about haunted houses, haunted castles, haunted cars, but never a haunted waterfall. Coincidence is that ghosts hate water. Anyway, I went downstairs and filled a pink beach pail for sandcastles with water. I bravely went up the stairs and the noises were going crazy. It was like the whole house was practically shaking. I knew it was coming from my parents' room, so I kicked open the door. The lights were off, but I could see all this movement, so I shouted the first thing that came to my mind. I yelled as loud as I could, "Glory to God in the highest, and peace to his people on earth," and threw the water at the ghosts. They were extremely angry. I then ran downstairs and could hear one of the ghosts bolting after me. I hid outside and slept in a tent for the night. The next day, when I came inside, I told my dad about it. He got very quiet and started telling me about how he was hoping I would be a little older before he had to confirm about the ghosts to me. He said that the ghosts had been haunting our family for generations, and that he knew I was special and would start hearing them. He said he wasn't home at all that night and didn't come home until the morning. I asked him if he knew I wasn't inside the house, and he said he noticed that, but figured I was very mature for my age, so I'd be okay. He told me ghosts are real and have been haunting the house, and if that ever happens again, I should just hide under my bed and not come out, no matter what. He said the ghosts might hurt me if I go in there and throw water at it again. He said he would come in and tell me when the ghosts are gone. He told me not to tell my mom when she came home because he didn't want to worry her about them. I finally feel accepted by my dad for being mature enough to be entrusted with this secret, and I hope I can protect my mom from them. In the summer of 2018, I was in a long-distance relationship. Not that long, he only lived about 4 hours away. It was pretty serious, but also pretty new at the time. My boyfriend, who had driven those 4 hours to see me on every break we had from school, essentially begged me to come visit him at his grandmother's house. I didn't have a car at the time, but I really wanted to impress him and show my dedication to the relationship by going to visit him. So I dropped some coin on a Greyhound bus and was excited to meet up with him. At first, everything seemed fine. I took a seat at the back of the bus because I really didn't want to speak to anyone, but the bus was pretty full, so inevitably this guy sat down next to me. No red flags, just seemed like a regular guy in maybe his late 20s or early 30s, so I put my earbuds in and just ignored him. Before I continue, I'd like to highlight some character flaws of mine at the time that this happened when I was 18. I was an extremely non-judgmental person and tended to see the best in people, even to a fault. This tends to land me in a very bad and sometimes dangerous situations. At 18, I simply didn't know any better and kind of overlooked potentially concerning actions. There was a guy in the seat in front of us who was non-stop talking, to no one in particular, but he was facing a girl in the next set of seats across from him. Again, I didn't want to judge. Maybe he had some type of mental problem he couldn't help, and he wasn't doing any harm. So I ignored him too and continued to stare out the window, listening to music. That is, until he turned around and stared at me. Now, I might have been naive, but not stupid. A chill ran through my spine as I made eye contact with this man. He had these cold, callous eyes, and his skin lacked so much saturation, it looked like he'd been covered in dust. I take out my earbuds, and he immediately turned to the guy next to me, and they engaged in conversation. I was really set on edge when I overheard them discussing how they were both ex-convicts that recently got out of prison. Remember me being non-judgmental? I figured maybe they served prison time for something that was minor, given their access to a public bus. I'm not sure how all of that works. Obviously, they don't do background checks for a Greyhound bus, but still, I try not to think anything of it. The man in front of us turns to me now, and I can't remember exactly what he said, but he called me baby, which kind of freaked me out, but I couldn't say I wasn't used to it. I figured it was just another grown creep hitting on me. Annoyed, I put my earbuds back in and ignored him until the bus stopped at a rest stop. Most people got off, including the guy next to me, leaving just me and the guy in front of me in the back of the bus. He asked if I would come up and sit next to him to make friendly conversation, and my stupid self actually did it. Keep in mind that I was 18 and unfathomably stupid, and I also lacked the gut feeling that something was wrong. He starts telling me that he just got out of prison and hasn't seen a woman in a long time. I said something along the lines of, "Well, that's unfortunate," and inched away from him. He scooted over to me so that our legs were touching, and that's when my heart rate really started to pick up. The next thing I know, his hands are on me. He's wrapped them around my waist and went on about how small I was, and then commented on how it had been so long since he last touched a woman. I was paralyzed. I had no idea what to do. He kept going on about how I should be a model while continuing to grope me. Again, I was absolutely terrified and couldn't bring myself to move. Soon enough, everybody got back on the bus, including the guy who sat next to me, who shot the other man a weird look that prompted him to let go. I scrambled out of the seat and still sat behind him, not knowing what to do, but feeling safer that other people were on the bus. He didn't bother me again after that, so I just prayed it would stay that way. It gets worse. The bus stops at another rest stop, and this time I get off, not wanting to be stuck in that vehicle again. I'm just chilling, as much as one can be chill after something like that, when a girl I recognized from the bus came up to me. She said, "Hey, that guy that was talking to you just left in a car but is circling the building. He keeps leaving and then coming back. I'm sorry I didn't say anything earlier." I thanked her for the warning, put a hoodie on in 85-degree weather, and flipped up the hood so he wouldn't see me get back on the bus, and luckily I never saw him again. I was too embarrassed to tell anyone what had happened, due to my lack of competence and general understanding of how the world can be. When I met up with my boyfriend, I gave him very vague details, wanting to forget it ever happened. But now, I don't think that's possible. Have you ever jumped from the roof of a 2-story building? It hurts, especially when you're unable to pull off a proper landing. I had to do this once in order to save my own life. Let me take you back to when I was 18 and 19 years old. I'm 26 now. My boyfriend at the time was extremely abusive, but being scared, naive, and believing that he loved me and would change, I stayed with him. We had several problems. We abused substances together, which was one of the reasons why I believed we really loved each other. Just the drugs were making us act a way we never had before towards each other. We had trust issues, we were desperately codependent, were on and off constantly, and he had a problem with not being able to keep his hands to himself in his fits of rage. I was very depressed. My family and friends didn't want anything to do with me for obvious reasons, but he made it seem like I couldn't have friends anyway or even talk to anyone without his knowledge. He would check my phone when I slept. He would interrogate me. When I had a job, I worked in a place that had horrible phone reception. If I didn't return his text fast enough, or if the text didn't add up because of the reception and the fact that he wouldn't receive my text in order, he accused me of texting someone else I was cheating on him with and would threaten me. He would insult me, tell me he knew I would never leave him because I wouldn't be able to get anyone better than him. He called me stupid, ugly, all sorts of terrible names. I never even cheated on him. He would lie to me about sleeping with other women just to hurt me and see me cry. Then he would physically abuse me, slap, choke to the point that I thought he was going to knock me out or worse. The worst one of all, however, was this one time we were hanging out at a park, partaking in things we probably shouldn't have in public. I won't go into too much detail because I'm afraid of him seeing this, and I've been scared for years that he would find me. I literally have nightmares about him finding out where I live and showing up at my house. I wake up drenched in sweat, and I'm actually sweating typing this right now. So we're at the park, and for some reason to this day I still can't fathom why, he starts hurting himself right in front of me. I freak out and tell him I'm going to call an ambulance for his own safety, and he just takes off running. About 10 minutes later, a police car and paramedic shows up, and he's nowhere to be found. I told them the general direction he ran in and apologized for wasting their time. Maybe about 20 minutes later, he calls me. I answer and he's just screaming at me. Why would you call the cops on me? I apologize profusely, trying to explain through my tears that I was deeply concerned for his safety and that I hadn't actually called the police, that I had called an ambulance and didn't know the police would also show up. I'm crying, begging him to tell me where he is. He says he's on the roof of a building and gives me cross streets to his location. I stupidly meet up with him. I climb up the building onto the roof. The sun has gone down and it's dark at this point. We just start talking and he's acting like everything is normal. I can't remember what we're actually talking about, but I remember thinking how nice it was to actually just have a conversation with him without yelling insults or accusations. Then, all of a sudden, he pounces on me. I'm on my back and his knees are digging into my shoulders, holding my arms down. His eyes look crazy and soulless. Then he starts slapping me in the face. I later find out that one particular slap was so hard he gave me a black eye. He's screaming at me. I can't remember what all he said, but I know he was calling me names, accusing me of things I never did. Then he starts punching my legs and telling me that he's gonna have his way with me. My back is hurting from the stucco roof and it's bleeding through my shirt. I think he choked me too, but I can't remember. I seriously thought that I was about to die. Then I had finally went into survival mode. I'm sobbing and pleading with him. If you really love me, why are you doing this? I never even did anything to you. If you truly love me, you'll just stop. Please. As soon as I say this, it's like flipping a switch. His eyes and demeanor change, and he gets off of me. He starts apologizing, and as soon as he turns his back, I jump off the roof. I landed horribly, and I hear him from the rooftop yelling. At this time, I'm thinking I broke my back and feet, and I'm lying in a crumpled heap in an alleyway. I hear him coming down, and I'm thinking how I need to get to the street and scream for help. He's getting closer, trying to help me up, and while dragging myself army style to the road, I scream as loud as I can for him to not touch me. You just tried to kill me. I see a man on the sidewalk across the street. I yell to him to please help and call the police. I'm guessing he did. I think I kind of blacked out at this point, but I remember seeing my ex run off with my purse in his hands. I went to the hospital and the police caught him a couple of hours later, and from what I heard, he put up a pretty good fight with them. It's been so long now that this story feels like a bad dream. I can't believe this actually happened, but I am grateful I survived. Needless to say, I've been clean for several years. I have my family, friends, and life back. I am married now to a wonderful man who would never even think of hurting me. We have a couple of children, and I love my life. To anyone out there in an abusive relationship, please, get out while you can. Nothing is worth risking your life every day with a lunatic, and there is someone out there who will love you and not take you for granted. You're worth so much more. This story comes from last night at around 11 p.m. in rural New Zealand. For context, we live 5 hours south of Auckland and 20 kilometers from the nearest town. The area I live in has some of the highest murder rates in the country. The story starts when I was lying in bed watching Netflix on my phone. I felt very sleepy and could hardly keep my eyes open, but for some reason I didn't turn the show off. I closed my eyes and suddenly a steadily louder white noise filled my ears, but I could still hear the show I was watching. I felt my head, for lack of a better word, shake around, and this continued for what felt like 30 seconds to a minute. I tried opening my eyes, but it felt like I forgot how to do so. They just wouldn't open. After a minute, it stopped. I remembered how to open my eyes and check the time immediately. It said 11:49 p.m., which meant that I had been out for at least 10 minutes. I was incredibly confused and I was surrounded by sweat. I don't know what happened, but I felt like it must have been paranormal. If anyone has any answers to what happened to me last night, please let me know. This first story happened to my friend who was in 6th grade at the time, and for privacy reasons I'm going to call her Macy. Macy lived about a 5-minute walk from the elementary school she attended and always walked to and from school. To get to the school, she had to walk along a sidewalk which was right next to a small group of trees that obscured some small houses. The road leading to the houses was one that branched off of the main road and let back out onto the main road. This day she was walking home when someone whispered, "Hey." She turned around confused, thinking maybe it was just another kid from her school. When she saw nothing, she shrugged her shoulders and continued to walk home. Less than 2 seconds later, she heard it again, and now, very frightened, she turned around again. This time, she could see 2 eyes peeking out from behind a tree. Macy, being someone who was always taught stranger danger, yelled for the person to leave her alone and picked up the pace home. The person stepped out from the tree, and when she threw a look over her shoulder, she could see it was a disheveled man. Tall, scraggly, and very, very thin. He was wearing a ripped plaid shirt and dirt-covered jeans. His tired blue eyes and yellow teeth created an image that would forever be burned into her mind. In his hand was something shiny, and she knew it was a knife. She had no idea who the man was and why he wanted to attack her when many kids walk this route. Macy had left late because she was in the school choir which rehearsed after school. "Come here, little girl." Macy's heart began to race as she took off, not wasting another second. She didn't turn back around, but she could hear pounding footsteps. She arrived at her apartment complex and ran into the main office where she had made friends with the secretary. She ran right up to the secretary, hiding behind her desk. The secretary, very confused, asked what was wrong, and after catching her breath, Macy explained. The secretary called the police and she made a statement, but as far as she knows, nothing ever came about to the man. But just this year, now a sophomore in high school, she read an article that was dated a few years ago about a man who had been arrested for kidnapping a young girl in an area nearby her old elementary school. The man's face was burned into her mind, and she just knew it was the man, even if she didn't have any proof. In the weeks after the death of my brother, I found myself looking for comfort on the internet. Around 4 months had passed and I discovered a forum created for twins dealing with the grief of losing their other twin. Whether from ending their own life or illness, thousands across the world were brought together for this one singular purpose. I admit I was somewhat shy about posting and remained a bit of a lurker. However, as I became more comfortable with the community, I grew into a daily poster and was able to befriend many on the forum. A select few of these people and I became very close and did much to help one another to work through our grief. One member, a girl who said she was from Montana, probably did the most of all to help me move forward. She had lost her twin sister in a similar circumstance, just as I had my brother, and had a specific insight many others in the forum did not. It was not long until her and I were confessing our deepest secrets to each other, and it was very nearly as if I hadn't lost my twin at all. You may ask why I would tell a complete stranger all my deepest and darkest secrets. I suppose the anonymity was the reason. Even if the person knows or thinks they know all about you, they still don't know your true identity and location. That aspect of the internet gives you carte blanche to bare your soul to a person you're confident doesn't know the true you. The connection we formed over my time on the forum was the best thing that could have happened to me at the time. However, my confidence in my anonymity and comfort with this person would ultimately come back to bite me and make my life on the internet and outside of it complete torture. It was an average ordinary morning when I discovered my friend's true face. I fired up my computer and opened my mail only to be overwhelmed by a barrage of angry and vicious messages. As I scrolled through each one, it soon became clear what was happening. Someone very close to me had dumped all my terrible secrets onto the forum and wider internet. I tried to deny it to myself for a long time who the identity of the person was, but I was eventually forced to face the facts. Apparently, my supposed friend on the forum had told everyone there some of my private feelings towards my dead brother and the way in which he chose to end his life. We all have those opinions or feelings we keep to ourselves because we know they wouldn't be popular with those around us. I never said anything terrible or anything like that, but most of my words surrounded my anger toward my twin. I probably could have phrased some of them better, but that's the fatal flaw of the internet. Without context or hearing the person's tone of voice, things can get lost or misconstrued. Over a short time, the situation would become far worse. The threatening messages started. People I had once called friends were now threatening my life. It wasn't just online either. The messages were soon coming to my phone. This fact only proved to cement her guilt, since she was one of the very few who had my number. The most terrifying aspect of the phone messages was that many knew my real name and address. This was when I truly came to fear for my life. I'd become a bawling and panicking mess. When I would finally sum up the courage to confront her about this, the pieces would all begin to fall into place. Her written reply laid it all out clearly. I had foolishly walked right into the clutches of a person who hated me and my family. My friend, all these months, turned out to be the drug-addicted ex-girlfriend of my brother. In my opinion, she was one of the major reasons he took his life, and my family agreed, which is why we had barred her from the funeral and anything taking place that day. She swore she'd get back at us, and boy, she did. Apparently, she had been on the forum one day and guessed who I was. Just to be sure, she pretended to be a bereaved twin and started to suck up to me. Once it became obvious that I was who she thought I was, she saw it as an opportunity to get her revenge. In hindsight, things were starting to make more sense. She'd always been a bit pushy when trying to get me to tell her a secret. To make me more comfortable, she'd tell me something, which we all know now was a load of BS, and I would always fall for it. All through her message, it was clear she had no remorse for what she had done. In fact, upon hearing of the many threats in my life, she decided to push things along by doxing me. What she hoped to happen had, and she was very pleased by the result. This final message was the last time I'd heard from her. No replies would come to my following emails, and soon after, I'd be forced to get a new address. After I spoke with my family and our lawyer, I took their advice and got rid of all my prior connections. This included having to move to a new place. I was, and still am, concerned about the remainder of my family. Although my brother's ex was able to get her revenge on me, the rest of them were assumed to still be in danger. My father assured me that they would be fine, and from all appearances, he may be correct, at least for now. I had stepped away from the internet for almost 9 months and am just now beginning to dip my foot back into the pool. Naturally, I will never return to the forum in which all these problems spawned. Even though I've not yet had any run-ins with anyone from there, I will never again expose myself to the level of being identified. Even the account from which this story has been sent is a one-time use throwaway. So if any of those coming across this story may have any questions, I'm sorry. None will be forthcoming anytime soon, and certainly not from this account. If there's anything you can take away from this mishap, perhaps it is a lesson of caution. I and many others have discovered to our detriment how big of a sewer the internet can be. Like the sewer, there lurk many rats. On the internet, the rats are waiting and hiding to destroy others. Many have no reasons. They're just evil. I suppose I'm trying to advise you all to be careful and remember that no one on the internet is really your friend unless you know them in real life. And although many perils linger there, the internet is not real life. This happened a very long time ago. I just turned 13, and as ashamed as I am to admit it, I was head over heels in love with Justin Bieber. Although it's plain as the nose on my face now that he's the king of cheese, back then I was convinced I was going to be his wife, and nobody was going to tell me otherwise. Due to my blind allegiance to the Biebs, I would comb the internet on a daily basis in search of pages or forums about him. I was overjoyed the day I discovered a new forum that alleged to be the official Justin Bieber forum. Of course, I would join right away and began making posts pledging my undying love for him. Within a matter of months, I became one of the top posters. This honor was beginning to make me feel somewhat popular within this fandom. However, like most other young people, I was growing bored with the same names and starting to search for a new place dedicated to my beloved Justin. A few days of Yahoo searches led me to a relatively new forum with a chat room. Once again, I joined up as fast as I could and started looking for folks to talk to. The first few weeks, the room was almost dead. This didn't bother me though. I saw it as a chance to be in at the ground floor of something new and even maybe get the attention of Justin himself. The following weeks showed a great amount of growth in the forum and boatloads of fans soon began to pour in. I would welcome the new members one by one and thought of them all as my friends. One girl and I began chatting and became besties in no time. After talking back and forth for a few months, we discovered that I lived in the next town over. Since we were the two biggest Bieber fans, it was only logical we should meet. So, on a Sunday morning in August, I badgered my mom into taking me to a park on the edge of town to meet my best friend. I tried to get my mom to drop me off and leave, but she wouldn't. I was so worried she was going to embarrass me. After all, my friend, we'll call her Zoe, assured me she lived nearby and her mom could bring me home. Mom wasn't having it, and I'm so very thankful she wasn't. The plan was for us to meet at a picnic table in the far end of the park. Zoe said it was just a few yards from her door and she'd walk over when she saw me arrive. I sat at the table and waited. About 5 minutes passed before I was approached by a middle-aged man. He asked me my name and I hesitated to answer. So, he quickly explained that Zoe had sent him to get me. She was unable to come over right then, but if I followed him, he'd take me over to the house. I had no reason to not trust him, but something about him scared me. I told him I'd wait, but he continued trying to convince me. As he started to get closer, I began stepping backwards. The look on his face became wilder and wilder with each step. I finally gave up on the pretense and blurted out that I didn't believe him. Once this was said, his eyes bulged out and he lunged and tried to grab me. I let out a scream and continued moving backward, now at a faster pace. When I was sure I had enough space, I turned and ran for my mom's car. The distance between the table and the car seemed like a mile. I could hear him running behind me and he was getting closer by the second. When I caught sight of our car, I began screaming for my mom as loud as I could. If I could make it to the car, I was sure I'd be safe. I was about 50 yards from the car and my mom got out and began running to me. She had the most terrified look I'd ever seen on her face. We met one another a few steps from the car and she grabbed me and began asking me what was wrong. I turned around to show her, but the strange man was gone. A feeling of relief washed over me. I turned back to her and attempted to explain what had just happened. It's a miracle she understood a word, but she listened intently and led me back to the car. From there, we drove directly to the police station down the road and I told the police the whole story. My computer was taken and I was without any connection to the internet. At that time, I was still unsure what had really happened and wanted to talk to Zoe again. My mom wouldn't let me use her laptop to do it, and it wasn't until she explained to me what had been going on did I understand the seriousness of the situation. Even then, the police had to map out every little aspect of it before I'd accept that Zoe wasn't real. This fact hit me like a truck. I probably cried for a whole week. Not only did I feel stupid about being tricked and scared from very nearly getting abducted, I felt like my best friend had just died. It all seems so childish in retrospect, but that's just what I was then. A child, and one that didn't know any better. The guy who had orchestrated everything was eventually caught and convicted. The police were almost positive he had done the same thing to at least one other girl, but he wasn't talking. He took a plea bargain, so there was no trial. I don't know if I would have had the guts to testify if there had been. Since then, I've went through the counseling process and it helped me a lot. At least now I can laugh about it. When I grew up, I was determined that all those I love would have it drilled into their heads that people aren't always who they claim to be on the internet. The day my younger sister first logged on, I spent almost an hour telling her my story and about the other hundreds of dangers online. I did my best not to scare her, but it is very important to me and my mom that she be prepared. Yesterday was her 13th birthday, and I reminded her one last time to be careful. Since it was all fresh in my mind, I figured I'd write it down and share it. My hopes are that others will show it to the young people in their lives so they will have the skills to navigate the net in a safer way and not have the same experience as I did. Tracy Blair was the oldest of 3 born to Tony and Kirk Blair. By all accounts, the girl was a happy and friendly child, as was her home life. The fast-growing family had just recently moved to a larger and more modern home across town, and Tracy was said to be somewhat saddened by the move and feared she would lose all friends she'd made. However, once it became apparent most would stay in contact, her attitude would change for the better. Although she was able to keep most of her older friends, she didn't hesitate to make new ones online. Her experience with the internet had just begun, and many of the hazards that went along with it would need to be learned quickly. Despite her innate suspicion of strangers, the girl was still young and trusting of those around her age. Unfortunately, an unknown man with evil intent would use this trust to his advantage. On a foggy morning in 2015, Tracy would disappear from her home, never to be seen again. From what is known, she had recently been in contact with someone posing as her 18-year-old boyfriend. They had been chatting back and forth in Japanese animation chat rooms, and the boy was doing his utmost to get Tracy to meet him. The chat logs show that she was very reluctant to do so. Multiple times she tried to express upon him the seriousness of the situation, especially as to her age. Tracy was barely 14 at the time and well aware of the legalities surrounding any relationship they may have. The young girl seemed to be more interested in making friends rather than anything more intimate, but he didn't appear to be catching on to her signals. By November, his many months of badgering had finally paid off. Tracy agreed to meet with him early that morning prior to leaving for school. She believed her parents would be none the wiser, and she turned out to be right. The young girl obviously had no idea what laid ahead of her. Everything she held dear, except her cell phone, was left behind, so any talk of her running away could be discounted. Thousands of hours of police work have gone into the investigation, and despite having a long trail of chat logs between her and the unknown boy, the computer forensics team are still no closer to tracing his name or location. The team doubts many 18-year-olds would have the extensive computer knowledge this individual appears to have, and are going with the assumption it was an older male. This theory is supported by a similar case in which an unknown middle-aged man had been posing as a teenage male. This man had also convinced another teenage girl to meet with him. On the day of the meet, he had attempted to abduct the girl, but a family picnicking nearby heard the girl's screams and drove the man away. The man was able to escape and is still at large as of the time of this writing. The similarities between the two cases have convinced authorities that Tracy was likely the victim of this same perpetrator. How many other young females have fallen for this ruse is unknown. However, what can be almost positive of is that he, or those like him, may be online attempting to gain the trust of another child this very minute. So I please ask all of you to educate your children on the dangers of the web and monitor their contact online. They also want it to be known that they are still working diligently on Tracy's case and hope she will be found safe very soon. In the meantime, the safety of your own children should be foremost in your mind. If you have any information about Tracy's disappearance, detectives ask you to contact your local law enforcement officials. After being ejected from a large metal detector forum in 2009, I thought it would be a great idea to create a forum of my own. So a few months later, I did just that. Unfortunately, the lifespan of my baby wasn't that long. Finally closed up shop around the end of 2013, but it managed to attract a decent number of people and even a few relatively well-known members. While I would eventually make a good few friends from the endeavor, on one particular evening, I got a private message from a man I wish I'd never met. The man, who called himself Oscar, contacted me in the early spring of 2011. He had been a member of the forum almost since its inception and sounded like a nice and knowledgeable guy. At some point in the last few months, he had realized I lived very close to him and thought I would be the perfect man to message. Oscar had been planning a very bare-bones expedition out to the mountains where he believed a lot of treasure was hidden. I guess because of my connections and experience of the local hills, he felt I could benefit him in being the second member of the trip. I was somewhat familiar with the story of the treasure and had prospected in the area. Despite this, I harbored many doubts about the existence of it. During the next several months, I expressed these to him in countless messages back and forth. I will admit his enthusiasm and certainty excited me at times, but it would take far more proof before I would agree to join him. He would bring me the proof in the following weeks, and I would finally agree to be his partner. A month later, after the rains had completely ceased, we drove away from town and, hopefully, into the arms of a lot of treasure. Now, the hard work had truly began, and hard it was. Day after day, we toiled in the dirt, digging and moving massive rocks only to uncover nothing. It took a while before we would realize we had read the map wrong and had reversed course. The hiking was far harder than it had been in the past, and with no real obvious clues, I began to lose hope. Then, out of nowhere, we stumbled across a whole new mystery. We'd been hiking all day and were looking for a good place to camp when Oscar stepped into a small hole that turned out to be a lost mine. For the remainder of the night, I tossed and turned, eager for the search that would come with the dawn. It eventually came, and we spent a good 3 hours digging out the entrance to make it large enough to enter. Around lunch, it was big enough for me to crawl into. I did so for a good 50 feet, when it opened up into a larger room about knee-high. As I shone my light around, I came to realize it had been cleaned out long ago. This wasn't the first time I'd had the same experience, but I promise, it never gets easier. I went ahead and knocked off some samples to get assayed and took a few pictures to show Oscar and shimmied back out. As I related what I had seen inside the mine, Oscar's expression grew dimmer and dimmer. Even after handing him the samples, he appeared to be angry at me. It wasn't that big of a deal, really. After all, we still had the treasure to find. He threw the samples down at my feet and huffed. "You trying to screw me?" The scowl uncovering his teeth as he said it. "I know what this is. You're trying to trick me and come back for it, so it's all yours." As the last words dropped from his mouth, his right hand moved towards his pistol. I glanced up to his eyes, hoping to measure his seriousness. They had morphed from a bright blue to almost black. He wasn't joking. Any bit of saliva I'd once had in my mouth was gone in an instant, and I could feel my body begin to tremble. I was surely seconds away from death. There was a .45 strapped to my belt too, but I was far from a shootist, and he had the drop on me. The best I could hope for was to talk my way out of it. "Oscar, I promise I have no intention of doing anything like that." I couldn't stop the stutter in my voice. My hands fumbled for my phone. Look, I took pictures." His hand tightened on the grip of the pistol, but he held his jaw. I handed him the phone, almost dropping it at least once. He stared at the screen intently for several minutes in complete silence, occasionally flipping from page to page. I didn't dare move or speak as he did so. However, my eyes stayed glued to his gun hand the entire time while I said a silent prayer. My hope was that he had as much experience as me and would know the mine was played out. When he did finally speak, I jumped slightly because I was so focused on his gun. "All right, Wayne. It looks like you may be telling the truth. From these pictures, it looks to be cleaned out, but if I come back here and see somebody's been digging, I'm going to track you down and put a bullet in you." I did my best to hide my relief. He handed me my phone and we headed down to the mountain. I was overjoyed to be leaving. As we descended, I kept my eyes fixed on his pistol, just in case he'd try to catch me off guard. No more words were exchanged between us. Once my car came into sight, I hustled my tail as fast as my legs would carry me, but never let him get behind me. I hightailed it out of there, happy just to be getting out of the mountains alive and having long forgotten anything to do with treasure. It was clear I was never going out with that crazy man again. I'd always read old stories about how prospectors would get gold fever and kill each other, but never believed I'd be put in the same predicament. Oscar did try to connect with me a few times more, but after what happened the first time, he had to know I'd never be able to trust him again. The chance he was trying to lure me out to him so he could kill me was too high. Thankfully, I'd forgotten to give him my address. At least I could check the mail without carrying a gun with me, I'd hoped. In the years since this happened, I've been out and about detecting for this and that, always looking out for my old partner over my shoulder. Since I shut down the forum, I've taken to lurking around, never posting any information that may let him know who I am or if I'm still alive. Occasionally I come across one of his posts and move along, but the most recent of his I saw caused me to shudder when I read it. It appears he's on the search for a new partner to accompany him on his next treasure hunt. For a long moment I thought about posting a warning or at least telling of my experience with him in the mountains, but I decided against it. I've stayed safe all these years, keeping my head down, and never believed in poking a sleeping bear. I can only hope his posts go unanswered. I don't know if I could live with the knowledge that I could have prevented a tragedy and chose to stay silent. Just this past week, my sister shared with me a terrifying tale of a small group of predators working out of a major kids' entertainment forum. She'd only just discovered the group's existence in this past month. Her daughter had been a member of this forum for many years by this point, but had never reported any strange interactions with an adult. Although grown-up members are not unheard of on this site, its overwhelming aim is to cater toward children under 16 years or younger. My niece is currently approaching 14, and her own interest in this subject has waned drastically in the last few years. Nonetheless, she's made many friends through the forum and enjoys connecting with them on a fairly regular basis. The dangers lurking on the site have been brought to her attention by a poster on Reddit. The poster told a story of how her son had been approached by two different men on the forum to meet for intimate reasons. One of them had been building up to it, at first befriending the 12-year-old, talking a lot of their common love for music and animation. The other was much more brazen in his actions, even going as far as sending illicit pictures. By the time the mother had discovered the existence of the man and went to the police, both had moved on or changed their usernames. Despite a lot of hard work, the police were unable to track either one, and several operations to draw them out failed. In the comments below the post, another parent shared the details of a similar incident in which his son was propositioned by an adult man for photos. Just like my sister, I was disgusted by the stories I read on the Reddit page and was thankful I was childless. These awful accounts didn't stick to the realm of Reddit for long. After having an in-depth discussion on internet safety with her daughter, my niece took it upon herself to ask her friend if they had been approached or propositioned by an adult on that forum or the internet in general. What she discovered would shock even her. No less than 6 of her friends, male and female, had been approached and solicited for a variety of services. 2 of those also personally knew someone who had been assaulted by an adult that they had been groomed by on the internet. The thing about all this that concerned us the most was that 3 of them had been solicited on that specific forum. Both of the children, one of each gender, had even had this happen several times during their time being a member. With all she had heard over the last few weeks, my sister was terrified and saw only these kinds of monsters behind every tree. She even considered making her daughter end her membership on the forum, but I managed to help her see how that may drive a wedge between her and my niece. The girl was only there to speak to her friends anyway, and forbidding her from doing that wouldn't keep her safe from the predators that existed there. She was going to have to trust her to make her own decisions. The girl was becoming a woman, and I was positive that she had been raised well enough to make the correct ones. God, I hope I'm right. Every once in a blue moon, I like to log on to the deep web and search for weird and strange things. In general, it's a relatively tame place. All the stories you hear about red rooms and hitmen are bull 99% of the time, and these sites you see covered on YouTube are just FBI and other various law enforcement agencies' honey traps set up to capture criminals and stupid kids looking to score online. The majority of the trafficking taking place on the deep web these days is insiders leaking information to journalists and pervs sharing lewd photos of kids. Yes, there are many other uses for it, but the virtual anonymity of the platform allows these behaviors to thrive. I would like to make it clear I wholly support whistleblowers having a safe place to pass on information they might have, by the way, but obviously not the illicit stuff that people do on there. And the story that I'm about to share occurred in my early days surfing the deep web. I had heard all the stories and was eager to see how real they were. Like others, I was a little disappointed in what I'd found. The raciest place I'd come across was a picture and video forum that was heavy on the adult stuff. I guess the best description of it is a deep web ex-hamster crossed with LiveLeak. Everything was allowed as long as it was legal. So the kid stuff was banned, thankfully. The adult videos were the main reason I was there, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the other members traded their homemade videos and pictures between one another, and I enjoyed checking those posts out. Most of the modern mainstream adult movies are a little degrading to the actresses, but I discovered the amateur stuff was not. Pretty vanilla, actually. This made them much easier for me to enjoy. It may have been my third or fourth time I'd visited the site when I got a private message from another member. I wasn't sure why he chose me or even how he knew I was there at the time, but I read it anyway. He said he was a moderator and noticed I'd visited multiple times but had not shared anything. Apparently the sharing thing, while not required, was highly encouraged. He wanted to know if I had anything to share, basically. I've never been the kind to film myself doing it, however, I didn't want to cause any trouble. After thinking about it for a minute, I remember I had a few photos of my ex-girlfriend's older sister she had sent me. Don't ask. And so I sent those. 30 minutes later, he sent a second message. He sounded pleased with the pictures and had a few files I could download. Despite being grateful, I was a tad bit leery of downloading something from a stranger, but my curiosity got the best of me. The first few videos were pretty average yet enjoyable. However, the next was a bit unsettling. It was a guy slapping his female partner over and over and then choking her with a length of rope. I skipped that one completely and moved on, but the next one was even worse. The video started with a close-up of a woman's leg wearing a spiked high heel. Then it pulled away to show a kitten laying on the floor. This confused me for a second, but then the woman raised her leg and stomped on the kitten. I spent the next several minutes weeping uncontrollably. Being a massive animal lover, this kind of garbage horrifies me. Call me a child all you want, but there was nothing appealing about this. The tears eventually gave over to sheer anger, and I sent a venom-laden message to this idiot voicing my distaste for his joke. I let my anger get the best of me, and I foolishly threatened to send them to the cops. Looking back on this now, it was an empty threat. The cops wouldn't likely be able to find the guy or really care. After witnessing what I had, I stayed off the deep web for about a month. When I did return, I noticed a new message from the guy that sent me the horrible videos. I was reluctant to read it at first, kind of wanted to move on and put it behind me, but another part of me wanted to see his justification for thinking I'd like that garbage. Ultimately, I made the right choice, or maybe not. It depends on perspective, I guess. What I would read, I was not expecting. For some reason, he got into his head that I didn't belong on the forum, and he wanted to drive me away. My mistake was threatening him. He must have foreseen this, and he suggested I search my hard drive. He claimed he had hidden a file within the download that had enough CP to put me in prison for a long time. This left me with no defense. A search of my hard drive uncovered an unknown file that I didn't recognize, and it was indeed a massive file. Although it may have been nothing, there was no way I was going to take the chance of infecting my computer with this filth. Hours of work left me with no hope of removing it. Perhaps a more computer-literate person could do it, but I was not one of those. I battled around with it in my mind for a long time until I saw no other option. A sledgehammer made quick work of the laptop. In less than 10 minutes, my problem was solved and I'd learned my lesson. From that day on, I'll never download anything unless I know for certain it is safe. Since then, I only peruse the deep web on a used and disposable laptop I purchased just for that purpose. In addition, I don't engage with anyone there, and to be honest, I find less and less that draws me back. The surface web has plenty of free stuff to consume, and the dangers are far less. If you do find yourself lurking around the deep web, keep in mind that most of the folks there are using it for a reason. Most have something to hide or unseemly work to do. Please, be safe, and don't trust anyone. Sometimes the things we say to others can come back to haunt us. Even when it's someone we think we know well, words and intent can become twisted, especially over the internet. This next story should serve as a strong reminder to be careful of what you may say to others. Although you may mean them no harm, not everyone can take a joke. At the end of 2012, I stumbled upon a male-centered chat room run by one of those men's fashion and style magazines. I lurked for a week or two before I decided to officially join the discussion. The topics thrown around were what you would imagine a bunch of 18 to 45-year-old guys would talk about to one another. Women, beer, guns, the usual things. Another very common thing you will see if you spend any amount of time around men is harmless banter. The old yo mama jokes and the type. On occasion, the mean-spirited fellow will come along and take things too far, but normally most lines are rarely crossed. That being said, almost every one of us men have said something that offended another without meaning to. While speaking face-to-face, your meaning can occasionally be misconstrued, but online, the chances of this happening can increase greatly, and thinking of what you're about to say is very important. On one occasion, I said something I didn't feel was that bad, but every day since then I've wished I could take it back. I believe I'd been a member of the chat for over a year then. The room was relatively active, and I was one of the most active. I traded friendly barbs back and forth with others on many occasions, and nothing ever became of it. One morning over coffee, I was BSing with a group of 3 or 4 other members. All but one guy were long-timers. The fourth dude had been around for less than a month. That didn't matter to us, though. Regardless of how long you've been around, we welcomed everyone with open arms. If I recollect right, the new guy had made a joking comment about his wife, and the others of us did the same. Up to then, all was well with the group, but then I made my own joke about the new guy's wife, and everything broke out from there. To show how little I thought about it at the time, I can't even remember what the joke was about. If I was to guess, it was probably about her weight. If that was the subject, in hindsight, it was likely the wrong thing to mention, but in my defense, I'd heard much worse than things exchanged there and never blinked an eye. What was said doesn't matter. If it offended the man, I was out of line and take full responsibility for my actions now. That morning was a slightly different matter. Even after the guy told me I'd gone too far, I disregarded his words and told him to chill out and to stop being a wuss. I probably couldn't have said anything worse. The rest of the guys quietly left, and he and I were the only 2 remaining. No reply came from his end for a long time, and I was just about to log off when he began typing. He demanded I apologize that second, or he was going to beat an apology out of me. Naturally, this made me chuckle. I replied by saying, "What are you going to do? Reach through the screen and punch me?" I still hate myself for being such an a-hole. "I don't have to, jerk off. I know exactly where you live, and to make sure you're paying attention, I know your kids' names and what school they go to." Now, I was beginning to get angry myself. Threatening my children was way overboard. This made my response to him cruder than usual. I confidently called his bluff. To my surprise, he wasn't bluffing. He would follow by typing out my full address, including my children's full names, birth dates, and schools. He wanted my full attention, and he most certainly had it. I'd never been so terrified in my life. Just to drive his point home, he added by telling me that he lived in the next town over. Even if he was lying about that, I wasn't going to risk it. My reply to him was perhaps the most thought-out apology I'd ever given someone, and be sure I meant each and every word of it. He made me wait several minutes before he answered. I was beginning to pull my hair out. The relief I felt after reading it was indescribable. "Okay, I accept your apology. Let this be a lesson to you. You never know who you're talking to and what they may know or are willing to do to get back at you. By this point, I was so spent from the shock of the last half hour I could only answer with a thank you. I could only hope he meant what he said and my family was safe. In the end, my apology would have never have been made if I was the only person in danger. He could come over and do his best to whoop me, but the second my family became a target, no matter how mad it made me, I had no other option. You have to believe any man angry enough to threaten another's kids is crazy enough to carry them out. That's never a thing you should wager on. Moving on to this last year, my family and I were at the local Irish festival having a great time. My run-in with the guy from the chat room had faded from my mind. My daughters were at a booth getting their faces painted and I was sitting nearby taking a break with a beer. My wife was waiting in line for some snacks. I was sitting alone, taking in the wonderful smells and sounds filling the air. Out of nowhere, a uniformed cop drops down next to me on the bench and says hello. I thought nothing of it and said hello back. Brent wanted me to let you know that he may have forgiven you, but he hasn't forgotten. He pointed you out to me and asked I pass on the message. We police take care of each other, you see. Have a fun day. The cop stood up and quietly walked away. I was struck dumb. Not a word could form in my mind. I helplessly scanned the crowd looking for what I didn't know. My daughters and wife carried on, clueless as to what had just occurred. I spent the remainder of the day constantly looking over my shoulder while trying to hide my fear from them. A day hasn't gone by since that I haven't been on guard. This year's festival is soon approaching and my daughters are highly anticipating it. My instincts tell me not to go, but doing that would only draw questions I'm not ready to answer. More than likely I'll be spending this weekend there, searching the faces of every strange man and police officer, wondering if my family is safe to enjoy themselves. I can only pray that his anger has cooled over time and last year's talk was nothing more than a gentle reminder to be kinder to my fellow man. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And join my Discord to interact with me and other listeners directly. If you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations for just $1 a month on Patreon, and maybe even pick up some Let's Read merch on Spreadshirt. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all these stories in long compilation form and save huge on data. Located anywhere you listen to podcasts. Links in the bio. Thanks so much, friends. And remember to always kiss your homies goodnight.
In retrospect, we all should have known something was up when Professor Burton bought the Douglas farm. Douglas was a farmer in name only, somehow managing to scrape a living together off a few cows, scattered chickens, and the occasional cabbage. In the end, he was sick of keeping up the pretense, sold off everything, and settled into the comfortable position of town drunk. Not much was known about Professor Burton. Thin, bald, with thick spectacles. He looked every part the college professor. He was apparently a professor of botany, and no one knew why anyone would buy the Douglas farm. Well, Burton certainly had plans for the place. Now, the only thing of note on that rundown farm is the perfectly serviceable barn. And every day we saw trucks drive up and unload their cargo, light fixtures, hoses and cables, especially cables. Burton also had a company build some sort of addition to the barn, some sort of upper deck or office that could be reached by stairs. Burton kept mostly to himself. Some thought he was strange, but most, myself included, considered him a harmless sort. That all changed 3 months after he bought the farm. Now, I'm a veterinarian, and I once had pretty good business in this town, with all the farmers and their animals. But the farming business isn't what it used to be, and soon most of the local farmers shifted to producing fruit and vegetables for the surrounding markets. Locally grown and well-priced produce is all the rage these days, especially old heirloom varieties. But some still kept a few animals around, like a couple of chickens for eggs, a cow for milk, or a well-loved horse. But business was bad. So, as one of the few locals with any scientific background, I soon took up a part-time job as a CSI. Not that there was much to do, but it's at least a regular salary. There is next to no crime here. The only things the police are ever called for are fights and the occasional absconding goat. So it was quite unusual for me to be lugging a CSI kit at 4 in the morning in some field. A dead cow. With my credentials, I guess I was ideal for the job. But I never would have thought things would have turned out the way they did. Yes, it all started that morning, with Riley's dead cow. Officer Harrison was there. So was Riley, the cow's owner. Riley wasn't really a farmer. Instead, he kept what he called emergency cows, livestock that could be sold whenever there was a sudden need for money. As I approached, I realized there wasn't much of a carcass left. It was just a skeleton, barely held together with ligaments. The bones were stained but picked clean, and the ground beneath and around the remains was blanketed with cow hair. Well, the scavengers worked fast. Officer Harrison spoke up. Not that fast. Riley grunted. Cow was alive last night. I was opening my kit when I heard that. I looked up at Riley's somber face. This cow was alive last night? Riley saw the questioning look in my eyes. I'm not crazy. Last night she was in this field, chomping grass. Today she's that. This is unheard of. Even with scavengers and insect activity, it would have taken weeks for the cow to be reduced to this state. Officer Harrison spoke. Riley says he didn't hear anything last night. No wolves howling, no cows screaming, or anything like that. He turned to me. Any ideas what could have done this? I shook my head. There was no animal, no phenomenon I could think of that can skeletonize a cow in one night. I've always laughed at those UFO fanatics and the stories of cattle mutilation. Riley trailed off. He looked up at the sky. Now, there must be a rational explanation, I said lightly as I started to bag up the bones. I needed more bags. I'll take this to the lab, take a closer look. I'm sure I'll find something. Riley just shook his head. Better sell my other cow. My investigation proved to be very unsatisfying. No tooth marks or any marks that might indicate a weapon. Not a scrap of flesh left, but the bones were still stained. No scorch marks, no acid damage. Even the brain was missing, but the skull was intact. How? Even if some particularly ravenous pack of animals somehow killed this cow without alerting Riley, and then consumed every bit of meat while leaving the bones unmarred, how would they have gotten at the brain? I admit, I was a bit unsettled, but also excited. This was a mystery, a puzzle. The community buzzed with the story of Riley's cow. Some thought it was UFOs. Others thought that this was the advent of some terrifying new flesh-eating disease. I admit I was a bit uneasy when I heard that rumor. Some even thought it was the work of humans. Perhaps some starving, desperate people came across that cow and simply ate every scrap of it, there and then. But the majority thought it was just a very hungry pack of wolves. Didn't explain why the brain was missing, or why Riley didn't hear anything. It's ironic that over the next few weeks, it didn't ring any alarm bells when an increasing number of my clients were reporting missing cats and dogs. Not even when the farmers were happy that the gopher problem seemed to have died out. Nor when we saw Professor Burton hard at work digging some kind of trench around the barn. So it was quite an unpleasant surprise when the same thing happened again. This time it was a pet goat named Nancy, living in a fenced enclosure in a backyard. It was the same story. Nancy had been perfectly fine last night, but come the morning, her owners are horrified to find that she was a skeleton and a pile of hair. No signs of a struggle. The fence was unbroken, and her owners had heard nothing. Her bones told me nothing new. Again, her brain was missing. A few days later, it was a parrot, still in his cage, but there was something different this time. Although the skull, sternum and hips remained inside the cage, the bones that could fit through the bars were missing, and there were some feathers beneath the cage. It was the parrot that finally led me to connect the pet disappearances with the skeletonizations. I was pretty sure whatever did this was also feeding on the local cat and dog population, but wasn't only mammals and birds. Now that I finally paid attention, the insect population had plummeted as well. No more cockroaches in the kitchens or bathrooms, no wasps or ants swarming over overripe fruit, no flies buzzing around rotten trash. I am sad to report that Officer Harrison took a complete disinterest in all of this. He pointedly ignored everything I laid before him and told me that he had other things to worry about. Yeah, right. Our community was completely baffled by these events. Rumors spread around like wildfire. Stories of chupacabras floated about. People started keeping their animals inside their houses or otherwise in locked coops and huts. That seemed to help a bit, although a coop of chickens was found skeletonized one morning. People started standing vigil over their remaining livestock. One day, someone had brought in a rabbit he had hit with his car. Despite my efforts, it soon died. But as I went to dispose of its carcass, an idea occurred to me. I decided I was going to get to the bottom of the mystery. That night, I put the rabbit out of my backyard, just within the edge of the house lights. And I waited. I waited for what seemed like hours. I expected a shadowy figure to pop up any minute now. Imagine my surprise when the rabbit started to disappear. At first, I didn't realize what was happening. It seemed like the rabbit was slowly sinking into the ground. I grabbed a flashlight and went out for a closer look. When I came close enough, I realized the rabbit was covered by some sort of dark coat, a seething, moving coat. Ants. Thousands of black ants crawling all over the rabbit. It occurred to me that I hadn't seen a single ant for the past few weeks, even though they used to be everywhere. And as I watched, they formed a blanket beneath the rabbit and started to drag it away. I decided to follow. You might think it foolish of me, but at the time I did not feel to be in danger. I was already familiar with how ants loved meat. I've seen plenty of dead chicks covered with ants. It did occur to me that the ants may be partly responsible for, at the very least, the clean bones and missing brain. And it's not that I was seeing anything alarming. I was watching ants drag away a food item, except it was a rabbit instead of a grasshopper. As I followed, I saw other streams of ants join the group carrying the precious meat, and the pace started to pick up. Almost 3 hours later, I realized I was heading for Burton's property. As I approached, I considered waking him up to ask for permission, but decided against it. He was a man of science, and he would understand. Plus, I did not relish waking up a man just to ask if I could follow some ants across his land. They marched right across the field towards the barn. Then we came across the trench that Burton had been digging around his barn. Except it was now a moat. It was filled with murky water. As the mass approached, I saw them gathering at the edge of the water, milling around. Then they split forward, floating in the water. I knew some ants were capable of this rafting behavior, but what surprised me was what happened next. Another column approached from the opposing bank. They too started rafting, and the two columns joined up in the middle of the moat, forming a bridge. More and more ants arrived, until the bridge grew big and sturdy enough for the rabbit. They carried it across while I jumped over the moat. They were heading towards the barn, and as I approached, I noticed there were gaps at the bottom of the barn doors and walls. Gaps large enough for a cat or dog to squeeze through. Gaps that showed that there was some pretty strong lighting in there. As the rabbit disappeared into the barn, I hesitated. Walking across the field was one thing, but entering the barn was trespassing, plain and simple. As I walked around the barn, considering my options, I came across stairs. Stairs that led up to the room that Burton had added to the barn, and I could see the lights were on. Good, I thought. The guy is awake. I'll go up there and we'll talk about this. I ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. It was open. The room was devoid of human presence, but it was certainly not empty. It was full of monitors and cables. It looked like a surveillance room. One side of the room was completely glass, overlooking the floor of the barn, and I was amazed by what I saw. Hoses draped the walls, expelling jets of mist. Light fixtures dangled from the ceiling on long cables, illuminating the things sprawled below. In the center, a massive stalk, woody and gnarled, emerged from the mound. It snaked outward in a spiral. Along its length sprung long, broad, shiny leaves at regular intervals. Each leaf had a thick midrib that extended into a tendril, and each tendril ended in a pitcher. Each pitcher was a massive, globular, barrel-shaped jug, banded and striped with cream, yellow, orange, red, purple, caramel and chocolate brown, like it was carved from agate, with 2 rows of webbed orange-tipped tentacles running down the front, and a bright, almost fluorescent orange lip. Each had a leafy, umbrella-like cover or cap, and beneath that jutted a pair of what looked like bright, fuchsia fangs, terrifyingly similar to the dentition of a particularly exotic viper. I was looking at a giant, no, gargantuan pitcher plant. A pitcher plant that was practically a mini jungle in itself. The monitors all showed the extreme close-ups of the plant. There must have been dozens of cameras hidden in the foliage. Some of the cameras were aimed at individual traps. The controls were simple and intuitive. I could zoom in on anything I wanted, so I took a closer look at the ants. They crawled all over the plant, but were mostly concentrated on the traps, thick, writhing rivers and ribbons of black and red bodies. Normally, ants of 2 colonies would fight, but here I saw different species, all intermingling peacefully, as if some bizarre peace treaty had been signed. Small black ants, medium-sized brown ants, what looked like fire ants of all sizes and colours, and ants of shapes and varieties I've never seen before. The floor seethed with what seemed like trillions of tiny bodies. There were slender, long-legged ants and bullet-shaped stout ants. There were ants ornamented with spines and even hair. There were ants with jaws open at a 180-degree angle to each other. There were ants with enormous heads and massive jaws. And there were really weird ants that had bizarre protrusions, stalks and tubercles on their head and or abdomens. One looked like it had a periscope, with his eyes perched on the tip of a tall protuberance. I noticed that there were always 1 or 2 holes, scarred and woody, in every snaking tendril connected to one of the traps, and the ants entered and exited with them freely. I watched as the rabbit carcass was dragged into the barn on a bed of chitinous bodies. They swarmed over it, and the bodies seemed to melt. Skin and fur were sheared away, muscle and fat seemingly dissolved under the combined effort of a billion tiny jaws. White bones started to peek through the seething mass, as well as the glistening sheen of viscera. But then there was a lull in the frenetic activity. I saw various lumps being separated from the carcass. The biggest one looked like a liver before it was smothered into a different kind of ant, shiny and brown, almost coppery. They swarmed all over the lumps, ignoring the main carcass, which was feasted on by the other ants. As the lumps shrank, the brown ants started to stream towards one of the traps. The ants already on the trap cleared a path for the gleaming brown stream. It snaked all the way up to the lip of the trap. I zoomed in on the trap. I watched in amazement as I saw each ant carried a lump of pulpy flesh in its jaws, and as it approached the edge of the lip, it would drop its cargo below into the clear pool of amber liquid. The amber liquid seemed to have bugs in it as well, little brown larvae things that were actively wriggling and swimming, but I couldn't make them out clearly. But one thing was clear. The ants were feeding the pitcher plant. I knew pitcher plants were carnivorous, and a few were big enough to trap the occasional rat, but I was sure nothing on this scale was ever known to science. This thing was using ants to eat larger prey. I zoomed back in on the rabbit. Already the bones showed underneath the seething mass, and I watched as the bones and a bit of fur were ferried into a distant corner of the barn. I zoomed in as close as I could. Bones, small and medium-sized bones piled haphazardly. I recognized dog skulls and cat skulls, clumps and tufts of hair and fur. I checked the other corners. Sure enough, each had a pile of bones and fur, the ants' refuse heaps. I began to understand. Smaller carcasses would be brought here to be processed, and larger animals were processed on location. But it didn't explain how the ants managed to overpower and kill such large, powerful animals, not to mention doing so silently. The parrot was trapped in a cage, true, but the owners heard nothing, and I knew very well how loud a parrot could be. My thoughts were interrupted as the door swung open. Professor Burton stood in the doorway, holding a mug and a pot of coffee. We stared at each other. Burton spoke first. "I can explain." I jumped up, suddenly furious. "You better explain this." He nearly dropped the coffee pot. No, what I meant to say was, what are you doing here?" I rushed at him, pinning him to the door. Didn't he realize what he had done? I was rewarded with the unpleasant sensation of hot coffee running down my leg. "No, we're past that. Explain this." I waved my hand vaguely at the monitors. He spoke in a shaky voice. "On my last trip to Borneo, I found this little patch of rainforest in a deforested valley. The logging company gave me permission to explore before moving in. They said I had a week, so for a while I wandered around in there. In the process, losing my camera and glasses, I come across this fantastic nepenthes. It was huge, draped from several trees like a huge liana. I collected some samples. Then, like an idiot, I didn't tell the loggers what I discovered. When I came back the next day, the entire patch had been razed. Those assholes worked overtime to make sure they could finish the job. They knew if news of this discovery spread, they'll never be allowed to cut down that forest." His voice shook with emotion, but he went on. "But I showed them. I still had the samples I had taken away the day before, and with any luck, I would be able to propagate it. And I did, which... You idiot. So you come down here to cultivate a monster plant? Why here? Why not in some lab somewhere?" He coughed. "Professor Lewis, the head of the botany department, is a very unpleasant man, well known to staff for appropriating the work of others, so I was determined to..." I cut him off. "You really don't understand what you've nearly done. You knew you were losing control. That's why you dug that moat, but it looks like they outsmarted you." I shook my head in disgust. "It's sheer luck that nobody was hurt." "Ah," he eagerly cried, "but they do not harm humans." "Nonsense. Why wall yourself up in this room instead of walking in your garden?" "But I do. I go in there to check the equipment, drop off prey items, things like that. I built this room so I could better observe what was going on, take in the whole picture, so to speak. I can't watch the plant around the clock, so I set up the cameras to monitor everything. It's all saved to multiple redundant hard drives for later analysis, so..." "Wait, you're saying you've been in there, and yet you made it out alive?" "It wasn't this big in the beginning. It was just a small cutting at first. I've been growing it in my house for several months before I decided I needed more space. All that time, I was never attacked by the colony, so..." "Wait, you brought the ants from Borneo too?" "Yes. I already told you I managed to take several samples. I managed to collect part of the brood, which contained a queen. But what's really fascinating is that it managed to recruit local ant species, possibly through some sort of pheromone, and even alter their morphology, possibly by secreting hormone analogues which affect larva development and pupa maturation. The original symbiotic species is the only one that feeds the nepenthes directly. All other species are used for prey capture and defense, which... Look, this is fascinating and all, and I admit it's one heck of a discovery, but you're really in over your head right now. Your little moat did nothing to stop them, and now they're depleting the entire area of fauna. You've got an ecological catastrophe just waiting to happen." I relaxed my hold on him. "Look, I'm sorry about losing my temper, but you've messed up bad, and you need help. I suggest taking a cutting and starting somewhere else in a more secure and controlled environment." "What? Start over from scratch? But you already have, what, like terabytes of video? I'd say you've collected enough data to make a formal description. Just take a cutting and maybe one of the traps in a truck. That should be enough to stake your claim. I don't think Professor Lewis will be able to hijack this one." "I suppose you're right," he said with some reluctance. "And what do you suggest I do about..." "Spray the place with herbicide. I said flatly, "or just chop up the thing and send it to a university or something. Look, the plant's influence on the local ant population is too dangerous to—" I paused. I remembered something. Hold on a minute. How do the ants kill the animals without raising a ruckus? Ah, he smiled nervously. The ants are not only symbiotes. In my samples, I also collected a new species of mosquitoes that breeds in the fluid of the pictures. The larvae take a portion of the plant's food. On such a rich diet, they build up enough reserves to last their entire adult life. The adults do not feed at all, and as soon as they emerge, they will mate and lay eggs. Sometimes in the picture they hatched from, but the females still have well-developed mouthparts and can still bite, although they can't suck blood. Their salivary glands are enlarged and secrete a potent and very fast-acting— Burton was interrupted again, but this time wasn't me. It was the whining, humming cloud that blew through the open doorway. The mosquitoes covered us like grey fur. I couldn't feel the bites, but I did start getting drowsy. I flailed about, trying to swat them, or at least brush them off, but they were relentless. My movement slowed, my vision blurred. Then I blacked out. When I woke up, I found myself in a hospital bed, covered all over with mosquito bites, which thankfully didn't itch. They told me nobody realized I was missing for 3 days. It was only when Harrison needed my report to complete his own paperwork that he bothered to check if I had shown up for work, and Burton only went to town for groceries once a week. So it was a couple of days until we were found, unconscious in the room. So all in all, we had been knocked out for 5 days. Even then, we were only discovered because someone reported that the doors to Burton's barn had been left open for 2 days. Burton visited me in the hospital later that day. He regained consciousness the day before and told me what Harrison had told him. The plant was gone. The stalk had been sawn through, leaving only a stump. Everything else was left behind. They left the lights, the cameras, everything was untouched, he said bitterly. They were after one thing only, the plant. I have lost everything. But you still have the videos, your own notes. I stored them all on the hard drives, and every single one of them is corrupted, ruined. I went to a guy who specializes in data recovery. He said it's pretty much hopeless. I was looking at a broken man. Right now, the police think it's a straightforward case of assault and robbery. The official story is somebody drugged the two of us, then made off with the plant. I stared. Is that what you told them? It's what they chose to believe. I merely did nothing to correct that assumption. How did you explain all the bones and fur? He snorted. I told them I had no idea how they got there, and that the thieves must have dumped them there. Is this guy for real? And what if I tell them what really happened? You think they'll believe your story of sedative mosquitoes and a giant pet-eating plant? They'll blow it off as a particularly vivid hallucination induced by the knockout drug or whatever. Besides, it'll be your word against mine. He sighed. Though, to be honest, I don't care either way. I poured every penny I had into this. It was a dream come true, a fantasy come to life. I rescued it from a patch of rainforest that was going to be cut down. I spared no expense. Now, it's gone, and I have nothing left. Seriously? You sold your house and everything? Well, I still have my house, and a shed packed full of old fish tanks. There's not much left to add. The perpetrators were never caught, and the wildlife slowly replenished itself. Everything was back to normal. Well, I still have my house, and a shed packed full of old fish tanks. There's not much left to add. The perpetrators were never caught, and the wildlife slowly replenished itself. Everything was back to normal, and I didn't feel like pressing the matter, especially since Burton had sold off the property and paid off everybody who had lost an animal. Everybody thought it was peculiar, but mighty kind and neighbourly of him. I personally thought killing a beloved pet deserved harsher reparations. Burton's gone now, but I'm still uneasy. I remember how Burton had told me the colony never attacked him, back when he was taking care of the plant. But the mosquitoes attacked us after I told them to spray the place and destroy the plant. And the ants never touched us. We could have easily ended up as plant food. But we didn't. I think the plant is aware that killing its caretaker was a bad idea, aware that its caretaker had become a liability after talking to me, aware that our deaths would have caused the police to look more closely into the robbery, aware that Burton had stored all his data on the hard drives, and so destroyed them to keep its existence a secret. I think it wasn't stolen. I think that maybe thousands of tiny jaws were ordered to chew through the stalk, and now millions of bodies are carrying it somewhere else to be planted and take root. I think it escaped. When I was 13, I died. For 2 minutes and 11 seconds, my heartbeat stopped and my pulse was gone and I was dead. 1 second I was racing my bike along the sidewalk and made a turn to the left to shortcut across the road. The next, I stared up at a blank ceiling, wrapped in bandages and wires and tubes, while some machine beat next to me in a steady rhythm. I had no recollection of what happened in between. It didn't take long for this little gap in memory to be filled. My father still can't stop telling the story any chance he gets. He tells it during dinner, during long car trips, during TV commercial breaks. He tells it to friends and colleagues and strangers at the bus stop. Remember that time you got hit by that car? We were in a panic when we got the call. They said your heart stopped. You were dead, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. I guess that's his way of coping with a traumatic experience. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. It didn't take long for that number to start haunting me. Soon it came for me every night. The dream started a few months after the accident. My body was already on its way to complete recovery. I had left the hospital bed behind and returned home. My leg was still wrapped in a cast and the scars left on my torso would never fade. But that was it. It was around this time I found myself waking up at night more and more often, sweating and shivering, a pain enveloping my chest. Soon I grew able to remember the nightmares that preceded these events, or rather, the one single nightmare. It was the same exact dream every night, and still is to this day. The same visions, the same sounds, and it always lasts the exact same time. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. I know, because as it became a regular occurrence, I started counting along. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The rough asphalt of the road takes in half of my view. My body lies on an awkward angle on the coarse grey material. Glittering fragments of glass and small smears of red fluid are splattered around me. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. People stand around me. Some shuffle for a better view. Others just stay frozen in place, their eyes wide open, their trembling hands squeezed against their lips. A blue light flashes somewhere behind me, its presence vaguely visible against the bright sunlight. 13 seconds, 14 seconds, 15 seconds. A deep pain ripples through me, cold and heavy, as if every bit of warmth slowly bleeds from my body. It radiates from my torso up into my neck and my head and my limbs. I wanted to scream, but my lips refuse to move. They are slightly open. My tongue hangs out on one side. A thick fluid slowly drips from it to the ground. I want to move, but my muscles don't respond. I expect the scent of oil and blood to spread in my nose, but I smell nothing. I smell nothing because no air enters my nostrils, because I have stopped breathing. 28, 29, 30. Growling engines, distant sirens, voices, contorted fragments of noise that make less and less sense. Hands touch me, squeeze against my neck and wrists. I can barely make out the sensation, but it is there. Careful at first, then more and more frantic. Shouts grow louder, more hands, more touches. Shadows fall over me as people draw closer. 55, 56, 57. Someone stabilizes my neck. Someone grabs a hold of my arm. Someone slightly lifts my leg. Someone carefully squeezes against my shoulder. With a gentle, fluid motion, I'm slowly flipped onto my back. The sun sends out its blinding rays. Fabric tears as the shirt is removed from my torso. 125, 126, 127. A man kneels over me, his bright orange vest stained with blood. He positions his hand against my chest, then presses down. My body twitches under the impact like a giant rag doll. Another pump, another. Then a short pause. Then it starts again. Pump, 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 pause. 1:59, 2 minutes, 2:1. Pump, 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 pause. It's hard to keep track of the time. The palms hit my chest with a steady rhythm, but that rhythm doesn't fully match up to the seconds ticking by. I feel like I'm burning, like there is a fire licking over my insides, like thousands of insects burrow into my skin and start tearing out my flesh. 2:6, 2:7, 2:8. Pump, 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 pause. I stare up at the blue sky, concentrate on the faint white cloud formation drifting past, try to focus on its contours and shapes. Anything to keep my mind far away from the next second. Anything to divert my attention from the moment where the pain reaches its peak. 2:9. One of my ribs breaks under the pressure. I want to scream, need to scream, but my body is dead and my lungs are empty, and those hands keep grinding and pumping, unrelenting, driving the broken piece of bone deeper and deeper. 2:10. Something jolts in my chest. The first flutter of my heart muscle. Dots of light dance in front of my pupils. The sunlight disintegrates the remnants of the cloud overhead. Shouting voices twisting, roaring, spinning. 2:11. And I awake, back in my bed. The pain is still there, throbbing and pumping, as if those hands are still hammering down on me. For the first few moments, it feels as if my heartbeat might go out again. Cold sweat coats my skin, my muscles tremble. Then the sensation fades. Every night, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. I've talked to doctors about the reoccurring pain, had a few hospital checkups. There's nothing physically wrong with me, nothing they can find at least. I haven't told anyone about the dream though. This is the first time I put the experience to words. Even telling strangers on the internet feels shameful and embarrassing. It's one thing to show off the parts of my back where my skin is still twisted and contorted, like some Viking showing off old battle scars. It's another thing entirely to talk about waking up every night crying and sobbing. It's another thing to admit to secretly covering my mattress with newspaper sheets in case I lose control of my bladder again. But I have to talk about it. Something changed. It happened a few days ago. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A woman, a bit older, maybe in her late 60s, thin and tall, dressed in painfully bright, mismatching colours, sporting outdated flower patterns, walked along the sidewalk. She was slightly hunched over, carrying 2 plastic bags in her hands. She was just another passerby. She was just some random old lady, and she was not supposed to be there. 3, 4, 5. I've lived through the dream thousands of times. Every little moment has always been the same. Every detail has burned into my mind, unchanging, unwavering, always the same. This woman was not supposed to be there. She had never been there before. 10, 11, 12. She stopped and looked over. 13, 14, 15. She stood there, staring, then began to slowly walk toward the scene of the accident. Her bags swung back and forth in her hands. Some blackish fluid dripped from one of them with each step. 55, 56, 57. She stopped at the outer edge of the crowd, half hidden between the wall of people. The first responders grabbed me, as they always do, and gently flipped me onto my back. I couldn't see her anymore from this new position. The dream continued as it always had. The hand squeezed down on my chest. The clouds drifted across the sky. My rib broke and my heart fluttered to life, and I woke up. Everything just as it always was. Except for that woman. She shouldn't have been there. The next night, she was back. This time she stood in the centre of the crowd from the very start. I could see how garish she looked. Her makeup had been painted thick over her aging face. White glittering powder covered her cheeks. Her lips were smeared with gleaming red lipstick to the point that they looked like wax replicas. Her eyes were encircled with dark violet rings of shade. The face beneath the grotesque mask of makeup was inhumanly still. No twitch of a muscle, no flare of a nostril. She didn't even seem to blink. She just stood there, staring down at me. Her pupils never shifted away. When I was flipped onto my back, she drifted closer, towering in the corner of my vision. The seconds ticked down. The pain grew worse. The palms hit my chest. Pump, 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 pause. Her body tensed in rhythm to the resuscitation. Her thin, bony fingers tightened to shaking fists, then opened up again. Pump, 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 pause. 2-9, 2-10, 2-11. When I woke up, I half expected to see her still standing there, somewhere in the darkness of my room. Of course, she was gone, along with the rest of the dream. I was alone with my pain, and my tears, and my shame. She'd returned the night after. This time, she stood even closer, as close as she was able to get. Other members of the crowd slightly leaned away from her, as if she was emitting a disgusting smell. She didn't react, didn't seem to register anything besides me, as if all these other people weren't even there in the first place. 55, 56, 57. The woman tried to step closer the moment I was turned on my back. One of the first responders stepped into a path and pushed her back. Pump, 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 pause. 133, 134, 135. The pain welled up and grew deeper, and the woman was still there. Her lengthy body twisting to the left and to the right, her fingers twitching in rhythm to those palms squeezing down. Pump, 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 pause. 149, 150, 151. The moment of the worst pain was quickly approaching. She tried to push closer once more, was repelled a second time. 2-4, 2-6, 2-7. My eyes drifted to the cloud above. The worst pain was coming. Just 3 more seconds, 2 more seconds. Pump, 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 pause. 2-8, 2-9. Here it was. The hand would squeeze down and my rib would break and my body would go up in flames and 2-10, 2-11. The hand didn't return. My rib didn't break. My heart didn't start beating again. 2-12, 2-13. The open palm hovered just above my chest, about to push down. A wrinkly set of fingers gripped its wrist. The woman had managed to push into the circle of first responders and grabbed the man just as he was about to administer the last life-giving thrust. Nails bit into flesh. She tore him backwards. He screamed. 218, 219. Somebody else rushed to my side. Another set of hands found my chest, began to push frantically and struggled to find the right rhythm. 223, 224. Something inside me slipped further and further away. A grey shade drifted over the world. 225. The woman was still there, trying to get this new person too, but the others held her back, and at 226 the hands pressed against my chest, faster and faster, and the shouts grew louder, and 227 and closer together, and somebody else arrived, a second, 228, set of hands joining the first, and a rib, 229, broke, and another. They pumped and 230, screamed and 231, 232, 230. And then I woke up. My body twitched on the mattress, convulsing. I was frozen from the vicious cramps tearing their way through me. I tried to scream, but my jaw just inched open for a second, and then bit down with all might as the next cramp hit me. My tongue got caught between my teeth. The taste of blood spread. My stomach cramped, and something was pushed up my throat. With a desperate motion, I threw myself to the side. Somehow, I gathered enough force to fling myself off the side of my bed. My forehead slammed against the edge of my night table. My vision blurred. I crashed to the ground, unable to dampen the fall in any way. At least I wouldn't suffocate in my own vomit in this new position. I lay there for minutes until the worst of the pain slowly receded. That was the last time I slept. Fear of what had happened kept me awake throughout the next night. A pack of caffeine pills got me through the next one after. Now, I'm reaching my limit. I feel myself slipping, feel myself drifting off. I won't be able to stay conscious for much longer. Dark, spidery dots crawl in the corner of my vision. My head feels like it is filled with cotton. My eyes flutter close, and it gets harder and harder to open them back up. Soon, I will sleep. Soon, I will dream. Soon, I will die again. For 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Or maybe, forever. The room disappeared every second Thursday of the month. For a majority of my life, it had been more of an inconvenience than a hazard, since as long as I could remember, there had been a routine. It happened to my parents first. One day, they woke to discover that the door to my half-painted nursery opened to nothing but a flat brick wall. They called in a report to the police that led nowhere. They were unable to explain how or why someone could or would break in and wall off this one room of their new house. The cop thought they were wasting his time. They called a friend to come and look at it, but when he arrived the next day, my nursery was back. By the third time it happened, my mom was 4 months pregnant with me, and my parents caught on that this was a pattern. They moved the crib and all the baby stuff to the guest room that day and started looking at other houses. The following months, however, the room that was my nursery didn't disappear. Instead, the guest room with the crib vanished. My parents sold the house at a loss 2 days later and moved into a new place they'd been scouting. By that next second Thursday, however, the room they decided would be mine was walled off. My parents, catching on to the pattern, took the next few months of my gestation and my infancy to learn the rules of the disappearing room. First, it was only my room that would disappear. They tried dragging my crib into their room, thinking they'd just share and never let me have my own room. They were cautious that month and camped out that first Wednesday. Sure enough, their room vanished. If they were staying temporarily over at someone's place, however, the room I was given remained intact. For a few years, their solution was to leave my toys and bed in my room, but have me sleep in the guest room every night. But I was 3, and I called that guest room my room. That next Thursday, the guest room disappeared. So, the loose rules is that anything that felt like my room would disappear. 2. It happened only for a day once a month. That day was the second Thursday of every month, but there was no consistent time. My parents stayed up watching my room with the door open those first few months and made a chart. There was no consistent data. The times varied from 3 AM, 6 AM on Thursday, or even 11 PM on that Wednesday for when the room would wall itself up. By 10 PM on Thursday, 2 AM, or 10 AM on Friday, my room would reappear. The room went whenever it sort of felt like Thursday. 3. The door always closed when the room disappeared. My parents tried jamming it with doorstops and furniture. They took the door off its hinges. They put a metal bed frame between the 2 rooms. Either the door would slam closed, crushing whatever they used to bar the way, or a new door would show up. 4. The room was gone. Not just barred. My dad tried to crawl through the windows and hammered a hole through the wall to try get inside one of those Thursdays. His attempts brought him to nothing but brick and concrete. It was like a block just switched with my living space. My parents decided to keep this anomaly secret, afraid they'd be thought of as crazy. Or worse, someone might believe them and they'd take me away. So instead, we learned to deal with it. On the second Wednesday of each month, I'd pack a change of clothes and the schoolwork I'd need for the next day. I'd sleep in the guest room Wednesday night and go about my usual routine and sleep either in my reappeared room or the guest room again on Friday, depending on how late it appeared. It wasn't a strenuous change in routine. I never knew any different, but it worried my parents. When my mum was pregnant with my little sister, the guest room became her room, and I was made to sleep in the living room. To their surprise and my mild annoyance, my sister's nursery never disappeared. Even after she was born, her room was always intact. I was 6 at the time, so as far as I understood it, I traded sleeping in the soft, spacious, grown-up bed for sleeping on a blown-up air mattress once a month next to a crying baby. It didn't get better as we got older and learned to torture one another the way young siblings do. When I was 13 and when she was 7, she had this annoying talking doll she'd play with almost every night. I hated that thing, so one Wednesday night I tossed it in my room. She cried herself to sleep, thinking she'd lost it forever, and I felt guilt that almost outweighed my annoyance. I waited by my door that Thursday, ready to make amends and bring back my sister's toy as a peace offering. My room shifted relatively early at 9 p.m. My sister's doll was there, and so was a note. It was written in orange highlighter. Thank you. It wasn't cryptic, but nothing new had ever been in the room after it was gone for a day. Nothing was ever out of place. I screamed and ran for my parents. They read the note and turned on me. I know in hindsight they were afraid, not angry, but I only heard them yelling at me, asking me what I did wrong to provoke it. None of us knew what it was, but none of us liked it. My sister took a toy back, and I slept on the air mattress at my parents' insistence, even though my bed was back. I felt like I was being punished. I thought a lot about that note. A month later, it still came to mind as I did my homework. I had an orange highlighter and a few pens in a cup on my desk. When I drew a line on my paper, I knew it was the same withered orange the note had been. We always knew my room disappeared, but this was the first time I considered that my room actually went somewhere. The next second Thursday, I wrote a note to it and left the paper in the center of the room. Reading it now, I'm surprised at my own juvenile concerns. You got me in trouble. Are you using my highlighter? Don't do that. I don't want you touching my stuff. That Friday, when my room reappeared, there was a paper on the floor. Sorry, was all it said. The word itself was written in a rusty pale red. It almost looked like watercolor. Only, of course, it wasn't. It had written back its message in blood, but not in a threatening manner. The handwriting was neat, and there were no ominous stains along the edges. It was a real response from the thing inside my room. It had written a short apology on the back of my note. I hid that note from my parents. There was this giddy, childish excitement in me that felt like a pioneer of new lands. I was overjoyed more than anything to be the one to discover the secret to a room my parents knew supposedly everything about. It almost killed me to wait a whole month to write again, but when the next marked Thursday came around, I was ready. I left another note and a cheap ballpoint pen in the center of my room. That note was gross. Did you write it in blood? You should use pens, dummy. Here, have this one. My mom and dad say this room is haunted. That makes you the monster, right? Do you live under my bed? Right back. From Tom. The thing on the other side already knew where I lived, but I was taught not to give out my full name to strangers. I got a response the next day on the back of my paper. Sorry, you said not to use your pens, so I bit my finger. I'm not a monster. I live in this room. Not under the bed. There isn't a bed, except on these nights. There weren't any toys for a long time either. I liked the doll. It was like talking to someone. I don't have anyone to talk to here. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Intrigue won out over caution. I think, at that age, it started as an experiment for me to learn what I could about the inside of the room to gain insight my parents never could. The next week, I tossed my sister's talking toy and a blank notebook into the room. I left a note giving the notebook to him and telling him to write me back. I can't remember exactly what I said, but the introduction was something along the lines of, "If you have no one to talk to, then you can talk to me." I thought I was being clever, gaining his trust. I can't remember exactly what I said, but for months we exchanged messages back and forth in that notebook. He would ask me about school, my favourite shows, my favourite superheroes, things like that. I soon forgot it was an interrogation and thought of the thing on the other side of the door as an outlet for my grievances. It became my supernatural pen pal. If my parents grounded me, I confided in it. If my sister annoyed me, I'd tell it how much I wished I was an only child. It wrote to me once, "If you don't like it out there, you can come play here. Stay with me for a month." Even then, I felt a serious aversion to that invitation. Yet, I also felt guilty that I couldn't trust my friend in the other room. I thought I was being too paranoid, and my letter to it that next month was an apologetic decline. I didn't want to stay with it for a month. It didn't like to talk about itself, or what it was like on the other days it wasn't in my room. From what little I had gathered, I got the sense it couldn't leave. From its brief descriptions, I knew the walls were bare and cold, made of coarse stone. It said there were no snacks or TV, so it was always bored and always hungry until my room appeared. It asked me about the snack foods the most. I got into the habit of saving some dinner for him, or sneaking some cookies or chips up to my room on Wednesday nights. It was a ravenous thing. I'd find entire packages of cookies and bags of chips in my wastebasket after one day. It also liked dolls. Sometimes it'd keep them for a day, sometimes for the whole month. When I gave it some of my sister's toys, they'd have their clothes switched and hair braided or done up, sometimes half ripped out, sometimes with missing limbs. The notebook always remained, but it would write plenty of questions about school, about the town I was in, and what happened on TV shows. I'd be sure to fill up that notebook with as much information as possible. Talking to it almost became an assignment. An entire afternoon I'd dedicate to my friend inside the room. Sometimes, between days of the month, I'd read through our entries, and I remember feeling the nostalgia and warmth experiencing those letters. He'd always invite me to stay with him. They were always polite invitations, a solution offered when I complained that I didn't want to go to school or go to my sister's dance recital. I always refused. "Why don't you come out of the room and spend a month with us?" I asked him once. "I can't come out," he'd written back. "I can't go anywhere until someone else comes in." Then, one day, my notebook went missing, and the first culprit I could think of was my sister. She was always going through my things, and I'd seen her trying to peek on what I was writing for weeks. When I came into her room, she was playing with that stupid doll. When she denied stealing from me, I yelled at her, and we got into a fight. I kept asking her day after day, and she kept denying it. I told her it stopped being funny days ago, and she kept insisting. "I didn't take your stupid book," she said. "Stop saying I did, or I'll tell Mom and Dad you've been breaking the rules." That got under my skin. If she took the book, fine, I'd be angry at her. But exposing my secret to our parents was unforgivable in my mind. So I wrote up a short note for the next Thursday. "Keep as many as you want." That night, when my parents were asleep and my sister had drifted off, I gathered every doll, every stuffed animal, every stupid toy my sister loved, and I threw them all into the center of my room. I made 3 trips to gather every last Barbie and Bratz doll. I went to the kitchen and gathered the box of her favorite cereal, her favorite snacks, and every last bag of chips she liked. I put all of it in a pile in the center of the room, so ornately arranged with my note in the center of the display. The last, the prized jewel, was the talking doll she kept at her bedside. By now, my sister would have turned over and left the stupid thing to lay splayed out in some forgotten corner of the bed. I crept quietly to a bed and felt along the edges, and there it was, the plastic hand of the talking doll. I pulled it up, and just then, the stupid thing's voice box activated. I flinched, bracing for my sister to jump awake and catch me stealing her favorite toy. She didn't. She didn't start crying because she wasn't in the bed. There's nothing in this world that's ever sobered me faster. My irritation, my vengeful intentions, and my petting sibling grudge vanished at the sight of the empty bed. I dropped the doll, my mind racing to the one possibility that seemed like a certainty. The gut twist of guilt and fear spurred on my heart and dried out my mouth. I ran to my room, sliding into the wall with a loud thud in my rush. Just as I passed my frame, I saw my sister there, holding an armful of her dolls, trying to steal back her toys. I'm told I shouted her name, but I just remember her freezing in place. The door slammed shut, and it was Thursday. My parents came rushing, and my mom started screaming. They pounded against the wall behind the door. They took a hammer to it. They clawed at the wall like animals. I stayed home from school that day. My dad rotated between scolding me and pacing along the door. My mom kept searching the house and walking up and down the neighborhood as if her daughter was only lost. It wasn't Friday until 6 a.m. on Saturday morning that week, and we were all exhausted. When the door creaked and the house shifted, we all grabbed for the door and opened it to my room. My sister's toys were all dispersed all around my room. The snacks were torn into and gathered in the wastebasket or scattered along the floor. The thing we cared about, however, my little sister, was nowhere to be seen. I don't remember much of that next month, aside from the hours I'd spent sitting outside that door, waiting as if the rules would be broken and it had spontaneously burst open. My parents didn't ground me officially. They didn't seem to know what to do with me. My mother wouldn't look at me. My father was the one to tell me it wasn't my fault every few days, and that only made me feel worse. Then, the second Thursday of the month came, and I had another note. Please, give Emily back. There was no reply, because that night, my room didn't disappear. We all sat by an open door, waiting for it to slam closed. We waited all of Wednesday night, and my parents took off Thursday and Friday, but my room remained as it was for the first time in 13 years. It never changed back. I never found my notebook, by the way. I don't think my sister was lying. I gave her to that thing behind the wall for no reason. It's been 20 years since that night, and I still feel sick thinking about it. My father tries to keep in touch, but I don't think my mother ever forgave me. The last time I saw her was at my wedding. I'll keep my family guilt to myself, but I told you all of that because now I need help. I need any information anyone can give me because it's not over. I have a wife of my own, you see, and we're expecting. She's 3 months along, and we started clearing out the space for a nursery. Last night, it disappeared. I have a surprise for you, Jimbo. My father, the inventor in plaid, stood in the middle of the living room with a blocky object hidden beneath a bedsheet. It was the spring of 1981. My mother and me had just come back from the park. What is it? I asked. Guess. His hands tightened over the cloth. Whatever the surprise was, he was excited to reveal it. A gentle whir and a beep came from beneath the bedsheet. A skeptical smile spread across my mother's face. Brian, he didn't build a... don't spoil it. He cut her off. Let him guess. Come on, Jimbo. What do you think the surprise is? The mysterious object let out a series of beeps. Weight shifted beneath the bedsheet. I didn't have the faintest idea of what it could be, but I also knew my father well enough to know he wouldn't move on unless I made a guess. A washing machine? I guessed. They both laughed. Over the following years, my guess would be carved into family history through funny dinner party anecdotes. It's not a washing machine, Jimbo, my father finally said. It's something much better than a washing machine. You didn't actually build it, did you? My mother asked in amused disbelief. Hun, if you didn't want a husband who builds things, you shouldn't have married an inventor, he said with pride in his voice, and then turned to me. Jimbo, let me introduce you to your new friend, Zorbo. He ripped off the cloth covering the bulky thing in our living room. A pair of flashlight eyes stared back at me from a rectangular metal skull. Knobs and dials stuck out of the robot's stainless steel chest like medals from some intergalactic war. Its arms hung on tubing that seemed to have come straight from a vacuum cleaner, but its hands were made up of sleek shapes that suggested top-secret military technology. Hello, friend. I am Zorbo, the robot said, his voice strained through lifeless circuitry. Would you like to play catch with me? I was an only child, and by extension, a lonely child. For years, I had begged my parents for a younger brother or sister, but the medication that my mother was taking made the idea of another pregnancy far too dangerous. That winter, I shifted my pleas for company over to a dog, and my parents obliged. But within 3 hours of finding my new friend beneath a Christmas tree, I ended up in the emergency room. Turns out that I am deathly allergic to dogs. With his son unable to find companionship, my father attempted to help the only way he knew how, by inventing me a friend. The heap of sentient metal terrified me. There was something about the sluggish way that Zorbo's eyes scanned the room that made me feel quintessentially unsafe, but I knew if I rejected my father's gift, I would break the man's heart. After the initial fear of the robot passed, our little family went outside and played catch with Zorbo. Soon enough, word about Zorbo got around the neighborhood. You could have made an 80s sitcom about us. We were the family living in suburbia with a zany robot, except Zorbo wasn't very zany. At first, he was the equivalent of a particularly friendly Roomba who could throw around a baseball. But as time went on, and as my mother got sicker, Zorbo's skill set expanded. Every night, as I lay awake, terrified of the lifeless machine that lived with us, I could see the lights of my father's workshop burning in the darkness of our backyard. Within months, Zorbo could cook and clean and mow the lawn. Every chore that the robot was made to do gave my mother more time to rest and gave my father and me more time to spend with her. But that time was limited. As she lay on the hospital bed, getting out the few final words that a disease-riddled body could muster, Zorbo was there. As me and my father wept and assured my mother that she lived a truly beautiful life, the robot stood in the corner of the room, his flashlight eyes scanning his surroundings. He listened to her last words. He internalized them deep into his circuitry. For a year, the house was a place of inescapable sadness. Every room, every dish, every tiny bit of existence reminded us of the woman who was whisked away by a clump of rogue cells. Even though we were in a state of deep mourning, the house was immaculate and our stomachs were full. As we tried to make sense of the new world we were living in, Zorbo, the robot, was there to take care of us. The memory of my mother never faded. Decades later, a day seldom goes by when I don't think of her, but as time passed, the daily soul-shattering sadness turned into quiet melancholy. Life carried on. My father went back to work for the military. I started grade school. People moved in and out of the neighborhood, and eventually the life we once lived as a family became a memory. The only thing that remained constant was Zorbo. He was always there, making sure we were comfortable, serving us and providing an emotional crutch when needed. That all changed in the summer of 1989. The summer of the lawnmower. Cindy, the daughter of a new neighbor across the street, was sitting with me at the living room table outlining a 5-paragraph essay on the effects of the 1968 invasion of Czechoslovakia. I was trying to do the same, but my hormone-addled mind refused to think about the Soviet tanks or the crushing of democracy. All I could think about was Cindy. It was the last week of school, and I was hopelessly in love. "Hey, how do you spell Brezhnev? All of these Soviet names give me a headache," she asked, leaning over to my near-empty paper. I tried to spell out the name, but the angelic smell of her conditioner made it difficult to concentrate. "Zorbo," I finally said, giving up and impressing Cindy with my spelling skills. "How do you spell Brezhnev?" "Thank you for asking, friend." The robot's flashlight eyes spun around in a half circle before he gave his reply. "Leonid Brezhnev, leader of the Soviet Union between 1964 and 1982. Leonid Brezhnev. "Thank you, Zorbo," Cindy said. "You are welcome, friend," Zorbo replied. "Would you like more spelling help?" "No, thank you, Zorbo," I mumbled. Cindy thought the robot was really neat, and even though my metal house guest still made me uncomfortable, I was starting to embrace the benefits of having a sentient machine full of knowledge whirring around the house. "Don't talk too much about the Soviets with Zorbo, kids. Things might get personal," my father said, emerging from the kitchen with a sandwich so precisely cut that it could only have come from a machine. "He's part Russian. I mean, most of his circuitry is Japanese, but our metal friend here might still get a bit offended if you don't tell the Kremlin political line." Cindy's laugh was like a symphony of angels enjoying a wholesome joke. "I'll be sure to keep the Politburo in mind when talking to Zorbo, Mr. Karpek," she said. "Politburo, eh?" My father was impressed. "Smart one right here, Jimbo. Hold on to her. She can teach you a thing or two." I wanted to hold on to her. Oh God, how I wanted to hold on to her. I wanted to surrender myself into the goddess and scream my undying love for Cindy through my crackling voice cords. But instead, I just blushed. My father stifled a grin and changed the topic. "By the way, Cindy, send your pops my regards about the new lawnmower. Beauty of a machine he's got there. If we didn't have Zorbo here cutting our grass, I'd be hounding him for the name of the salesman." My father gave Zorbo a friendly pat on his tubular arm and then turned to me. "Seen the neighbor's lawnmower yet, Jimbo?" I shook my head. "She's a beaut." He kissed the tip of his fingers like the Italian chefs on TV. "I'll pass on the compliments, Mr. Karpek," Cindy said, smiling. "I'll actually do so now. Essay is just about done. Thanks for the spelling help, Zorbo." "You are welcome, friend." I left my unfinished essay behind and followed Cindy to the edge of my front lawn. I'd hoped that at some point during the 30-second walk, a burst of bravery would manifest in my chest and I would tell her how I felt. But I didn't. I just stood behind a white picket fence, watching my one true love skip across the street. "Hey Jim," Cindy's dad yelled as he mowed his lawn. "Say hi to your old man for me, will ya?" "Sure thing, Mr. Clark," I yelled back. "Also, my dad sent his compliments about your lawnmower." Mr. Clark's old machine was a rusting, gas-guzzling beast. Whenever his lawn was getting a trim, the entire neighborhood would be alerted to the groundskeeping with a jagged metallic screech. But that was no longer the case. The new lawnmower was a tool of sleek metallic shapes and blinking lights that let out nothing but a soft hum as it cut through the grass. "Thanks, Jim. She's a beaut, ain't she?" Cindy's dad said, before returning the mower. I never inherited the fascination with machines that my father had, but watching that machine work away at the greenery, I couldn't help but recognize a hint of hypnotizing aesthetic. Looking at the calculated metallic body of the machine made me feel like I was living in the 21st century. The future had arrived in suburbia. "Hello, friend." An inhuman voice next to me said, "What is that?" "That's a lawnmower," I replied, uncomfortable to the idea of how quietly Zorbo could move when he wanted to. "Lawnmower," Zorbo said with an unusual softness in his jagged screech. Beautiful lawnmower. Yeah, I said. Beautiful lawnmower. My father seldom cooked, but when he did, he would deliver a symphony of spices that would make you eat yourself into a food coma. Even Zorbo, with all of his circuitry and mechanical precision, couldn't replicate the mouth-watering flavour of my father's bolognese. Yet, as delicious as dinner was that night, I couldn't bring myself to enjoy the spaghetti. Instead of letting my mind drift away on the gentle notes of paprika, I was tied down to reality by my frustrated teenage heart. So, he said, is Cindy seeing someone? No, I replied. Don't think so, at least. He swallowed another forkful of pasta, and then, with his mouth still full, as if it was a matter of no importance, he asked the question that had been festering in the back of my head for the past 3 months. You gonna ask her out? The butterflies in my stomach informed me that I wouldn't be eating any more that night. I don't know, I said. I'm scared she'll say no. It doesn't matter, Jimbo. You're 14, my father told me. If she says no, you won't remember it in a couple of years. What you will remember forever is not asking. I was a teen. My perception of time barely reached past the end of summer break. Yet, for a split second, I imagined myself at 40, my hairline thinning like my dad's, eating spaghetti with a child of my own. But I'm nervous. What if she says no? I finally asked. You'll survive, he said. I was nervous when I first asked out your mom, and it worked out fine. He smiled as he said it, but as soon as he mentioned her, his eyes dimmed. It had been years since she had passed, but certain memories stay as sharp as the day that they were forged. We were sitting in the living room, eating spicy spaghetti, but really, we were both back in that hospital room, sitting by the frail body of the woman who once made my father nervous. Where's Zorbo? He brought the conversation back to reality. Zorbo, where are you? At dinner time, Zorbo would usually be in the kitchen, quietly whirring to himself, waiting for dishes to wash up. But that night, the robot wasn't anywhere to be found. We searched all across the house, but our electric servant was gone. It wasn't until a chance glance out the window that I first saw him. The moon softly reflected off his metallic body. His flashlight eyes hovered beams of red into the night. Zorbo was staring at Cindy's house. Beautiful lawnmower. His voice was different. It was as if a roughness had been chipped away, as if somewhere within his wiry viscera a hint of emotion existed. Beautiful lawnmower. There was a trace of longing in his voice. Huh? My father said. Looks like someone's blown a fuse. Come here, Zorbo. We'll take you into the garage and figure out what's up. But the robot refused to budge. It wasn't until my father pulled his tube arms towards the workshop that Zorbo relented and started to move. But even as Zorbo's blinking body moved away from the street, his head remained turned. Those flashlights, through which he took in the outside world, were aimed straight at Cindy's house. Love is the only thing that matters, Zorbo said. My father froze. The gentle note of humanity in Zorbo's voice sent a bolt of discomfort through my spine. We recognized those words. Beautiful lawnmower, Zorbo said again, his artificiality returning. My father's face slowly regained its smile. Beautiful lawnmower indeed, buddy. Let's get your circuitry checked out. There was enough pain medication in her to tar away most of her personality, but somewhere in that bony woman was the resemblance of my mother. We sat with her for the last 2 days of her life, trying to say all the things we would regret not saying, and assuring her of what a beautiful life she had lived. Whenever she would sleep, I would go make my acquaintance with the soda machine and stroll around the hospital looking for people who had it worse than me. My father talked extensively to whoever would listen about the machines his wife was hooked up to. Zorbo still stood in the back of the room. He never moved an inch, until the hour when she died. It was as if he could tell that the life was seeping out of her, as if the machines that were keeping her alive had told him that she was moving on. As we listened to my mother's final attempts at speaking, Zorbo slid behind us. We stood vigil as a family. "Love is the only thing that matters," she said. Zorbo softly whirred next to us as she died. That night, I was sat with the memories and tried to make sense of everything. I saw my mom again. I felt that heat in my chest when I thought about Cindy. I could imagine myself as a regretful, balding 40-year-old. Love is all that matters. Outside, my father tinkered away in the garage, trying to wipe Zorbo's circuits of the notion of love. But in my bedroom, a fire of teenage passion was burning. I fell asleep, trying to compose a monologue that would make Cindy swoon. "Hey, were we meant to write a summary for the chapter, or just until page 48? She asked. I had no idea what she was talking about. All I knew was that we were sitting in our living room, and I was about to tell her. "I really like you," I blurted out. "Like, as a person, Cindy. I think you're pretty cool. But also, I like you as, like, a romantic partner. Like, I think you're cute, and I think about you all the time. I like you. I'm sorry." It came out of me like a rushing waterfall, but my face felt like it was the surface of the sun. Her confused look turned up the heat. Her eyes kept on fluttering. For a split second, she looked a bit like Zorbo if you ever asked him what time it was. I'm sorry, too, because, I like you as a friend, but, yeah, no." I stared down at my textbook. Leonid Brezhnev was glaring at me from the page. "I should go," she whispered. "I'll walk you out," I said, immediately biting into my cheek. The walk to the edge of the yard couldn't have taken longer than 30 seconds, but as we quietly made our way out of the house, I aged a decade. My mind was wholly consumed by the sting of rejection, the tragedy of it, the unfairness of it. I was a little boy getting an allergic reaction to a Christmas puppy again, but this time, instead of a rash on my skin, there was a rash on my heart. I walked past Zorbo without looking at him. From the whirring of his hand blades, I presumed that he was just mowing the lawn. She didn't say anything. Cindy walked across the street and past the front door without a single glance back. Sure, she apologized a week later, and a couple months down the line, I was awestruck with someone else. But in that moment, in that searing moment, my world was on fire. "Beautiful lawnmower," Zorbo said. Soil clung to his metallic body. The blades that extended from his hands tore into the ground, shooting bits of earth sprawling across the sidewalk. He stared across that street with the same longing I had in my soul. "Love is the only thing that matters." "Yeah," I said, as I shuffled off to my room to mope. My father found Zorbo shortly before the sun set. He walked out, calling to the robot about the dirty dishes that had gathered in the sink, but as soon as my father saw his creation digging into the ground, his tone changed. He spoke to him in calm, soothing words. The robot had been working like precise clockwork since the day that it was constructed. My father was worried to see his creation descend into glitch-filled madness. I knew I should have told him as soon as I found the malfunctioning robot, but there were more pressing things on my mind. As my father rolled Zorbo into his workshop, my love for Cindy consumed me. The life we would have had if I'd just waited, if I'd just phrased my confession of love differently. Snapshots of an alternate reality burned into my mind like an angry film reel. The visions in my head grew sharper. I didn't just get rejected by some teenage girl, I got rejected by my future wife. Images of me proposing, of us having our first child, of me sitting by a hospital bed as she died of old age. They squirmed through my mind, accompanied by a booming replay of the couple of dozen words with which I wiped them from the future. I was 100% sure I had reached my first lifelong regret. I writhed with mental discomfort until I couldn't be alone. The lights were on in my father's workshop. "Dad?" I asked, standing in the door. "Hey Jimbo, sorry. Going to skip over dinner tonight. Think there should still be some bolognese in the fridge though," he said, not looking away from his work. My father's workshop was always a mess of disparate electronics and scattered tools, but that night, all other projects were cleared away to make room for Zorbo. Our robotic family member lay on a wooden table, his sleek metal skin removed, revealing a chaotic mess of wires and computer chips. "Was Zorbo acting any different when you came home from school?" he asked while digging out a stack of microchips from behind the robot's eyes with a screwdriver. "Yeah, he, was digging a hole in the front yard." "Alright, well," my father buried the frustration in his voice with a sigh. "Next time you see him doing something weird, please tell me. Alright, Jim? Zorbo's inner workings are very fragile. If something is wrong, it needs to be fixed. I don't want to lose him to some loose wiring." "Sorry, Dad," I said. He mumbled something and went back to tinkering with the robot's skull. I was going to leave him to his work, but the sadness in my chest was far too potent for me to be alone. I knew I needed to talk to someone. So I asked Cindy out. As soon as the words left my mouth, his hands stopped moving. I didn't have anything to say. As soon as he turned around, he could tell. Before I knew it, I was wrapped up in a bear hug, with my eyes growing wet. "It's going to be okay, Jimbo. There will be plenty of others. Proud of you." "Proud of me?" "Of course. You put yourself out there, and that's the most important. Love is the only thing that matters." Wires were hanging off his raw body. His flashlight eyes spun around the room, searching for an exit. Zorbo was getting off the table and moving towards the door. "Beautiful lawnmower," he gargled through a partially dismantled voice box. "Zorbo?" My father let go of me and walked up to the staggering mess of electronics. "Where are you going, Zorbo?" "Love is the only thing that matters," Zorbo said, shuffling his way past my father. "Beautiful lawnmower." Now, Zorbo," my father said, grabbing Zorbo's arm, slightly above the mud-caked blades. "I think you need to lie down for a bit. There's something wrong with you and—" "Beautiful lawnmower," Zorbo boomed as he ripped free of my father's grip. "Love is the only thing that matters." He continued walking out of the garage, each step filled with crackling defiance. "Zorbo, you stop right this instant," my father yelled in a tone that was only familiar to me from early childhood. "If you keep behaving like this, I will shut you off." The robot's body froze mid-step. He didn't turn around, but his head did. "You want to stop Zorbo from love?" My father gently pushed me aside, placing me away from the disobedient robot. "Zorbo," he said, his voice growing cold, "come back here and lie down on the table." The beams of light focused in on my father. The wiring of Zorbo's body twisted and turned until they were face to face. The blades in his hand started to spin. "You want to stop Zorbo from love?" His voice lowered in volume. He was almost drowned out by the sharp whirring of the mud-covered knives. "Goodbye, friend." Zorbo's tubular arm came down like a chop on my father's shoulder. Hot blood splashed all over my face. Pain screams filled my ears. The blades cut through my father's skin like butter. I could hear the crackling of bones breaking. Through my father's throat-tearing agony, I could hear a single word come through. "Run!" He wanted his only child to get away from the manic robot that was sawing at his arm. He wanted me to survive. But I couldn't move an inch. I just stood there, pressed up against the tool cabinet, watching my father be murdered by a robot. I could see myself running across the street to Cindy's house. I could see myself trying to explain to a police officer that an unhinged robot killed my dad. I could see myself standing at my father's funeral, watching the dirt over his casket solidified my status as an orphan. But I would never actually see my father's funeral. Instead, I felt the cold steel of a monkey wrench in my hand. I summoned a battle cry from the depth of my lungs. If I let my father die in the hands of a robot, I would regret it for the rest of my life. The adrenaline coursing through my veins gave reality a jagged edge. Everything moved in a neck-breaking speed, but each time the blunt object made contact with Zorbo's wiry brain, time dissolved into a short-lived eternity. Zorbo's intricately woven mind was reduced to a mess of cables. Soon enough, my wrench made contact with the floor of the garage. Zorbo was dead. Everything after that is a blur. I remember stumbling out into the street, covered in blood, barely able to muster up more strength to yell for help. I remember Clark holding down a torn shirt over the geyser of blood that was streaming out of my father's shoulder. I remember sitting in the back of an ambulance, watching my father linger on the edge of life. For 2 days, I survived on a diet of pop and chocolate from a familiar vending machine. He had lost a lot of blood. Even at 14, I could sense that the doctors were preparing me for the worst. But, miraculously, on the 3rd day, I was allowed to see my dad. He was weak, desperately weak, but he was alive. All it cost him was his arm. He spent the entire summer in a state of exhausted shock from his creation turning on him, but by the time the fall leaves filled our yard, he was outside with a rake, cracking jokes. By Christmas, he had a new metallic arm, courtesy of his workbench. By New Year's, he was washing dishes. Mr. Clark was more than happy to give him the number of the lawnmower salesman. Life carried on. I graduated high school, moved out of state for university, and then continued moving every couple of years depending on where my job took me. I had my fair share of rejection and breakups, but no heartache ever reached the mythical proportions of the rejection of '89. With all said and done though, my father was right. Knowing that I had asked and got shot down was considerably easier to live with than having to wonder what could have been. I grew into an adult, and my father shrunk into an old man. He continued to do work for the army well into old age, but as time went on, he was phased out by younger minds that were more in touch with modern tech. In retirement, my father continued to tinker with electronics and built himself contraptions to help him with the tasks that old age made difficult. But eventually, as tremors set into his human hand and age chipped away at his human brain, he stopped coming to his workshop. I found myself thinking about his funeral again, but this time it wasn't just a panic snapshot forced into my head by a frenzied robot servant. This time I knew that somewhere down the line I would be standing in a church trying to summarize what the man meant to me in a speech to his old co-workers and family who I hadn't seen for years. But I never did. I never saw my father's funeral. The fact that I belonged to a whole generation of people who were robbed of a funeral makes the pain sting less. There were plenty of other children of the 80s who lost their parents during the pandemic of 20, who didn't have weekly Skype calls with their fathers, who had unresolved issues, who had fallen out of touch. But knowing that I'm not the only one who lost a parent during the corona outbreak only lessens the pain slightly. The thought of him dying alone, feverish, connected to a respirator he could have built in his workshop, still cuts into my heart with a fiery force. By the time I was able to travel back to my hometown, the house had been empty for months. I walked through the rooms and wept as the memories washed over me. Even though I was filled with sorrow, there was a catharsis to it all. The two people who'd brought me into the world were gone, but they gave me the tools to survive in it. They shaped the person who mourned them. Each room was filled with evidence that I was loved, and I have it on good authority that love is important. But my father's workshop was different. When I turned on the light, I wasn't reminded of the afternoons I spent keeping my father company while he worked on his projects, or of all the toys that my father built me when I was a kid. No, there were no memories at all. All I could focus on was the object hidden beneath a bedsheet in the center of the room. A part of me wanted to turn around and leave whatever my father's project was a mystery, but I knew myself well enough to know that the question of what was hidden beneath the bedsheet would still sleep away from me forever. I gripped my hand around the cloth and pulled. It was the same lawnmower that Mr. Clark had back in the 80s. Its over-the-top impression of the future seemed nearly comical by modern standards, but there was something attached to its sleek, metallic frame that chilled me to my middle-aged core. 2 red, flashing lights focused on me. Love is the most important thing, Zorbo's voice box whispered out of the core of the machine. Beautiful lawnmower. The movie theatre complex I work at is a pretty standard one. Large lobby, popcorn and confectionery stands, and film posters everywhere you look. Numerous screens with row after row of seats in soft, if a little dusty red fabric. We have 12 screens in total, officially. They're pretty obviously laid out. You grab your ticket and head past the attendant and the little roped-off gate. Down you go through one of the wide, scarlet corridors of the complex, past large, faintly glowing white signs with enormous numbers printed across their faces. Screens 1 to 5 on the left, screens 7 to 12 on the right, screen 6 straight ahead. Screens 9 onwards requires you to head around a corner at the far end, and for screen 12, another still. There's a bunch of stuff back there. A large supply closet, a vending machine, restrooms, employee-only areas that lead you to some of the screens backstages. Not as exciting as you might think. And then, there's something else as well. We don't really know much about it. The big boss has forbidden us from heading down, but he's never actually here, so naturally, we ignore this rule pretty frequently. My immediate supervisor loves going down. When there's a few of us off shift, we'll typically sneak off as a little squad, head down with a few boxes of popcorn, and watch for like an hour or more. It's always fascinating, and it's always different. Screen 0. There is no glowing sign with a 0 on it, if that's what you're wondering. Screen 0 is just a nickname we've decided on, as a collective. Seems appropriate. Screen 0 can be reached by heading through a set of nondescript double doors by the storeroom, near the visitor entrance to Screen 12. We're heading there right now, my supervisor and I, and a group of 3 others. It's a quiet one tonight, and the only background noise to our joking and low-grade banter is the muffled, general buzz and rumble of the movies playing on the screens behind the corridor walls. The glowing panel for Screen 11 flickers and whirs as we pass by it. The thing's been on blink for weeks now. We've been waiting on a repair for a while. "What do you think it's going to show tonight, Finn?" Lev asked me. That's my supervisor, Lev. He's only a couple years older than me. "It's going to be a spooky one," I reply, grinning. "I can feel it." "I hate the scary ones," one of my colleagues mutters behind me as he stuffs a handful of popcorn into his mouth. "They give me nightmares." There was a few whispers of pussy and other such insults, accompanied by some good-natured jostling. I'm not a part of it, however. I don't blame him. It's all fun and games in the light of the day, but at night, at times like this, and especially down there in the dark, Screen 0 can be seriously unsettling. Though, that's part of the thrill, I guess. Screen 0 is, at first glance, a screen like all the others. 100 or so seats, all in rows like you'd expect. The only light in Screen 0, unless the screen comes alive that is the faint, dim glow of the green emergency exit sign. We've looked for a switch or a series of mains for the electrics, but our search has so far been unsuccessful. Nor have we been able to find any way backstage. Screen 0 seems to be triggered into life once everyone in the room has taken a seat. We reach the end of the complex corridor, past the panel for Screen 12. We push through the double doors by the storeroom. It opens onto a set of narrow and undecorated stairs, leading down and around into the darkness below, and the mood shifts, as it always does, to one of excitement, if rather anxious energy. and we begin our steady descent. The screen, typically once everyone who has chosen to venture down has settled, begins to rumble and quietly roar, in that way that movie theaters always do before the movie starts to play. The anticipation builds. If you are particularly attuned, you can feel the subtle vibration of the speakers through the seats. In Screen Zero, some of the others swear they can feel a soft breeze against their face as the process begins, a stirring of the hairs around their skin, though I have to say, I've never felt this myself. We're not sure how, but once we're quiet and watching, without fail, that's when the screen always begins to play. It cycles through weird and sometimes downright disturbing commercials and trailers, but we never get to see the actual film. The movie. It just never arrives. The anticipation builds and builds and builds, but the commercials and the trailers never stop coming. The longest I've ever been down in Screen Zero was about an hour, but I know that sometimes the other guys tried for an overnight session one time, around Halloween. I think they made it about 3 hours before it all became too much and they bailed. There were 4 of them in total, but 3 of them don't come down to Screen Zero anymore. 2 of them quit the job outright. The 4th was Lev, but even he won't talk to me about what he saw towards the end of their little viewing party. Just that the movie never played. We reach the bottom of the staircase and head through the lightless corridor that lies ahead and through the heavy doors at the opposite end. Screen Zero awaits. $10 says Dead Girl plays tonight, someone mutters. I'll take you up on that, says someone else amidst the chuckles, and we scooch down the aisle to the seats in the very middle, the best in the house. The commercials and trailers that Screen Zero chooses to play for us are almost always different, unique in their own right. That's part of what makes it so fascinating. But Dead Girl is one of the screen's rare examples of repetition. It's a trailer that varies subtly in its content, but always features the same titular character, the Dead Girl, for a movie officially titled You Left Her Behind and She Died. Not the catchiest of titles, and one that often draws laughs when reminisced about in the lobby upstairs, but when it appears in simple white text upon the black title card before the trailer, I can never help a terrible sense of sinking dread. I know the others feel it too. I'm hoping we won't be seeing it tonight, but such is never guaranteed. I think about my previous experiences in Screen Zero as I take my seat, and that all too familiar rumble picks up at the edges of the walls. Goosebumps ripple across my skin, and I feel the urge to turn around, to look behind me. And I do so. Behind is nothing but empty seats and shadow. I look back to the screen. Screen Zero has shown us all sorts of curious and twisted scenes over the course of our many visits. The commercials are typically a little less frightening than the trailers, if still rather unsettling at heart. I remember an ad for something called The Grinder. The screen flashed with blueprints for an enormous cylindrical machine, one that rotated around and around, a picture of linear gears and barbs and crunching metal teeth. It was calmly discussed and, I presume, explained by a man off screen, speaking in a language that none of us understood. Sounded vaguely European. The animated blueprints revealed, after a little more discussion, a steady moving conveyor belt, one that led right into the path of the grinder. These animations were lost in favor of a more realistic 3D graphic of a large, clear container filling up with a dark, red-black fluid, affixed to the grinder's side as it turned and turned. The man's voice then suddenly cut out, replaced by silence, and after a few seconds more, the commercial cut out entirely, abruptly ending in black. There was a public safety announcement played on the screen once. A group of kids, aged around 9 or 10, were talking and playing with a group of Playmobil figures around a barbecue grill in a warm garden. The camera kept panning in real close on one of the figures, to the sound of a beating heart, growing steadily louder and louder. The figure was, eventually, carelessly dropped by the kid who was playing with it, and the camera watched it tumble onto the barbecue grill and fall down past the metal grid onto the coals below. The camera maintained a slow pan as the children's laughter faded away and the figure started to burn and melt. The flames grew brighter and brighter in intensity, and not until the little toy had been melted beyond recognition did the screen cut mercifully to black. "Fire is not a toy," it said in yellow text. "Keep your children safe from the dangers of fire." Even thinking about it makes me shiver. I remember the screen playing as a commercial for an enormous water park, indoors somehow, which I would deem impossible given the park's supposed size, and the place was entirely empty. The water flowed, the camera panned across a plethora of exciting, and, upon reflection, a great many physically impossible slides, but no people. It was rainforest themed, beneath an enormous glass-like dome. Some other slides intersected with each other, the water flowing impossibly down only their predestined tracks, rippling with nothing more than a few bubbles where the streams intersected. The camera dove down great tunnels seemingly without end, filled with spiraling colors and flashing lights and cascading water, widening into sizes that made no logical sense, merging with more of the tunnels and carrying off and away into the unknown. One of the tunnels was pitch black and made me feel very cold as the camera passed by, lingering for a moment on its entrance and the churning grey-white foam that frothed there. "There's something down there," I remember thinking. "There's something in the tunnel." One time, it just played us footage of an empty Screen Zero. For 3 full minutes, just footage of the screen's empty seats in the darkness. That could have well been the creepiest, actually. I was watching through my fingers, ever expecting for something to happen, for something to jump out from the shadows. But nothing ever did. My thought process is interrupted by Screen Zero's dutiful awakening. I exchange some nervous but excited glances with the guys. My heart beats with fearful anticipation. Here we go. Screen Zero flickers into life. One of the guys to my left munches quietly on a mouthful of popcorn. The first commercial cuts through the rumbling quiet with such intensity that I jump in fright in my seat. "Welcome," announces a sharp voice, and the screen rolls back to show us a man in a brown suit walking across a hill of fresh green grass. He grins, revealing a mouth full of bright white teeth. "Welcome indeed, friends-to-be, my pioneers, to a place that defies the limits of the world we know. It's time to re-question your assumptions about what it means to be alive." He sounds British. He throws out a hand and the camera pans across a theme park of astronomical complexity. A picture of interlocking rails and whirring animatronics. "Dreamworld salutes you," the man proudly proclaims, and through a series of fades we are taken around the theme park. We see a fountain covered in robotic little frogs. The yellow-orange eyes of a fiberglass dragon flash as bright as it turns on its pedestal in the midst of a roller coaster, one that passes through a cave. The cogs turn beneath a green-grey plastic of its body, and it opens its mouth, almost as if it is about to try and speak. Then the scene transitions to a colossal animatronic whale rising up from a body of water. An electric whale song pulses out from its form as the water above it is pushed aside. I grimace. This spectacle fills me with a deep and bizarrely primal fear. The whale looks ever so slightly too fake to be real. The movements of its jaw are too robotic. Its eye looks just a little too painted, and the result is an enormous animatronic monstrosity. I dread to think what vicious gears and pistons churn beneath it in the dark water. Harry Lawson's Dreamworld reads the text across the screen. Opening 3. Not opening 3rd, or opening in 3 months or 3 weeks, etc. Just opening 3. The screen cuts to black, and the commercial is replaced by another. The screen fades into an aquarium, bathed in a pale, icy light. I shiver. I get the impression that the aquarium is cold, and I feel this cold secondhand. A series of unusual circles appear, overlaid on the screen and the panning shot of the aquarium beyond. There are 3 of these circles, some darker than others, and 2 of them are broken in places. I move my head from side to side and realize that the circle in the middle seems to be closer than the others, as if it is being pushed out of the screen towards me. It's an optical illusion of some kind, one that makes me feel rather dizzy. The circles vanish, and the sound of grating stone, like rock being dragged over a sheet of rough granite, is played through the speakers, accompanying an atmospheric bubbling from the various tanks. The camera takes us through the aquarium, though I do not recognize any of the fish. We are shown silvery little creatures with tiny black bead eyes rippling silently through the water of their home. Curious cylindrical crabs with tall, towering shells, ambling and shuffling across the sands at the bottom of their tank. Eels lined with fur slither grotesquely around and over each other in an exhibit filled with mossy green water. The pupils of their eyes are rectangular, like those of a goat. The ruined and mutilated carcass of some now unrecognizable creature is dumped into the body of dark water and is dragged down into the depths by a great black lobster-like claw, one of horrific size. I squirm in my seat. Something is different tonight. These commercials feel more real than usual. I hate it, I decide, and I want to leave, but I refuse to be attacked as a pussy by the others. I won't be the first to get up. I won't. It doesn't help that to do so, I believe, feels like breaking some kind of twisted spell. And I'm not walking up those creepy-ass stairs in the dark by myself. I remain where I am as beads of sweat begin to bud across my skin. The commercial continues and shows us a mermaid. Beautiful, if a little eerie. She doesn't look like a person in a costume or CGI. She looks real. And she stares at the camera in sad silence, her hair floating about her bare shoulders in the icy water. She's lonely, I decide. The ad cuts out, replaced by another. The walls of Screen Zero rumble dutifully on. The faint green glow of the emergency exit sign flickers in the darkness. And when the screen relights, I feel my stomach lurch in distress. No, someone murmurs in dismay to my right. It's her. It's the dead girl. It's too soon, I think, in curious panic. She's not supposed to appear until the trailers. It's too early. It's way too early for this. I have to remind myself that I'm just watching a screen. They're just pictures on a screen. I'm not in any danger. We are not in any danger. There is no crunching or rustling in the seats around me now. In death silence we watch, unable to take our eyes from the screen. The trailers and promos for The Dead Girl are always slightly different, but at their base contain the same core elements. The camera begins on the girl's corpse. She is still as death, eyes wide and lifeless, teeth clenched. She is slumped in the seat of a movie complex, not dissimilar to our own. The light is cold and blue, as is the shade of her skin. Her eyes are also blue, only paler. She stares at nothing, up towards the ceiling. She has something clasped tight in her hand. She always does, but, as always, I cannot see what it is. The camera pans slowly back, so terribly, painfully slow. I want to look away, but I can't bring myself to do so. As more of the room is made clear to the audience, the edges of the theatre seats are revealed to be tipped in frost. The sound of wind blowing beyond the walls grows subtly in volume as snow starts to drift into the girl's complex. My heart thrums in my chest. The camera has begun to rotate. Round it goes, and the broken walls of the complex are made clear. Beyond their edge is only bleak white mist. In another few seconds, the camera will meet the gaze of the dead girl. Her eyes will bore back into mine. The anticipation is torture, and I cringe in discomfort. Any second now, and our eyes meet. The camera cuts to a close-up shot of the girl's face, then fades to black. "You left her behind," reads the text, "and she died." The words hang in the void of the screen for a moment more. Then they too disappear. Our row of seats is utterly silent. No one breathes. The great rope of tension upon which the atmosphere is balanced grows tighter and tauter, stretched horrifically and unnaturally. Guys, I want to say, it's time to go. Please, we need to leave. But I cannot bring myself to do it. An irrational fear has taken a hold of me, one that claims that by doing so, I will single myself out to screen zero, and I might as well draw a target across my face. So, I remain motionless, staring. Dead girl's pale blue eyes still burned like ice into my mind. The screen lights up with the next commercial. The cycle continues. The camera pans in on a long, low building, well maintained and wildly out of place, nestled as it is amongst the squalid, run-down street of an unfamiliar city. A little jingle plays from the speakers, one which is wholly unremarkable, yet grotesquely upbeat. Had the jingle played on TV, in the friendly light of my living room, I doubt I would have even looked up from my phone. But here, played in the darkness of screen zero, following the quiet horror of an unexpected Dead Girl promo, it's sick. It makes my skin crawl. The camera draws us through the double doors of the building, then the doors beyond, and the place is revealed to be a restaurant of some kind. At first glance, it seems relatively normal. Deep, scarlet decor, wealthy-looking patrons eating their meals at the tables. The air seems to ripple ever so subtly with heat, and it's as if I can actually smell the scents that the restaurant boasts. Rich pork, fragrant spices and fine meats. But the longer you look, the more you start to notice. It's all meat, for one thing. Every plate is piled with ribs and slabs of steak, sticky and leaking. As the camera travels through the restaurant and passes the patrons by, we hear their snorts and burps of gluttony, their ravenous chomping and munching and grinding teeth. We see the juices fly from their lips, and the patrons themselves. Their skin, upon closer inspection, is covered in scales, some more flesh-coloured, some closer to grey. I grip the edges of my seat as one, only one, of the nearest patron's bulging eyes swivels around in its sockets to regard the camera, the other staring at the plate of meat being lowered by the waitress to the table. She has 3. The waitress has 3 eyes. One of the patrons, to my utter disgust, right near the back, appears to be little more than an enormous, scrabbling beetle. They are lost to sight as the camera pushes through the doors to the kitchen, and my stomach twists and turns in bitter revulsion. A large woman stands proudly, hands clasped before her. Her skin is greyish, and her eyes bulge out like all the rest of them. Her neck is lost to rolls of several great chins, and when she opens her mouth, it reveals her rows of broken, sharpened teeth, far sharper than teeth have any right to be. She speaks about a grand reopening, but I struggle to pay attention to her words. I cannot tear my focus away from what I can see behind her, in amongst the chefs. The human corpses. Many are headless and limbless, sizzling away behind the counter, dripping succulence as they are turned on their spits, bubbling and steaming on the grills. My mouth fills with pre-vomit saliva, and I have to force the sensation away. I watch a chef bring down his blade and slice the fingertips from a hand of a severed arm. Only the finest, the woman finishes, farm-raised and locally sourced. And the screen cuts to a card of deep, burnt red. Now hiring, it reads across it in gold, with its terms and conditions in small print along the bottom. There is no time to read it, however, before the commercial ends, and as it does so, I can feel the heat of the room leave with it, and we are plunged back into the cool darkness of the theatre. Speak, Finn, speak, say something. I summon from within every ounce of will I can find. Lev, I whisper to my right, in a voice that shakes and is barely audible. Lev, what do we do? He hears me, I know it, but he doesn't respond. His knuckles are white against the armrest. The next commercial plays. It's her again. It's Dead Girl. The exact same scene as before. The silent and empty movie theatre, the cold and staring lifeless eyes, the frost-tipped seats and the edges of snow in the rising wind. Please, I beg silently, please make it stop. But the trailer plays on, if anything a little slower than it did before, The camera rotates to meet a blind gaze. It holds on the close-up of her face, then cuts out once again. You left her behind, and she died, reads the text. The screen changes. I can't take much more of this. We made a decision coming down here tonight. A real, terrible mistake. This is so much worse than what it's supposed to be. A loud and clown-like laughter bursts from the speakers as the pictures on screen light up in a myriad of sickly, artificial enhanced colours. Wow, says the little girl as the camera zooms in on her face, then down to her hand. We are shown a pair of ancient dice, sitting in the centre of a palm and carved from a thick and deep red-brown wood. They are quite obviously out of place in their cartoonish, exaggerated surroundings. Hey, let me see those, calls a boy, and the girl gleefully throws the dice through the air, and the boy catches them in his fist. Another series of zooms and close-ups. There's a whole group of them now, of kids, all looking at the dice and dressed in bright, primary colours. Hey kids, comes a disembodied voice, and the children look up at the screen, smiles wide. Yeah, they reply as one. Are you feeling lucky? They cheer and clap in response as a jaunty xylophone pop tune bubbles away in the background. Make a wish and give 'em a roll. Just keep 'em close and watch your soul, sings the voice merrily. I wish for ice cream, says the boy, and he crouches to roll the dice across the ground. The camera follows their movements with exaggerated angles and quick changing close-ups. The dice land heavily on a 4 and a 3. The camera suddenly swivels and the colours are temporarily blurred. The focus shifts to the street and an ice cream truck skids to a stop by the front lawn. Hey, calls the driver, adjusting his cap. What do you know? My freezer's just gone and broke. You kids want any of this ice cream before it melts? The camera shifts to a POV of the ice cream man as the cheering kids run the length of the grass for their free cones. He starts to hand them down to the jumping, bubbly children. All except for the boy who actually rolled the dice. He is not the camera's focus, but he can be seen in the background, writhing and screaming in the grass. The others have left him behind. He cries out in pain as red cuts and fresh scars start slicing their way across his bare skin, as if marked by an invisible blade. His screams are lost beneath the music. The camera shows up a close-up of the dice, still in the grass, and a third girl grabs them up. She looks into the camera with a smile, ice cream cones slowly starting to drip into her other hand. I'm so sick of my mom, she exclaims with a grin. I wish she was dead. The laugh track plays, and the screen cuts to black. The commercial ends. Jesus, it's so cold in here, I think to myself, shivering. Since when was Screen Zero so cold? This is hell. I'm trapped in a nightmare here. We have to go. But nobody moves, and the watch party continues. The screen bathes the seat in front in a soft yellow light. It shows us yet another movie theatre, one like ours, more or less empty and occupied by only a handful of guests, sat right in the very centre. For one long, terrible moment, I think that it is us. That Screen Zero is showing us footage of ourselves. There's Lev, sat in the middle. I tense right up. But no, it isn't us. The people on screen are smiling. They are laughing. I can't hear what they're saying, but they're talking in low voices. I have to examine him closely, but the teenager in the middle is not Lev. Similar for sure, but the bone structure is slightly different. His hair is lighter. Lev, someone whispers to my right. Isn't that your dad? Lev again does not respond. Could it be, I think? Could that be Lev's dad, back when he was young? There are 5 of them in the group, 4 guys and a girl. The girl alone stops laughing. She quietly disengages with the group and looks slowly up at the camera, her bright blue eyes glittering a little green in the yellowish light. I swallow a sharp intake of air. It's her. It's the dead girl. But I have no time to process the implications of this realization before the scene cuts out yet again. A white message flashes up in the black. The following trailers are appropriate for the rating of this film. Then it disappears. The text is replaced by the title card for a movie that does not exist. It's called Broken and Rebuilt from the Skeleton, rated NC-17. The day began as any other, whispers the narrative voice of a young woman as the scene fades in. It's fall in New England. She is locking up the front door of a little house and heading down the street, drawing a coat about her shoulders against the breeze. When, without even a word of warning, everything changed. The woman steps into a thin but wide cluster of orange-red leaves, and she stumbles. She trips and falls right through. She falls through the leaves as if they were water and disappears from sight. The camera shakes and we see her panicked. She's falling through a shadowy tunnel, the leaves blowing all around her body. The leaves fly past the camera and they are replaced by great webs and hordes of spindly spiders watching her fall with their hungry green eyes. A close-up is played of a pair of fangs that tear into the back of her hand, ripping off a slither of flesh with bursts of blood. The woman screams and twists. As she falls through the tunnel, she is caught with a mortal suddenness in the strings of a great web, one which promptly and mercilessly snaps her neck. The camera holds its position. The spiders draw in. "Leave her alone," calls out a voice, and a flash of light encompasses the screen. The scene fades in slow, and we see the woman in a childhood bedroom. Metal bars can be seen protruding from her neck, connecting her head to her shoulders. She raises an arm with an accompanying mechanical whir, and the camera zooms in on the back of her head through her hair as she rises to a robotic stand. There is the spider. Hidden in a crevice, he is built in the back of a skull, tugging on wires and little metal wheels with his many legs. "I will fix you," he whispers. "You're safe with me." Dramatic classical music starts to play over the speakers, and the audience is granted several wide, panning shots of New England cities and landscapes. We see the woman being harassed on a bus by a gang of teenagers. We see her lose her hand as she tries to brush her teeth with a cluster of bolts and gears. She never reacts, only stares expressionlessly ahead. We see her standing on the side of a bridge on the rain, and we see the spider eating its way through a corpse of a rat. It cuts abruptly to black with the beat of a drum. Coming soon. Darkness. "Lev," I whisper, "we need to go, man. We need to go before the trailer for the dead girl plays, I mean to say, because I know that it will be different this time. It'll be different for the worse. But I cannot bring myself to say the words. I can't do it. The weight of the environment forces me back into strained silence. The trailers play on. Cornfield, this one is called. Rated R. And sure enough, the opening shot is one of a cornfield, gold and green, shifting and stirring in gentle breeze. The camera remains fixed in place as a rumbling rises in the speakers, reverberating through the seats and the floor, and the corn starts to shake a little more violently. The sounds of heavy scuttling and a low grinding and clicking becomes clear amidst the rubble. And just when I can take the growing tension no more, a colossal centipede creeps into view in the distance. Massive and unearthly, it winds its way through the corn, ever scanning for the most rewarding root with its lightless black eyes. It tears the corn from its stems with its pincers and chews it up as it scuttles up close and rides across the view of the camera, shaking it a little as it does so. "Release. Summer," flashes the text across the corn backdrop. There is a date beside it, but the numbers are scrambled. It cuts to black, and the next trailer plays. And we are too late. It is time, it would seem, to pay the price for our inaction. My heart pounds loud and hard in my chest, as if it is trying to burst free, as if it is trying to escape from this terrible place. You left her behind, and she died. Rated NC-17. "No," someone murmurs to my left, "but there is nothing we can do now but watch. We may as well be bound to our seats." It opens on that all-too-familiar theatre complex, the dark rows of seats cast under a cold blue light. I shiver. The temperature drops. The camera movements remain the same, but she's not there. The dead girl is nowhere to be seen. Despite the icy chill in the air, the beads of sweat across my neck and shoulders begin to leak down my back. The ground shakes, the wind rises, and the snow starts to fall. Whether it falls on screen or in real life, all around us here in Screen Zero, I could not say. I cannot look away. The seats are tipped with frost. The camera reveals those same wrecked walls, that swirling, snowy mist beyond, but the dead girl's seat is empty. A sudden and biting fear, terrible beyond words, strike hard and holds me tight in its jaw. She's here, in Screen Zero, I realize in panic. She's in one of the seats behind us. She's right behind us at this exact moment. Does anyone else have this same thought simultaneously? Is it one that is shared? Because Lev speaks now, his voice low but loud as our hair is whipped back from our heads. The wind is ice, and it blows with the force of a gale. "Don't turn around," he commands as the rushing force of the hurricane blows in my ears. "Don't turn around. She isn't here. She can't be. It's a screen, nothing more. Just don't turn around." The voice of a girl, impossibly loud and painfully shrill, screams in fury from the speakers, forcing them into crackling and sparking despair. "You left her behind. You left her behind in the waste. How could you? How could you leave her behind?" "It wasn't me," Lev shouts in defense. "I swear it." "You left her behind," screams the response with the force of a barreling storm. "You left her behind." With a final piercing shriek and a roar that rumbles the foundations of the building, we are pressed back into our seats and forced to close our eyes tight shut against the burst of the iciest wind so far. I can feel the sting of it on my cheeks, on my ears. I can feel the torrents of snow and sleet against my skin. I feel it. But when the gust has passed and we are able to open our eyes once again, the screen is just as it was. No frost, no snow, no wind. The screen is black. The speakers are quiet. Silence. And something happens next that has never happened before. Not to my knowledge, at least. The trailers, to my dismay, come to an end. This isn't supposed to happen. None of this is supposed to happen. Did we push our luck too far? Did we push Screen Zero beyond its limits? The director's title card appears. It tells us the name of the film, the name of Screen Zero's exclusive film. It is called The Wastes, an interactive journey. Unrated. The sense of dread that overcomes me as the picture fades gradually in from the black is like nothing I've ever experienced, nor have ever experienced since. As it washes over me, I feel as if I'm drowning. I am drowning down here in the dark of Screen Zero. A lone violin plays softly and sadly through the speakers, and the camera begins a long, slow pan across the barren field of rock and snow. As far as the eye can see, from grey horizon to grey horizon, is empty space. Ruined columns of stone and vast, flat plains of white. A pack of shadowy wolves appear from behind the stone. They pad towards the camera, and as they draw closer, their forms become clearer. They are headed right for the camera. They are looking right through it. They are looking right through the screen. And to my horror, I recognize them. I recognize each and every wolf, because they are us. They are the group of guys that sit beside me, myself included. Our skin and bodies and faces stretch nightmarishly over the skeletons of wolves, eyes aglow. There is me, padding through the snow. Lev is beside me. He pulls back the lips of his twisted human wolf jaw and snarls and snaps. And that's it. That's the end of it. The trigger. Lev, the real Lev, springs up from his seat with a scream. It is the cataclysm that we so desperately needed, and the dominoes fall as fast as a blink. The entire group is on their feet in an instant, in the throes of panic, shouting and swearing and pushing and clamoring for the exit. Back we run past the seats and up the aisles in the dark as the wolves snap and snarl at our heels. Back we push through the heavy double doors, back through the corridor and back up those narrow backroom stairs, back into the scarlet corridor of the lobby, with bloodshot eyes and drenched in sweat. And back we stumble round the corners and into the theatre's main lobby. Terrified, drained, but safe. Safe and alive. That was one of the worst nights of my life. Lev quit the following day and has stopped responding to my messages. I'm still an employee. I need the money. But I called out sick and used a great many off days in the following weeks. And I'll be damned if I'm ever heading back down to Screen Zero. Screw that. Never again. Because, as if all that wasn't bad enough, there's still something I haven't mentioned yet. Something we saw at the very end of our experience. And every time I find myself dwelling in curiosity on the meaning behind the movie titled The Wastes, an Interactive Experience, behind the appearance of the dead girl, and of supposedly Lev's father and all the rest. I think of what I saw on my way out. As we pushed and shoved our ways through the shadows of Screen Zero to the exit, there was something new on the wall. Something changed. Something that could have only been put up by hand, by a physical presence in the theatre. It was a poster, affixed to the wall, one that was not there when we went in. I'm sure of it. It was a poster for "You Left Her Behind and She Died." It was blue and cold, and showed, in the lower half, the head and shoulders of the dead girl staring out at nothing with those lifeless eyes. Above her, retreating into the distance, were row after row of theatre seats, all tipped in frost. And at the very back of the poster, were a chaotic group of human-shaped shadows, pushing and jostling and sprinting their way through the swirling mists.
For many of us, Irish folklore conjures up images of fairies, giants, and leprechauns with their huge pots of gold, just wanting to be discovered by those adventurous enough to search for the end of a rainbow. Many such tales and legends were passed from generations to generations, in the very same way we were taught to celebrate important moments such as marriages, deaths, birthdays, and holidays, or even the way we hand down skills such as making weaved baskets or St. Bridget's crosses. All of the above can be considered as a part of Irish folklore, as it is the study and appreciation of how our ancestors lived. But the Irish are also fond of tales that aren't nearly so full of magic and mystery, and there are many tales from Irish folklore designed to send a chill up the spine, instead of putting a smile on the face. So today, in celebration of the festival of St. Patrick, I present to you a handful of traditional Irish ghost stories, as haunting today as when they were first told around campfires on the Emerald Isle. The haunted manor house near the Slaney. On the lush green banks of the River Slaney stands an old manor house called the Boontarig. The family that occupied the manor house in days gone by have long since deserted it, leaving only echoes of the joy and sadness once experienced on the ancient hallowed grounds. And for many a year, the hall and pleasure grounds of the palatial residents remained deathly quiet. Yet more than one observant returner from the fairs or markets of the nearby town of Enniscorthy, with vision affected by strong whiskey, were afterwards heard to horrifyingly recall that as they passed the gates, they could see coach after coach whip round the circular walk, drive up to the hall door, where the occupants would gracefully enter the main hall wearing antiquated, luxurious clothing. Through the candlelit first-floor windows, bright figures of men and women would be seen flitting to and fro, but not a single sound could be heard from horses' hooves or coach wheels, nor the dancer or musicians. He was not witnessing a ball of the living, but a dance of the dead. At long last, the Boonherig Manor house was leased to a wealthy farmer from the province of Munster, who, hearing the spectral rumors far too late, made the best of a ghostly situation. The farmer hired a priest from the southern city of Cork to perform a mass in the once celebrated ballroom. When it was done, neither lord nor lady nor musician ever troubled the house again. However, the ghostly visitants had still the privilege of the gravel drive in the semicircle before the hall door on which to perform their eternal ritual of longing for life. A servant girl, employed by the estate's new owner, declared that one night, while off her guard against ghostly tricks, was surprised to see a coach and horses arrive at the manor's front gate. Rushing to perform her duties, she opened the gates to welcome a stately coach onto the ground, assuming it was a similarly wealthy companion of her employer. Yet when she did so, she felt a shiver run through her as she noticed the strange attire of the coachman. He wore old-fashioned clothing, a frilly lace shirt and tri-cornered hat, and made not a sound as he guided his nag down the gravel path. The servant girl made to call out to the driver but was silenced when he turned, smiled, and showed his face was a little more than a skull, dead flesh barely clinging to old bones. She rushed around to the back entrance in a terrible fright, desperate to warn her employer of the approaching danger. But by the time she did, there was no sign of the coach or its spectral driver, and the servant girl was left to suffer with the frightful image, seeing it in her dreams, every time she slept for many a night to come. The Woman in White. Patrick O'Gill, son of County Kildare, was driving his cart toward Old Dublin City with a load of country produce. Patrick had made a comfy seat for himself on the wagon and had plenty of hay beneath him to make his journey a pleasant one. He was happily occupied with thinking of nothing in particular, all while keeping an eye on his lumbering oxen who steadily labored along hedge-framed country lanes. Patrick found himself at a crossroads near Boreen when he was surprised by the sudden appearance of a woman dressed in long white clothes, crossing the fence and wandering into the road. The woman approached the horse and walked with him a while, close by his neck. Patrick pulled the beast's head to the opposite side for fear he might tread on her feet or long robes, but she still kept as close to him as before. It was only when Patrick thought he could see the lower part of the horse's foreleg through her dress that he realized that the situation had become a grave one. He found his eyes were glued to the shape of the being before him, for he was frozen in terror, while his whole frame covered with cold perspiration born solely from raw fear. In his horror, he was unable to decide on a course of action, but his steed, upon sensing something deeply wrong in the air around it, reared up and plodded on at an increased speed. At the center of the crossroads of Boreen is a patch of green turf, and when they came to its edge, the white figure stood still, yet a portion of the cart seemed to pass right through her without disturbance. Patrick O'Gill, observing this, drew the beast at once to the other side, crying in a voice that quaked with fear. "By your leave, ma'am," he said, hoping a polite disposition might still the being's vengeful spirit. And so on went horse and car, the edges of the load preventing him from seeing the white form. Having advanced 2 or 3 yards, he looked back to see a mangled body on the road behind him. The beautiful woman, whose long, flowing dress has been as white as freshly fallen snow, was now a mess of black and crimson, with blood and dirt plastering her prostrate form. But there was no pained expression on her face, no cries of agony on her lips. She simply looked on towards the terrified Patrick, smiled, and waved the horrified farmer onward. Terrified as he was, he never again took his cart by the way of the Boreen crossroads, having no desire for another encounter with the woman in white. The Haunted House on Bride Street. Mr. Molan, who owned and operated the grocers on Dublin's Bride Street, was left a widower. His dearly departed wife had left him the charge of several young children, and Mr. Molan worked tirelessly to ensure they held on to the quality of life they were accustomed to. But in the months after their mother's death, footsteps began to be heard upstairs, chiefly near to the nursery and always in the middle of the night as the family slept. Great alarm and fright prevailed among the children until the family maid appealed to the master of the house to bring in a man of the church to cleanse the home. Mr. Molan pooh-poohed their fears, yet the maid suspected from his own careworn looks that he also had received disagreeable visits from his late wife. The poor children began to lose the natural cheer of youth and often had looks of fear in their eyes, especially towards night. Little wonder, for steps were constantly heard pacing across the nursery, and sometimes they would awaken to the low sound of breathing and sighing from someone standing beside their beds. But one particular dark night, when the maid was following Mr. Molan upstairs from the cellar, she distinctly saw a small man with a red cap on following closely behind her master upon the stairs and holding him by the skirts of his coat. This was the only appearance, and it was the more remarkable as all were of opinion that it was the spirit of the mother who was showing her anxiety for her daughters from beyond the grave. One evening, the housemaid was sitting at the kitchen table, occupied with drying and drawing out laces and frills. Mr. Molan was sitting on the other side of the room, smoking his pipe and reading over the daily news. The housemaid found herself slowly becoming aware of the presence of her late mistress, pacing close by her in the direction of the fire, and could distinguish the words said in a whisper. "Woe's me." "Master," she said, "did you hear that?" "Hear what, you fool?" he replied impatiently. "My mistress's ghost passing by me and whispering." "It's all imagination," he spoke in a vexed tone. "Don't encourage the children in these nonsensical whims." That night the eldest daughter, who commonly seemed in more terror than her sisters, was sleeping next to the housemaid. A habit she had developed since the ghostly visitations began, she was all at once awakened and became conscious of some awful presence. With a cold perspiration bursting out all over her, she tried to scream, but her voice caught in her throat. In this state she received 3 severe slaps on the shoulders, causing her to pass out from fright. The father, hearing in the morning what had happened, made up his mind to abandon the house as soon as he could, and in a few weeks was settled in Dorset Street, as far across the city as they could afford. The persecution, or warning, or whatever it was, didn't follow the family to their new residence, and the afflicted home remained abandoned for many, many years. The Ghost of Wicklow County. Lord Kilkevan, whose seat lay in County Wicklow, was an extremely unpleasant master while above ground, and afterwards caused considerable annoyance to his surviving friends and relatives. Not a night passed by without unnatural, frightening noises being heard throughout the manor, doors being flung open, keys heard turning in locks, plates and dishes hurled down from the dresser on the kitchen floor, tables overturned, and chairs flung about. Yet in the morning nothing would be found out of its place. When their nerves were frayed and their sanity tested, the family moved on to another manor house, many miles from the site of their haunted one, but the steward, an old coachman, and a few hangers-on remained behind. Though none suffered more from the ghastly visits of the late master than the coachman, and before long the night came when he would not get a moment's rest. If he attempted to take a nap in the main hall's great chair, he would hear voices whispering dreadful things into his ear, or sometimes he might be awakened in the night to find large purple bruises on his arms and legs. However, there was one peculiarity in his visitations. The departed lord never made himself visible to more than one person in a company, and though he often adopted the appearance of a black dog or a raven, the individual singled out always knew the old lord under his disguises. The wives, sons, and daughters of the neighboring farmers once took it upon themselves to have a ball in the big house, for which they readily got permission. All was as merry as music and drink and an assemblage of young men and women could make it when, in the height of the festivity, the old gentleman took it into his head to become visible in a hideous shape of a huge butchered hog. A woman by the name of Miss Fitzgerald shrieked out and fainted, and the universal mirth and jollity came to an abrupt conclusion. When she was brought to herself and related what occurred, there was a general dispersion, and that was the last attempt at a ball in the big house. The Ghost of the Greg. A lady in the neighborhood of Dublin's Old Town, much celebrated for her many charities, died, and great sorrow was felt for her loss. Many masses were celebrated and many prayers offered up for the repose of her soul, and there was a moral certainty of her salvation among her acquaintances. Yet one evening, after the family had retired to rest, a servant girl in the house, a great favorite with her late mistress, was sitting beside the fire, enjoying the dreamy comfort of a hard-worked person after the day's fatigues, and just before the utter forgetfulness of sleep. Her mind was wandering to her late-loved mistress when she was startled by a sensation in her instep, as if it were trodden upon. "Bad manners to you for a dog," she said, suspecting the collie of the house to be the offender. But to her great terror, when she looked down and around the hearth, she saw no living thing. "Who's that?" she cried out with the teeth chattering in her head. "It is I," came the ghostly reply, and an image of the dead lady appeared before her, as if as a mist. "Oh, mistress, darling," she said. "What is disturbing you? Can I do anything for you?" "There is something," said the spirit, "and that is why I have appeared to you. Every hour of the day, someone of my family and friends are mourning me. They speak of my goodness, and it is that which is tormenting me in the other world. All my charities were done only for the pleasure of having myself spoken well of, and they are now prolonging my punishment. The only real good I ever did was to give once half a crown to a poor scholar that was studying to be a priest and charging him to say nothing about it. That was the only good act that followed me into the other world. And now you must tell my husband and my children to speak well of my past life no more, or I will haunt you night after night." The next moment the spirit had vanished into thin air, and the poor girl fainted the moment it did so. When she recovered, she hastened into her settled bed and covered herself up, head and all, and cried and sobbed till morning. Everyone wondered the next day to see such a troubled countenance, but she went through her business one way or another, though she could not make up her mind to tell her master what she had seen and heard. She dreaded the quiet hour of rest, and well she might, for the displeased lady visited her again at the same hour and reproached her for her neglect. 3 times she endured the dreaded visits before she made the required revelation, and after that, no more was spoken of the kind lady of the old town, for she was not made comfortable in heaven, only tormented by the fallen one below. I've been working in bars and pubs since I left school. I was only supposed to be a year at most, earning a wage while I figured out just what I wanted to do with my life. But before I knew it, just 1 year became 2, then 3 once I had secured a position as supervisor in a local pub. Being a bartender is hard, but it is never boring. Busy shifts generally means lots of laughs and lots of tips. So, as much as you get mobbed on the weekends, it never feels too overwhelming, especially when your favorite regular buys you Jaeger shots when the boss isn't looking. However, there is one date on the calendar that every bartender all over the world has come to dread. That date is March 17th, St. Patrick's Day. Now, where I live, St. Patrick's Day means everyone, and I mean everyone, no matter their background or identity, suddenly pretends they're Irish. From the Kiss Me I'm Irish shirts that sell by the truckload, to the fake ginger beads and 4-leaf clover hats that plaster the bar's floor once the night is over. St. Paddy's Day always seems to bring out the wilder side of the local population. This is only exacerbated by the number of actual Irish people who get a ferry over for a few days to celebrate the holiday among foreigners. Those guys don't mess around. We open the pub at 10 in the morning to start serving breakfast and lunch, and there is always a bevy of Irishmen waiting outside, having already sank a few pints in hotel bars before they arrive. This really does add a feeling of chaos to the proceedings, and I'm not sure if it's the English sense of competition, but people genuinely do try to outdrink the Irish on their own national holiday. A foolish endeavor if ever there was one. This can lead to some pretty horrendous working conditions, and sometimes the number of times you end up mopping up vomit ticks over into the double digits. Gross, I know, but manageable. What wasn't manageable for me anyway was a visit our pub received from a man a few Paddy's days ago, one that I don't think I'll ever forget. So one of the things that strikes you about the Paddy's Day crowd is how they're all basically wearing the same thing. I've previously mentioned all the tacky souvenir-type items revelers can get their hands on, but maybe not the ridiculous proliferation of said items. Companies like Guinness, in a bid to sell as much of the black stuff as they possibly can, flood entire cities with merchandise that is often given to drinkers for free. So picture a scene where 99 people out of 100 have green-branded Guinness t-shirts on. Most are wearing those dumb leprechaun hats, those ginger beards, and some are even wearing extremely creepy-looking leprechaun masks. Starting to get the picture here? Everyone looks alike, which can make bartending particularly difficult, not to mention how difficult it is to remember who's ordered what drink. So at one point, I'm pulling up pints when this one fella in a mask steps up. I ask him what he's after, and he says something unintelligible through his leprechaun mask. Now, I'm sick to the back teeth of asking people to take their masks off so I can make out their orders, so I may have been a bit rude when I asked him to take off that daft mask. He just shakes his head, asks me to lean closer, then orders a pint of Guinness in a distinctly English accent. Something you need to know about Guinness in particular: you don't just pour a pint of Guinness and whack it down in front of a customer. You have to pour about 2/3 of the thick black fluid into the glass, then leave it to settle before topping it with the rest of the Guinness. That way, you end up with a perfectly balanced pint of stout that's as creamy as it is malty. So that's exactly what I do. I pour the dude's drink, then leave it to settle, just like I'd done 1,000 times before, only to find the masked man almost violently waving at me. I asked him what was wrong, and he starts complaining that I'd only half poured his bloody drink, and that I was to bring it to him immediately. I laugh a wee bit, then start giving him the talk about how you need to let it settle before serving blah blah blah. He then accuses me of taking the piss out of him, and starts kicking off about how I'm looking for a fight with him and all this other nonsense. At that point, I cut him off. We can't have anyone like that in our pub, and they're only ever out to cause trouble, and giving them alcohol just makes that kind of situation 100 times worse. So I put on my polite professional voice, calling him sir and all of that, and gently explain why he can go jump in a lake. Not my exact words, but you get the idea. That's when he just comes out with, "I'm gonna effing kill you." I was taken aback by this, and I remember just leaning back with a look of confusion like, "What did you say to me, fella?" He repeats that he's going to wait outside until we close, wait for me to leave, and then kill me. He said he didn't live far, and that he could go back and fetch a kitchen knife in less than 10 minutes. I've had threats like this before, and yeah, they're grim, but it's always from a guy who's coked up and raving. 9 times out of 10, they don't even remember you the next day, and the drunk that was threatening to smash your face in will try and make casual conversation about the footy as they'd never even met you. But this guy was calm as anything. He just gently and slowly explained how he was going to kill me, and it didn't matter if he was arrested or caught on CCTV because I'd be dead, just like I deserved. I'm not even afraid to admit that I was actually seriously freaked out at this point. I reached forward, trying to pull the mask off that concealed his identity from me, but he dodged, waving as he walked away from the bar and disappeared into the crowds. And I do mean disappeared. I spent the next 15 minutes or so wandering around the horseshoe-shaped bar trying to figure out where this fellow had gone, but I couldn't see him. There was every chance he was just tucked away in a corner somewhere, whining to his mates about how the bartender is a bellend or whatever, but it seemed just as likely that this guy really had gone back to his flat to get a weapon and that he was just using the chaos of the day itself to his advantage. By the end of the shift, I was emotionally exhausted. Every time I saw one of those daft leprechaun masks, I couldn't keep my eyes off of it. Every single one could have been that lad coming back to stab me to death in my own bloody workplace. I know it all seems crazy in retrospect, that he was obviously just full of bluster. But every murder story seems ridiculous until it's plastered all over the newspapers. With all those people coming out of the woodwork to say, "Oh, we never saw it coming, and it was just so unexpected." But a part of me really did think it was going to be my face on the newspapers the next day, and sometimes I actually thank the man upstairs for keeping me safe that night. It is March 17th, 2019, St. Patrick's Day. In Cookstown, County Tyrone, 17-year-old Lauren Bollock is getting ready to go to a party. She and a group of friends had spent their entire school day in increasing levels of excitement, swapping ideas on what to wear, exchanging rumors on who would and wouldn't be attending, and most importantly, scheming on how to get their hands on the most quintessential of St. Patrick's Day's amenities: booze. No Paddy's Day party is complete without an unhealthy quantity of the demon drink, as any self-respecting Irishman will tell you. And as for the underage Lauren, buying alcohol would be as easy as putting on a little extra makeup and standing on her tippy toes at the counter. After all, without the telltale school tie, very little separates the appearance of a student and a fledgling office worker. Lauren and her friends finished their studies for the day before congregating in one of their parents' houses to prepare for the night's festivities. Outfits were road-tested, makeup applied, and the girls even sampled a little of their alcohol haul to get healthy pre-drunk before they departed. When the time came, they piled into a waiting taxicab which drove them a few miles down the road to the Greenvale Hotel. The sight that greeted them was one of utter chaos. The Greenvale Hotel on the outskirts of Cookstown had decided to throw a Paddy's Day dry disco for the local youths. Underage drinking is a huge problem in the UK in general, let alone in Northern Ireland, where alcohol is seen as a staunch tradition, even a rite of passage. If parents knew where their children were on one of the rowdiest nights of the year, it belayed their fears, even if they understood how inevitable it was that someone would get their hands on alcohol. The popularity of such an event would be evident to Lauren and her friends upon their arrival at the Greenvale, for outside a venue that had a maximum capacity of just 100 or so, at least 500 to 600 excitable Irish young people had assembled and were waiting to be allowed inside. Such a raucous scene might have been off-putting to another group of girls, but not Lauren and her friends. They found the huge gathering of their peers to be intensely exciting and attractive. Rural Ireland can be an extremely tedious place to live for a young person, lacking in all the adventure and attractions of the big city. So any opportunity to mingle with a large group of their peers outside of school hours is something very few Irish teenagers can pass up. Lauren and her friends climbed out of the taxi into a cold and windy evening to socialize with old friends and make a few new ones in the process. Meanwhile, inside the Greenvale Hotel, the management team is in a quandary. They knew all too well that there was far too many youths outside, and that not all of them could be let into the venue. However, St. Patrick's Day was a serious earner for the hotel. After a traditionally quiet January and February, where hedonists eschew the good life in favor of gym memberships and detox regimens, Patty's Day always kick-started the local economy in a big way. To limit their patrons during such an event would surely be inviting financial ruin, but something had to be done to avoid disappointing more than half of the young people gathered outside. The general manager of the venue made the decision to go outside to address the waiting revelers. He told them in no certain terms that the Greenvale simply did not have the facilities to accommodate so many of them, and some would have to go home disappointed. He then asked the waiting youths to form an orderly queue at the entrance, where staff would take their entrance fee and stamp their hands with black ink to verify them. And that's when things started to go wrong. As I've previously mentioned, a long-standing tradition in the UK and elsewhere is to imbibe alcohol before arrival at a pub, club, or party, in order to get a head start and save a little money. The same applied to the gathering of underage youths outside the Greenvale that night. So instead of doing as they were asked and forming an orderly queue at the entranceway, what started fairly calmly had soon descended into a chaotic mess of shoving, shouting, and fighting. Hotel staff pleaded with the drunken crowds to calm themselves, but their cries were barely heard over the throngs of barking teenagers, some of who had begun to shove their peers towards the waiting line. Lauren was one of those who had rushed to queue up first and began to feel herself being trapped against one of the Greenvale's outer walls. She tried to push back, to give herself a little personal space, but it was impossible. No matter how hard she and her friends shoved back, the crowd didn't seem to disperse or diffuse. It wasn't long before neither Lauren nor her friends could move. Their arms were trapped by their sides, their bodies squeezed and compressed until some began to complain of feeling faint. Lauren was being crushed against the brick wall, finding harder and harder to breathe as the crowds formed tighter and tighter around her. At one point, she saw a young man with glasses, so pale he was almost white as a sheet, collapse from the lack of oxygen available to him. This was barely noticed by the pushing crowds, who simply walked over and stepped on the unconscious boy, crushing him to death beneath their feet with nothing else in their minds but the desire to drink, dance, and flirt. With the very last of her strength, Lauren began to shout and yell. "My friends are on the ground, move back! My friends have fainted, move back! My friends can't breathe, move back!" Nothing. Not one bit of movement or compassion. In fact, one of the last things Lauren saw before she passed out was the sight of laughing, spotted-faced teenage boys amusing themselves by pushing the crowds towards the doors, trying to get them inside so they too could get to drinking. A horrific sight to see in the moments before unconsciousness, but Lauren wouldn't just be rendered unconscious. The crush at the Greenvale Hotel that night went on for another half an hour. By the time the crowd realized what was happening, it was far too late. Lauren, along with several other teenagers, had been suffocated in the crush. Nigel Rudell, the medical director of North Ireland's ambulance service, told the BBC that emergency crews who responded to a 999 call shortly before 9:30 p.m. encountered upsetting scenes. At this stage, everything points towards it being a tragic accident, and our hearts absolutely go out to the families of those involved and everybody who was caught up in this incident last night, he said. Yet the tragedy seemed to have been painted by the media as a seemingly unavoidable one, an incident as sudden and shocking as a terror attack or natural disaster. But there was nothing natural about the deaths at the Greenvale Hotel that night, as they had been entirely avoidable. The facts remain that poor planning, drug use, and youthful zeal had proved a deadly cocktail. And without admitting this to ourselves, the Greenvale Hotel crush is doomed to happen again, and again, and again. I didn't know much about St. Patrick's Day when I first moved to America. I was familiar with American culture, sure, and growing up in Hokkaido in Japan, I was vaguely aware that St. Patrick's Day existed. But I had no idea it was taken so seriously by Irish Americans. So my first March 17th as a student at Boston University was certainly an eye-opener. I remember waking up that morning like it was any other. I threw on some clothes, ate a small breakfast, then headed down to Boston Common to catch the T to the university library. It was only then that I saw just how enthusiastic Boston was over St. Patrick's Day. Almost everyone I saw had some item of green clothing. Even smartly dressed businessmen had little green pocket squares or wore four-leaf clover pins. I saw big groups of kilted men with those noisy bag things, and even people dressed as small red-haired creatures, though I can't remember the word for them. Yet I could barely believe my eyes when I saw the Charles River. Somehow, some way, the city had managed to dye to entirely a bright green. Everything seemed to be bigger and louder in America, unlike Japan, where we almost pride ourselves on not showing too much emotion. I was reflecting on this for a moment as the T stopped and looked on some more passengers, but as one man embarked the train, he immediately locked eyes with me. I said a silent prayer that he would leave me alone, but it was wishful thinking. He'd already given me the kind of look that many girls dread, the kind of look a cat might give a wounded mouse. Then, to my ultimate disappointment, he sat down next to me. He reeked of alcohol, so much so that I had to subtly cover my nose to keep from feeling nauseous. I didn't drink alcohol back then, and I still rarely do. The smell still makes me feel sickly even to this day, so I simply put my earphones in and tried to keep to myself as the T started moving again. A few minutes went by and I felt the man turning towards me, before the muffled sound of him saying something to me could be heard through my earbuds. I tried to ignore him as best I could, but the man began to poke me in the arm to get my attention. I couldn't ignore him anymore, so I took out my earphones and I asked him if I could help him in any way. "Why aren't you wearing green?" he asked me, slurring his words as he did so. At first, I had no idea what he was talking about, but I quickly remembered that wearing green clothing seemed to be a sort of tradition among locals on this particular date. Yet still, I didn't wish to engage with the man, so I might have lied just a little to get him to back off. I don't speak, so much, English," I said, pretending to be ignorant. I thought this might deter the man. It wasn't the first time I'd pretended not to speak English to avoid a man's attentions, and usually it worked. Just not this time. "Why aren't you wearing green?" He spoke much louder now, punctuating his final word by grabbing the sleeve of his own green pullover and waving it in my face. As he leaned in, another wave of his alcohol-soaked breath wafted into my nostrils. I couldn't bring myself to answer him. I thought if I tried to speak, I might vomit up my breakfast. So I simply shrugged at him as if I didn't understand and then tried to go back to my phone. That's when I felt an intense pain on my left arm. I cried out, shifting in my seat and turning to see that drunk man had actually pinched me. He was laughing as he did it too, with a little drool catching on his bottom lip before running down his chin. "You don't wear green, you get pinched," he said, still giggling to himself. Other people in the T began to notice now, some looking pretty outraged that this drunk man was treating me this way. "Please don't," I managed to say, holding the part of my arm where the man had pinched me. But this only seemed to make him angry. By the time I had jumped up from the seat to move away from him, other passengers on the train were angrily shouting at the man to leave me alone. People in Boston are very friendly, especially to foreigners like me, and as I got off the train a few stops early, I decided not to let this experience tarnish the city's image in my eyes. After a long day of studying, I was headed back to my apartment in an Uber taxi when I got a text from a few friends. They told me they were having a few drinks in a big Irish bar near Government Center. I forgot the name, but they asked if I would like to join them for some green beer. I never heard of green beer, but they insisted this was a big tradition in America. I was not entirely in the mood for drinking, but I did like the idea of seeing some of the party, especially since it only happened once a year. If the beer in the river were green, what else had Boston changed the color of? I had to find out. So I arrived back at my apartment, rushing upstairs to take a shower and change my clothes. This time I tried to find something green to wear, only to find that I didn't actually own anything distinctly green. I had a turquoise t-shirt, but that was about as green as it got. I texted my friend again, but she reassured me I could borrow the green scrunchie she had in her wrist. That way I could be safe from more pinching men, hopefully. But as I began to walk around to the Irish bar, that was no more than 5 or 10 minutes walk from my apartment, I happened to walk by a tea station. Standing outside was the last person I ever wanted to see. It was the drunk man from that morning, with a brown paper bag in his hand. He'd obviously been drinking since that very early morning, and he looked even worse than he did on the train. I hoped he would be too drunk to see me or even recognize me, but to my complete and utter horror, I saw a flash of recognition in his eyes. He shouted after me, and I tried to walk faster to avoid him, but it was impossible. His rude, racist shouts became even louder, and he started to run after me. I had tears in my eyes as I ran down the sidewalk away from him. I ran to the first police officer I saw, bursting into tears as I fell into his arms. I tried to explain what was going on, but I was panicking a lot. And then I turned to point at the man who was following me. There was no one there, only happy, friendly partygoers. No sign of the drunk. The policeman walked me back to my apartment. He was very friendly and understanding, especially since I was so upset that my English had failed me. Most people in Boston are very nice and friendly, as I said, but some not so much. Especially when alcohol is involved, I sometimes think the world would be very different if people didn't drink. Some living arrangements can be unusual, to say the least, and renting on-site at a storage facility is very, very different than living in a regular apartment. My uncommon living area connects to the storage facility by a long, dark, cold hallway from a door in what we call our porch area, and every night I have to walk past this doorway to get into my apartment. When my wife and I go to bed at the same time, I don't notice it, but when she goes to sleep before me and the house is dark and quiet, an acute anxiety grips me as I quickly patter down the hallway to my bedroom. Something about that doorway to the storage facility feels ominous, always has. A small peephole is in the door, and sometimes I imagine looking through it at night only to see something or someone in the hallway on the other side. One night last year, in the weeks leading up to St. Patrick's Day, strange events began to unfold. At first, we didn't notice anything too weird, mainly because the place's customers are in and out of the facility at all hours of the day and night. Not to mention the fact that they can turn out to be some pretty strange folks when all is said and done. Anyway, at first, it was just things like my toolbox going missing and then reappearing broken, or a small pile of leaves being left in front of my wife's office door. We figured it was bored teenagers, maybe even a drunk stumbling home from the speakeasy around the corner. But then things were starting to get weirder. We awoke one morning with the bedroom windows open when we didn't remember opening them the night before. A quick inventory of our belongings showed that nothing had been stolen, but we filed a police report for what was apparently attempted burglary. One night at around 4 a.m., our bedroom lights began wildly turning on and off, waking us up, and stopped just as quickly as it began. We put it down to an electrical fault and made a mental note to call the landlord. But the very next morning, we found the bathroom mirror was shattered, and in the living room, all of the furniture was stacked into a big pile. The night before St. Patrick's Day, I really didn't want to be home alone. Rosa, my wife, had to work late, so unfortunately I didn't really have a choice. We were both on edge at this point from the events of the previous days and nights, and we were constantly snapping at each other for a lack of sleep. Thankfully, I had to work too and was able to get away from the apartment for a few hours. But I dreaded returning home. When I finally did so, Rosa was still at work. I gave her a call to see how she was doing, and she seemed stressed. It was a busy day and she had been forced to take on extra paperwork, but she assured me she'd be done soon, as fast as she could. The moment I walked through the door, I felt like someone was watching me. I also noticed that it was absolutely freezing inside, even though it had been a pretty nice day outside that day. I checked the windows to see if they were inexplicably open again, but they were closed. Then I walked down the hall towards the porch and found the source of the cold. The door to connecting our apartment to the facility was wide open, and a draft was coming in from the dark hallway. I closed the door, concerned with how it had gotten open because we always kept it locked. After Rosa got in from the office, things began to get weirder. She was just as shocked as I was to learn that the door in the porch area was open when I came home, but she had some news for me too. While I was at work, apparently the power had been going on and off all day, despite near perfect weather. We had ended up purchasing one of those home CCTV systems you can link up to your tablet device. Rosa had been watching a feed of the security cameras and said that he'd seen people walking around the facility who never came through the front gate. As she was telling me all the strange things that happened that day, the door to the facility hallway slammed open. We slowly approached the door to see who had opened it, but no one was there. We locked the door to the hallway again, the house being eerily quiet as we did so. It was then we began to hear a faint sound coming from the storage facility. It sounded like a dozen voices, all talking or singing in unison. Whoever it was, it had to be the same group of people that had been basically terrorizing us for weeks by that point. We decided to confront them, and it might have been the biggest mistake we ever made. We headed over to the storage stage the noises seemed to be coming from, banging on the metal door as loud as I could to gain their attention. Slowly, the door before us opened. There, standing on the table, were three short figures with masks on their faces. We couldn't tell if they were kids or grown-ups with dwarfism, but surrounding them were taller, lither figures who also wore masks to conceal their faces. The three smaller people on the table were the ones doing the singing, only it sounded a lot more like chanting in some old language now that we were close. As soon as they realized we weren't invited, that we weren't who they were expecting, the chanting stopped, and all masked faces turned towards us. It was only then that we saw a mass of blood and gore on the table in the center of the small figures. I only saw it for a moment before the door slammed shut again, but to this day I've not been able to get that mess out of my mind. I still remember the smell that came from that room, the raw meat smell. It makes me sick to this day. We ran back into our apartment, locking the door behind us and immediately calling the cops. We struggled to relay just what we'd seen, insisting that they had to hurry as we suspected that there were children at risk. But when they arrived, we could no longer hear the chanting sound coming from the storage facility. I was hardly surprised when the cops forced their way inside and found no one present, but what really confused me is that there wasn't a single trace of blood we'd seen. The cops told us that forensics teams combed the facility and couldn't find a single fiber or fingerprint to corroborate our story. Not long after we moved. It was awfully disappointing. We were practically living rent-free in that apartment, but when it came to the horror we'd experienced that night, money was no issue. I'd have paid double what we were paying now just for peace of mind, because I never, ever want to run into those people again. Because another encounter, and I don't think we'll get away so safely. My name is Rosie Lee Williams, and I'm a private investigator based out of Long Island, New York. I spent 20 years with the NYPD's Fugitive Enforcement Division, which is exactly what it sounds like. My job was to track down and arrest those who chose to flee from justice rather than face it. This left me with, as my husband is so fond of phrasing it, a particular set of skills. And although I can't punch like Liam Neeson's Taken character, I'd bet my tracking skills are just as good, if not better. I retired from the department a few years ago after a high-intensity pursuit that left me with a bullet in my shoulder. But for me, the thrill of hunting down fugitives was a vocation, not just a handy career choice, so I used some of our savings to start up a private investigator agency. It was the best decision I've ever made. All right. Following a cheating husband around Manhattan to gather evidence of his infidelities isn't nearly as exciting as hunting down a violent prison escapee, but my word, does it pay better. Having said that, each job is interesting in its own way, but by far the most curious job I'd ever accepted came from County Cork, over in Ireland. I opened up the company email account about this time last year to find a message that seriously piqued my interest. As I may have mentioned, most offers I get are from people in the New York and New England areas, so seeing the mention of Ireland in the body of the message was unexpected, but very welcome. My husband and I are both of Scottish-Irish descent, but have never taken the time to visit the old countries, so I was pretty much sold on the job before I even saw what it consisted of. The message was from a woman who had reported their son missing 5 years before. The Irish police, or Garda as they're locally known, had apparently investigated to the best of their abilities but come up with nothing. She had followed up by hiring a Dublin-based PI, as well as a duo from nearby London, yet still they turned up nothing. And so the grieving mother looked further afield and found me. On the 8th of March 2019, my husband and I boarded a flight out of JFK. 8 hours later, we were landing at Cork Airport. That same weekend, I met up with Mary O'Dwyer. The woman who had sent me the email. Mary and I, along with my husband, met up for dinner at a restaurant in Cork City Center to discuss the case. Miss O'Dwyer was an incredibly strong woman and had been hardened to grief throughout the span of her time since her son had gone missing. She was open about the fact that her son Patrick had been heavily involved in drug dealing around the whole of Southern Ireland, but didn't believe her son's disappearance was connected to it. She explained that Ireland's violent past had given rise to a kind of code. If someone was killed in relation to criminal activities, it was the custom for the family of said individual to be informed of the reasoning, and on occasion even monetary compensation was provided. No such information had come to light in the aftermath of Patrick's disappearance, yet the previous Garda and PI investigations focused primarily on that possibility. I couldn't understand why. If Patrick was involved in the drug trade, it was definitely the most plausible explanation for his disappearance. But Mrs. O'Dwyer insisted that I talk to one of Patrick's old friends, one that had been consistently overlooked by previous investigators. I soon understood why. Patrick's old friend, who asked not to be named in any of my reports, was not entirely forthcoming with information. This was because his theory on Patrick's disappearance was frankly laughable, and I began to suspect that it was simply a cover-up to deter the police from looking in the right place. I could believe that Patrick had found himself heavily in debt to a Dublin-based cocaine dealer after a shipment had been stolen in transit. But what I couldn't believe was Patrick's friend's theory on what he'd done to pay it off. He actually kept a straight face when he told me that Patrick had gone looking for a leprechaun's pot of gold. You know the story. At the end of the rainbow sits a pot of gold belonging to Ireland's shortest mythical creature. I actually humored him for a few minutes, asking where Patrick might have gone looking for such a prize. And this is where I made my breakthrough. Patrick's friend mentioned a rural area up near the city of Limerick that Patrick had mentioned. This might be the grain of truth I needed, the one masked in a lie which would lead me to uncovering the truth of Patrick's disappearance. In my business, you follow every lead, no matter how unlikely, in the hopes it will be a bridge to which you'll find the truth. I won't bore you with the details of my husband and I's train ride, just know it did not end in disappointment. At the bottom of a cave system on Ireland's west coast, we found a body. A skeleton, to be exact. One with strange growths on the skull. I knew exactly what they were the moment I laid eyes on them. It was bone cancer. the most painful and probably the deadliest of all cancerous growths. DNA testing found it to be Patrick's body, and I was glad to be able to help that poor woman put her son to rest. Now, she would be able to properly move on, even if her son's killer wasn't something that could be tried or imprisoned. But although Mary O'Dwyer could now move on from the case, I couldn't put it down so easily. I started to read up on Irish folklore in the hopes that something might shed a little light on the situation. The whole leprechaun story was insane, but Patrick was indeed found at the bottom of a cave system in the area he had told his friend he would be searching. The story was nuts, but the reasoning wasn't. Perhaps there was some kind of code at play, a way the Dublin and Cork dealers could communicate without raising suspicion or alerting police surveillance. That's when I discovered two details that truly frightened me. I read that throughout history, many Irishmen had been hunting for the end of the rainbow in order to unburden a leprechaun of his pot of gold. Each who succeeded found themselves disgustingly wealthy, but such wealth came with a prize. The not-so-lucky Irishman would be cursed with deformities, disease, and eventually death. The second thing that disturbed me was an Irish newspaper article that detailed the arrest and trial of a Dublin drug dealer for murder. It was discovered throughout the course of the trial that the dealer was in fact one of the main backers of a dodgy Dublin hedge fund that provided investment for foreign enterprises. I read that the hedge fund managers were unable to contain their greed at the prospect of a cash injection from wealthy, albeit criminal source, but the method of payment was what keeps me up at night. It was 10 million euros. 10 million paid entirely in rare gold coins. This story took place when I was 23 years old, close to 10 years ago. I was living in upstate New York in a very rural area with my ex-boyfriend and his family. He and I used to argue quite a bit, and one morning before he went to work, he and I got into a very heated argument. He was 20 years my senior, but during this particular fight, he acted majorly juvenile. He jumped out of bed, flipped me the bird, and yelled, "If you don't like it so much, then why don't you go back to the Bronx?" That was all the prompting I needed. I threw on my Uggs and my winter jacket, grabbed my cigarettes, and flew out of the house. I am unfortunately an impulsive idiot and didn't think to grab my cell phone before I stormed out. I didn't drive, so my only option was to walk. I don't think at the time that I intended to walk back to the Bronx, as I was a 3-hour car ride upstate, but I just needed to go for an angry, dramatic walk. I realized once I got to this road at the entrance of the trailer park that I had no idea where anything really was around me, as I had only lived there for a few months at that point and we really didn't go out a lot. I banked left and just walked and walked where I knew civilization was. I found myself walking alongside a very busy stretch of road with 18-wheelers flying by, spraying me with slushy snow and soaking my shoes. I saw my then-boyfriend driving by on his way to work, and he sped up as he drove past me, evidently still angry about our fight. I thought for sure he was going to turn around at some point, but he never came back. I pressed on, deciding instead to try to walk to my best friend's mother's house, which I knew to be in the same town. It started to snow and I was losing momentum. I passed by a VFW where a nondescript pickup truck was parked in the driveway. It wasn't until I had passed it that I even realized the driver was in the front seat. He called out to me, "Hey honey, do you need help?" My stomach churned, realizing I would have to accept this stranger's offer. I approached his truck slowly and tried to weigh out my options. He was a clean-cut, seemingly normal older white guy, gray hair, greenish-blue eyes, just average. I blurted out, "Are you a good guy or bad guy?" And cringed at myself for asking such a dumb question. He answered, "I'm a good guy. I wouldn't tell you if I was a bad guy, would I?" I ignored the bells going off in my head and got in the front seat with him. As we drove, I realized I had no clue where my friend's mom actually lived. I knew the name of the road she lived on, but it spanned a good distance, so it wasn't very helpful in terms of finding my destination. I asked to borrow his cell phone so I could try calling my best friend to ask where I was going. I called her 3 times and she didn't answer because she didn't recognize the number. I started to feel inexplicably hopeless. After a few minutes, he asked me where I was from and why I was out in the middle of nowhere in the snow wearing pajamas. I explained I was originally from the Bronx and that I had gotten into a fight with my boyfriend. He paused and said, "Hey, you wouldn't be interested in making a little money, would you?" I chuckled nervously and said, No thanks though." He responded, "Well, I just figured since you said you were from the Bronx," and trailed off. Realizing at that point I was almost definitely in deep doo-doo, I muttered, Sure. He eyed me up and down and laughed to himself before sneering. Sure, she says. I started to panic big time, but knew I couldn't show my fear. I scoured the scenery for a pillowy snowbank that I could land in if I leapt out of the truck, to no avail. The houses were so few and far in between, I became certain this would be how I met my demise. I'll never know why, but it was at this point that he decided to ask me who I was going to see. I quickly blurted out my best friend's mom's name and her husband's full name. He instantly perked up and explained that he knew the husband and how they used to snowmobile together 20 years ago. I felt the greatest wave of relief when he explained that he knew exactly where his old buddy lived. When we finally pulled up to that big yellow house, it was like arriving to the promised land. I sheepishly asked his name. "Steve," he said, and then asked mine. I gave him a fake name, spat out a nonsense thank you, and ran as fast as I could from his truck to the porch. I crashed through the front door and locked it behind me. I immediately started crying and running through the house trying to find my friend's mom. I had awoken her from a sound sleep, but she didn't say a word about it upon seeing how shaken up I was. Once I knew I was safe with her, I explained everything. The fight, the fleeing, the weird guy and his proposition, and she listened, horrified and curious at the same time. She made me promise to never do anything so reckless again, and that if I ever needed her, to call her. She told me she would ask her husband when he got home about this Steve guy and find out more about him. I returned to my boyfriend's later that same day and got really stoned and tried to forget about the events of that morning. The following day, my friend's mom called me to tell me that Steve was a dangerous person who her husband had cut off communication with years ago. The last he had heard about Steve was that he had been arrested for assault. She then went on to point out how incredibly easy it would have been for him to hurt me and leave me just about anywhere on some lonely stretch of road, and no one would even know where to look for me. Not to mention, I might not even been found until the snow thawed out. These events happened over several months in 2016, when me and my sister, then 16 and 14, first moved into our most recent apartment complex with our mother. We now call it the apartment complex from hell because there were many incidents like this. Admittedly, we were still into the hoverboard craze then and would ride them around. This is how we met Savannah. She was our age and lived in our building. She asked to hang out, and we were happy to hopefully make new friends, so we said yes. We hung out outside the complex at a little park. It got dark and we started making up ghost stories. Turns out, she liked creepy paranormal stuff like we did. Note, I didn't actually believe in this stuff and still don't. Every time I reference the paranormal, it's hyperbole. As we were walking home, though, the light in one of the apartment hallways flickered, and I joked and said it was a spirit trying to communicate with us. Savannah made up a flash once for yes, twice for no system to communicate with the spirit, and we messed around a bit. We thought it was just harmless fun. The next day, she runs over to us excited. She informs us that the spirit that we had met last night told her its name was Kieran and that it meant light, so it all made perfect sense now. We asked her how she knew, and she said she went back later that night, alone, to talk to it. This was the first time it occurred to us that she might have really believed in all this stuff. Our aunt had given us an old Ouija board as a joke the year before, and we thought Savannah might like it. Savannah lit up and said she wanted to try and talk to Kieran. So we huddled in the hallway connecting the apartments and put our hands on the board. We kept getting random letters that didn't make sense, but soon Savannah's questions were directed to Kieran. We felt her moving the planchette and called her out, but she got mad and said she'd prove it. She took her hand off the planchette and it no longer moved. She just huffed and insisted it wasn't her. Over the next few weeks, we did mostly normal stuff with her, but she kept talking about the ghosts and Ouija board until we broke down and played it again. This time we were introduced to a new ghost, Evan. We knew it was Savannah moving the planchette, but we're curious about the story she was making, so let her follow through. Evan was a ghost, or demon rather, about our age who wanted free from a greater demon controlling him. That greater demon's name? Kieran. Savannah's parents called her inside, and conveniently, Evan had to go too. He told us he'd protect us against Kieran, especially Savannah. Savannah commented on how cute that was for him to offer. A few days go by normally, but then Savannah's back to tell us that she has a boyfriend. We're happy for her until she tells us his name is Evan. We're wondering what she's talking about, and she explains that while sleeping over at another friend's house, something had tugged off her shorts while she slept. She'd woken up and heard Evan's voice, I guess. Then he'd visited her in her dreams and asked to date or something like that. She'd said yes. Of course, we know she made up Evan, so we're kind of like, what's wrong with you? And we don't talk about the demon stuff anymore. Now, Savannah was extremely possessive over her friends. When she'd see us with someone else, she'd text us non-stop about why we hadn't invited her. We tried to keep our distance, but she lived on the ground floor and literally watched out her window waiting for us to come outside. She'd latch onto us. We didn't know much about her home life, but she always seemed troubled. She had scars on her wrists and talked about running away from home. Her parents seemed all right, if rather strict and religious. We still hung out with her because we were worried, but we're starting to feel weird about it. Worse, she'd randomly show up holding her hand out, saying Evan was holding her hand. She'd look at random things and laugh when no one else was talking because Evan had told her a joke. Once she made us feel her cheek where it was supposedly warm from Evan kissing her. It was not warm. One day my sister and I were bored from her talking to Evan on the Ouija board. She was still controlling the whole thing and wanted some fun. I texted my mom to call my phone from a blocked number and play creepy sounds. Looking back, this was one of the dumbest things I did, but at the time it was just for fun. My mom made the call and I put it on speaker. Savannah is living for it, especially when my mom played a track from a scary movie about a ghost. My mom took it a step further and threw a banana off our third-story balcony for us to see. Savannah said it was a sign that Kieran was winning. We had no idea of the fire this would light in her. We were about to tell her it was a prank, but again her mom called her inside. She found us the next day and I came clean about the prank. She laughed and said that there was no way we could have done that. I said, no, my mom literally did all of it. Well, Savannah had told her friend about it, who told her that yellow objects, like the banana, were a sign of the devil, and seeing them meant the devil was hunting you. This was all she talked about for a while, but since nothing else happened, she gradually forgot. Things went back to normal for a while, until Autumn moved in. Autumn and Savannah connected instantly because of their history with depression. Autumn was a few years younger than us, but had a lot more of a past. This included significant time spent in psychiatric facilities and violence towards her classmates and family. Autumn claimed she heard demons talk to her at night, and just like that, the ghost stuff had started again. Savannah felt threatened by Autumn and felt the need to one-up her with ghost stuff. She told her Evan was her ghost brother that looked out for her. I was like, hold on, you claimed he was your boyfriend. She giggled and said, that's gross, he's my brother. Her story had completely switched. Now she was dating another demon named Jacob and they were engaged. She even showed us a ring to prove it. The next week or so was literally like a match between them to see who was the darkest and most involved in the spiritual world or whatever. They'd compare scars on their wrists and brag about cutting themselves and doing things like sneaking out in the night. In a move to one-up Autumn, Savannah drew a giant pentagram in the parking lot with chalk. Her parents found out and she backed out and blamed it on Autumn. The next freaking day, people come to repave the parking lot. The pentagram is now buried under it forever, literally. Savannah moved on to saying her friend had found Jacob's body and was going to put his spirit back inside it. Savannah continued to take advice from this friend who fueled everything she did. Savannah now said the friend was teaching her witchcraft. We mostly avoided her at this point, but she'd ask us to do things like make holy water with her and try to summon her a familiar. From that point on, she insisted she was a fire witch and walked around wearing all black with Halloween-like makeup on her face. She and Autumn frequently snuck out together, and occasionally we'd see cop cars at her house. My sister and I were avoiding them both, but now we'd get fiery texts from both of them if we hung out with other people, especially our guy friends. Once they saw us get home and stood in the parking lot pretending to be possessed. Autumn also cut off all of her hair and claimed to have tried to kill her teacher. My sister and I knew it was nonsense, or at least we hoped. But Savannah took it so seriously. She'd go around telling neighbors of terrible crimes she committed or wanted to commit. She even told us that when she'd first seen us outside with hoverboards that she'd wish for them to blow up. One day, we again saw the police come to our door, and the officers had jackets that said that they were from the Juvenile Justice Department. Her mom pulled me, my sister, and our mom aside to explain what was going on. Apparently 2 years before, they discovered Savannah talking with a man online. Her messages to him were hiring him to come literally kill her parents after making threats of killing them a few days before. We were able to confirm the story after pet sitting for them and finding court papers about it. We'd known she was on probation, but she'd always tell us different stories as to why. Savannah continued to beg us to hang out with her after that, even inviting herself to spend the night. We avoided her at all costs, but she'd followed us everywhere. It kind of died down when Autumn moved out, and Savannah moved with her family shortly after. Since then, she started doing service hours at a horse stable and graduated high school. I really hope she's gotten happier and more stable overall. Autumn messaged my sister a few months ago asking to call her mom to confirm she was with us. She wasn't, and we later saw her with a 19-year-old dude. She's 14 now. Me and my sister and mom have moved as well. There were too many incidents in those apartments. Our new place is so quiet and peaceful, and I hope to keep it that way. When I was 12 years old, my family and I lived in an old apartment complex. I say old because it's been standing for well over 50 years by the time we moved in. Some residents have claimed to have lived there their whole lives. Anyway, one particular thing that stuck out to me is that there was a strict no pets policy. The landlord actually elaborated on this, stating that a copious number of pets seem to go missing around the area and they now restrict pets in hopes that it would end that problem there. As a child, I kept pretty much to myself. As for my brothers, who were 2 to 3 years older than me, they spoke and played with every kid that lived in the apartments and surrounding areas. Every day after school, they'd beg our mother for some change so they could visit the candy lady. She was a local resident in the apartments who held a mini-mart in her apartment. Basically, she'd buy snacks in bulk, ranging from gummy snacks to chips, so she can resell it to the neighborhood kids. I'd never been at that point, but was curious, of course. I'd asked my brothers if I could join them and they declined. So I stole, I know. A whole $1 from my mom's purse, and followed my brothers and their friends so I could find out where she lived. Upon stalking them, I finally found out her apartment location. Though they stayed inside for a while, I figured I'd just go the next day. The next day after school, I took my stolen $1 and headed out to the candy lady's apartment. When she opened the door, she was an older Caucasian lady with a welcoming demeanor. She let me in and asked for my name. When I gave it to her, I asked for hers. She said to just call her the Candy Lady. She seemed sweet and thoughtful, asking me about school and if I lived in the area. Kids usually don't come here alone. Where are your friends? She asked me. I explained that I don't really have any and that I prefer to just observe. She seemed to sympathize with me because she then told me to take anything I want, free of charge. As a child, I indulged, taking as much as I could carry. While thanking her on my way out, she said to me, "Come back any time, my friend." I felt pretty jolly at that point. 1, I got free snacks. 2, I actually made a friend. When I got home, I hid my snacks in my drawers, returned my mom's stolen $1, and felt great overall. That is until I went back. I returned maybe 3 to 4 days after the first time. When I knocked, she answered the door frantically. I kinda got scared, so I told her I could just come back later. After realizing it was me, she told me no worries and insisted I come in. When I did, she asked if I came back for some more free snacks. I gleefully told her yes, but she said that the first time was a kind gesture, but from now on, I'd have to help her with a few things to earn my free snacks. I was used to working for things, so I agreed. It was simple enough. Just throw out her trash for her. I figured she was old and probably couldn't go outside much. Weird thing was, she had me take her garbage out to the dumpsters in the apartments next door. Fast forward to a month later. It had become our regular schedule. After school, I'd do my homework, then head over to her place to throw her garbage as well as collect my earnings. It was all easy breezy for a while. That is, until one day she didn't tie the trash bag all the way. I walked all the way down to the dumpsters next door, and before I threw it in, I decided I'd tie it first. It was loose, so I had to untie it to fix it all the way. Curious little me couldn't help but look inside. There I saw wadded up paper towels drenched in blood and hair. There was also more plastic bags at the bottom of the bag. This freaked me out so much that I dropped the bag right then and there and booked it home. As soon as I got home, I cried to my mother about my discovery. She said she'd go out and see it for herself after I told her which dumpster. When she returned, she said she didn't see what was inside because the candy lady was already there throwing it out when she arrived. My mother didn't say a word to her and just left. She told me she didn't want me going out that far anymore and stop helping with other people's chores, completely neglecting what I initially told her. Surprisingly, I was able to just sort of forget, more like ignore what happened and go about my kid life like nothing else happened. Then, my brothers came rushing back one day. They anxiously explained to my mom, who is as nosy as ever regarding neighbors, that the candy lady was taken away by police. My mother dismissed it and told us to mind our business. My brothers were bummed out though because of their future lack of snacks. As a child in this point of time, I didn't really understand police and all that, so I was pretty much clueless about what happened. About a month ago, I had dinner with my mom. I am now 22 years old, by the way. My mother and I got to reminiscing and we started talking about those old apartments. After discussing how old and broke down they were, I asked her if she remembered what I told her I saw. At first, she didn't. Then I mentioned that she was arrested by the police. Then the shock of realization hit her. She said she remembered and that she actually asked the landlord about it shortly after she was taken away. Apparently, the landlord told her that the candy lady was actually killing and skinning animals she found nearby. So she's the reason why pets weren't allowed. She was killing them and doing God knows what with the skin. And I'm the dumb little kid who got rid of the evidence for her. And for those of you wondering, the management of the apartments next to ours, the one with the dumpsters we used to dispose of the evidence, caught wind of the smell reeking from the dumpsters. And from there, they were able to catch the candy lady. All I know is, I'm glad I never went back once I realized what was in the bags of trash she had me take out multiple times. This happened in December 2010 and was on the UK TV show Crime Watch, Liverpool, England. Mid-December 2010, I was 16. I was off school for the half-term and was playing video games all day basically. I live in a semi-detached 3-bedroom house. Due to my bedroom upstairs being fairly small, my mom let me have the back door downstairs as my room too. This had things like my PC, reptiles, guitars. This also had 2 double doors backing onto the garden. One night around 2 a.m. I was playing World of Warcraft and using Ventrilo talking to guild friends. Pretty standard night. At this time my sleeping pattern was horrible and I was staying awake all night playing WoW. I pretty much always have my back door a tiny little bit open to let some cool air in because of the heat coming from my computer at the time. This had never been a problem. We live in a relatively quiet area. Our garden backs onto a small wooded area and the only people I'd ever seen in there were kids making dens or playing games. With having headphones in, I couldn't really hear anything outside because of the game volume, but I remember something catching my eye a little. My PC desk is about 3 feet from my double doors against a wall. Anybody outside would be able to see me sitting at the desk. I turned and see a hand opening the door. I froze and remember spinning around on my chair and ripping my headphones out. This would also be a good time to add I was home alone. My mom and dad were at a wedding party and I was fine with staying home. A man about 30 with a shaved head and a scruffy beard was standing at the door. We sort of stared at each other for a few seconds and I asked him to close my door and get out of the garden. He very casually walked in and just stood there. I remember freaking out a little and standing up and moving to the other side of the room. I moved towards a shelf where I had a penknife and took it out and told him to screw off. He said he knew nobody was home and asked me to let him stay on the couch until my parents' car turned up and then he would leave. I was super freaked out and again told him to leave the house. He got visibly agitated and started walking around my room looking into my reptile enclosures. I told him to leave or I was going to ring the police. I remember not being as terrified as I should have been for some reason. It was only after I realized what a bad situation this was. He said something along the lines of, "I'll be able to stab you before you phone the police, so if you get your phone, I've warned you." I remember then going out of the room, shutting the door behind me and leaning on it so he was locked in. I heard him walk to the door and try the handle. Then he started really pushing on it while screaming at me to move. I weighed up my options, and it seemed like the best option would be to run out the front door and knock on a neighbor's house. But my very small dog was asleep in my bedroom upstairs, and I would not leave him in the house with this person. I know my dad kept a police cosh in a cupboard in his bedroom, so I sprinted upstairs to find it. While rustling in the drawers, I heard him walking up the stairs. And through my parents' bedroom door, he was staring at me through the spindles on the staircase. At this point, I was panicking and terrified. He had a steak knife in his hand, also which he raised up to show me. I had the kosh and a penknife, and we were similar sizes. He didn't move for a bit until I asked him to please go because this wouldn't end well for one of us. He told me he would be back and walked back down the stairs. I heard him go through my room, which he came into but wasn't sure if he had gone. I slowly crept back down the stairs, but what made it even more intense is for some reason he had turned off every light. Before I got to the bottom of the stairs, I called the police while watching the doors to see if he came. He didn't. The police arrived 10 minutes later and my parents shortly after. They searched the woods behind my house, and in the fence facing my house they found some used needles, gloves, and a huge roll of carpet and about 10 cigarette stumps all in the exact same place. They suggested he may have been watching me because, in the dark, he would have a perfect view of my well-lit room through the doors. They never found him, but I never till this day leave my back doors unlocked anymore. In my formative years, I was frequently sent to stay at my grandparents' house, as both of my parents worked odd hours and struggled to take care of me during shifts. At such a young age, this was simply a time for me to eat as much candy as I wanted and stay up until midnight watching Cartoon Network. The only thing that made my stay with my grandparents better was when my cousin Carly was also staying with them. My grandparents lived in a house that bordered a major highway, and as such had a large brick sound barrier between the main road and the alley that ran behind the houses. This sound wall was getting old, and there were places in need of major repair. One such place was at the far end of the alley near the local park. Behind a nice set of shrubs, the wall had been slowly crumbling and was the perfect size for 2 8-year-olds to squeeze through. Now, the location of this wall, the shrubs, and their relation to my grandparents' house is important. The shrub itself covered the crack in the wall perfectly from the road. You couldn't see the crack until you stepped behind the shrub and bent down, due to how low it was to the ground. The wall itself was at the far end of the alley, of which my grandparents' house was second or third at the start of the alley. According to Google Maps, the alley is about 1,000 feet long from house to crack. Once you reach the cracked wall, the alley turns left and continues for another 500 feet until it dumps out into the main street. Carly and I like to walk along the alley with a bag of cookies, slip under the crack, and walk to the other side of the road to play at the playground. This being the 90s, we had no adult supervision beyond us vaguely shouting to our grandparents that we were headed to the park. On this occasion, however, Grandma was out at the store and Grandpa was gone to some church event. Now, they hadn't told us we could leave the house, but they also hadn't told us we had to stay inside either, if you catch my drift. The past few days that Carly and I had gone to the park, there were always people there due to it being a weekend. As it was full of people those days, I don't remember this detail, but Carly told me a few years ago that she remembers seeing the same gray van parked alone at the park the 2 days in a row. On this Monday, however, the park was deserted. Carly and I were having a blast, swinging and sliding with no kids to get in our way. We were so preoccupied that neither of us remember seeing a charcoal gray Dodge Grand Caravan pull up and park in the parking lot. After a little while, Carly pulls me down the playground into one of the plastic tunnels and tells me to be quiet. "Chris, I think that guy in the van is watching us," she told me. "He's been there on his phone for a while now." I'm not so subtly peeking my head out of the tube and see the man staring right back at me, as if he knew exactly where we were hiding. He indeed had some kind of phone to his head and was talking at a rapid pace. Carly and I decided we would get out, swing some more, so as not to seem suspicious, obviously, and then head home at a brisk walk. I reasoned with Carly that he wouldn't follow if he didn't think we were running from him. Solid logic, I know. Looking back, I realize now just how dangerous of a situation we were in. The situation started to get much worse when the man hung up his phone and got out of the van. We stepped out of sight to the driver's side sliding door and we saw him open it up. I got my very first bad feeling of the afternoon and basically whisper shouted to Carly, "We need to go now." We pop off the swings and come to as close to a dead sprint as we can and left our basketball and cookies right where they were. As we reach the park fence, we hear the sliding door slam and the driver door close shortly after that. We look back to see the van sliding out of its parking space and we bolted across the road. Carly started to shimmy into the crack behind the shrub, but I was watching the van. Instead of coming down the road we ran across, the van drove straight and disappeared from view. This is when my second very bad feeling kicked in. I grabbed Carly's shirt and pulled her back, telling her we needed to go another way. We both start walking down the main highway, cars whizzing by on the other side of the sound wall. As we reach the end of the wall and start to turn into the subdivision, we catch ourselves when the gray Dodge pulled out of the alley and turned down the street in front of my grandparents' house. We give the van a good 5 count and then sprint to the alley to make it inside the backyard. At this point, we bolt inside, lock every single lock we can find, and both grab kitchen knives and head to the living room. I don't know what we thought we would do with said knives, but we placed them on the ground and turned on some cartoons. A little while later, creepy man forgotten, I went to the kitchen to grab a Mountain Dew. Now my grandmother had this beautiful full-wall glass window sitting area put in a few years prior, and it had no shades or curtains. I thought nothing of this until I noticed a charcoal gray Dodge Grand Caravan slowly making its way down the street. With my 8-year-old reaction, I scream out and jump back and ran to the living room to tell Carly what I'd seen. We both proceed back to the kitchen, like the little dumb idiots we were, and peered over the ledge of the sitting area. The Dodge was stopped right in front of the house, and the man was staring right back at us. At that exact moment, we hear both the garage door opening to admit our grandmother and watch my grandfather come around the corner of the street. As soon as my grandpa parked his car in front of the house, Creepy McCreeper nonchalantly pulled away and drove off. Our grandpa was more than a little miffed that we had locked not only the knob and the deadbolt, but also the floor lock, chain, and door jamb lock on the front door. For context, the area they lived could be comparable to South Dallas or some of the nicer areas of Chicago. Once our grandma let him in, we were threatened with a whooping for touching the locks until my grandma persuaded him it was just kids being kids. We both told him our story, but neither one would believe us. Apparently, my grandpa was reading an address or something as he drove up and never saw the van, and my grandma was always convinced their street was the safest street in the history of streets. Upon talking later as adults and revisiting the alley and park, Carly and I came to the same conclusion. Regardless of whatever Creepy McCreeper wanted with us, he had been stalking us for at least a few days. As I said before, the crack was not visible in any shape or form, and you couldn't even see if you were taller than 5 feet due to the cramped space. Mr. Creeper had apparently watched us duck down at least once, and likely watched the alley end as well so as to know where we had came out. Carly swears she saw Mr. Creeper at the park later that summer in the same charcoal gray Dodge, but I never encountered him again. Sometimes Mr. Creepy pops up in my memories, even 15 years later, and I think about this story. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if I had followed Carly through the crack in the wall. I'm not quite sure how to even start this story. A lot of things I've experienced never really fit this subreddit's guidelines until yesterday when this story wormed its way into my head again. This story happened when I started a new school in the middle of 6th grade. I'm 19 now. This was technically my first middle school, and for many reasons I transferred out, and this definitely didn't help. About halfway through, I was switched into Spanish to finish out the year. I had almost always had a foreign language class, so I thought it'd be pretty easy grade to end with. There was a lot of buzz surrounding the Spanish teacher, Mr. D, and when I first saw him and how he acted, I thought I could tell why. He was a pretty eccentric guy who, if you only heard his voice and weren't looking at his stern face, you'd think he was pretty jovial. He almost always pronounced our names wrong, and he had this gigantic windmill on wheels in the corner of his room. The windmill reminded me that I'd actually heard about this teacher from an older boy called Jay in my Sunday school class. Weird how things can change so much in a number of years. I remember telling him I was going to a school. My mom and I had run away in the middle of my 6th grade year, and I would start at my new school after Christmas break ended. It was nice to know that I had at least a couple of people that I knew, so I asked if he could tell me about the school or if he had any advice. Jay had told me that if I ever got Mr. D to transfer out immediately. It sounded a little bit dramatic, but as we got more acquainted with Mr. D, so too did he get more acquainted with us. One thing that always made us all uncomfortable was how he would rub chapstick on his lips fairly aggressively for like a minute, which was definitely made worse when he'd stand with one leg resting on something and his crotch leaning forward. Sure, it was pretty uncomfortable, but not the worst thing in the world, just a bit odd. Have you ever seen a woman with her boobs resting on a desk? Sometimes it's on purpose and sometimes it's an accident, especially when you're short and sitting down. Mr. D started to do this, but with his wang. He'd stand close to the desk to look at their work, but his bulge would be laying on their desk. He wasn't desk wiener height either, so he stretched a little to do it, but given how strange he already seemed to be, I brushed it off as him not being self-aware. I just feel bad for the first row. Flash forward, and all of his idiosyncrasies seemed to be more prominent as the days marched on. I remember once he even answered his phone and carried the conversation on a bit before stepping out of class. I should note he wasn't a great teacher. He wasn't even a good teacher. English obviously wasn't his first language, which was fine because he was there to teach Spanish. Unfortunately, he didn't speak Spanish either. He'd always use the school PC to pull up Spanish videos on YouTube for us and would mindlessly stare at his personal laptop. Like I say, a pretty easy class. I just feel bad for the other students who didn't already know certain things when tests came. We walked in one day, and on my desk, the chair in front of me, and the desk in front of mine, there was a semi-straight line of off-white liquid. It was mainly on my desk and thinned out across the chair and desk in front. Mr. D came over, not quite fast enough as the kid behind me asked me what it was. All we got was nothing, as he very quickly wiped it away with his hand and rubbed it on his pants. He couldn't say water because it wasn't clear. It really only looked like one thing, but there wasn't any way to definitely prove it was. I tucked my hands into my sleeves and did my best not to touch the desk. And about a week after that, I came into my English class I had at the end of the day to hear one of the girls having a pretty loud argument with our English teacher. I walked in at the middle, but the girl, Megan, was extremely upset and asking why she shouldn't go to the principal. Megan was a bit of a hothead, but she was still a really nice girl. I couldn't see her dramatizing a situation this much. I later found out what happened from my best friend at the time, who was in Mr. D's class when it went down. Their class was ahead of us, so their test was scheduled for that day. After papers were passed around, Mr. D went back to zoning out on his laptop until Megan needed to ask a question. She had her hand up for ages and he never noticed, so she went over to where he was and freaked out on him. He was watching adult films with the sound off on the laptop he always brought with him and gave all his attention to. So when I came in, Megan was being reprimanded for being pretty verbal with Mr. D. Our teacher was basically telling her she shouldn't have been upset with a teacher watching this in her class, and that it's his laptop, as if that somehow nullifies anything. Looking back, it explains so much of his shifty behavior. The desk wiener rests, the hardcore stares, the personal laptop at the time, and the definite jizz on our desk. It wasn't the first time he'd done it, and wouldn't have been the last if he hadn't gotten suspended for the rest of the month. Mr. D disappeared, and we had a sub finish out the rest of the year with us. I got the F out of that school, and after everything that happened there, but still kept in touch with a couple of friends who went. They told me that Mr. D was back, but for a while was the gym teacher and co-soccer coach, and the next year taught English. I really want to say it surprises me. He was brought back even without knowing anything about what he teaches, but it doesn't. In hindsight, that school was atrocious. I have so many memories of insane students and teachers alike and what they did. Another teacher was only given a suspension for actively looking down girls' shirts and up girls' skirts when they bent over. It's just concerning to know Mr. D probably still works there. I've had a lot of worse stuff happen to me, and I'd still suppress this memory for ages. This happened about 18 years ago. I was about 20 years old and had just recently moved away from home and got an apartment with my best friend. Back then I was single and one night decided I would try one of the phone dating lines to try and meet someone. I started sending voice messages with someone who seemed interesting, and we exchanged numbers and then talked on the phone for about 45 minutes. At the end of the call, we decided to meet the next day at a bar that was close to where I lived. The next day I went to the bar and waited for her. She showed up soon after, but she also had a friend with her. They sat with me and we talked for about 5 minutes, during which I could already tell she was not for me, until a server came by and asked us if we wanted to order drinks. We all ordered, and when he asked for our ID, her friend didn't have ID. He told her she was going to have to leave. The two of them started grabbing their stuff, and she turned to me and said, "Let's go to another bar." I told them I was going to stay here and didn't feel like going anywhere else tonight. She insisted, but I continued to decline until the server made it clear they needed to leave right away. I assumed that me not leaving with them would have made it clear that I was not interested in her, but the next day she called me. We talked for a bit, and it got very creepy very quick. She started talking like she had her whole future planned out, where we would live, how many kids we would have, etc. I was not good with women back then and didn't know what to do. I kind of just panicked and let her talk until I was able to convince her that I needed to go. After that, I was scared to answer the phone. For the next 2 months, my roommate always answered the phone. She called about once or twice a day asking for me, and my roommate always told her I wasn't home. She would ask him to tell me to call her back. One night, after I had a bit too much to drink, me and my roommate were talking about the situation and what to do about it. At one point, I jokingly said, "Just tell her I'm dead." His response was, "Okay." I thought I convinced him that I was joking after that, but that wasn't the case. The next day when she called, he did it. He advised her that I had died in a car accident. She started to cry and started asking him a ton of questions. All he kept telling her is that he didn't know anything. The police just notified him because he was my roommate. Eventually the call ended and we collectively hoped that this was finally over. It was not, though. 10 minutes later the phone rings. Obviously my roommate answers. He exchanges a few sentences and then holds the phone out for me to take it. I try to ask him what's going on, but he says nothing. I answer the phone and say, "Hello?" I start to get an earful. It was my father. I don't have a very common last name. This girl called everyone with my last name in the phone book, told them I was dead, and demanded to know when the funeral was. My father continued to lay into me, advising that I was lucky he was at my grandmother's house to take the call. He demands I fix the problem. I don't, though. She called back 20 minutes after my dad, and my roommate continues with the lie. After that, though, things seem great. Over a month goes by and everything seems cool. I finally start answering the phone again. One day, though, I answer the phone. It was her, but I didn't realize it and get a, "Who is this?" I tell them who it is, and immediately she starts laying into me. She starts telling me how she had been in mourning for over a month. She then starts telling me how horrible I am for doing what I did. Finally, she starts to ask me questions like, "How can you do something like this to someone? How do you think I felt during all of this?" I never speak a word past my initial hello and advising who I am. After each question, there's about a 1-minute pause before she starts up again, and this goes on for about 20 minutes. Then, the most unbelievable moment of my life occurs. She says to me, "So I don't know how much I can trust you anymore, but this is something we'll have to work around." There's a slight pause, and she ends the call. After that, I had my roommate call her number and clearly lay out that I'm not interested. And even though it was passive-aggressive, luckily, it ended there. So I am originally from Texas, but for college, I had decided to move to Paris since I'm half French and I've always had a French education. I moved into Paris about 3 years ago. I live in a pretty normal neighborhood and in a normal, secured building. So what I'm about to tell you happened 2 years ago. I was chilling in my apartment and I wasn't doing anything special except rolling a blunt, since I used to smoke on a daily basis back then. Suddenly I hear someone knocking at my door. Now, I wasn't expecting anyone since I'm a young woman living on her own. I had no intentions whatsoever to open the door. Nevertheless, the knocking kept going, and I heard that the person was also knocking on all my neighbors' doors. There are 4 other apartments on my floor. I thought that maybe there was some kind of emergency and I was getting really annoyed by the relentless knocking, so I opened the door and saw a man standing in front of me. He was approximately 5'9" and pretty chubby and looked 40-ish. He introduced himself as a new neighbor and said that there was banging noise in the apartment above his, as if someone was moving furniture. I told him that it possibly couldn't have been me since I wasn't doing anything but watching television, and followed by asking in which apartment does he live in. He said that he was in the one under mine, and told me that he was a handyman and that if I needed anything, I should feel free to knock on his door. I thanked him and closed the door and kept on going on with my day. The following months, I kept seeing him around nearly every day, but it wasn't weird or anything. One day, on my way up to my apartment, I crossed paths with him. After a small talk, he told me that there were many flooding problems in the apartments and that he needed to check mine. Again, being a woman living on her own, there was absolutely no way that I was going to let a stranger in. I politely told him that I'll call my landlord if I have an issue. The guy gave me a weird look and told me, "No, I have to look in your apartment." And it rubbed me off the wrong way because of the tone of his voice. He insisted again, and to cut the conversation short, I told him that we'll work this out another day because I'm exhausted. The following days, every time I crossed his path, he kept asking me when he would come in and check the drainage system. At this point, I got really angry. I told him that there was no need, and even though my apartment ran out of water for 2 days, my neighbor told me that it was normal since a bunch of plumbers had cut off the water in the building while trying to locate which apartment pipes were causing the flooding. Now, if there is an issue, my landlord will call me. After saying that, I walked away. I was so sick of this nonsense that I actively started to avoid him. The only way that I knew I could freely walk out of my apartment without crossing paths with him was by checking if he was home or not. I had a pretty terrible technique that consisted of me leaning out of my window so I could see his kitchen. If the lights are on, he's home. Obviously, this wasn't super effective since no one turns the kitchen lights on in broad daylight, but that was really my only way of knowing. Now, skipping to this year, I'd never seen this guy again, but I knew he still lived here since I still noticed the lights of his kitchen going on and off and the kitchen furniture hadn't changed. Fast forward to last month, I got into the elevator with a guy living in the building. Having a very slow elevator, I started small talk with him because I really hate awkward silence. I saw he pressed the 4th floor button and I asked for how long he had lived in the building, and he said it had been 5 years, and then we changed subjects. Finally, the elevator stopped at the 4th floor and I saw him going to the apartment right under mine. I didn't think much of it until I arrived at my apartment and thought that it's really nice, and then it clicked. He lived in the apartment right under mine for 5 years. So, the weird guy trying to get in my apartment was not my neighbor. I'm originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I was living in a pretty decent part of the city at the time, but still had lots of friends who lived in my old neighborhood, which was a little more sketchy. Having lived there before, I thought nothing of going to visit them, staying there late into the night and then leaving to go home. The majority of the folks that lived there were amazing, good-hearted people who wouldn't hurt anyone. However, it was an area known for crime and drug activity. On a normal night, just like many before, I had gone to visit a few friends at one of our mutual friends' houses. The street she lived on was a tiny one-way street, very common in that part of Philadelphia that didn't allow parking. Some residents would park their cars up on the sidewalk, but I was always afraid of getting sideswiped, so I would always park on the next street down, a larger dead-end street with 2 lanes and parking on either side. So I had to take a little 5-minute walk to my car when I left her house at around 2 to 3 a.m. I hadn't been drinking. However, at that time in my life, we had smoked on the weekends, So although I was not stumbling and I was completely coherent, I was a little foggy. I turned the corner onto the street. My car was parked along the side closest to me, about 3 to 4 cars down. I immediately saw a large Hispanic man with a big puffy jacket, jeans, and a do-rag standing against the closed shop's pulled-down security gates just past my car. Immediately, I got a certain feeling in my neck. He was just standing there, hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead. I started to slow my pace. When I was about 30 feet from him, he turned and looked right at me. When he saw me, he took out his phone and started to make a phone call. We were the only 2 people on the street, it being the middle of January at 3 a.m., and although I logically didn't have a reason to be afraid of this man or suspect he would try to harm me, this feeling of fear washed over me and I did not want to get in my car. He kept looking at me out of the corner of his eye and acting sort of nervous. The way I was parked, the driver's side was facing him, so I was going to have to open my car door in front of him and leave myself totally exposed on many levels. So, I slowed down and took out my own phone and pretended to be talking to a friend, asking her if she was almost there to meet me, hoping that if he thought there was someone just around the corner on the way, he wouldn't hurt me. After a few seconds of this and a few moments of watching the man, I started to feel sort of silly. The initial adrenaline had worn off, I guess, and I chalked it up to me just being paranoid from smoking. He had been talking on the phone for a few minutes, and I knew I couldn't just stand there forever, and I was almost angry at myself for being such a scared little girl, and immediately assuming this person was out to harm me, and also thought that maybe he was just as scared as I was to meet someone on the street this late at night, so he was doing exactly what I was. I laughed internally at myself. After about 5 minutes of my charade, I felt ridiculous and started to walk the final few paces to my car, unlock the door, and open it to get in. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made. As soon as I had the door open and was beginning to sit in the driver's seat, he rushed me and pushed me all the way into the seat. He pushed something cold and metal into my side and put me in sort of a bear hug, pinning me sort of halfway against the center console and dash. "Give me all the money you have right now, or I'll shoot you." He said this forcefully right up next to my ear 2 or 3 times. I froze up and didn't know what to do. I had my entire paycheck on me. It was Friday, and back then, we used check cashing centers on payday. They would cash your whole check for you for about $2. As a young 20-something, that was everything I had for 2 weeks. But that being said, I don't think it was keeping my money that made me do what I did. It was much more like fight or flight instincts. For a few seconds, all I did was sort of whimper while he screamed at me. But then my brain started working. I said, Okay. You have to let go of me so I can get it." He paused for what seemed like 10 minutes, but was probably only about 3 seconds, and slowly started to loosen his grip on me. He never took the metal object out of my side and kept his other hand on the back of my head, but I waited until he was a few inches away. I started to turn myself around and acted like I was reaching for my coat pocket, and at the last second, I kicked him as hard as I could, square in the chest. He stumbled back about a foot, and in one fluid motion, I pulled myself all the way in the car, pulled the door closed, and locked the doors from the inside with the power lock button. For a moment, we both locked eyes. Me inside the car and him on the outside, and in an instant, his shock turned to anger. He started beating on the windows and the doors, pulling on the handles, and screaming that he was going to kill me through the closed door. My car keys had fallen on the floor between the seats when he initially pinned me in the car, and the 30 seconds or so that it took me to reach down and grab them and get them into the ignition were the scariest and longest of my life. I swore he was going to break my window and shoot me. Finally, I was able to start the car and speed away. Him beating on the car and threatening me the whole time. I never did see if he truly had a gun, a taser, or what it was, but I'll never forget the sound of something hard and solid hitting my windows and doors along with his fists. I was certain the next punch was going to shatter my window and he was going to grab a hold of me and end my life right there. I drove as fast as I could all the way home, and didn't come out of my room for about 3 days. He was never caught, and the police tried to reassure me that he was not a resident and was probably just a transient looking for a drug fix, but I'm not so sure. Either way, I never went back to that part of the city alone or at night, and a short time later I moved far away to the next state. I'm sure it was a combination of quick thinking and dumb luck that got me out of a situation in one piece and with all my rent money, and I don't ever want to find out if I'd have the same luck a second time. I come from a small railroad town in Wisconsin, you know, the state with a large roster of known serial killers, and grew up in the peak emo, scene, angsty times, so as a form of entertainment and a subtle nod to what we considered rebellion at our young, naive age, we would walk around town amongst all of the country roads, train tracks, and abandoned buildings scattered throughout our little town. Most evenings, the scariest thing that would happen is a deer would hop out and spook one of us, or our more creative friends would try and convince us of some alien sighting or urban legend that they swore was true, so we didn't take many claims amongst the group seriously. This evening, however, was different. As we made our way through the shadows, our somewhat large group splintered off into little subgroups of 2s and 3s. We were a fairly large group of friends varying in age, so the younger ones would often pool together towards the middle of our caravan, while the older characters in our bunch held ranks on the outer edges. As we made our way back to one of the boys from our group's homes, one of the more dramatic members of our group claimed that there was someone driving behind us at a distance slowly with the headlights off. We all scoffed and started making jabs at him along with some childish ghost noises, mocking that the ghost car was going to get us. A few more blocks down, this boy that had claimed to have spotted our shadowy stalker grew more and more uneasy and started out, "You guys, seriously, they're getting closer and I can hear the tires on the gravel." Noticing how anxious he now seemed and how far we still had to go, the older members of the group began to take his claims more seriously, but did so in a way that would freak out the younger members. As we made our turn onto the paved floor, that meant we were 2 turns away from our safe haven. I said, "Hey, first one to arrive at the house gets to pick the movie we all watch." Since the younger children were usually subjected to watching whatever boring or spooky things the older one of us put on, this made them take off at a full sprint. As soon as our feet hit the pavement and we started our fast-paced race back to the promise of locked doors and my friend's parents waiting for us, headlights flickered on in sync with the roar of an older modeled engine. At this point, the younger children are running and yelling in unison, questioning what was happening. Who is that? I surpassed the younger children and saw the sign that held the name of their housing complex that was nuzzled in a few trees. As I saw this, I yelled for everyone to go under the sign. We all skid to a stop and rolled underneath as the man slammed his brakes to a screeching stop. He threw his vehicle into reverse and began to circle the sign. I noticed his overhead light was casting an unsettling shadow over his face that appeared to consist of glasses that were far thicker than the seemingly thin hair that the light shone through like a thin veil. Finally, as he rounded the part of the sign that was the sharpest turn to move around, I whispered loudly, "All right, everybody through the neighbor's yard, let's go." We all moved at record speeds in comparison to our sluggish paces that we usually assumed on these late-night endeavors. As we ran through the blackness that was slowly only getting darker due to the thick cover of trees that now surrounded us, we suddenly and unfortunately realized that our neighbor had an otherwise beautifully landscaped yard that had small bridges and ponds through it. As many of us ran while jumping over small ditches, decorative hills, and lawn ornaments, we finally saw the road that separated the neighbor's home from our final destination. As we all approached the road, I saw a gleam of headlights approaching to our left, nearing the road that we needed to cross to finally achieve our sanctuary for the evening. As I saw these headlights approaching, I yelled, "Run! He's coming, we gotta go!" As all but one of us made it past to the safety of the yard, I heard a faint ow behind me. As I looked back, I saw the youngest and by far smallest member of our ranks holding their knee while rocking next to a large rock. I looked at the small child and back at the vehicle that was now speeding to turn down the road towards us. I ran back to him, scooped them up while yelling, "Leave the door open! Leave the door open!" The rest was a weird combination of slow motion mixed with the quickest experience of my life. The vehicle sped and narrowly missed us. When I arrived to that door, I dove while holding the crying child as though I was some athlete cradling the ball for the final score of a game. One of the older children slammed the door behind us, and we all sat and silently sobbed while we told his parents what had just ensued. We begged his parents not to tell the cops since we were all past our small town's curfew. And now that I'm older, I wish that we would have at least told the non-emergency line so it was on record, but it is what it is. To this day, I'm very wary walking home alone at night, and now that I have a son of my own and he's nearing the age where he will start adventuring on his own, I'll tell him this story so he knows that some scary stories are real. For context, I am a female and I was 20 at the time this took place, 24 now. I was attending a local school and I had started a new job to make some extra money. I would go to school in the morning and work in the afternoons and evenings. They had 3 weeks of training and I was being trained along with 6 or 7 others. I had been seated next to a guy that seemed around my age that I would partner up with during activities. His name was Tyler. Tyler would follow me out on our breaks and even catch up with me when I would excuse myself to use the restroom. I initially didn't think much of it because we were all new, and I know it helps when you make a friend in your training class to talk with. He started to write notes to me during class and grew more friendlier and attached. He started to say flirty things to me, which I thought was odd because he said that his son was born just a few weeks ago and he had a girlfriend. I felt like I could have been interpreting it wrong and that maybe he was just generally a really friendly person. He would start to make comments on my body after a couple of weeks and like how I have a cute butt, and I would catch him staring at me across the building. A lot. He spent as much time as he could with me while we were at work. I didn't mind since he was nice and I didn't know anyone there yet. There was a manager there, David, that was super creepy, and he too would make weird comments towards me, even added me on Facebook, which I never accepted. He would noticeably also find ways to separate me and Tyler or prevent us from spending our breaks together. Tyler knew how uncomfortable he made me, but naive 19-year-old me still thought that nothing too bad could happen because it was a workplace. Because of this, one day Tyler had said some things to David that he knew he would get fired for, so he told me he was quitting. All of that took place in about a month, but this is where it started to get creepy. A couple of weeks after Tyler quit, I received a text. He called me by the nickname he gave me, so I immediately knew it was him. He told me he got my number from the system at his new job, AutoZone. He said he did work on cars as a side job before, so it fit. He also told me he missed me and that he was like a moth drawn to a flame, and he really wanted to talk to me. I had reminded him that he had a girlfriend, but he said they broke up. I told him that I wasn't interested in him like that and that we could just be friends. He didn't seem to take no for an answer because he would still flirt with me. He would send at least 10 to 20 texts a day. He would call me and leave voicemails. He would get upset when I didn't reply, even though he knew that I couldn't use my phone during school or while I was working. Not a full week went by and I had to tell him to leave me alone and to stop contacting me. Of course, he didn't stop, and I just stopped replying to him altogether and I blocked him on Facebook. Like clockwork, every day would start with a good morning text and I would have dozens of texts, missed calls, and voicemails from him by the end of the day. He would mostly send, "Hey, how are you?" and "I miss you," and variations of the sort, but after a couple of weeks, I noticed his car in the parking lot when I got off of work or even just driving by. I would ignore it and I would just get in my car and leave. He never seemed to follow me, so I figured he was just being a creep and checking up on me. I started to see notes on my car under my windshield wipers. I was stupid enough to get out and get it once I saw it, not thinking that it could be a trick to get me out of my car. The first few were sweet nothings, like his moth drawn to a flame line he used a few times, telling me I was beautiful, telling me how he would kiss me and call me the nickname he had given me. Then he would move on to say things like, "I hope nothing happens to your car." The texts had started to die down at this point in volume, but definitely started to get creepier, like, "I got your address from the system at work. I could come see you right now, and did you get my note?" At the same time, the motion sensor lights outside my window would go off at around 10:30 to 11 at night. I need pitch black darkness to sleep, so I would wake up when they turned on. I would look outside my window and would not normally see someone there, but I did see a figure once. I had a see-through bamboo shade with semi-transparent curtains over it that you could see shapes through. I tried to quickly move the curtains to pull the shape up to see who it was, but they were gone by the time I got to it. In my guts, I knew it was Tyler, who had just told me he knew where I lived and was leaving threats on my car, and this continued for weeks. One day after I got off of work, the asphalt under my car was wet. I thought it was odd, but didn't think much of it. I got in my car and started, and after about 10 seconds, the coolant light is blinking and my car is beeping at me. I turn my car off and I go inside asking my coworker Brian to take a look at my car for me. He came out, took a quick look. He had gone back inside with me in tow to have my other coworker, coincidentally also named Brian, to have him take a look since he was much better with cars. After me and Brian are walking out, I see Tyler's car parked next to mine. I started to panic, and more so when I see he's in it. I whispered to Brian, pleading him to not leave me alone with him and that he was stalking me. He pops the hood of my car and Tyler gets out asking if we need help. Brian tells him no and then proceeds to tell me that the coolant hose in my car was cut and showed me where. Tyler is still standing outside of his car looking at us, smiling at me. I'm incredibly uncomfortable at this point and would rather be inside the building, so I say, "Let's go inside to Brian." He agrees and I call my uncle, who's a mechanic. He came and put a new hose on for me and put coolant in my car and confirmed that someone had in fact cut the hose. It just wasn't possible for this to happen by itself. That night, my motion sensor light had gone off again. By now, I was angry and super tired of being messed with, so I got a knife, went outside, and in the general direction of where I thought he still might be, I loudly threatened to kill him and dared him to try something with a more colorful choice of words. Crazy, I know. After that, my motion sensor lights stopped going off. The texts and calls stopped. I didn't see him drive by my work anymore. He did send me a message on Facebook about a year ago under the name John Smith, calling me the nickname he gave me. The profile was brand new. I immediately blocked him, and I haven't heard from him since. I lived with my aunt for about 5 months, and this occurred right after the bike night incident, hardly a month in. I've refused to go out at night after bike night, but even staying in my aunt's apartment wouldn't save me. My aunt was perpetually on again, off again with my uncle and welcomed him back into the apartment around this time. Now that my uncle wasn't living with his parents again, he began having his druggy friends over all of the time. My uncle began having a specific friend over a lot. I'd later find out it was his spice dealer, but let's just call him Earl. Earl was in his early 40s with light brown hair, eerily light blue eyes, and an arrogant smirk always plastered on his face. He was one of those that anytime he looked at me, his eyes would linger, always looking me up and down. Earl was actually told what had just happened to me, and by bike night, I'm referencing my run-in with bikers. You might remember this from a previous story that I've told on here before. But evidently it didn't stop him. In fact, it seemed to encourage him. My uncle would hang out with him in the living room, leaving me very little places I could go without being around them. One day, my uncle and Earl had been drinking and hanging out all day. They left mid-afternoon, and I hoped they wouldn't be back for the night. My aunt had spun herself into a horrible schedule due to heavily medicating herself, and was to the point she literally slept all day and wouldn't wake up until about 7 p.m. at the earliest, so I popped in a DVD. I'm enjoying myself when halfway through my horror movie I heard the back door open and hear my uncle and Earl. I groan and pause my movie, literally get up from the couch when Earl walks in the living room. He smiles huskily at the sight of me, and I keep my eyes down, trying to avoid his piercing gaze. "Oh, you don't have to go, baby doll. We're not trying to kick you out." And before I can assure him that I don't mind, he walks back towards the kitchen, and I just sit there, waiting for a minute. I can hear Earl and my uncle talking, but I'm not nosy, so after 5 minutes I restart my movie. I hear the upstairs door open, and I figured my uncle and Earl are going upstairs to bother my aunt. I sigh with relief, but it's short-lasted. Earl saunters into the living room, and I pause the movie again. There's 2 separate love seats and then the couch I'm on, but he chooses to plop down right next to me. I instantly scoot away, unimpressed of his beer-stinking self, and he full-on smiles at me. "How are you doing today, baby?" Now, I've had to deal with Earl long enough that I wasn't as passive as I would have been if he were a stranger. "I'm not your baby, Earl. You're more than old enough to be my father." He laughs at that, like it's a big joke, and says, "Oh, Red, so sassy tonight. I like it." I scoff at him and stand up, to which he pulls me back down by my wrist. Having none of it, I yell, "Don't touch me, Earl!" He smiles wickedly at me and replies, "What are you gonna do about it, baby girl? Last I heard is that you needed saved when a man wanted you. Now, who do you think's gonna stop me?" I tear my arm away from him and demand, "Where's my uncle?" I stand up again. He stands too and says, "You spending some alone time with your aunt. He said I could hang out if I wanted." I don't hide my look of distaste, and he smiles widely at me again. "Well, have fun hanging out," I respond duly and walk away. He doesn't follow me. I shrug on my jacket and decide to stand on the little balcony on the back of the apartment through the kitchen. I'm out there less than a minute when the door opens and Earl slides himself through. "No," I say, throwing my hands up in the air in frustration. "Baby girl, hear me out," he insists. From the angles he's standing, I literally can't walk past him through the kitchen or down the stairs to the back alleyway. "Move, Earl," I insist, trying to push past him. He grabs my wrist again, and I lose it, trying to throw a fist at him. He easily catches my hand with his free one and laughs. "I've dealt with tougher than you, little girl. No wonder you couldn't save yourself. It's pathetic. It's like you're begging for someone to do awful things to you. Don't try that again unless you want me to push you off that balcony." He then releases my arms, and I yank them away. I squeeze myself into the corner, taking a moment to figure out what I'm going to do. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes and lights one up, offering me one. "I'm 15, Earl. That's illegal, and I don't like smokers anyway. They stink, and I especially don't like you." He rolls his eyes at that and mockingly waves his hands in the air in a mock panic. "Baby girl, you don't have to keep bringing up your age. I know. But you look older, and you act older, so what difference does it make? And in regards to it being illegal, does it look like I care?" He smirks and continues, "If you just let me take care of you, you'd have so much fun." His eyes darken as he whispers in my ear, "We could have a lot of fun together if you'd stop being such a little wench." My stomach flips in repulsion and I keep my eyes down. He continues, "My last girlfriend was your age and she loved what I showed her." I full-on scrunch at my face in disgust and hiss, "Just because you took advantage of some other poor young girl doesn't mean I'm going to comply. I should call the police." He rolls his eyes, knowing full well I wouldn't dare given all of the illegal substances in my aunt's apartment. He drops his cigarette then and presses himself against me with my back against the rusty railing around the balcony. I hear it squeak from the pressure and I become terrified it's going to break and I'm going to go plummeting into the pavement below. He smiles at the look of fear in my face, and he's so close that I can smell his smoky breath and feel his manhood pressed against me through his sweatpants. He reaches a hand and touches the side of my face, and then lightly traces it down my body. Just as I fear he's about to lean in and kiss me, I watch the door thrown open, and my beast of an aunt rips Earl off of me, and like he threatened to do with me, my aunt shoves him against the railing, except she got him halfway over it. "I'll kill you, Earl, if you ever come here again. Take my husband with you and get away before I break your neck." She shoves him away and he stumbles down the steps, stopping halfway down to light up again, flipping off my aunt the entire way. My uncle leaves moments later, his head bowed down like a sulking puppy. My aunt and I stand there watching them leave. As they get to the little gate, Earl turns around and blows a kiss to me, yelling, "See you around, baby girl." My uncle shoves him and tells him to shut up, and they walk away. My aunt and I enter the kitchen, and my aunt explains what happened. My uncle had come up to her room, and she had actually just woken up, so they were talking when she asked him where his favorite illegal substance was, and he said that he still needed to get it from Earl. To this, she frowned and asked what was happening, considering Earl had been with him all day. My uncle had tried to play it cool, but my aunt knew that my uncle would never have Earl leave without leaving drugs for my uncle. She stood up, demanding to know where I was, to which he had shrugged. My aunt began bolting for the stairs as my uncle had tried to stand in her way. She had swore at him and shoved him aside as she hauled herself to the back door and threw it open to Earl pressing himself against me, which meant that my uncle had intentionally gone upstairs to distract my aunt and I guess give Earl a better chance with me alone. After all that had happened, she made sure I was okay and kept the teasing of what a creep magnet I was at a minimal. She grabbed her bong and took a few hits to calm down, and we just hung out watching horror movies all night. My uncle returned a few days later and was allowed back in, but he stopped hanging out in the apartment with his creepy friends and completely avoided me. Earl would still come by to pick up my uncle, but he wasn't allowed in the apartment at all. He'd blow me kisses and start screaming at me every time he saw me. So Earl, seriously, I hope I never see you. But if we do, I've got a fresh can of pepper spray calling your name. I love my job because it gives me so many instances where stuff that only gets seen in movies are real. It's gotten to the point where I feel like I'm not safe in public without one of my husband's knives on my person after this. A common phrase I have heard all this month is, "Wow, you're a girl, you normally don't see women working in places like this. I wonder why." Let me clarify. I used to be one of those who'd wear nice clothes to work, shorts, tank tops, etc. However, working in a place like this, you have to be careful of who you are nice to because people take it the wrong way. It's my job to be friendly and help, but some people take it completely out of context. I had a guy come in the other night around 10 to 11 talking to himself saying, "Wow, it's one of those places, I've never been in here." Being I work here, I try and say hello and see if he needed help. He doesn't make eye contact with me at all, proceeds to walk to the opposite side of the platform and say the exact same thing over again to my best friend, who was just keeping me company at work that day, and stare at her intensely while walking around. This guy was super tall, thin, white, with a really bad few tan lines and older. I got a weird vibe off of him when he came in the door, and it just got worse as he stayed in my store. He started walking down aisles talking to himself again and then making a huge circle in the store avoiding eye contact with me. And when my friend and I started talking, he asked, can one of us come to the back area of the store where the lubricant is, which is under cameras but is a tight area regardless. Being my creep radar was going off, I said, "I can help you up here so I can help the other group as well." He then started acting weird when another group of guys came in the store and talking to himself again. The guys could see my face go from super happy to unnerved because of the creepy dude walking around. My friend finally was able to get to the other two guys to catch what was happening as the creepy dude dumped his change on the counter to pay for a sample of lube and said, "I didn't know samples cost money. I might have to come back," really creepily. He then got his change and started outside, where one of the guys who just came in followed behind to make sure he left, and he was talking to our outside camera and his roof. I was so glad that he left after creeping me out for almost an hour. Flash forward to the following day, where I'm off for 4 days due to moving to a new place near work, and my boss calls. He says there was a taller, older dude coming into the store looking for a girl that works here with a purse of some kind, and he was instantly creeped out and told him to leave and not come back. He wasn't sure why he was looking for me, as I didn't tell him about the other night. 2 days later, when my husband went in to cover someone, he said the exact same description of a dude came in with a purse looking for me, saying it was a gift for the girl who worked there. I truly hope that no other women or girls who work in the adult industry like I do have to deal with this guy, and needless to say, I now carry my knife on me at all times. So back before I had a vehicle to speak of, I rode the bus everywhere and naturally wanted to use it to get to work. One day, whilst waiting for the bus to come, a strange Indian man started chatting me up. I'm a very patient and naive person and give most of the people the benefit of the doubt, so I let him do his talking. In my observations, he obviously lived at the same apartment complex as me because there wasn't much else around, and he came from the same direction as me, to a bus station that happens to be deliberately in front of this apartment complex. He wanted to continue this mostly one-sided conversation on the bus ride, and we had a good distance and seating away from one another. He didn't get the hint when my earplug was still in that I kind of wanted to just jam out my morning bus ride, and he moved closer to me, to the point of sitting on my earbuds. I'm not exactly the touchy-feely type, and for some background, I am one of those females that doesn't need much makeup for her face to be called gorgeous by some bystander, and rarely used it, looking like a kid when I didn't. But I was going to be serving beer and getting tips at my job that evening and wanted to look presentable, and I absolutely loathe most male attention, especially from old geezers like this one who was probably older than my grandfather. This move was very uncomfortable to me. For one, I didn't know this person, and two, he sat so close that his leg was touching mine, and it was so weird. Many days later, it's late at night, and the last bus for the night was going to run to take me home, and at the large bus station, I spot him. He is in a bench next to this Asian female, and she looks visibly uncomfortable with how he is talking to her, and almost crawling on the bench to get near to her. I take this opportunity to approach and discuss the other day to him that he should please not get that close to me again, and he was furious. He immediately started spewing off, "I'm not interested in you," and other not-so-savory things. I didn't imply such a thing at all, so ignoring him, I asked the girl directly, "Do you know this man?" And she shook her head no, and looked like she was cringing in her seat, and then I asked, "Are you okay?" And she said, "I think so." And then I proceeded to go back to my station spot, and then I found a bus cop. I told him the situation, that if the last bus for the night is coming, why is he over there when he lives at my apartment complex? And that she doesn't know him. He got approached and he proceeded to be furious with the officer. Not a great plan on his end. I was later told that he was banned from large bus stops for the next 6 months, all because he wasn't cooperative. Fast forward to a few weeks later, and I'm at my apartment's pool wearing a tasteful one-piece bathing suit that covers all of the things I like covered. If I could, I would be in a surfing getup, but I digress. I look up from drying off, and in the window I see a strange movement, and it's constantly jerking. Upon further squinting in the sun, I see a silhouette, and the jerking, not stopping, is the worst place possible. I unfortunately recognize the same Indian geezer gawking at a total stranger and whacking it to whoever happens to be at the pool. I was alone, but as soon as I realized what was going on, I hurried out of there. I have since moved many times and have had vehicles for the most part ever since, and have never had to deal with bus folk ever again. And as for the perverted old Indian guy targeting Asian-looking youthful females, please keep your distance. This story happened to me December 2018. I'm a recent Navy veteran and have seen and dealt with a lot of situations which made it to where I don't scare easily. Just some insight on me, I'm now a 28-year-old male, athletic build, ready to take on the world since leaving the military. For this story, we'll say my name is Ron. I started working as a security guard in a Michigan mall. I won't name it in this story, and I was loving my job and the people I worked with. The night of the 23rd, I was to work my first overnight shift, which only consisted of one officer for 8 to 9 hours. I didn't think much of it. So I clock in for my shift at 10 p.m. and get everything ready for the night. My first rove through the mall, I verify all doors are locked, make sure no one is in the mall, and hit all my checkpoints. The night is running smooth. Around 2 a.m., I start making my way around the mall again to do another check. I'm making my way to center court where we have our Santa set up at, and as I round the corner, I froze in what I can only describe as pure terror. About 30 feet from me, I can see and smell a homeless man wearing a Santa hat, holding a machete in one hand and what looked to be a club in the other. He had this evil look on his face like he was there to do one thing, and that was kill me. I just froze, sitting there running over what to do. All I had was a radio and handcuffs. This man had 2 weapons and I didn't want a chance fighting him, but I knew I could outrun him to safety of my locked office. I knew all the shortcuts and back halls like the back of my hand. Then an arcade game started playing music, which I guess caught the guy off guard as he took his eyes off of me for a second, and once he did, I made a run for it. As I'm running, I can hear him right behind me, yelling for me to get back here, you're mine. Not once did I stop. I ran and dodged around the corners and bounded through the halls as fast as I could. I made the final turn to the hallway my office was in. I had one chance to type my lock code in the door, get in, and shut the door before he got me. I finally made it to the door and can still hear him as he is now laughing hysterically. I quickly and flawlessly punch my code in, hop in the office, and slam the door shut. There's only a second of quiet before he starts banging on the door. Thank God it was reinforced. Suddenly the banging stops. I go to the monitors and he is standing in front of the door, not moving an inch. Mr. Security Guard, come on out and let's make this fast. It'll only hurt for a second. I'm freaked out at this point because his intentions are quite clear. I don't know why I didn't call the police, and I should have, I know. I decided to wait him out. An hour goes by and he hasn't moved. I feel safe in the office, but eventually people will start showing up to open shops. I gotta do something. I finally called the police. They said they had an officer right down the street, and I was so thankful when I heard sirens and watched the man run out of there. I watched him on the cameras and he ended up running right into 2 huge linebacker-like officers, and he never stood a chance. After that night, I refused to work night shift and actually left that job 2 months later. But I will never forget that night or that voice. It will only hurt for a second. I've always been sensitive to the other side. I won't deep dive into all the occurrences I've had. Anyone interested can message me for stories. Anywhere from shadow figures, doppelgangers, Michigan Wolfman, poltergeists, possible demons, and more. It's been a very interesting life. None of these stories include the random dangerous encounters with strangers either. I wouldn't be surprised if someone listening to or reading this is already rolling their eyes, much like I do from time to time. But I digress. I'm a 29-year-old female, and as recently as September of 2019, I purchased a house. It's an older home built in the 1800s. It's sturdy and has plenty of rooms, 2 bedrooms upstairs and down. My room, the largest of all of them, has a walk-in closet the size of a small child's bedroom. a crawlspace attic above that, and finally, at the back of the closet, is a door to an unfinished, unused type of walk-in attic space. I wanted to turn it into a small reading nook in the future, but now my unease towards the area is becoming unresolvable. I almost never use my closet. I've noticed small things here and there that hint at the paranormal. Despite my sensitivity to the realm, I try to explain happenings rationally before outright jumping to demon in my house. Such things include shadows without a source, voices from my closet, items missing or moved, cold spots, bangs on walls, doors being closed that I left open, etc. Typical spoopy stuff. A lot of these things can be explained by me being forgetful or the fact that the house is almost 200 years old. However, no touching until this morning. I'm a bartender. My night ends around 4 a.m. by the time I'm finished at work, get home, get ready, and into bed, and this is important information. I was laying in bed, sleep mask on, stories queued up and ready to sleep. I turned out my light and settled in. I was still wide awake and just getting comfortable. I'm a left side sleeper and I'm stretched into my favorite position, legs stacked, right foot behind left with the inside of my foot touching the mattress. That detail's important. Imagine a very loose fetal position. So I'm comfortable and suddenly I feel the sensation of a finger pressed gently into the inside of my right foot, the one against the mattress, and travel from my arch to my heel and sink away. I tried not to panic. I kept my breathing steady. I thought through every rational explanation I could come up with, then rolled over, similar position, opposite side. It didn't happen again, and I willed myself to sleep. As I mentioned before, I have seen and heard hints towards the paranormal, but only recently have things escalated. This touch wasn't the first occurrence of it letting me know. It is, however, the first that I can justify with a rational answer. The first time was before the light in the hall had been installed, so there was no light to go by. I had just left my bathroom and stepped onto the landing of the stairs when I heard the shower door rattle and slide partially. My cat was steadily beside me, bouncing and chirping because I was headed downstairs, and at the noise, she stopped and turned to the bathroom. As I put my foot out to take a step down, I heard the landing behind me creak and groan as though weight was being put on it, heavier than mine and painfully slow. I felt an agonizing sense of dread that someone was towering over me in my small hallway. However, I chose to ignore it and just went down the stairs with my girl eagerly racing me. I rationalized an older home and creaks, but I still called my boyfriend and explained what happened on my way to work. He has seen and felt things here too, and I think that's why he doesn't stay the night much anymore. I know it's because I started doing renovations to the house. I'm trying to return it to the glorious old house it once was with very minimal modern flair. The electricians used that crawl space in my closet to install the fixture above my stairwell, and I believe it woke something up, something much more interested in me than I am in it. I went to a boarding school from the ages 11 to 18. I graduated last year and thoroughly enjoyed my time there. Just so you're aware, boarding schools just aren't for kids who misbehave and are unloved. My school was broken down into 4 boarding schools where you lived, slept, and all of your belongings were, in your respective rooms, of course. Each boarding house had their own housemaster or housemistress. Mine was a great, caring, and understanding gentleman who undoubtedly made my time at school much better. Each boarding house had about 3 or 4 corridors spreading around the house with around 10 to 12 rooms in each. My school was over 100 years old and had its fair share of deaths within its walls over the years. A few teachers, such as my housemaster, stated they experienced weird and unusual things happen in certain corridors when the school was empty for the holidays. The story I'm about to tell you may not seem the most scary, however it is something that has intrigued me for the past couple of years. My corridor at the time was on the upstairs portion of the boarding house. It was a Saturday night. I was watching a show on my iPad. The last time I checked the clock was 2 a.m. and I was thinking about going to bed pretty soon. All of a sudden, the corridor lights flickered on. I saw the flash perfectly as there was a slight gap under my door, and the light reflected on the bottom of my sink. Just a note that the lights are triggered by motion. Someone or something had to be moving in the corridor. I thought, okay, it's just the lights, it's probably someone just going for the toilet. As I thought that, the thick, heavy double door swung open, and I heard light footsteps walk past my room. This door needed a lot of force to successfully open. It was located halfway in the corridor. The toilet was located at the end of the corridor, and that's the door I heard screech open. Its loud, often annoying sound was very distinct. A short while later, I heard the door open and close again, with more footsteps heading back the way it came from. The footsteps then stopped outside my door. After pausing my TV show, I began to get a bit nervous, a certain sinking feeling. Something was up. From my bed, I looked underneath my door and I could see no shadow. It wasn't a human standing on the opposite side. I got up and walked over to the door. Anxiously, I stood awaiting. I cannot describe the feeling of nervousness during that moment. It all happened so fast, yet so slow, and a few minutes went by before I finally opened that door. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It didn't make sense. The lights, the double door, the toilet door, the footsteps. I have no idea what it was. My housemaster often told me stories of strange noises and doors slamming shut in that exact corridor. I firmly believe that it was a ghost on the other side of my door that night. Now, before anybody asks, yes, my windows were shut, and there was no wind or breeze. I spoke to my friends, housemaster, and other people who lived in my corridor. All said that they had never experienced anything like it before. There wouldn't have been time, nor would it have been quiet enough for a person to get back to their room without me noticing. Like I said, it's not the scariest story, but a very interesting experience from my time at the boarding school. The story takes place a good few years ago when I would have been around 10 to 11 years old, and my family had just moved into our new house. I live with my sister and my single mom, so I guess you could consider us quite vulnerable, although we never worried since the neighborhood wasn't sketchy or anything like that. I'd like to also quickly mention that my mom wasn't a very social person, so she never talked or knew any of the neighbors. Neither did she care until this whole ordeal happened. I think we'd only been moved in for a week or two when this started, but I remember that night quite vividly. I always had trouble sleeping, and one night when my mom wouldn't answer my calls, I took it upon myself to go out to the living room to find her. Our living room had big glass doors that would go out to a balcony. And due to us moving in, the balcony was full of plastic bags and moving boxes. When I walked out, my mom walked in from the balcony with a knife, and she looked horrified. She started explaining that a creepy guy had been on the balcony when she was watching TV. She only found out because he tripped on one of the bags, so she ran out to confront him, but he managed to run off. I was horrified and sat there on the couch until the police came to talk to us about the guy who we found out was our neighbor, and this made us feel very uncomfortable. The next two encounters happened when I wasn't around, but are just a bit weird and creepy. I think the next encounter happened when one of my aunties was over and she spotted him standing in our driveway looking up at the balcony. He immediately ran off when he was spotted, but my auntie notified my mom and she was extremely upset. We nicknamed him Anchovies because he was gross and anchovies were gross. Also, since we never knew his actual name, or at least my mom never told my sister and I. The third time happened when we had a roommate living in our house. She was one of my mom's close friends and was warned about anchovies. This friend had already been through a stalker experience prior to this, so she was on high alert nonetheless. Like the last time, Anchovies was caught in our driveway, but this time was very specifically eyeing our roommate. She noticed and chased off with a stick, screaming like a madwoman. The police were contacted again, and we were told that Anchovies had been warned that if he stepped foot on our property again, that he'd be arrested. and this seemed to work as we didn't see him for ages. This last one is the creepiest part, and it was the last time I'd ever saw anchovies. Now, I was a destructive kid, and over the past few years had developed an obsession with lighting fires, and whenever I got my hands on lighters or matches, it was time to burn something. On this specific day, I had found a random little hole pit in our backyard, which was completely open, and the area I was in was on the edge of our property next to a road that divided the two lines of houses where we lived. I gathered dry leaves, grass, sticks, and even some paper and got to work lighting my mini fire. It was going well. I had been staring at the fire for about 10 minutes when I happened to look up and see anchovies at the other side of the road, staring directly at me. My memories are blurry, but I could almost swear he was wearing something on his face, covering everything except his eyes, which stared at me deadpan. And just to clear something up, he wasn't staring at me like a concerned adult. He was literally just staring me down, and it was extremely creepy. I had no idea how long he was there, but after making eye contact for about 5 to 10 seconds, I stamped out the fire and ran back to my house. It was scary since up to that point I had never seen anchovies before, and the whole mask thing didn't make me feel any better. Now down the line, our house burnt down. It was in very early 2016, and I would have been 12 by then. I wasn't actually there when the house burnt down, but my mom and her boyfriend at the time were. They were able to escape, but we lost literally everything in that fire, and it was very devastating. The worst part is that the cause is still unknown. Firefighters ruled out natural causes, and they didn't have anyone suspect enough to accuse, but my mom thinks it was anchovies. That thought has been in my mind since then. We never found out why he did all of this. I don't know if the police asked him or my mom knows, but won't tell me. I still think of the day he stared at me, and it freaks me out to think he may have had very sick intentions. But since then, I doubt I'll ever see that creepy, disgusting monster again. I'm a 21-year-old guy from Denmark. Back in 2017, I was going for a vacation road trip in the United States. We started in Las Vegas, where my mom visited an old woman she lived with for a year back when she was 16 and an exchange student. We then drove to LA, then Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and finally Louisiana. I was and am very into true scary stories, especially enjoying cryptid and unexplained creatures and skinwalkers and wendigos. And I told my family about it, but my sister and her boyfriend teased me about believing in such things. My dad doesn't believe in God, nor is he superstitious or anything, but he has had some strange things happen to him, so he is a little bit more open-minded, and so is my mom because she's had experiences with some paranormal stuff. When we were driving through the deserts of Arizona, my dad had to have a smoke and we wanted to stretch our legs. We got out of the car and my dad started smoking and everything looked normal. And suddenly my sister says, "What is that?" and pointed towards the desert, where we immediately noticed a lion-sized, totally black cat, like it was so black it absorbed the light. It was just walking. It had a really long and thick tail, and it walked so freaking weird it was like a robot, just totally stiff legs. And then it noticed us and just froze and turned its head really fast and just stared. And then it turned its body without moving its head and started walking our direction. Then I said we should probably get in the car and get moving because I wasn't staying around waiting for it to reach us. My family quickly agreed and we hurried to get in the car and took off. For the rest of the trip, my sister's boyfriend and sister didn't tease me about unexplainable creatures anymore. We were really agitated by this thing. I started Google searching about animals that lived in Arizona and I couldn't find anything about a big feline that was black anywhere in the world like that. The only big cats I could find were jaguars, and it's rare that they get black and not that black. And it was also much larger than a jaguar. And jaguars, cougars, and mountain lions live in forested areas and definitely not in the middle of dirt and cacti. I still think about this a lot, and I've never found an answer to what this was. and I believe even more now that there are creatures in this world that we just won't ever understand. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Be sure to subscribe and click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r Let's Read Official, and give and receive feedback from the community